On the blue star, he stands as a radiant beacon guiding its inhabitants toward the cosmos. In the primordial universe, he emerges as the illustrious leader who enables humanity to dominate the cosmic seas and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. In the origin continent, he is the unparalleled prodigy that myriad factions covet, shining brilliantly through the ages. Within the Hunyuan space, he instills dread among the formidable Hunyuan warriors, his renown echoing across the myriad realms. He is Wang Yi, an unremarkable time traveler. Chapter 300, The Extraterrestrial Battlefield. The initial universe, Chaos City. The departure of Wang Yi evoked no ripples for to outsiders. Wang Yi remained ensconced in the residence of the esteemed Lord Pongbua, engrossed in his cultivation, occasionally emerging, thus seemingly never leaving. In the virtual universe, Thunder Island serves as the eternal stronghold of a virtual universe corporation, the true apex of its hierarchy. The vast and boundless Thunder Island is shrouded in mist, with serpents of lightning weaving through its periphery. If Rain Shadow Mountain is deemed larger than an ordinary planet, then Thunder Island surpasses it by over 1,000,000 times. Wang Yi has arrived at the extraterrestrial battlefield, declared the figure clad in golden robes, standing near the precipice of the palace amidst the ceaseless currents at the highest point of Thunder Island, the Lord of Chaos surveying the island below. Beside him lingered an indistinct figure, completely merging with the darkness. We have made the necessary arrangements this time. It should ensure a stable and worry-free outcome, spoke the one shrouded in shadows. Information regarding Wang Yi has been confined to the upper echelons. Only those of our caliber are truly aware of his whereabouts, and they are utterly incapable of divulging Wang Yi's secrets. Chaos City has already assigned individuals to impersonate Wang Yi. Even if the alien races seek to investigate, they will uncover nothing. Even if they harbor suspicions, the vastness of the extraterrestrial battlefield, coupled with the cosmic secret realms, renders it impossible for the alien races to probe. The alien races exercise great caution. During the assassination in the Garbage Star domain, they deployed 3 king-class puppets, yet this was merely a preliminary test. The Lord of Chaos asserted, "We shall not afford them the slightest opportunity or the faintest glimmer of hope." He would never resort to using Wang Yi as bait to lure superlative beings from the alien races, then surround and annihilate them. From the outset, it was a matter of stringent defense. The message was clear: we have superlative protectors safeguarding Wang Yi. This place is fraught with traps. Do not approach. Throughout the lengthy ages of survival, the Lord of Chaos is acutely aware that a sense of complacency is inadvisable. Thus, he resolved from the very beginning to deny the alien races any opportunities, none whatsoever. Were it not for Wang Yi's insistence on venturing to the extraterrestrial battlefield, he would have even considered arranging for Wang Yi to traverse the cosmic secret realms controlled by humanity, which would afford him the necessary honing while ensuring prompt rescue in times of peril. Even in the event of true demise, resurrection would be possible. However, the constraints on resurrection are numerous. Should Wang Yi harbor significant secrets that preclude his revival, or if he were to lose those fortuities upon revival, it would be a loss too great to bear. Thus, it is imperative to ensure that Wang Yi's life is safeguarded while he undergoes tempering. The upper echelons of humanity wholeheartedly support the Lord of Chaos in this regard. With the potential Wang Yi has manifested, he could ascend to become a cosmic sovereign, rivaling even the rulers of the universe, possessing avatars. This would equate to an alternative form of immortality, bolstering humanity's arsenal with a superlative force unafraid of loss. The resurrection of a cosmic sovereign can only be accomplished by the great axe, and it demands a considerable price. Should Wang Yi possess avatars, the cost of restoring them would be significantly diminished. If Wang Yi were to become the sovereign of the universe, his impact on humanity would be even more profound. Humanity has not birthed a cosmic sovereign in quite some time. Yet, Wang Yi remains feeble, merely a realm master. Although his combat prowess may rival that of the king level, he still stands no chance against the cosmic venerables. Humanity must simultaneously provide him with opportunities for growth while meticulously guarding him, without allowing him to perceive their intentions, lest he loses his vigilance and becomes reliant on humanity's strength, thereby negating the purpose of his tempering. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, the well-intentioned designs of humanity, he is currently aboard a spaceship, soaring through the stellar expanse of the extraterrestrial battlefield with a newly acquainted squad. Within the void, remnants of debris are visible in every direction, be it the remains of corpses, derelict vessels, or shattered weaponry. The cosmic secret realm spans millions of light years. The entire vast star domain is a battlefield. Leaving the safety of the barracks effectively means that combat may erupt at any moment. The spacecraft glides through the starry expanse at sublight speed, maneuvering past the floating wreckage, some of which are directly collided with by the vessel. In the lounge of the ship, the 10 squad members sit together, the atmosphere surprisingly relaxed. Blackface, our destination is a location approximately 130,000 light-years from Camp Base 026, where numerous alien powerhouses are congregated. This will serve as the primary battlefield for our elite squad, acting as the vanguard. The captain, Antonio, remarked with a smile. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, combat primarily divides into two types: Legion warfare and elite squad skirmishes. Weaker cosmic level, realm master level, and ordinary realm master warriors, who are not invited by elite squads, amalgamate into legions, engaging in warfare under the guidance of immortal deities against other alien legions. The immortal deities of the legions contend with one another, the weak clashing against the weak. This represents the most ubiquitous mode of warfare. There exists another type of elite squad, akin to Antonio's, a small unit capable of rivaling an entire legion. However, their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Their role resembles that of a blade, engaging in fierce combat against formidable foes in specialized battle zones. Beside him, the vice captain, the serpentine beauty Olivia, set down her wine bottle. The table before her was already cluttered with empty bottles. With a tipsy hiccup and a slight flush on her cheeks, Olivia remarked, "The starry combat zone we are destined for, designated as 00128901314520, known as Thorn Valley, possesses a certain renown among all battle areas. The 4 paramount clans, along with their allies, have numerous powerful beings and squads lurking therein. It is indeed our battlefield." Olivia's glistening eyes sparkled with excitement. Thorn Valley. Wang Yi murmured the name softly. The extraterrestrial battlefield was originally established by the 4 major clans as a designated area for warfare. Here, many regions have been irrevocably altered by the prolonged conflict, becoming fragmented and desolate. Yet, certain areas are remarkably unique, suitable for elite squads like Antonio's to gather and engage in stealthy skirmishes. Across the entirety of the 7-star domain battlefield, many locations are vacant and devoid of obstacles, allowing one to easily spot enemies from afar, making it simple to flee if they are not a match. Thus, such places are ill-suited as combat zones. Olivia extended her alabaster-like fingers to gently tap the void before her. Instantly, a radiant projection materialized, forming a screen upon which a star map appeared. "This is Thorn Valley," Olivia indicated, pointing at the image on the screen. Wang Yi gazed at the projection. Thorn Valley. It struck him as an expanse densely populated with floating seaweed. Legend has it that Thorn Valley, before this cosmic secret realm was designated as a battlefield, was once a colossal plant life form. It is said that its diameter extended over 1 billion kilometers, and it possessed unique abilities, with countless branches sprawling over hundreds of billions of kilometers, Antonio lamented. Wang Yi held his breath in astonishment. 8 billion kilometers? Hundreds of billions of kilometers? That was thousands of times larger than a star, and it was a plant life form. In time, this immensely powerful void thorn life was besieged by various super beings during the battlefield's establishment. Its soul was obliterated, and its monumental body was torn asunder, scattering remnants across surrounding star regions. Some planets were also caught in the tumult of battle, exploding and creating extensive debris fields, he continued. Wang Yi observed the countless small particles surrounding Thorn Valley resembling sesame seeds. Those must be remnants of shattered planets. Thus, Thorn Valley came to be. The diameter of the starry expanse surrounding Thorn Valley is approximately 1.3 light-years. The remnants of its roots are incredibly resilient. Even a full-force strike from a domain master would struggle to shatter those fragments. Yet, they hold no utilitarian value, and thus remain, gradually evolving into the well-known special area of Thorn Valley. Antonio mused. A plant larger than a star, its remains transformed into a battleground for the various clans' champions after its demise. Indeed, sounded exhilarating. By the way, Blackface, remember that within the shattered star belt, there are numerous lurking alien strongholds. Therefore, prolonged combat is prohibited, as is excessive flamboyance, warned the werewolf youth Storm, who sat beside Wang Yi, scratching his wolf ears. If battles drag on too long, the commotion will attract other alien forces, and facing encirclement would spell danger. Wang Yi nodded. "I understand." Boom, boom. Along their journey, the spacecraft detected multiple powerful energy shockwaves from explosions, clearly indicative of ongoing combat. With the high-end detection device gifted by his unification sovereign, Wang Yi could observe everything within a radius of 1 billion kilometers. The battles occurring were far more numerous than he could perceive. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the extraterrestrial battlefield was fiercely brutal. Soon, the spaceship arrived at a vast expanse of emptiness, devoid of debris and refuse, an area intentionally cleared to allow for acceleration for cosmic traversing. In the 7-star domain battlefield, there are billions of such cosmic transit points. Initiating cosmic transit 10.9.8.3.2.1.0. In the starry sky, a spaceship in flight shimmered momentarily before abruptly vanishing. Within the dark cosmos, Captain Antonio smiled and said, "All right, we have entered the dark universe. The danger is virtually non-existent now. Everyone, rest well. In 5 days, we shall reach our destination, and at that point, we must remain ever vigilant for battle." The team members, upon hearing their captain's words, relaxed slightly while still maintaining a baseline vigilance. Most of the crew engaged in drinking and chatting, while others connected to the virtual universe for some leisure. This time out, I must accumulate more military merit to procure materials for my beloved companions, the centaur beauty Eugene said eagerly. She was a beast tamer, capable of commanding numerous domesticated beasts in battle due to her racial talents, thus forming a formidable combat force. In the vast expanse of the universe, humanity has many unconventional evolutionary paths. The so-called warriors and psychic masters are merely the most fundamental and generalized classifications. There are also specialists known as puppet masters, adept at controlling individual puppets, beast tamers who battle using formidable creatures, and pharmacists who study various exotic substances of the cosmos. These professions belong to those who can triumph over strength with cunning. For instance, if one can tame a powerful beast, their inherent strength becomes exceptionally formidable. However, the unconventional paths within the universe inevitably render the road of the strong narrower and more arduous. Many who lack sufficient comprehension of the laws prefer to pursue these unconventional routes. Just like the alchemical master who concocts venom, whose personal strength may not be formidable, yet can create terrifying potions capable of vanquishing even the mightiest of kings. Although Wang Yi had some understanding of the fields of pharmacists, puppet masters, and beast tamers, his knowledge was limited. Thus he felt a sense of curiosity regarding the performances of these individuals on the battlefield. The team members were engrossed in conversation when suddenly, Sonny from the Twin Star clan turned her gaze towards Wang Yi and inquired, "Dark Face, by the way, what is your military merit quota?" "My military merit quota?" Wang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Every soldier who enters the outer battlefield is subject to a military merit quota requirement, necessitating the accumulation of sufficient military merit to attain freedom. For instance, an ordinary rookie typically must amass a quota of 1 million. Upon arrival, a novice has no military merit, but this accumulates through acts of valor on the battlefield. Once a soldier reaches the threshold of 1 million, they may choose to retire, opt for exchanging for treasures, or continue to fight, even to engage in solitary combat, thereby possessing the liberty of choice. However, until the military merit quota is fulfilled, they must dutifully obey military commands. Indeed, Darkface is a commander of the realm upon arrival. He must be formidable. "I surmise it is 200 million, chimed in Lola, a young woman of the Twin Star clan, echoing her sister's sentiments. The Twin Star clan is quite unique. They are born as twins, either male or female, and moreover, they are oviparous, emerging from the same eternal egg, inherently capable of telepathic connection. Yet, amidst the vast human race with its countless branches, there are even more peculiar and extraordinary races, rendering this not particularly surprising." "Right, I almost forgot. Dark Face, what is your military merit quota?" Others who were idly listening also turned their attention to Wang Yi. "Well, my military merit quota is 1 billion, Wang Yi admitted without reservation. As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the room, followed by an uproar of astonishment. 1 billion? My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Dark Face, your military merit quota is astonishingly high." The members of the team displayed their shock without exception. Wang Yi felt a tinge of helplessness within. This attention was something he wished to evade. The 1 billion military merit quota was a figure assigned by the military through the virtual universe system, a mere formality. The assigned military merit quota accurately reflects an individual's strength. All realm commanders possess a minimum military merit quota of 1 million, with a maximum reaching 1 billion. Typically, ordinary realm commanders range from 1 million to 10 million, while elite realm commanders fall between 10 million and 100 million. Realm commanders can have quotas from 100 million to 1 billion. The 1 billion mark is the upper limit for realm commanders. Receiving such a high military merit quota signifies one possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary immortal deity. Antonio and the others were well aware of this, hence their astonishment. Their gazes toward Wang Yi shifted. A newcomer to the outer battlefield possessing a military merit quota of 1 billion is evidently of extraordinary origin. Dark Face, is this true? Do you truly possess a military merit quota of 1 billion? Even the usually aloof and elegant vice captain, the serpent-like beauty Olivia, could not restrain her curiosity. I have no need to lie to I. Wang Yi innocently shrugged his shoulders. In the lounge, the others exchanged glances, and smiles broke out simultaneously. Haha, Darkface actually possesses such a high evaluation. It seems his strength must be formidable. Having Darkface join our squad this time is truly fortuitous. Darkface, when we encounter combat later, let us witness your prowess. The team members laughed heartily. Even the proud and stern-faced warrior of the Blade clan, Baikamo, exhibited a change in expression, his gaze towards Wang Yi now tinged with seriousness. Clearly, Wang Yi's standing in his eyes had shifted. Observing this scene, Wang Yi mused to himself, what does a military merit quota of 1 billion signify? If you were aware that the Virtual Universe Company had arranged a quota of 100 trillion for me this time, wouldn't you go mad? Chapter 301, The Thorns of the Void. In the original narrative, Luo Feng embarked on the extraterrestrial battlefield for the trial of life and death at the level of the Realm Master, with the Virtual Universe Company merely imposing a military merit quota of 100 trillion. Yet, Wang Yi's requirement was a staggering tenfold increase. It is evident that the higher echelons of the Virtual Universe Company believed that since Wang Yi had successfully traversed the primordial Tongtian Mountain at the Realm Master level, coupled with a foundational score of 100 billion, he must possess the combat prowess worthy of a king. Their assessment was not misguided. Wang Yi indeed stood at the threshold of kingly power. However, there exists a spectrum within this echelon, ranging from the initial stages of kingship to the pinnacle and ultimate forms, culminating in the invincible realm. The ability to suppress or even vanquish the invincible kings is also classified within this cadre. Currently, Wang Yi, armed with mastery over the 6 ultimate abilities of time and space, alongside 2 formidable avatars and an array of treasures, exemplifies this strength. Upon confirming Wang Yi's military merit quota of 1 billion, the team erupted with excitement, for within the human realm masters who had undergone the trials of the extraterrestrial battlefield, many had emerged as battlefield generals, yet few could openly contend with ordinary immortal deities. Within the entire 026 military camp, such realm masters were estimated to number merely 2 or 3. Although Antonio's squad boasted 2 immortal deities, the other members were all battlefield generals, none of whom could rival the power of an immortal deity. Thus, Wang Yi's inclusion was a source of immense exhilaration for them. With Wang Yi on their team, it felt as if they now possessed 3 immortal deities, significantly enhancing their survival prospects. Antonio chuckled heartily, recalling how that fellow Taiwo often flaunted the prowess of the poison user in their squad. After all, that poison could manifest the power of an immortal deity. Now, their team had Black Face, a psychic master, whose capabilities far exceeded those of the toxin-dependent poison user. Although they had yet to witness Wang Yi in action, both Antonio and his teammates were already convinced of his ability to rival ordinary immortal deities. The evaluations of the Virtual Universe military system were infallible. The revelation of Wang Yi's substantial military merit invigorated the atmosphere of the lounge team. A powerful ally in the extraterrestrial battlefield was of immense aid. Wang Yi too sensed the enthusiasm emanating from his comrades. The spaceship traversed the dark cosmos for 5 days, before shifting through the universe to emerge in another vacant region. However, according to the star chart, reaching their destination, Thorn Valley, would require approximately 3 months of flight. During this period, they would traverse perilous territories, where battles could erupt at any moment, necessitating constant vigilance. Observing the solemn expressions of his teammates, Wang Yi glanced at the super detection apparatus enveloping a radius of 1 billion kilometers on his arm, and smiled. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, he genuinely did not harbor concerns about ambushes. It was conceivable that some formidable beings, such as the tyrant mother of the insect race, might conceal themselves within the controlled puppets, making it challenging for the external team to assess their strength, but the likelihood of being attacked was negligible. The chance of encountering a formidable foe was equally improbable. What preoccupied Wang Yi was strategizing how to complete several panel missions during this period in the extraterrestrial battlefield. 100,000 ordinary immortal deities, 10,000 noble immortal deities, and 1,000 kings. Even with Wang Yi's current prowess, amassing the requisite number of kills would necessitate considerable time. Wing, a team member, noticed Wang Yi's inadvertent expression and cautioned him, Blackface, exercise caution and do not let your guard down. The combat experiences we've shared with you recently should not be underestimated. They're the culmination of countless life and death battles. I understand, Wang Yi replied, concealing his expression. It was natural for these teammates to worry, as they were unaware of his true strength. In a squad, individual combat prowess is paramount, yet cooperation is equally vital. These team members had been together for millennia, honing an unparalleled synergy. Thus, the sudden introduction of a newcomer warranted additional consideration. The spaceship, traveling at sublight speed, cautiously navigated the void, steering clear of potential hiding spots for powerful adversaries. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's squad remained in the safety of the lounge, engaging in conversation while remaining vigilant. Days passed by in this manner. Immortality, an immortal deity, a squad of alien realm masters lying in ambush for Wang Yi's team, was taken aback when Antonio and Olivia, the two immortal deities, emerged from the spaceship, their faces paling as they swiftly retreated. How dull! The moment these foes glimpsed their captain, they fled. Their strength was so feeble that not a single immortal deity resided within their ranks. Why linger and await their demise? Those who had just attacked appeared to be from the demon race, the Kermio tribe, if memory served. Regrettably, they had not witnessed Blackface in action. The team members, halted by the ambush, remained in the lounge, accustomed to watching their captain intimidate those alien realm masters away. How unexciting! These ordinary alien realm masters harbored minimal military merit, and, given their inability to pursue, Antonio and his comrades had no intention of pressing the attack. Along the journey, such ambushes had occurred repeatedly, yet each time, they were effortlessly resolved. For a squad led by two immortal deities accompanied by 8 battlefield generals was far beyond the reach of ordinary alien realm masters. This was precisely why they were heading to a specific destination. Elsewhere, the foes were too weak, leading to sluggish accumulation of military merit. All right, let's continue our journey. With a wave of his hand, Antonio summoned another spaceship, for the previous vessel had been destroyed during the ambush. However, Antonio was unconcerned. He had plenty of reserve ships within his world ring, and the spoils of war had yielded numerous vessels. After being delayed by the ambush, the squad set off once more. 3 months after departing the military base, Wang Yi's elite realm master team had endured several attacks and finally arrived at their destination, Thorn Valley. Ahead lay Thorn Valley. Through the external simulation of the spaceship, Wang Yi could clearly observe the celestial vista. In the distance, colossal structures resembling mountain ridges spanned the starry expanse, akin to seaweed adrift in the ocean. The sole distinction was that these tendrils extended thousands to tens of thousands of kilometers in length, with diameters surpassing several dozen kilometers. The fractured cross-sections could accommodate a major city from Earth. In Wang Yi's field of vision, he already discerned numerous remnants of these root-like vines, with countless more scattered throughout the cosmos. Beyond the remnants of vegetation, debris from spaceships and dust contributed to a desolate and bizarre tableau. Thorn Valley has arrived, everyone. Heighten your vigilance, for this area is rife with elite alien squads lurking in ambush. Antonio straightened in his seat, his voice low. From this moment onward, we must be prepared for combat at any moment. Olivia chimed in, smiling. Aside from us, there are also human and allied squads present here. Let's first locate a spot near our allied forces to establish a temporary base, facilitating our future operations. Wang Yi, too, directed his gaze towards the monitoring display on his arm, which allowed him to detect all activity within a radius of 1 billion kilometers, providing a comprehensive view of both enemy and ally positions. He identified 1 human realm master squad and 3 allied squads. On the battlefield, humans could indeed support one another. By maintaining a connection to the virtual universe, the system would reveal the coordinates of all comrades and allies within a 1 billion kilometer range. The virtual universe network serves 2 primary functions on the battlefield. 1. Displaying the coordinates of comrades and allies within 1 billion square kilometers. 2. Sending distress signals in emergencies. All humans and allies within 100 billion kilometers would receive the call for help. Of course, there were additional functionalities, such as contacting superiors and calculating military merit. Soon, the spaceship arrived at a celestial location and came to a halt, with Antonio and his team emerging from the vessel. This location is conveniently situated near the operational range of our allies, making it an ideal spot for us to establish a temporary stronghold, Olivia remarked. Before them lay the remnants of a colossal plant, its remnants spanning several dozen kilometers. Though remarkably resilient, these remnants have been increasingly fragmented over the ages due to the relentless warfare among the 4 major factions. Within the plant debris, they discovered a naturally occurring deep cavern, unclaimed by any other party. This will suffice. The environment is favorable, and it allows for the formation of a defensive alliance with our nearby allies, Antonio stated. And after a brief consultation with his team, everyone concurred. Wang Yi surveyed the surrounding plant roots, their intricate patterns magnified in his mind's eye, resembling vast chasms and depressions. This was merely an inconspicuous fragment within a mere 13 light years, akin to a single grain of sand in a desert. What a terrifyingly magnificent life form. Wang Yi musit internally. It was difficult to fathom the grandeur of this plant during its prime. As Wang Yi and his fellow squad members ventured into the tunnel of plant remnants, he instinctively recited, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward: 1 void thorn seed. This location has 0 remaining sign-in opportunities. The name piqued Wang Yi's interest. Void thorn? Could it possibly be related to this plant debris? He pulled up the sign-in panel and immediately noticed a newly appeared seed at the bottom, resembling a gray apple core, adorned with esoteric patterns. Concurrently, he received information regarding the seed, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. It truly is connected to this plant debris? In the cosmos, countless forms of life and races exist, among which plant life represents a substantial category. Typically, plant beings are inherently massive yet possess limited intelligence. Due to this diminished intellect, many plant organisms are closer to mere objects, allowing species like the Mo-Yun vine to bypass the need for understanding the laws of nature, evolving into immortality simply by meeting certain criteria. Only upon achieving immortality do they gain complete sentience, enabling them to communicate clearly with others. Just as humanity is classified into 9 tiers, with the weakest adults being mere apprentices and the strongest reaching the domain of lords, the void thorn stands as the pinnacle of plant life. While Mo-Yun vine and star-eating grass are considered rare, they pale in comparison to the void thorn. The void thorn is a unique life form among plants, scarce yet inherently powerful. Its most formidable aspect is its size. A single void thorn cultivated to immortality could rival an actual star, measured in millions of kilometers. Should it achieve another breakthrough, its dimensions could expand exponentially, reaching an astonishing scale. However, size does not equate to invincibility. The formidable void thorn was once vanquished by a soul attack, its body subsequently torn apart, scattering across this star region and transforming it into a battlefield. This void thorn far surpasses the Mo-Yun vine, Wang Yi reflected, filled with awe after absorbing the information. The most perfect Mo-Yun vine, upon breaking through to immortality, merely attained the status of a high-ranking king, while the void thorn, in its peak form, boasts over 10,000 main vines, with its branches likely numbering in the millions. When fully unleashed, it would overwhelm the cosmos, a truly terrifying sight. Moreover, it possesses the profound ability to manipulate space through its spatial cage. This is akin to a spatial lockdown, yet with far greater suppressive capabilities. Ordinary immortals caught within the spatial cage would likely find themselves immobilized. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, only to dim shortly thereafter. Alas, cultivating a void thorn is exceedingly challenging and time-consuming. Even with the divine water of Locke, achieving the perfect form with 10,000 vines remains an impossibility. The 10,000 vine form of the void thorn, upon reaching immortality, will be formidable enough that, barring esteemed beings and some exceptional methods, none could pose a threat to it. Previously, cultivating the perfect form of the Mo-Yun vine required nearly 12 billion points. As a special life form among plants, the void thorn's genetic tier, while not exceptionally high, certainly surpasses that of the flame star behemoth, possibly by several dozen or even 100 times. Its breakthrough to immortality would be 100 to 1,000 times more difficult than that of the Mo-Yun vine. Wang Yi mused that without tens of trillions of points, it was futile to even consider it. Never mind. I'll focus on cultivating the void thorn first. His interest in the void thorn had been sparked by the realization that Earth needed a powerful plant life form for protection. The void thorn perfectly met this requirement. However, the perfect 10,000 vine form of the void thorn likely possesses the combat prowess of a lord. Should it break through to immortality, it would undoubtedly be deemed invincible beneath the realm of the esteemed. Wang Yi placed the void thorn seed within his inner world, entrusting it to the idle yet contemplative insect queen for care. Their squad then proceeded along the natural, profound passage of the plant remnants, arriving at a spacious cavern approximately 100 meters in diameter, which also connected to other tunnels. Antonio and the others assessed their surroundings and expressed satisfaction with the environment. With a sigh, a lounge chamber forged from titanium blue ice materialized within the cavern. After such a long flight, let us take a moment to rest and discuss our forthcoming strategy, Antonio suggested with a smile. He turned to the silent, black-masked youth, saying, "Black Mask, pay attention. Feel free to share any thoughts. Your contribution will be crucial in the upcoming battle." Wang Yi nodded, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of fulfilling his military merit quota, eager to secure his release and tackle his own military tasks and panel missions. 1 billion military merits is trivial. 100 trillion is a mere trifle. The most pressing matter remains that grand hunting task. There will be much to occupy my time in the days ahead. Chapter 302. The Alien Domain Lord Squad. In the vastness of the starry sky, enormous plant vine remnants drifted, interspersed with clouds of dust, planetary debris, and remnants of spacecraft. A saucer-shaped spaceship traversed the cosmos at nearly 150,000 kilometers per second, deliberately avoiding areas where enemy squads might be lurking. Inside the spaceship's lounge, the 10 squad members sat comfortably on the sofas. Suddenly, the detection equipment registered combat fluctuations. Deputy Leader Olivia abruptly opened her eyes, drawing the attention of her comrades. Although Antonio was the captain, Wang Yi noted that Olivia often took the reins of command, which did not imply Antonio's inadequacy, but rather suggested Olivia's superior aptitude for leadership. Furthermore, her detection equipment was the finest in the squad, possibly contributing to her leadership role. Of course, compared to Wang Yi's detection equipment, valued in the trillions, Olivia's was relatively modest. Such instruments were beyond the reach of even ordinary esteemed beings, rendering them nearly invincible on the outer battlefield. Advance cautiously, Antonio commanded. Olivia, assess the enemy's strength. Understood, Olivia replied, continuing her analysis. Wang Yi observed the screen on his arm guard. He had already mapped out the nearby area, but could not explain the sophistication of his detection equipment. If danger arises, I will inform them then, he thought to himself. After a brief moment, Olivia reopened her eyes, a flicker of excitement illuminating her expression. She had detected fluctuations, an immortal law's resonance, while the others were mere domain lords. Olivia quickly relayed the information. As for their adversaries, they appeared to be from the insectoid faction, but they had already suffered defeat and were currently being pursued. The extraterritorial battlefield was a designated arena established by the 4 supreme races for warfare. Here, humans, insectoids, demonkin, mechanized beings, along with their allies and vassal races, were divided into 4 factions to engage in chaotic combat. Regardless of the side, encountering the opposing faction necessitated either battle or evasion. There was no alternative. An immortal? Antonio's voice resonated, deep and thunderous, as he readied himself for combat. Yes. The other team members in the lounge perked up, filled with a fervor for battle. Given their presence in the extraterritorial battlefield, it was either for honing their skills or earning military merit, both requiring confrontation with alien races. With a flourish, 8 domain lord warriors, including Antonio and 2 immortal beings, donned their battle armor. Even Wang Yi revealing only the depths of his dark, cold eyes behind his mask. A palpable aura of kill intent enveloped them all. The spacecraft swiftly propelled towards the distant battlefield. Our detection instruments likely pale in comparison to ours and have not detected us, Olivia remarked with a smile, eliciting grins from the others. Detection instruments played a crucial role in the extraterritorial battlefield, allowing for early identification of foes, enabling preemptive reactions, and obscuring their own presence from inferior detection systems. At this moment, humanity's instruments held the advantage. The spacecraft approached the battlefield at a staggering speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. In the lounge, Olivia continued announcing, "We are 15 million kilometers away. 9 million kilometers. 5 million kilometers. Halt!" As they neared within 5 million kilometers of the enemy, Olivia commanded the ship to stop, after which Antonio stood and declared, "Everyone disembark. We will proceed on foot." At this juncture, Olivia reminded them, "Remember, you must remain close to me and the captain. Only then will my detection instruments shield you from their scans, rendering your fluctuations undetectable." The 10-member team exited the lounge, rushing down the passageway and into the cosmic expanse, collectively gazing towards the distant remnants of energy fluctuations. "Let us depart." Antonio, with a lion-like visage, exhibited a menacing smile. In the cosmic void, a battle had recently concluded at the edge of entwined remnants of vines stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. A squad of alien warriors clad in green armor was engaged in fierce combat with another elite team, undoubtedly enjoying a significant advantage, as their opponents had dwindled to 3 domain lords, who were now fleeing. "Haha, still think you can escape? Eliminate them all, leave none behind," exclaimed an alien immortal, towering over 10 meters, resembling an insect with a fly-like head, laughing exuberantly in its native tongue. This was a common species in the universe, the sandworm tribe, known for their bloodthirsty and combative nature. "Yes, Captain," the other sandworm domain lords shouted in unison. The immortal pursued, one domain lord personally, while the other 8 sandworm domain lords split up to hunt down the remaining 2 fleeing foes. The disparity in strength was immense. The 3 retreating domain lords were swiftly overtaken and dispatched with little resistance. Haha, another military merit acquired. Curse you, Zat, you've snatched this one from me again. Can you blame me? Your movements were too sluggish. Zat, as a psychic master, your flight speed inherently surpasses ours, and you still dare to complain? Thanks to the captain's rapid response, we prevented this squad from escaping. Indeed, all credit goes to the captain's adept leadership. The Sandworm Domain lords rejoiced at their accumulated military merits, beginning to gather the spoils of war. The fallen Domain lord's inner world had collapsed, scattering numerous items, including a world ring, all of which were to be collected and later distributed based on merit. In the distance, concealed by their detection instruments, a formidable elite human team stealthily approached. Slow down, Antonio commanded. Olivia, let us ambush them together and incapacitate them first. Understood, Olivia replied, experienced in such maneuvers, and immediately began to coordinate. With a hiss, both immortal beings extended their hands, rapidly gathering immense amounts of immortal energy, compressing it with fervor. This technique bore similarity to the fire god source crystal, which involves compressing to a density surpassing that of an immortal crystal before triggering a sudden explosion, though the technical prowess required was extraordinarily high. Even a king-level immortal could not independently compress such a crystal without it detonating. Wang Yi observed the terrifying energy coalescing in the hands of the 2 captains, silently lamenting the capabilities of immortal beings. Regardless of his formidable combat prowess, utilizing the power of the world, he could not replicate such an attack. Moreover, due to the shielding of their detection instruments, the enemy remained oblivious. As the immortal power reached its apex strike, Antonio and Olivia exchanged a knowing glance before launching forth like lightning, with Wang Yi and the other 8 domain lords hot on their heels. As they closed the distance, the 2 immortal beings simultaneously unleashed their spheres of immortal energy. Instantaneously, a dazzling red and blue beam shot forth like meteors towards the alien squad, which was beginning to regroup and prepare to depart. Meanwhile, the Sandworm Immortal finally sensed the impending assault. The Sandworm Domain lords were the first to catch sight of the 2 meteoric streaks appearing in their line of vision. What is that? An attack by compressed immortal energy. The Sandworms reacted swiftly, their Domain Lord members beginning to panic and evade. Damn it, how can they arrive so quickly after such a brief skirmish? The Sandworm Immortal's expression shifted as he extended his 6 claws. Sandworms possess a pair of hind legs and 6 claws. Boom, 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 boom. 6 beams of light shot forth from the Sandworm Immortal's hands, hurtling towards the 2 incoming streams of light. In the next moment, the opposing immortal powers collided. Boom! The 6 beams and the 2 compressed spheres of immortal energy collided in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a devastating shockwave that tore through the surrounding thousands of kilometers. The terrifying immortal energy ripples radiating in all directions. Although the Sandworm Domain lords fled swiftly, 2 of them were caught in the explosion, leaving no trace behind. Damnumans. Witnessing the demise of 2 of their kin, the Sandworm Immortal's eyes reddened with fury. There are actually 2 immortals. However, upon realizing that the approaching humans boasted 2 immortal beings, he was taken aback. In their ranks, he was the sole immortal, while the others were merely domain lords, lacking the strength to rival an immortal. With 2 of their own slain and facing overwhelming odds, engaging with these humans could lead to total annihilation. Flee! We must escape. The Sandworm Immortal howled, continuing to unleash beams of immortal energy at Antonio and his comrades in a desperate attempt to hinder their pursuit. Yet disappointment awaited him. Think you can escape without consulting me? At the forefront, moving even faster than Antonio, the serpent-like beauty Olivia, clad in a form-fitting green battlesuit that accentuated her perfect upper body, while her lower half transformed into a sinuous, scaled tail measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. Her emerald-hued eyes shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if dreams were drifting within those enchanting, almost surreal orbs. The ephemeral, indestructible divine power surged forth, accompanied by soul attacks, swiftly rippling through the cosmos like a wave. The first to bear the brunt of this was the immortal from the Sandworm tribe, who, with 6 arms raised, unleashed columns of indestructible divine energy. Lacking intricate finesse, he nonetheless projected an overwhelming force towards the advancing human adversaries. This rapid expenditure of his divine power was of little concern, as long as the immortal did not burn his divine energy or succumb to annihilation. The energy would return to him, for that divine essence, intertwined with his consciousness, was inherently his own. However, his divine assault could not thwart the intangible, indestructible energy or the soul attack. The moment the soul attack silently descended upon him, he sensed something amiss, a grave danger. His face contorted with astonishment and fury. Despite his fervent resistance against the soul attack, his consciousness faltered for a fleeting instant, leaving a brief opening in his divine defense. Although he regained his awareness in the next heartbeat, Antonio had already charged at him like a lion engulfed in flames, his fists encased in golden, steel-forged gauntlets adorned with mysterious runes, striking with deadly precision. Awakened from his stupor, the sandworm immortal realized that his kin, affected by the soul attack, had lost consciousness and stood frozen, deprived of any chance to flee. In a fit of rage, he emitted a piercing shriek, and 6 intricately inscribed black, curved blades manifested in each of his arms, wildly cleaving to deflect Antonio's onslaught. With a thunderous clash, the 2 mighty immortals unleashed their powers, causing the surrounding cosmic expanse to fracture with countless rifts, revealing the fragility of the universe under their might. The sandworm's blades surged like a tide, while Antonio's fists created phantasmal afterimages as both engaged in a relentless exchange, their divine energies surging like a deluge through the shattered space. After a brief skirmish, the sandworm immortal retreated, while Antonio, exhilarated, roared and charged forth with ferocity. "Perish, alien scum!" The sandworm immortal glanced at the few remaining members of his tribe nearby, sorrow flickering in his eyes. These comrades had fought alongside him through countless battles, and now only a handful remained. Yet this time, he could not protect them. Alone, he might have stood a chance, but with the addition of that even more fearsome and enigmatic serpent woman as soul attacks, he found himself defenseless. With a furious roar, the sandworm immortal's voice echoed through the deep void of space, imbued with unfathomable power, causing ripples to spread through the fabric of reality. Unexpectedly, however, he chose not to fight to the death. Instead, he turned and fled, paying no heed to his kin. "I will pursue the immortal with your vice captain. You deal with the others." Antonio snorted dismissively, transforming into a streak of golden light as he took off, issuing commands. "Understood, Captain. Leave it to us." Witnessing their 2 powerful immortals overwhelming the lone immortal adversary, morale surged among Wang Yi's team. Just moments ago, Antonio's sudden assault with compressed divine energy had claimed the lives of 2 alien lords, while the remaining 6 sandworm lords bore various injuries and found themselves encircled by the 8 elite warriors of the squad, who were intentionally leaving 1 alien lord for Wang Yi. Clad in gray battle armor with a cape billowing behind him, the spirited young werewolf brandished his wolf-toothed club, shouting, "Blackface, take him down. Let us witness your prowess." Other teammates surrounded the enemy in groups of 2 or 3, while Wang Yi faced his opponent solo. The intent clear, they all wished to gauge the true capabilities of their new comrade. Though merely an alien lord, the intricacies of battle would reveal much about Wang Yi's depth of skill. Wang Yi, shaking his head slightly, stood amidst the stars, a crystal shuttle, adorned with mysterious runes, appearing behind him. He fixed his gaze on the grim-faced foe before him and extended a finger. "Go!" Chapter 303, The Fierce Battle. Wang Yi coldly regarded the rampaging sandworm lord charging at him, his eyes sharp with intensity. Nearby, squad members were engaged in skirmishes with the aliens. The vibrant hues of light bursting like petals behind Wang, swiftly coalescing into a sword-shaped crystal. The principles of time and space reverberated around the crystalline blade. At Wang Yi's level, he had transcended the conventional techniques of cosmic divine weaponry, his own mastery surpassing the original power of the weapon, becoming truly unfathomable. "Go!" With a pointed gesture towards the alien lord, the runes on the crystal sword flickered, transforming into a streak of light that hurtled towards the enemy. In an instant, across a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, the crystal sword pierced through the void, arriving before the alien lord, its tip morphing into a vortex of time, altering the very flow of time itself. The alien lord, faced with the approaching crystal sword, sensed his reaction speed diminishing significantly and felt an ominous pressure enveloping him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. This is a spatial and temporal law, a human genius who is cultivated to an extraordinary level. The Sandworm Lord, drawing from his extensive battlefield experience, quickly discerned this truth. Realizing the dire situation, the Sandworm Lord's grotesque visage twisted further into a snarl, unleashing a furious roar as lightning crackled around him. Grasping an assortment of weapons, battle knives, great swords, spears, massive axes, even shields, each glowed with the power of thunder, coordinated with astonishing precision as they surged towards the crystal sword. Meanwhile, the human squad clashed fiercely with other sandworm lords, though they held the advantage. Eliminating these formidable foes proved challenging. Help! Requesting assistance. Alert nearby allies. There's an elite human squad here. The fleeing sandworm immortal, while fending off Antonio and Olivia's relentless attacks. Connected with the military system. In the earlier confrontation, he had refrained from calling for aid, confident in his own strength, unwilling to share the glory with allies. But the situation had shifted. Now pursued by two human immortals, he found himself in a precarious position, compelled to seek assistance. Help! Help! Encountering a human squad with two immortals. The sandworm immortal, hindered by Olivia's soul attack, struggled to match the speed of his pursuers, making escape difficult. In the desolate ruins of space, even if an immortal sought to accelerate to the speed of light, it would require time, and the constraints of battle made sustaining such speed nearly impossible. Another wave of soul energy surged towards him, but this time the sandworm immortal was prepared. He staggered slightly, successfully blocking the attack. Yet, it still affected him, leaving him vulnerable as Antonio's fist struck him fiercely, tearing into his divine form. However, he quickly recovered. The injuries were negligible. For an immortal, as long as the damage was not excessively severe, even torn flesh could heal almost instantaneously, with minimal loss of power. A frenzied glimmer flickered in the sandworm immortal's vast compound eyes. Allies and comrades must reach him swiftly. I must endure, hold on until my allies arrive. Persevere. As long as allies and comrades arrive, I shall survive, perhaps even turn the tide. Those accursed humans. A golden, iron fist capable of shattering space itself, descended with tremendous force. The immortal of the sandworm tribe raised his black warblade in defense, but once again, a soul-shattering wave accompanied by a hallucinatory assault struck him, causing his strength to wane uncontrollably. This left the fully unleashed lion-headed warrior, Antonio, with the opportunity to send him flying with a single punch, spraying green blood in the air. The immortal of the sandworm tribe was truly on the brink of madness. Even with rapid regeneration, as long as one is not truly immortal, they will inevitably suffer from the relentless tearing, accumulating damage until a critical threshold is reached. In other words, death is indeed a possibility. The flawless coordination between Antonio and Olivia left this not-so-weak immortal feeling utterly helpless. The sandworm immortal. A glimmer of excitement shone in Antonio and Olivia's eyes. Slaying an immortal deity would yield substantial military merit. While the sandworm immortal struggled against the two human immortals, he continuously called for help. Like humans, the participating members of the demon clan would swiftly relay any distress call through the communication system to all allies and comrades within a staggering range of 10 billion kilometers. This distance is indeed vast. At the speed of light, 300,000 kilometers per second, it would take half a day for such a signal to traverse. The radius of this sphere of allies and comrades is immense. Encountering a human elite squad with two immortals? This news quickly reached the elite teams of the Demon Clan and its numerous allied factions in the vicinity. Two immortal deities? A squad boasting two immortals is indeed commendable in the Thorny Valley. Though the location is somewhat distant, let the unfortunate soul fend for themselves. However, this coordinate is relatively close to our squad. We should investigate. The response among the Demon Clan and its many allied factions varied. Some scoffed. Others lamented the plight of their counterparts, while many remained indifferent. After all, the Demon Clan is vast, with numerous races, making unity an impossibility. Yet a few teams, upon receiving the message, swiftly made their way over. With two immortal deities, our squad possesses the strength to handle them. Within a swiftly flying purple biological spacecraft, a peculiar being, 15 meters tall and resembling a small mountain, adorned with a crystalline horn on its forehead, smiled. It radiated a powerful aura of immortality, causing the surrounding light to subtly warp, forming a black hole. Beside it stood another immortal deity, along with over 10 domain lords. I hope our allies can hold on a little longer so we can arrive at the battlefield in time. Another immortal, resembling an octopus, croaked in a harsh, grating voice akin to a knife scraping on glass. There was no hint of sympathy for their allies in his tone. Let's hope so. The crystalline horn being shared the same indifference toward the allies being besieged. These factions were merely vassals under the Demon Clan. There were no strong bonds among them. Were it not for the Demon Clan's management, they might even turn against each other in the chaotic battlefield. set the ship on a full-speed course toward the target location. Commanded the alien immortal. The leader of this team, renowned within the Thorny Valley, was named Tianhai, a formidable immortal deity nearing the threshold of the ranked immortal level. Of course, lacking true immortality, he was not as fearsome as a fully ranked immortal, yet he was still considered a top-tier powerhouse in the expansive Thorny Valley. Although the valley was home to many powerful beings, true ranked immortals were scarce. As long as Tianhai exercised caution and avoided encounters with the few overlords of the Thorny Valley or being besieged by a group of immortals, he had little to fear. Meanwhile, on the original battlefield, a flash of light sliced through the weapon of the Sandworm tribe's domain lord, forcefully tearing apart half of its body. The Sandworm domain lord roared in agony, but his shattered form rapidly healed under the influence of the world's power. Domain lords and realm lords do not perish as long as their core is not directly destroyed, and their bodies can regenerate quickly, though not to the terrifying extent of immortal deities. Wang Yi manipulated the stream of light, effortlessly overwhelming the Sandworm domain lord, who had attained the level of a domain lord warrior. Simultaneously, he managed to keep an eye on the situation of his comrades nearby. In Wang Yi's squad, aside from the two immortals, the rest were all domain lord warriors. This composition was undeniably elite within the Thorny Valley squads. In the outer realms of the battlefield, squads were classified into ordinary domain lord squads, elite domain lord squads, and ace domain lord squads. Ordinary domain lord squads lack the presence of immortal deities and are primarily composed of elite domain warrior fighters, making it difficult for ordinary domain warriors to gain invitations to join. Elite domain lord squads must include at least one immortal deity or an ordinary immortal deity of substantial strength, with the majority being domain lord warriors. Only then can they be deemed elite. Ace domain lord squads typically have leaders who are ranked immortals or near-ranked immortals, often featuring multiple immortal deities, while domain lords, though present, are less significant. Such ace squads completely overshadow others, dominating the Thorny Valley and standing tall at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Yet they're exceedingly rare. One might not encounter even a single such squad after traversing the Thorny Valley for thousands of years. Wang Yi observed as two identical StarClan maidens wielded crescent-shaped telekinetic weapons, their coordination seamless as they relentlessly assaulted a Sandworm domain lord, clearly on the verge of defeat. Meanwhile, the werewolf youth Storm swung his wolf-toothed club with fervor, aided by the dark-robed woman, Mel, as they pounded on another Sandworm domain lord, emitting excited howls. The centaur beauty, Eugene, was accompanied by a four-headed beast reminiscent of an ancient earth thunder lizard, entirely covered in snow-white scales, its maw splitting open to the neck, unleashing brilliant beams of light with astonishing force, rendering the opposing domain lord in a state of disarray, covered in wounds. Eugene also unleashed arrows from her bow-like weapon, gaining the upper hand through the synergy with her tamed beast. The fierce blade clan warrior, Baikamo, had descended into a frenzy, embodying the essence of a born warrior, undaunted by death and solely pursuing strength. At this moment, he transformed into a whirlwind of blades, enveloping his opponent within. The final Sandworm domain lord found itself ensnared by countless puppets resembling black monkeys, commanded by a diminutive, winged figure from the Dark God clan. Despite the puppets being continuously destroyed, the figure remained unfazed, summoning more to form varied formations, keeping the opponent firmly suppressed. While Wang Yi observed his comrades, the rest of the squad scrutinized this new arrival. That seems to be one of the 9 divine weapons, the Cosmic Divine Weapon. Is it the 4th or 5th level? I've never seen the Cosmic Divine Weapon in such a form. Neither have I. Is that the Cosmic Divine Weapon? Witnessing Wang Yi so effortlessly dominate a formidable alien domain lord, the team burst into awe and admiration, followed by a wave of puzzled discussion. They were well aware of the Cosmic Divine Weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons wielded by the immensely renowned human race, and understood that the Cosmic Divine Weapon was categorized into 7 levels. Yet, they could not discern which level Wang Yi was currently utilizing. They certainly could not recognize it, for this was not the inherent form of the Cosmic Divine Weapon. At Wang Yi's level, he could freely wield and create his own unique offensive techniques based on his understanding. However, techniques of immense caliber, such as the 7th layer of God-slaying weaving, remained beyond Wang Yi's current capability to replicate. While the team members engaged in fervent discussion, they remained steadfast in their combat, expending every ounce of energy to swiftly eliminate the alien domain masters one by one. Observing this, Wang Yi felt it was time to conclude the skirmish and subsequently dispatched the battered and dazed Sandworm clan domain master. In its final moments, A flicker of relief was evident in the creature's eyes. Ah, you finally decided to end my life, it seemed to think. Black Mask, I witnessed your earlier combat. You possess considerable strength, truly befitting one with 1,000,000,000 military merits. Haha, indeed, Black Mask is formidable. Yet, you wield a cosmic divine weapon, do you not? What was that technique just now? Spoke Laura, a young girl of the Dual Star clan, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Wang Yi. Mastering one of the 9 cosmic divine weapons is the dream of every psychic practitioner. However, few attain such elevated levels of cultivation, rendering it a rare sight. After vanquishing the 6 alien domain masters, the 8 team members gathered, swiftly exchanging words, each brimming with vitality and jesting lightly, before directing their attention to the distant site where intense energy fluctuations erupted. Let us assist the captain in confronting that immortal from the alien realm, exclaimed the werewolf youth. Storm, with palpable eagerness. The 8 members soared towards the fray, each capable of approaching the speed of light, albeit requiring a brief moment to accelerate. Due to the influence of Olivia and the interference caused by Antonio, the battle between the 3 immortals remained confined to a short distance. The Sandworm clan immortal had not fled far and was soon overtaken by Wang Yi and his companions. Chapter 304. The Slaying of the Immortal. Bastard. The Sandworm clan immortal, upon witnessing the arrival of the human domain master squad, realized the total annihilation of his team, a pang of anguish striking his heart, fueling his fury. Ha! Perish, alien immortal. Your end is nigh. There will be no chance for reprieve. Surrender and become our military merits. The werewolf youth storm. The dark-cloaked woman Mel, and the sisters of the Dual Star clan, among others, encircled him like a pack of wolves. Their prowess did not permit them direct entry into the fray against the immortal god, yet they could harass and disrupt the alien immortal from the sidelines. Wang Yi, observing the scene, once again took action, silently providing support. A silver-gray, exquisite stream of light flickered, tearing through space and disrupting the temporal waves as it surged toward the beleaguered alien immortal. Just as the immortal prepared to deflect Antonio's formidable steel fist, a flash of light emerged from the side. Not good. What kind of attack is this? The Sandworm clan immortal's heart raced, sensing imminent danger. However, Olivia's soul attack had already arrived, and his reflexes faltered. Even had he reacted swiftly, evading this assault would have proven impossible. With a sickening sound, the immortal's armor was effortlessly pierced, his very essence torn asunder. The Sandworm clan immortal emitted a cry of rage and fear, bewilderment flooding his mind as he gazed at the solitary figure of the black-masked human standing calmly in the distance. How could a mere domain master inflict such injury upon him? The Sandworm clan immortal was gripped by an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, the nearby team members, including Olivia and Antonio, were elated at the sight. Well done, Black Mask. Truly impressive, they exclaimed, their spirits soaring. Yet, even in their excitement, they did not forget to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks upon the injured Sandworm clan immortal. Soul attacks, illusionary assaults, telekinetic weapon strikes, and energy offensives surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling the alien immortal. Unwilling to succumb passively, the Sandworm clan immortal fought back fiercely. In fending off Olivia's soul assault, he clashed fiercely with Antonio, wielding 6 black battle blades against the powerful onslaught. The impact of their blows erupted like a star exploding, generating searing temperatures that warped the surrounding space, as the titanic forces of immortality collided, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. With each clash of black blade against golden fist, the very fabric of the cosmos trembled. The cacophony of destruction echoed as the surrounding starry expanse collapsed, swirling with chaotic currents of space. The immense force reverberated through the void, tearing the very essence of reality. Amidst this chaos, the Sandworm clan immortal sought to escape the battlefield. Just then, a shimmering silver-gray crystal shuttle materialized abruptly beside him. The black-green armored Sandworm clan immortal's face drained of color. He had sensed nothing and was now confronted by the enemy's telekinetic weapon. The weapon, slicing through the air, seemed to engulf the surrounding space, instilling a sense of overwhelming dread, rendering even an immortal devoid of the will to resist. Why, when he was merely a domain master, was this happening? As the weapon breached his black blade's defenses and once more tore through his divine form, confusion and terror flooded the Sandworm clan immortal's mind. What an opportunity! Antonio and Olivia, having anticipated this moment, seized the chance with elation. 2 powerful forces of immortal divinity descended upon the Sandworm clan immortal's wounded form, further rending his essence apart. The Sandworm clan immortal roared in impotent fury. Yet, beset by the relentless assault from Antonio, Olivia, and Wang Yi, three foes embodying the might of immortal gods, he found himself powerless. Black Mask, continue your onslaught. Rend his divine form asunder. Olivia and I will obliterate his corporeal remnants. Antonio communicated with unwavering resolve. Wang Yi's gaze flickered with determination. The immortal gods possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. However, they are not without limits. Should one reach the pinnacle of immortality, the Sandworm clan immortal could theoretically fragment endlessly without succumbing. Yet, it was evident he had not attained such a state. If his form were to be shattered beyond recognition, even his spiritual imprint would be obliterated, leading to his downfall. Even if not reduced to utter annihilation, the continuous rending of his essence would necessitate significant energy expenditure for recovery. Wang Yi surmised that with a few more attacks, he could deplete the Sandworm clan immortal's considerable reserves of divine power, paving the way for his demise. After all, he was not truly immortal. With each dismemberment, vast amounts of divine energy were lost. In contrast, those with true immortality could withstand obliteration with negligible energy loss. Thus, the immortal gods endowed with true immortality were fearsome adversaries, ones ordinary immortals would dread encountering on the battlefield beyond realms. However, with two immortal gods cooperating, the task was rendered considerably easier. With another swift strike, shimmering light once more appeared, cleaving through the Sandworm clan immortal's fragmented form, impeding his ability to regroup. In that moment, Antonio and Olivia seized the opportunity, manipulating their divine energies to ensnare the scattered remnants of the immortal's being. Yet, those fragments, imbued with potent divine energy, instinctively fought back with vigor, necessitating the full might of both immortal gods to suppress them. Witnessing Olivia and Antonio commence their assault on the enemy's fragmented form, each took charge of one half, relentlessly hammering away, shattering the remnants further, exhausting the enemy's divine energy in the process. In this state of disintegration, the enemy could not self-detonate, ultimately leading to the depletion of their divine essence and their inevitable dissolution. Wang Yi posed, pondering the worth of this immortal in terms of military merit, observing that the two captains had gained a decisive advantage and that the situation had stabilized. The other team members ceased their assaults and gathered around Wang Yi, showering him with praise. Well done, Black Mask. That last move was quite impressive. Indeed, with you on our side, our squad strength has significantly increased. This will surely make our endeavors in the outer battlefield much more manageable. On the other side, Olivia and Antonio had utterly obliterated the immortal body of the Sandworm race, leaving no trace of its existence, and thereby concluding the battle. It was over. A grin spread across Antonio's rugged, lion-like face. The other team members erupted in cheers, and even the typically stoic Blade clan member, Baikamo, bore a hint of a smile. All right, the fight has ended. Let us hastily clear the area and make our swift exit, Olivia, the vice captain, instructed. Oh, master, you have once again earned military merit. Bermuda exclaimed joyfully as the others began to tidy the battlefield and collect spoils. At that moment, Wang Yi noticed a new notification on his arm-mounted screen. To monitor battles and determine military merit, a connection to the virtual universe network was essential. Having just slain the Sandworm race's realm lord, he had received a staggering 10 million military merits. In the outer battlefield, defeating enemies could yield military merit. A solo kill of an ordinary realm lord warrior would net 100,000 merits, while an elite realm lord warrior would yield 1 million. The solitary defeat of a realm lord general would grant a monumental 10 million merits. However, these figures pertained to individual efforts. Collaborating with others would result in a division of the merit, allowing one to claim only a fraction of the total. 100,000 merits could be exchanged for 1 unit of mixed essence, which could also be traded for treasures within the military system. Accumulating 1 billion merits equated to 10,000 units of mixed essence, a sum that would represent the entire fortune of an ordinary immortal deity. Within the human territories, a realm lord general could hardly hope to amass 10,000 units of mixed essence over a millennium, barring extraordinary circumstances. Yet in the outer battlefield, surviving for several tens of thousands of years made accumulating 10,000 units a relatively straightforward endeavor. Wang Yi's recent kill of the Sandworm race's realm lord general had granted him 10 million military merits, which equated to 100 units of mixed essence, an amount that would take a peak realm lord a lifetime to accumulate. Wang Yi finally grasped why the outer battlefield attracted so many powerful beings. Now, Collaborating with two immortal deities to vanquish an alien immortal had earned him 20 million military merits. He shook his head, combined with the previous realm lord's merits. It totaled 30 million. The recently fallen alien immortal was likely just an ordinary elementary immortal deity. Given his assistance, he was entitled to a reward of 20 million military merits, while the two captains would likely divide the remaining 80 million merits, culminating in a total of 100 million merits. Wang Yi mused that stronger immortal deities would probably yield even greater merits. Immortality could be categorized into immortal military lords, immortal nobility, and immortal kings. Even the weakest immortal military lords displayed variations in strength. The weaker ones could typically only traverse the 10th layer of the celestial bridge, whereas the strongest could breach the 14th. Surpassing the 15th layer would signify an immortal nobility. The distinctions between the 10th and 14th layers of immortal military lords were significant in terms of power. Immortal military lords, often referred to as ordinary immortals, were further classified in the outer battlefield into elementary, advanced, and peak ordinary immortals. The differences in strength corresponded to variations in the military merit awarded for their defeat. A solitary kill of an alien realm lord would yield a minimum of 100,000 merits and a maximum of 10 million. Conversely, killing an immortal would grant at least 100 million merits, soaring to an astonishing 10 trillion for slaying a peak immortal king. Even the Virtual Universe Corporation's demands of him were merely 100 trillion merits. However, powerful immortal deities were notoriously difficult to eliminate. Slaying an immortal nobility typically required the strength of an immortal king. Confronting a peak immortal king? That was an even more daunting task. Defeating was easy, sealing was challenging, but killing was the hardest. The Virtual Universe Corporation likely did not expect him to achieve a kill against an immortal king. A smile crept across Wang Yi's face as he reflected on the prodigious talents like Kadi, who, after countless epics and immense fortuitous encounters, could only manage to defeat the immortal nobility at their peak, and not necessarily the most formidable among them. As for a realm lord defeating an immortal king, such a feat was inconceivable. Even in the vast cosmos, it was likely that only the most extraordinary realm lords could accomplish this. While Kadi was undoubtedly gifted, he still fell short of the most monstrous levels of talent in the universe. Wang Yi, however, was different. The third trial of the Nine Tribulations Secret Scripture had enhanced his genetic level by 12-fold, coupled with the legacies of the Demon Sound God and the Purgatory God, alongside the power of the Beast God. At the Realm Lord stage of human physicality, his foundation could already attain the strength of an immortal king. His comprehension of the laws had reached its zenith, and he was merely a hair's breadth away from becoming a revered being at the 20th layer of the celestial bridge. He had mastered the utmost capabilities in the realms of time and space, crafting his own peak secret techniques, not to mention the two extraordinarily powerful avatars and a plethora of treasures, including the Imperial Armor, Purgatory Divine Armor, and the Fire Spiral Palace. The outer battlefield was merely a temporary hunting ground and a place for honing his skills. Master, a foreign vessel has been detected within our range, rapidly approaching our location. Bermuda's voice resonated once more in Wang Yi's ears. Wang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Transmit the visual feed. Yes. On his arm-mounted screen, images from the probe appeared, revealing a biological spaceship of a striking purple hue. Inside, there were over a dozen beings, among whom sat a peculiar life form towering 15 meters high, resembling a small mountain, with a crystalline curved horn protruding from its forehead. Beside it lay a creature resembling an octopus sprawled on the ground. Two alien immortals? A thought flickered in Wang Yi's mind. Judging by their appearance, they likely responded to the earlier distress signal from the sandworm race, indicating their affiliation with the demon race. However, he did not recognize their species. They were probably demons or other factions subservient to the demon race. The cosmos teemed with myriad species. Just as humanity, as a peak race, comprised countless subracial branches, there were also factions akin to the Golden Horn clan, which served humanity in exchange for a space to exist. Similarly, there were allies like the Hongmeng, and other peak races exhibited the same diversity. Consequently, the number of factions present in the outer battlefield was staggering. Even if Wang Yi collected extensive data, he could not possibly identify them all. As he observed the approaching alien vessel, Wang Yi's mind raced. They had received the distress signal, so they must be aware of the situation here, knowing that humanity possessed three immortal deities, even if they were merely ordinary immortals. Two immortals would hardly suffice to counter them. Their audacity in approaching indicated they must possess formidable strength. A glimmer of excitement danced in Wang Yi's eyes. Perhaps they were elite, immortal military lords. Ordinary immortal deities only granted 100 million merits, whereas the most elite immortal military lords could yield 1 billion. Slaying one would fulfill his military quota of 1 billion merits, allowing him to regain his freedom and escape the stringent restrictions of the military system, granting him the liberty to act independently. He silently hoped for the presence of a peak immortal military lord among them. As for an immortal nobility, he held no expectations. Encountering one in the vast Thorny Valley battlefield would present a considerable challenge. Meanwhile, Antonio and the others, engrossed in clearing the battlefield, remained oblivious to the approaching alien vessel, indicative of the superior technological proficiency of the enemy's detection systems. 15 million kilometers away, aboard the purple spaceship, the presence of a human squad had already been detected. However, it appeared their allies had been eliminated. A smile crept across the peculiar face of the being with the crystalline horn, Shanghai. He was indifferent to the death of allies. In fact, he felt a twinge of satisfaction. With their allies gone, their treasures would fall into the hands of the enemy, which, in turn, would soon benefit him. Perhaps this was one of the reasons he had arrived just in time. After all, the demon race strictly prohibited internal conflicts among allies. They could not take action against their own. Prepare for battle. Clad in resplendent purple armor, the formidable Tanhai rose, exuding an extraordinary aura from his towering physique. With a whoosh, the other beings aboard the spacecraft stood in unison, their eyes gleaming with fierce and fervent murderous intent. Chapter 305, The Dark Face. 2 immortal deities and 8 realm masters, through their reconnaissance, instantly conveyed the situation of the opposing team to Tanhai. However, unbeknownst to him, one of the realm masters possessed combat prowess rivaling that of an immortal deity. This was due to Wang Yi's sudden strike, which resulted in the demise of the last immortal of the Sandworm clan without timely communication of the news. By the time Tanhai's spacecraft arrived, the battle had already concluded, and they had missed that pivotal moment. Thus, he erroneously assumed that the human contingent consisted solely of 2 ordinary immortal deities and 8 realm masters. Phagas, let us strike together, Tanhai commanded as their spacecraft halted 6 million kilometers from Wang Yi's team. Many alien beings surged forth from the vessel, including the tall and peculiar life form clad in purple armor, addressing the octopus-like immortal deity covered in black scales and possessing 16 pairs of eyes. First, we shall unleash a wave of compressed divine energy attacks. Then we will each contend with one immortal deity, Tanhai proclaimed with a broad grin. The rest of you, engage the realm masters. Very well, responded the octopus-like entity. This octopus life form hailed from a distant region of the universe, known as the Dilua clan. It was neither a member of the demon race nor affiliated with its subgroups, yet to participate in the extraterritorial battlefield, these factions would incur certain costs, and thus partake in the conflict as members of a particular side. Hence, although the extraterritorial battlefield is often described as a war of the 4 supreme clans, its scale is truly immense, with formidable beings from countless races across the universe vying for supremacy and engaging in bloody combat. The 2 alien immortal deities commenced their assault, condensing and compressing their divine energy with the intent of catching the human team off guard. The other realm masters swiftly surrounded the 2 immortal deities, ensuring that the humans' detection instruments remained oblivious to their presence. On the human side, apart from Wang Yi, no one noticed the unfolding situation. Suddenly, Tanhai stretched out his hands, and in an instant, a surging torrent of luminous divine energy began to coalesce between them. The divine power intensified, forming a brilliant white orb that continued to ascend in strength. Beside Tanhai, the octopus-like immortal, resembling a deep-sea leviathan, extended its 8 tentacles, channeling the powerful divine energy to gradually shape a deep blue orb that illuminated its grotesque, scaled body, sending powerful energy waves radiating outward. However, due to the presence of detection instruments, these anomalies were concealed. In the extraterritorial battlefield, detection instruments undoubtedly existed. I can detect yours, yet you cannot detect mine. This is the essence of technological sophistication, one might say. Previously, when the Sandworm clan fell victim to a surprise attack by humans, their detection instruments had failed to register any threat. It was apparent that human tactics were superior. Yet this time, it seemed the aliens possessed even greater prowess. Millions of kilometers away, Antonio and his companions had swiftly completed their cleanup of the battlefield and were preparing to depart. 8 realm masters and 1 immortal deity. This haul was quite satisfactory. Olivia, he said with a cheerful demeanor, casting a glance at Wang Yi, particularly at the dark-faced figure. You were immensely helpful this time. I shall ensure you receive a larger share. The others regarded him with a tinge of envy, yet no one felt jealousy. Within the team, merit dictated reward. Those who demonstrated strength and contributed more in battle naturally garnered a greater share of the spoils, a rule long established among them. Wang Yi, however, paid little mind to these rewards, his focus instead fixated on his bracer. "Dark Face, what are you observing?" inquired the werewolf youth Storm. Bearing a wolf-fawn club larger than himself, his curiosity piqued. "Enemies!" Wang Yi exclaimed sharply, casting his gaze toward a distant direction as he issued a warning. "Enemies?" The others gasped, their eyes following Wang Yi's lead, whereupon they beheld two meteors streaking through the starry expanse. Compressed divine energy attack. The faces of all turned pale. Yet, Wang Yi remained composed. He knew that eliminating these two immortal deities would yield sufficient points to meet the military's merit requirements. And since he did not intend to remain with the team any longer, there was no need for him to conceal his capabilities. "Not good. Quickly, take cover." Antonio and Olivia, the two immortal deities of the team, blanched and shouted in alarm, unleashing two beams of light from their hands that shot toward the distant glowing figures. The other realm masters promptly began to flee, except for Wang Yi. His dark eyes glinted with determination as he wielded his thought force weapon, and behind him, ethereal, beautiful shadows of cosmic weaponry began to materialize. Boom! The four beams of light collided with the compressed divine energy in the starry sky, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent intense energy waves radiating in all directions, distorting and shattering the very fabric of space, fragments flying about. However, thanks to Wang Yi's timely warning, the immortal deities of the team were able to intercept the assault, preventing any casualties among the realm masters. Although they thwarted the enemy's attack, Olivia remained vigilant. Observing the readings from her detection instruments, her expression turned grave. "My instruments failed to detect any signs of the enemy before they closed in. Their detection technology is undoubtedly more advanced than ours. This enemy is formidable. Everyone exercise caution." At that moment, a flurry of glowing figures approached from afar. "Huh, you actually managed to react in time. But it matters not. Today, you shall all perish here." Tanhai, the alien immortal with a visage as rugged as stone, revealed a sinister grin. Beside him stood another immortal deity, a black-skinned entity with 16 eyes and 8 writhing tentacles, accompanied by over a dozen menacing realm masters charging forward. What an overwhelming presence of divine energy! Both Olivia and Antonio's faces turned serious. In terms of strength, they were considered mid-tier among ordinary immortal deities, yet the two immortal deities of the opposing team exuded an aura far beyond theirs. The one in purple armor radiated an overwhelming power, clearly surpassing both, positioning him at the pinnacle of immortal military leaders, while the other seemed to be at a high level of immortal military leadership, significantly stronger than them. A sinking feeling gripped Antonio and Olivia as they realized they were on the verge of a grueling battle. The outcome of this confrontation might be more dire than they had anticipated. However, having fought in the extraterritorial battlefield for millennia, they were no strangers to crises. At this juncture, they could either flee or fight desperately, and Antonio's team chose the latter. Yet, as the enemy closed in, escape was no longer a viable option. "Do not resist. I shall enclose you in my world ring," Antonio urged, anxiety creeping into his tone. The other team members exchanged apprehensive glances. "We will fight," exclaimed the dual-star clan girl, Lola. "Silence. Your presence here will only hinder us. These two alien immortals are no trifles," Olivia rebuked sharply. Typically gentle, her outburst silenced any dissent among the team. Antonio, determined, unleashed a beam of immortal divine energy in an attempt to thwart the advancing foes. Meanwhile, Olivia hurried to the side of her team, intending to use the world ring to shield her comrades, when suddenly her expression shifted in alarm. What? At that moment, a powerful, intangible wave of soul energy surged toward them. Olivia shouted in fury, unleashing her own soul power. As two formidable manifestations of incorporeal immortal divine energy clashed in the void, causing the cosmic expanse to warp and resonate with explosive sounds. Olivia let out a muffled groan, her eyes betraying a flicker of horror. In the distance, the approaching octopus-like D. Luo, tribe's immortal, Faguzi, blinked its 16 pairs of luminous eyes in surprise. "Oh, it appears there exists an immortal deity adept in soul attacks. The D. Luo tribe, inherently formidable illusionists, possess a unique advantage in soul talents. Thus, upon achieving immortality, they excel in matters of the soul, rendering it exceedingly difficult for even ordinary high-level immortals to withstand their soul assaults, which severely impair their strength. It was at this moment that his teammate, the nearly noble-ranked immortal Tianhai, prepared to strike. Together, they dominated the Thorny Valley battleground, rarely encountering any worthy adversaries. However, they never anticipated that Olivia would intercept their initial wave of assault. Yet, it was evident from Olivia's demeanor that she was struggling. Due to the interruption, Olivia had no time to regroup her teammates. The fact that she could withstand Faguzi's soul attack surprised Tianhai as well. "No worries, I can suppress that woman." Faguzi's chilling voice resonated from behind. "None shall escape today." Draped in purple battle armor, the colossal crystal unicorn of the alien race, with a bloodthirsty expression, charged forward. Wielding a spear over 20 meters long, its surface shimmering silver and inscribed with arcane patterns. Ha ha ha! Boom! Boom! The two alien immortals laughed maniacally, unleashing their domain of laws. In an instant, a dark expanse formed within thousands of kilometers, cloaked by distorted light and cerulean seawater. "We shall deal with their immortals. You handle their lords." Observing the situation's escalation, Olivia steeled herself for a desperate fight. "Kill! We fight to the death." The other members of the Lord's faction, recognizing the life and death stakes, readied themselves. Their eyes ablaze with determination, prepared to unleash their most potent abilities. Antonio and Olivia also activated their domains, bringing forth a fiery inferno amidst the starry sky and a world of ice and snow to counter the opposing forces. Just as the two factions were poised to clash, a figure suddenly materialized between them, swiftly confronting the two alien immortals and over a dozen alien lords. "Hey Sean, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Come back. Come back. You'll die." Antonio, Olivia, and the others were astonished to see Wang Yi charging forward without hesitation, attempting to call him back. Meanwhile, Tianhai and Faguzi noticed an alien lord suddenly rushing towards them. "A lord? Seeking death, are we? Eliminate him." Naturally, Tianhai and Faguzi dismissed the threat posed by a mere lord. Even one with combat prowess comparable to an ordinary immortal deity was still categorized into different tiers. It was rare to find a lord capable of contending with high-level or pinnacle immortals. Such talents were harder to come by than noble-ranked immortals. Faguzi instantly unleashed a soul attack imbued with immortal divine power, a wave of energy penetrating Wang Yi's guise of ordinary armor, significantly weakened. The infernal armor, a treasured artifact, primarily offered material defense, but also possessed some degree of soul protection, rendering it capable of negating the impact of an ordinary immortal soul attack. The already diminished soul strike was effortlessly thwarted by the Mo Yun Vine enveloping Wang Yi's form, a being already immortal and of high noble caliber, possessing innate resistance to the phantasmal powers of immortal divinity. For ordinary immortal level assaults to Mo Yun Vine, it might as well have been a gentle breeze. Wang Yi's mind was fortified by the Abyssal Eye, designed to counter soul attacks, and the soul bell stemming from his cultivated defensive techniques remained untouched. As the alien-'s soul assault dissipated entirely, Wang Yi merely fluttered his eyelids. With a sudden burst, a resplendent silver-gray light erupted from his back, sending thousands of silver and gray crystal shards swirling through the air, their luminescent strands intertwining, manipulating the essence of time and space, swiftly coalescing into three exquisitely beautiful crystal swords, each containing overwhelming power. "What is happening? He actually thwarted my soul attack?" Faguzi's expression shifted, sensing an unsettling turn of events. By this time, Wang Yi's three crystal swords had taken shape. His dark hair danced as he exuded an air of lethal intent, uttering a command. "Go. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz." The void trembled slightly as the three crystal swords vanished into the ether. In the next heartbeat, one sword materialized before Tianhai, the purple-armored alien immortal, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that even immortals found daunting. "What is this?" Tianhai's heart raced with shock. The mental weapon arrived with such swiftness that he had no prior warning. As the crystal sword surged forward, he conjured a dazzling display of light, merging the laws of light and time into a unique dark temporal domain. Within this space, the immortal divine power of light coalesced in an extraordinary manner, causing time itself to decelerate involuntarily. Even if you were formidable, how could you possibly ambush me?" Tianhai's eyes widened, realizing that the expected deceleration of the crystal sword did not occur. Instead, it surged toward him with even greater velocity, while his own awareness faltered, rendering his movement sluggish. With a resounding clap, Tianhai's silver spear, infused with immense immortal power, was merely grazed by the crystal sword, which then pierced through his chest as he watched in disbelief. Even if you can strike me, you cannot breach my armor's defenses. Tianhai harbored unwavering confidence in his armor, which had withstood assaults from even the most powerful immortal deities without yielding. However, the next instant, he felt an excruciating tearing pain. The crystal sword effortlessly tore through his armor and plunged into his body, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy that erupted within him. Terror flickered in Tianhai's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, his body was shattered into fragments. With a rush, Tianhai reassembled, yet his expression darkened in disbelief. How is this possible? My defenses, even against noble immortals, should not be so easily compromised. He turned sharply to gaze at the black-haired lord standing indifferently in the void, astonishment filling his gaze. He is merely a lord. How could he possess such formidable offensive power? Just then, Tianhai heard familiar, anguished cries nearby, and quickly turned to find his subordinate lords facing a relentless slaughter. A streak of light flickered among them, each flash resulting in the obliteration of an alien lord's body, shattering their essence orbs, leading them to their doom. Tianhai's pupils constricted. That crystal sword, he can manipulate two of them? No, wait. An ear-piercing shriek, reminiscent of a soul being torn asunder, echoed from afar. It was the voice of his comrade. Fuguzi. A streak of light was mercilessly assaulting him, and as an immortal deity, Fuguzi exhibited no capacity for resistance, his body being rapidly torn apart under the onslaught of that terrifying light. Fuguzi. Tianhai could not help but cry out. My soul attack is ineffective against him. A chill surged through Tianhai's heart. This lord could simultaneously assault their three factions while utterly suppressing them. At this moment, the enchanting crystal sword surged toward him once more. With an unwavering resolve, Tianhai brandished his spear, prepared to deflect the crystalline longsword and subsequently eliminate the human lord. At that moment, a flicker of hope still lingered in his heart. As time and space distorted, Tianhai's weapon missed its mark. With a sickening squelch, his body was torn apart once more. Reconstituting. Squelch. Ripped apart again. Reconstituting once more. Meanwhile, the dark-haired youth stood there, unperturbed, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond, as if to say, I am here, awaiting your attempt to slay me. Despite enduring several renditions of dismemberment, Tianhai, though nearing the pinnacle of immortality, was not invulnerable, and his strength began to wane noticeably. Captain! A heart-wrenching cry rang out, followed by an eerie silence. A shiver coursed through Tianhai. His comrade, the immortal from the Dairo clan, had vanished. To be unable to even self-destruct alongside the enemy was a dire sign of demise. After all, the Dairo clan's immortals excelled in soul attacks. But in terms of physical defense, they paled in comparison to Tianhai. If even Tianhai was being ruthlessly torn apart under Wang Yi's assault, one could only imagine the fate of the Dairo immortal. As for his fellow lords, they had long since perished, unable to evade the terrifying speed and elusive trajectory of the crystalline longsword. Buzz. 3 crystalline longswords surged forward. No longer hesitating, Tianhai, despite the profound humiliation he felt, wisely turned and fled. The human team members observing this scene from a distance found themselves collectively entranced. The entire battlefield had shifted with alarming rapidity. Antonio and Olivia maintained their domains, frozen in shock. Witnessing the Dairo immortals, recently joined by the new recruit Hymian, being dispatched with such ease, they were jolted back to reality. They exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished. Though they had acknowledged Hymian's combat prowess upon learning of his billion military merit quota, they had misjudged the extent of his abilities. While a lord capable of contending with a typical immortal indeed warranted a billion military merits, those capable of slaying ordinary immortals, let alone matching or defeating immortal lords, also fell within that same merit bracket. The billion military merit quota represented a limit for lord-class warriors. Little did they know that Wang Yi's power was far more formidable than they could comprehend. In their minds, simply contending with an ordinary immortal was already extraordinary. Yet now, Wang Yi's display shattered their preconceptions, leaving them utterly astounded. As a lord, he stood against 2 foes, effortlessly dispatching one while compelling the other to flee. Such prowess was beyond their imagination. Think you can escape? Wang Yi stood atop his psychic weapon, observing the fleeing Dairo immortal with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Beneath him, the psychic weapon vanished, replaced by an unusual stone disc, the Loveless disc, measuring approximately 3 meters in length and half a meter at its widest point. He stood upon the disc and shot forth like lightning. In terms of speed, he was scarcely slower than the fleeing immortal, possibly even slightly faster. A cry resounded through the void, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. A magnifique avion apparition soir de poire. The Loveless Disc. Antonio and Olivia recognized it immediately. The Loveless Disc was a renowned flying auxiliary weapon, naturally formed and strikingly shaped, resembling a bird at first glance, with its intricate patterns suggesting a mysterious avian form. Once the Loveless Disc fully attuned to its wielder and was activated, it would manifest a gigantic bird-like apparition, significantly enhancing speed. Though priced between 1 to 2 million mixed yuan units, its rarity made it difficult to procure even with wealth, and only a few immortal lords possessed one. To possess a Loveless Disc already signified considerable status and strength. Hymian not only owned a Loveless Disc, but also exhibited the capability to directly slay an immortal deity, suggesting he was a core member of a formidable superpower. Antonio felt a surge of excitement. Olivia marveled at the fact that the two Dairo immortals had exhibited at least high-tier or even peak immortal military prowess. Yet both had been effortlessly vanquished by Hymian, who was merely a lord. The implication that such power required at least the strength of an immortal lord was simply unfathomable. What level of comprehension of the laws had Hymian attained? The other team members watched in awe as Wang Yi pursued a Dairo immortal with lethal intent, their blood boiling with fervor. When would they ever witness such a scene? A lord standing against two foes, easily defeating and even killing an immortal deity. How terrifying was that? Meanwhile, as the fleeing Dairo immortal Tianhai believed he could outrun his adversary, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura rising behind him. Turning to see the magnificent and peculiar avian form, his expression shifted dramatically. He recognized it. The Loveless Disc? He actually possessed a Loveless Disc? Tianhai's mind roared in fury, coupled with an undercurrent of fear. Who was this individual? Why was he so unfortunate as to encounter such a monstrous lord? Indeed, in Tianhai's eyes, Wang Yi was an unequivocal monster. Otherwise, how could someone nearing the pinnacle of immortality be so utterly powerless, suffering such a humiliating defeat? Unable to even approach his opponent, merely enduring blows? The earlier one-sided battle had stripped the once proud Tianhai of any desire to continue fighting, let alone against an opponent with assistance. His flight speed is even faster than mine. In an instant, Tianhai sensed the impending peril. In the primordial universe, there existed a limit to flight speed. Exceeding the speed of light would propel one into the dark universe. However, in the thorny valley, fraught with obstacles, even an immortal deity would require time to accelerate to light speed. Light speed represented the ultimate velocity in the primordial universe. Reaching it would cast one into the dark universe, enabling cosmic traversal. Every immortal deity could traverse the universe in body, yet lords generally could not, as the peak speed for a human lord was around 150,000 kilometers per second. This limitation arose from the insufficient physical attributes of lords. As speed increased, so did the strain on their bodies exponentially. However, for Wang Yi, this was a trivial matter. He gazed at his swiftly fleeing opponent, now tens of thousands of kilometers away. When an immortal deity was singularly focused on fleeing and approached light speed, the distance was daunting unless one could teleport. Otherwise, even a king-level immortal deity could not pursue. Yet, at present, the distance between them was still quite close. And Wang Yi was not concerned that Tianhai would make a sudden escape. At their level, the speed of movement was astonishingly rapid. When Tianhai realized Wang Yi was closing in, the distance had dwindled to under 100,000 kilometers. This distance, though seemingly vast, could be traversed in an instant by an immortal deity. Damn it, Tianhai was at a loss. He did not even dare to halt and launch a ranged divine attack against Wang Yi, for such an action would inevitably affect his speed. If Wang Yi possessed exceptional evasion skills, he could seize that opportunity to close the gap instantaneously. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the purple-armored, crystalline-horned Dairo immortal, and Tianhai's expression twisted with rage, tinged with a hint of anguish. Tianhai began to burn his immortal divine power. Boom! His body transformed into a brilliant white light. It is worth noting that the body of an immortal deity is an immortal divine body, an amalgamation of boundless immortal divine power. Once one becomes immortal, the body can easily convert into endless immortal divine power, and vice versa, provided the soul's imprint remains intact. In this instance, Tianhai nearly expended 8 of the immense energy he had accumulated over countless years in one fell swoop. Although this may seem like a mere 8, it is crucial to understand that every part of the immortal body is imbued with spiritual imprints. As he burned this energy, He simultaneously consumed portions of his own spiritual essence. He is not an immortal being. True immortality allows for swift recovery from even the smallest remnants of cellular fragments. Hence, daring to burn 8 is already perilously close to his limits. A profound power surged through him, and the crystal horn on his forehead began to radiate with intricate secret patterns. Tianhai's speed escalated once more. You force my hand to incinerate my divine essence and invoke forbidden techniques, you wretched human overlord. Just wait. A talent such as yourself will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous formidable beings from the demon race. I am determined to disseminate your whereabouts and incite others to hunt you down. His heart roared with fury, observing the sudden surge in speed from the otherworldly immortal ahead. Wang Yi also sensed something amiss, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Burning divine power, are we? In truth, if Wang Yi wished to catch up to this otherworldly immortal, it would be a simple matter of employing a teleportation technique. Although he was merely a realm lord at present and could not match the teleportation distances of a peak immortal, calculated in light years, his range would undoubtedly surpass Tianhai's current speed. However, Wang Yi was reluctant to reveal his teleportation ability too soon. Gazing into the distance, where the otherworldly immortal had already retreated nearly 1,000,000 kilometers away, his eyes glimmered with a frigid light. So be it. Within Wang Yi's being resided a primordial pearl, the essence of his human form. His true soul core, however, lay within the time realm. At that moment, the fiery red primordial pearl vanished, replaced by a larger pearl adorned with intricate secret patterns. This was the primordial pearl of the flame star beast, which also contained the entirety of its inner world. Boom! The massive projection of the flame star beast's inner world descended instantaneously, distorting the space within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius into an endless sea of flames. Tianhai, who was currently in flight, found himself ensnared within this vast world projection. What is this? A world projection? Tianhai's domain of laws had been retracted earlier, as during their previous skirmish, it had been ineffective against Wang Yi, leaving his body on the brink of collapse. Now, as he suddenly realized he was trapped in the opponent's world projection, he was utterly astonished. A 1,000,000-kilometer world projection? How could his inner world be so immense? Some of the Goldhorn giants that had evolved through cosmic crystals to reach the pinnacle of Realm Lord status possessed inner worlds with diameters of 30 million kilometers. Such colossal inner worlds could contend with the domain of laws. Yet Wang Yi's flame star beast now boasted an inner world with a staggering diameter of 1,800,000,000 kilometers. In terms of volume, it was 60 times larger. The power of the world projection surged dramatically. Nonetheless, Wang Yi would not blatantly reveal the sheer enormity of his inner world projection, as doing so would be utterly astonishing. Instead, he maintained it within a range of approximately 1,000,000 kilometers, yet its potency remained largely unchanged. Tianhai attempted to counter the world projection with his domain of laws, but as soon as it emerged, it was nearly crushed under the overwhelming pressure. What in the world? How could he possess such a terrifying world projection? Tianhai was on the verge of madness. Boom! The world projection swiftly intensified its binding force. Under its constraints, Tianhai's flying speed naturally diminished, while Wang Yi's speed was propelled forward, allowing him to close in rapidly. Human, do not push me. The otherworldly immortal pivoted, unleashing a furious roar in the human tongue. In response, a terrifying streak of light surged forth. Tianhai attempted to defend himself, but the disparity was insurmountable. As soon as he raised his weapon, the streak of light violently tore through him, colliding with his body amidst a piercing sound of slicing. Although he reconstituted himself, his divine essence clearly weakened. In the distance, Olivia, Antonio, and others beheld this scene. The 1,000,000-kilometer world projection was astoundingly impressive, leaving them in shock. However, their primary concern was whether the black-haired human could successfully eliminate this otherworldly immortal. Tianhai was enduring a merciless onslaught, the cosmic weapons ruthlessly slicing and tearing at his form. Yet he continued to reform time and again. Each instance of his body being torn apart evidently drained him of substantial divine power. After all, he was not truly immortal. Each rupture resulted in significant losses of his divine essence. Panic and dread began to seep into Tianhai's eyes. Yet when he glanced at the distant black-haired human, he found him merely observing with a detached demeanor, like a hunter regarding his soon-to-be prey. Tianhai foresaw his grim fate, a sorrowful wave washing over him. I never imagined that after achieving immortality and dominating the outer battlefield for so many years, I would meet my end here at the hands of a human realm lord. There is no escape. I am relentlessly under attack. Human, I will not allow you to have it easy. Tianhai bellowed in madness. He had been calling for help. Yet no allies came to his aid. Despair enveloped him. A message was relayed through military communication, spreading quickly. I will die, and you will die too, assuredly. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Yi, roaring as he attempted to charge at him, hoping to self-destruct and take the human with him. Yet he was met with a cosmic weapon that tore through him once more. The gap was insurmountable. The world projection completely bound him, preventing any escape, and his speed was severely hampered. Never had he envisioned being so utterly stifled beneath a realm lord's world projection. Attempts to launch soul attacks failed to inflict harm, and controlling telekinetic weapons with divine beams for long-range strikes against Wang Yi resulted in repeated failures. Each time he attempted to self-destruct, he found himself unable to approach his opponent, continuously torn apart by cosmic weapons, utterly at a loss. Finally, this drove him to the brink of insanity. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Tianhai, unable to withstand the suffocating despair any longer, self-destructed. The detonation caused the surrounding space to collapse within a radius of several thousand kilometers, generating a shockwave thousands of times more powerful than a typical battle at the peak of an immortal lord's strength. Even the cosmic weapon constructs that Wang Yi had summoned were shaken apart by the blast. However, Wang Yi's cosmic weapon had been meticulously crafted before departure, partially forged from G-grade materials, costing tens of millions of primordial units solely for the materials. Even a self-detonation from a peak immortal would struggle to damage the weapon. Countless diamond-shaped crystalline shards scattered and shot forth, only to curve mid-air and swiftly converge into a crystalline long dart. So it was a self-detonation after all. Wang Yi murmured, remaining unaffected by the explosion from 10,000 kilometers away. The slaying of two immortal beings did not stir a single ripple within him. In his mind, they were no more formidable than the opponents encountered while crafting secret techniques in the virtual universe. From the commencement of the battle to the pursuit of Tianhai, and finally to the opponent's self-detonation, no more than 3 minutes had elapsed. It was all over. Bermuda, what is the tally of military merits? Wang Yi invited internally. Bermuda swiftly responded, Master, the total military merits are 110,000,000. It continued, you earned 1 billion for slaying the first otherworldly immortal, another 1 billion for the violet armored immortal, and 80 million for the 15 otherworldly realm lords, in addition to the previous 30 million. Oh, a smile graced Wang Yi's face. Upon arriving at the outer battlefield as a soldier, the military had issued a merit quota of 1 billion through the virtual universe system. Only by fulfilling this quota could he attain freedom and the right to choose his own path. Before the completion of the military merit quota, one must obediently comply with military orders. With the requisite military achievements now amassed, Wang Yi mused quietly to himself, I am now a free man. Even if I choose to depart from the ranks, I shall not face any punitive repercussions from the military system. Just then, a flurry of figures darted toward him. His comrades had arrived. However, they were still in a state of shock, their expressions toward Wang Yi a complex tapestry of emotions. Clearly, his prowess had left them all astounded. Hey, Blackface, are you all right? The werewolf youth Storm couldn't help but inquire. The woman in the black robe beside him immediately retorted, Storm, you blockhead. Look at Blackface. He appears perfectly fine. Can't I worry just a little? The werewolf youth glared, his eyes wide with indignation. Huh, well, since the battle has concluded, we should make our swift exit. That alien immortal will likely seek assistance from his allies. It would be troublesome if anyone were to arrive at this juncture, Antonio chuckled, breaking the tension. Indeed, we must leave at once. The other team members concurred, regaining their composure, though their glances still frequently strayed toward Blackface, who had become shrouded in an air of mystery in their eyes. Yet, they understood that this was a secret belonging solely to him, and since he chose not to divulge it, they would not press him. Antonio retrieved AC-9 class spacecraft from his world ring, and the other team members swiftly boarded, leaving the battlefield in haste. After their departure, 5 elite teams from the demon race soon arrived in this starry expanse. What a pity, we arrived too late, one remarked. According to the signs of battle, the enemy has been gone for at least a minute. Was that guy Tanhai calling for help? For someone of Tanhai's caliber to seek aid from that human lord, he must be extraordinarily formidable. With Tanhai now fallen, there could be no doubt regarding the veracity of the news. Tanhai's strength was already nearing that of an immortal lord, making their team one of the most elite in Thorn Valley. The rapid annihilation of their forces suggested that this human lord was indeed immensely powerful. News of the powerful alien Tanhai being defeated by a team led by an extraordinary human genius swiftly spread throughout Thorn Valley. capturing the attention of many formidable factions within the demon race. Human talent is generally deemed inferior to that of demons, making it exceedingly rare for a human lord to rival immortal deities. Such individuals are few and far between, particularly in the 026th Battalion of the Outer Battlefield's 7th Combat Zone. Moreover, the demon race has special regulations that grant extraordinary rewards for slaying human prodigies, enticing many demon members with the prospect of such spoils. Consequently, numerous elite demon teams began their search in Thorn Valley for that powerful human lord. In the vastness of space, massive remnants of terrestrial-like flora were scattered about as a saucer-shaped spacecraft glided through the cosmos at sublight speed. Inside the ship's lounge, Wang Yi and the 10 members of his team gathered, all eyes upon him. Wang Yi had already declared his intention to leave the team, although tinged with regret. They all understood that someone of Wang Yi's caliber, capable of effortlessly dispatching an immortal military lord, could not remain long with their ordinary team of lords. From the explosive display of his strength, they surmised that Wang Yi was either a core talent of one of the 5 major powers or a meticulously groomed disciple of a super-existence. Such individuals were unlikely to venture into the outer battlefield merely for military merit or treasures. There must be other motivations at play. However, they did not pry further. The atmosphere in the lounge grew somewhat oppressive. By the way, Blackface, Deputy Captain Olivia recalled producing a ring. This contains the spoils from your earlier defeat of that alien immortal and the other lords. Wang Yi regarded the ring and shook his head, saying, "These spoils are of little use to me. You should keep them as a small gift from me before I depart." Olivia and Antonio exchanged glances and shared a subtle smile. "Very well, we shall accept your generosity." Wang Yi looked at these comrades with whom he had spent several months, feeling a pang of sentimentality. They would continue their perilous journey in the outer battlefield, and he wondered if they would ever cross paths again. He sincerely hoped for such a day. After a moment's thought, he retrieved another world ring, containing the wealth amassed from the self-detonation of the alien immortal Tanhai. Given Tanhai's near-immortal lord strength, this treasure was worth many times more than that of an ordinary immortal deity. Although Antonio and the others initially hesitated, they ultimately accepted Wang Yi's gift, their emotions now more complex. Perhaps this farewell would mark the last time they would see each other. Nonetheless, the newcomer known as Blackface would undoubtedly leave an indelible impression in their memories. "Let us bid farewell to our comrade, Blackface." In the lounge, everyone formed a circle and raised their glasses filled with wine. Clink. "Take care. Take care. Take care." At the spacecraft's hatch, Wang Yi parted ways with these teammates he had come to know over the past few months. "Until we meet again, Blackface, remember to stay safe. Don't forget us. Take care." The werewolf youth Storm, the black-robed woman Mel, the twin sisters from the Star Clan, Sonny and Laura, along with the Winged of the Divine Clan and the Blade Clan warrior Baikamo, all watched as Wang Yi stepped out of the hatch. With a wave, a sleek black spacecraft materialized beside him. He turned back to glance at those familiar faces, offering a gentle smile and a wave before he entered the ship. Moments later, the spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, vanishing swiftly from their sight. Olivia felt a bittersweet pang within her. Another companion had departed. Antonio, with his rugged, authoritative visage resembling that of a lion, gazed into the distance where the spacecraft had vanished. However, given Blackface's strength, he should be able to survive easily in the outer battlefield. Everyone has their own paths to tread, and this was merely the beginning of another journey. In the control room of the spacecraft, Wang Yi sat in the main chair, arms crossed, observing the projection screen before him. The screen displayed the information of various teams within a radius of 1 billion kilometers around the spacecraft, yet those alien powerhouses remained unaware of Wang Yi's presence. The Revered One provided me with this advanced detection device, ensuring I need not fear sudden ambushes in the outer battlefield. Wang Yi mused contentedly. In the outer battlefield, a reliable detector is of paramount importance. A superior detector can identify opponents while remaining undetectable itself, easily granting an advantage in combat. However, the more advanced the detection device, the more costly it becomes. The set of detectors Wang Yi possessed consisted of a large detector and a super small detector, one with a detection range of 1 billion kilometers and the other with a range of 20 kilometers, yet their values were not vastly different. Due to its smaller range, the super small detector's precision far exceeded that of the large detector. This means that with the super small detector, should any superpower attempt to scan for Wang Yi, even if the large detector failed to detect him, he would still receive advance notice. Of course, Wang Yi did not anticipate such an occurrence in the outer battlefield. After all, this was equipment of the revered level, valued at several billion points. It was likely that few could rival Wang Yi's detection apparatus in the entire outer battlefield. Now, it was time to commence the hunt. Wang Yi interlaced his fingers, and another screen materialized before him, detailing the military merits acquired from slaying immortal deities. Immortal deities are categorized into 3 tiers: immortal military lords, those of the noble rank, and those of kingship. Generally, upon reaching the noble rank, one achieves immortality, making it far more challenging to slay them. Wang Yi spoke softly. The military merits for defeating an immortal military lord are the least. Divided into 2 tiers, low-level immortal military lords require 100 million military merits, while high-level immortal military lords necessitate 1 billion military merits. Just these 2 tiers. The ranks of the Marquis and King levels are divided into 3 tiers each. Slaying a beginner Marquis yields 10 billion military merits, while defeating a high-tier Marquis grants 100 billion military merits. Conquering a peak Marquis rewards 1 trillion military merits. For the King level, killing a beginner King earns 100 trillion military merits. A high-tier King bestows 1 quadrillion military merits, and vanquishing a peak King rewards 10 quadrillion military merits. Wang Yi gazed upon this information, his eyes glimmering with a spark of excitement. To him, military merit was not of utmost significance. He was more concerned with other matters, such as fulfilling the quotas for panel tasks or checking into the Star Tower, the highest combat area in the 7th battlefield of the Outer Domain. Master, there is an email. The youthful and melodious voice of Bermuda echoed through the control room. Has arrived? Wang Yi responded, unperturbed, as he connected his consciousness to the virtual universe network. In the Outer Domain battlefield, most of the time, one's consciousness is linked to the virtual cosmos. This connection is essential to be aware of allies within a certain vicinity, and during combat, it is imperative to maintain synchronization with the virtual universe network to monitor battles and assess military merits. The information was directed to the screen on his arm. Subsequently, a notification chimed. The military system issued a command. Warrior Wang Yi, you have completed your military merit quota and exited the team. You now have 2 choices. 1. Continue fighting in the Outer Domain battlefield. 2. Retire and leave the Outer Domain battlefield. The text appeared directly on Wang Yi's arm screen. Without hesitation, he chose to continue the fight. The monitoring system registered his verbal response and swiftly sent another email. As a liberated individual, you possess the authority to exchange military merits for treasures or convert them into wealth. Every 100,000 military merits equates to 1 Hunyuan unit. Given your status as a member of the Virtual Universe Company, every 100,000 military merits can also be exchanged for 1 point. You may use military merits to redeem treasures within the military system or exchange points for treasures in the Virtual Universe Treasury. You have opted to continue fighting. 1. You may operate solo. 2. You may choose to lead a legion composed of 100 lords, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 cosmic level warriors. Your mission is to command this legion in battle against formidable alien adversaries, while you confront the immortal beings among them, sending your troops to engage the alien forces. Choosing the first option would result in the standard accumulation of military merits. Opting for the second would entail a detailed introduction of the benefits of leading a legion. Wang Yi smiled lightly. He was not there to play the caretaker. I choose the first option. Record confirmed. Carrier, Wang Yi. You may request to lead a legion at any time. Now, sending the latest star map of the 7th battlefield in the Outer Domain, please receive. The military control system transmitted the star map through the virtual universe, promptly severing the connection. Star map, Wang Yi commanded. A 3-dimensional virtual projection manifested before him, revealing an expansive star map of the 7th battlefield, intricate and dense with special zones, such as the Thorn Valley, numbering in the thousands. There were also countless regions of lesser significance, where strong beings were scarce, typically limited to lords and domain lords. Naturally, there existed areas of higher peril than the Thorn Valley, with clear danger levels marked for each region. Wang Yi bypassed these zones and focused his gaze on a prominent red symbol on the star map. The star map represented the minuscule version of the 7th star domain battlefield, with countless locations and accompanying textual annotations. Star Tower, the highest combat area in the 7th battlefield. Wang Yi murmured softly. This was also the ultimate objective of his current endeavor. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a spaceship was swiftly advancing. Wang Yi observed the star map on the projection screen, the symbol denoting extreme danger. The details of the star tower materialized on the screen, revealing a majestic 9-tiered tower. The tower, resembling a square pyramid, bore striking similarities to some towers in the Huaxia Nation on Earth. Surrounding this grand edifice were endless, swirling nebulas. their vibrant colors captivating the beholder. This was the Star Tower, and it was Wang Yi's first glimpse of its form, eliciting a gasp of wonder from him. The Star Tower, towering 9 light-years high, has existed in this space-time since the establishment of the outer domain battlefield eons ago, continuously devouring the inexhaustible energy of the universe. The surging energy has formed the Nine-Spiral Nebula, which may appear as a nebula, but is, in fact, a terrifying energy vortex. The Nine-Spiral Nebula comprises 9 spirals. The deeper one ventures in, the more formidable the tearing force becomes. By the 4th spiral, even a king-level immortal would struggle to endure, while only the cosmic sovereigns could remain unscathed. By the 7th spiral, even cosmic sovereigns would face annihilation. Alongside the video of the Star Tower, coordinates and detailed information were provided. When the 4 supreme clans chose this unfamiliar star domain to establish a battlefield, they unexpectedly discovered the Star Tower during their sweep. A fierce battle ensued over this tower among the 4 supreme clans, and it is said that many cosmic sovereigns perished in the conflict. The Star Tower is entirely black, its material unknown, having withstood the ravages of large-scale wars among the 4 supreme clans without a single scratch. It is rumored that even the exalted cosmic lords cannot damage the Star Tower in the slightest. Wang Yi shook his head. He knew well that the Star Tower was regarded as an ultimate treasure by the cosmic powerhouses, yet it was forged by the Mountain Guest, who infused it with a cosmic light during its creation, resulting in changes that even the Mountain Guest could not comprehend. Although the Mountain Guest is the creator of the Star Tower, he is unable to wield its power. In truth, it is a weapon of divine king caliber. The conditions for the Star Tower to recognize its master are exceedingly stringent. Lords may have a chance, and immortals stand a possibility, but cosmic sovereigns have no hope whatsoever. The test for recognition is primarily rooted in the heart and will. The realm of the soul that devours the cosmos can be divided into 3 layers. While the cultivation of the heart is categorized into 3 levels, the hierarchy merely signifies different paths. However, the 3rd and 2nd levels are deemed superior to the 1st, primarily due to their elevated realms or greater proficiency, which introduces a resonant effect. Yet, the method of recognizing the Star Tower's master involves the fusion of a crystal bead with the soul, with no shortcuts available. Concepts of softness and inclusivity bear no relevance. One must endure excruciating pain. At this juncture, all techniques and realms become irrelevant, and only the strength of one's resolve and the capacity to withstand agony can prevail. Just like Hong, who has reached the so-called 3rd level of heart cultivation, but possesses only the will of a domain lord, he could never accept the inheritance. Moreover, according to the original text, Pewdie later discovered that the mental state of Luo Feng seemed more conducive to passing the Star Tower's inheritance test. Wang Yi found little inclination to critique this. He had grown accustomed to the protagonist's halo. In fact, the original text suggested that the Mountain Guest believed the 3 levels of heart cultivation bore no distinctions of superiority, representing 3 different paths. The clarity of mind and the direct pursuit of one's true self, exemplified by Luo Feng, the harmony of yin and yang with a heart of innocence, as seen in Thor, and the capacity to embrace all, encompassing the universe, embodied by Hong. Among the 3 unparalleled geniuses on Earth, each traversed a unique path, ultimately leading to significant achievements. After years of tempering, although Wang Yi had not explicitly categorized his path, he had subconsciously aligned with the style of Hong, embracing all and encompassing the cosmos, rather than following the clarity of mind and direct pursuit of true self demonstrated by Luo Feng. Such individuals are not content with mere acquiescence. They seek unity with the universe. Their hearts are vast, imbued with boundless ambition and an unyielding faith. Wang Yi found it rather perplexing why the recognition of a treasure's master necessitated a trial of mental will rather than an understanding of laws or fundamental prowess. One would think that the mightier the treasure, the more it ought to belong to the stronger individual. However, considering that this was indeed a weapon of the divine king level, perhaps this was its inherent mystery. Moreover, the process of recognizing the master of the Star Tower was fraught with peril and irrevocable consequences. Once initiated, no one could intervene. A failure would result in complete disintegration of will and soul, leading to certain death. To claim the Star Tower, a realm master must possess at least the will of a respected sage. Although Wang Yi's will was formidable, it still fell short of that esteemed level. And even if his will were to reach the sage domain, the recognition process would still harbor tremendous dangers. Therefore, not only was Wang Yi currently devoid of any intention to covet the Star Tower, but even if such thoughts crossed his mind, now was not the opportune moment. Furthermore, the Star Tower was crafted by the mountain-sitting guest, who monitored it at all times. Should Wang Yi wish to manipulate the Star Tower, he would inevitably have to confront this ancient entity. Wang Yi had yet to devise a strategy for facing the mountain-sitting guest, a situation he was keen to avoid. He resolved not to enter the Star Tower's interior unless absolutely necessary. The Star Tower was indeed a treasure, but it was exceedingly dangerous to handle. Wang Yi harbored a vague sense that the Star Tower might never truly belong to him. The black, saucer-shaped spacecraft traversed the starry expanse at sublight speed, weaving through a cosmos rife with root-like tendrils. Utilizing an incredibly advanced, sage-level detection instrument, Wang Yi effortlessly surveyed everything within a billion-kilometer radius. Those lurking in the root caverns, remnants of planets, and derelict spacecraft were completely visible to him, all of them uncovered. Dressed in dark red battle armor, Wang Yi reclined on a sofa, a teacup resting on the table before him, exuding an air of tranquility. The Star Tower, after all, has plenty of time. I am in no rush. I shall complete the panel task first, he mused, sipping his tea while gazing at the three-dimensional projection of the starry map before him. The thorny valley was too low in level. With too few immortal deities, the hunting efficiency would likely be dismally low. It was uncertain how long it would take to gather the requisite number of 100,000 immortal deities, let alone those of the Marquis level. It was doubtful that there were even 100 true Marquis level immortals in the entire Thorny Valley, making the search exceedingly arduous. Wang Yi understood that the panel task's reference to Marquis immortals pertained specifically to those with undying bodies. Killing some realm masters or ordinary immortal deities with Marquis-level combat power would yield no benefit. He could only seek a region of higher rank with a greater abundance of immortal deities. The only nearby advanced combat zone was the Yinji continent. Wang Yi lifted his gaze to the projection of the starry map. Search for the Yinji continent. Zoom in. At his command, one of the countless points on the starry map swiftly magnified, revealing an irregular landmass surrounded by fragments of other continents. Accompanying the starry map was a dense array of text detailing the Yinji continent. Wang Yi scrutinized the textual information. Yinji continent, the highest level combat zone within the control range of base 026 in the 7th battlefield. Those who dare to enter the Yinji continent, whether human or countless alien powerhouses, must have elite teams that include immortal deities. If an army is involved, it too must be led by an immortal deity. Every team has at least one immortal deity, and the number of Marquis-level immortal deities is substantial. Among the immortal deities, immortal generals constitute about 2/3, with Marquis-level deities making up approximately 1/3, alongside a scant few king-level deities. Here, survival probability is exceedingly low without an undying body. A plethora of information about the dangers of the Yinji continent culminated in the final note. The main continent has a maximum diameter of 18 light-years, with thousands of fragments adrift around it, each ranging from 1,000,000 kilometers to over 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers in diameter. Upon concluding his review of the entire dossier, Wang Yi recognized that the Yinji continent is the highest-level combat zone within the control range of base 026. However, within the entirety of the 7th battlefield, the Yinji continent is considered a second-tier combat zone, with an even more formidable area lying above it. That is none other than the Star Tower. Before heading to the Star Tower, I should first hunt in the Yinji continent, Wang Yi softly declared, setting down his teacup. Standing in the control room, he gazed out at the vastness of the cosmos, where swirling dust obscured distant, undulating mountains, remnants of colossal flora, amidst countless meteors, shattered planet debris, and the remnants of various spacecraft, creating an incredibly desolate and lifeless region. The sentient entity controlling the detection instruments, Bermuda, continuously relayed the latest discoveries to him. Master, a team has been detected aboard a spaceship 9.3 billion kilometers away, comprising one immortal deity and 9 realm masters. Master, another team has been discovered 8.7 billion kilometers away, featuring 2 immortal deities and 23 realm masters. Bermuda incessantly transmitted reconnaissance information back to Wang Yi, who found little interest in these findings. Weak. Too weak. The numbers are far too scant. 1 or 2 ordinary immortal deities are hardly worth my effort, thanks to the detection instrument shielding. Those alien teams remained oblivious to Wang Yi's presence. A radius of 1 billion kilometers was already quite considerable. It would take nearly an hour for Wang Yi, traveling at sublight speed, to reach a spaceship detected 9.3 billion kilometers away, assuming the other party remained stationary. Unless he could teleport nearby and launch a sudden attack, efficiency would be significantly hampered. The Thorny Valley primarily served as an activity zone for Realm Master teams, with fewer than a third accompanied by immortal deities. Wang Yi seek it. Indeed, The Yinji continent, as a high-level combat zone, is far more suitable for me. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi felt an even greater eagerness to unleash chaos upon the Yinji continent. Moments later, Bermuda's voice echoed in Wang Yi's awareness once more. Master, the detection instruments have identified combat fluctuations 9 billion kilometers away, where 8 immortal deities are gathered. The situation appears unusual, as it seems to be a conflict between two factions. Oh, Wang Yi's interest piqued at this news. Approach, he commanded, instructing to shift the detection visuals. A three-dimensional projection materialized before Wang Yi. It seems to be a human squad? Observing the chaotic and intense battlefield, Wang Yi stroked his chin, glancing at the military system displayed on his armguard screen. Indeed, there are 2 human teams among them. In the starry expanse, energy fluctuations surged wildly as 5 teams from the human, demon, mechanical, and insect races clashed furiously. 8 immortal deities were present, while the realm masters numbered around 70 to 80. Among the 8 immortal deities, 3 belonged to the human faction, while the other 3 factions held 5. However, the current situation saw the demon, mechanical, and insect teams uniting against the human squad. This scenario was not uncommon on the outer battlefield. Whenever one faction posed a significant threat, the others would instinctively band together against it, requiring no communication. The military system would not interpret this as collusion with alien races. In fact, on the outer battlefield, there are no permanent enemies. As the tumultuous waves of divine powers surged, the cosmic space was similarly torn apart, fracturing layers of interstitial space. The naked eye could witness the universe's fabric being rent, creating vast fissures as layered spaces shattered, resulting in chaotic spatial currents. 8 immortal deities are engaged in a fierce battle. Among the 3 immortal beings from the human faction, only one belongs to the human race, while the other 2 are allies from different factions. There are 2 immortals from the subordinate races of the insectoid faction, 2 from the mechanical faction, and 1 from the internal races of the demon clan. A thunderous roar erupts as the solitary human immortal faces off against 2 insectoid immortals from the Nar race, metallic beings reminiscent of gorillas, their forms seemingly forged from ebony metal. With a colossal head crowned by a single crimson eye, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty glow, each Nar immortal wields a wickedly sharp blade, enveloped in a golden, fierce airflow that tears the surrounding space into shreds. They roar vehemently, launching a frenzied assault on the human immortal before them. Opposing them is an earth immortal clad in blood-red armor, adorned with a scaly, armored tail. With a commanding shout, he unleashes his immortal power, scattering countless earth-toned motes of light around him, each one heavy with formidable weight. He strikes out with dual fists, colliding with the 2 alien immortals before him. The resulting explosion of force shatters the cosmic space once more, the tremendous impact surging through the fractured rifts, spilling into the interstice of existence. The Earth Immortal is sent hurtling backward, coughing up a stream of golden blood, which, composed of his immortal essence, soon returns to his body, though his vitality has been somewhat diminished. Captain Taiwo, his comrades watch in horror as this unfolds, their faces paling, urgency rising within them. Taiwo's expression shifts abruptly. The virtual cosmic military system displays that one of their teammates is nearby, yet his scanning devices reveal no presence. The opposing side's detection apparatus must be superior. It matters not. We must send a distress signal. Hopefully, he can come to our aid. Even a single immortal would greatly improve our situation. Chapter 309, Humanity. The Ceiling of Nobility? Taiwo gazes anxiously at his beleaguered teammate, sharing the same trepidation felt by the other allied immortal factions. Soon, 3 distress messages are transmitted through the military system via the virtual cosmic network directly to Wang Yi. Help! Help! We are besieged by a coalition of 5 immortals from the mechanical, insectoid, and demon factions, each possessing peak immortal commander strength. We request assistance. The call for help is broadcast to all allies and comrades within 100 billion kilometers. Wang Yi is currently less than 100 million kilometers from the battlefield. However, due to advanced scanning technology, both sides are shielded from detection, yet the human faction can ascertain the coordinates of allies within a certain radius through the military system. Master, 3 immortal beings from the human faction are simultaneously requesting communication. Bermuda informs Wang Yi. Within the control room, Wang Yi watches the projection screen, his gaze landing on the human Earth immortal who seems to be struggling against the relentless assault of 2 Nar immortals. His prior reconnaissance had captured snippets of conversation from the battlefield, piquing his interest. Interesting, is this Taiwo's squad? Wang Yi musses, his attention shifting to the members of Taiwo's team amid the chaotic fray. Recalling some familiar faces, he recognizes a gaunt illusionist, a captivating demoness shrouded in mist, a dashing warrior with pointed ears and violet hair, a stoic spirit wielding a hammer clad in white armor, and a diminutive figure standing at just 1 meter tall. Possessing an adorable visage adorned with verdant markings, the alchemist named Zhu Chun, codenamed Poison. Yet he is currently besieged by a throng of adversaries, shielded by a formidable warrior capable of matching the strength of ordinary immortals. Old Seven always looks out for Chun Chun. You fool if you have the guts. Come and face us. The despicable aliens, driven to desperation, fight fiercely. The combined forces of the alien warlords are nearly double that of the human faction, and among them are two whose prowess rivals that of ordinary immortals, plunging the human warlords into dire straits. The situation has grown precarious. I cannot believe I have encountered Taiwo's squad here. It seems that Taiwo, once the second in command, has ascended to captain, a slight surprise. But it is to be expected within the confines of Camp 026. Taiwo's squad consists of him, an immortal, and 9 warlords, while his allies boast 2 immortals and nearly 20 warlords. Their enemies, on the other hand, number 5 immortals and nearly 50 warlords combined. In terms of both numbers and strength, Taiwo's side is severely disadvantaged, struggling to hold the line. Wang Yi quickly scans the battlefield, a cold snort escaping him. Aliens, connect me to the human immortals, he commands. The screen displays the image of the Earth immortal in blood-red armor, covered in wounds and wearing an expression of desperation. Comrade, we are under attack by the enemy. They have 5 immortals, and we only 3. We implore you to assist us. Taiwo's hope is kindled. The sophistication of Wang Yi's detection devices suggests his strength cannot be lesser than Taiwo's. The human faction's predicament stems from being outnumbered 3 to 5, a daunting imbalance. However, the addition of even 1 more immortal, regardless of strength, would shift the odds to 4 against 5, dramatically altering the dynamics of the battle. Taiwo is not overly concerned for his own safety. He believes he could escape if necessary, but he fears for his teammates, mere warlords who may struggle to survive even with his help. Wang Yi nods slightly, closing the communication channel, a chilling smile gracing his lips. 5 immortals, you say? That is just enough to warrant my intervention. In an instant, he dons thick armor, a helmet materializing to obscure his masked visage. It is the infernal divine armor, albeit with modifications that disguise its true nature, rendering it unrecognizable even to those familiar with it. In a heartbeat, Wang Yi transforms into a formidable warrior clad in dark red armor and boots, emanating an overwhelming aura. Initially unaware of his own prowess before fully refining the infernal divine armor, he now realizes that once he fused with it completely, he exudes an innate pressure that causes even immortals to tremble. This aura, originally inherent to the armor, is now released through Wang Yi, potent enough to instill fear in immortal beings. Following this fusion, Wang Yi's strength becomes undetectable to others. Perhaps only a true master could perceive it. Yet even monarch-level immortals are incapable of discerning that his aura originates from the infernal divine armor. Through this ability, Wang Yi can modulate his aura to mimic that of ordinary immortals, noble immortals, or even monarch-level immortals. At present, his presence resonates with that of a noble immortal. Drawing too much attention as a monarch in the Thorny Valley is unwise. Thus, the guise of a noble immortal suffices. Wang Yi is immensely satisfied with the deceptive capabilities of the infernal divine armor, a treasure of immense value. While it may not compare to the ultimate artifact, the Slaying Wu Wings, the armor was specifically crafted to possess an aura of disguise. Consequently, even to the keenest of observers, the armor's true nature remains elusive unless they scrutinize it closely. Of course, the Cosmic Sovereign would see through it at a glance. Through this ruse, Wang Yi could masquerade as an immortal deity on the battlefield beyond, significantly diminishing the likelihood of detection by foreign races. Those alien beings could scarcely fathom that a human sovereign residing on the outer battlefield could, in fact, be me. Wang Yi chuckled softly. However, I must remain vigilant and strive for utmost concealment to prevent others from unmasking my true identity. Numerous treasures possess extraordinary abilities. Transforming in size is a fundamental function of many artifacts, as is altering appearance, which is quite a simple feat. Wang Yi had already altered the distinctive appearance of the infernal armor, obscured his visage, and cloaked himself in the oppressive aura of a sovereign immortal. Even those who were once familiar with him would find it impossible to recognize him. This time, I shall wield my blades. With a flicker of his thought, 2 azure war blades, the Chingpa daggers, materialized behind him. Only his piercing eyes, radiating lethal intent, were visible beneath his helm. In a swift motion, he found himself outside the spacecraft. and with another flash, he arrived in the starry battlefield. At this moment, Taiwo and two immortal allies from the human coalition were consumed by anxiety. Where's our comrade? We can barely hold on any longer. Let's annihilate them. The immortals from the mechanical, demon, and insect factions were in perfect coordination, each faction targeting a different opponent. For instance, two immortals from the mechanical faction engaged one from the human side, while two from the insect faction confronted another human immortal, and one demon immortal faced yet another. As for cooperating in combat, they were not yet capable of that, for they were adversaries themselves. Their ability to reach this level was solely due to prior tacit understanding. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield, startling all the immortals. Despite their vigilance, even amidst battle, they had not detected how the figure had materialized. Instinctively, their gazes turned towards a newcomer. When they beheld the armored figure radiating overwhelming pressure, their hearts quaked. Heaven, is that an immortal sovereign? No. It appears even more formidable than any sovereign I have previously encountered. It is an immortal from the human faction. Following the initial shock, the immortals from the mechanical, demon, and insect factions began to panic. An immortal sovereign, Taiwo and the other two human immortals were overjoyed. They had not anticipated that the awaited reinforcements would include such a powerful immortal sovereign. In a place as diminutive as Thorn Valley, an immortal sovereign represented absolute peak power, a superlative overlord. After all, sovereign immortals are nearly indestructible. At this level, barring the intervention of a king or being besieged by numerous immortals, it is exceedingly challenging to perish. The dark crimson-armored warrior floated in the void, his dual blades slung across his back. When he cast his cold gaze upon the surrounding immortals, a chilling sensation enveloped them all. Formidable. We cannot withstand this immortal. Merely a glance from him extinguished the will to fight within the immortals from the three foreign factions. With a thunderous roar, the fabric of space shattered, torn asunder, causing debris to swirl chaotically. Yet the five foreign immortals simultaneously chose to flee. They issued retreat orders to their subordinates. Flee. With an immortal sovereign on the opposing side and three additional immortal allies, there is no chance of victory. The pinnacle of immortal commanders and sovereigns. While only a fractional difference exists, the disparity in terror is exponentially greater. In terms of combat prowess, the peak of immortal commanders and initial sovereigns may seem closely matched. However, the sole distinction lies in the indestructible nature of the latter. Once one attains immortality, their terror multiplies 1,000-fold. For instance, the strongest demon immortal present possesses strength comparable to an initial sovereign. Yet even in self-detonation, should they attempt to obliterate the sovereign, the latter would merely reform without sustaining any damage. Can one even contemplate the meaning of battle under such circumstances? Thus, when faced with a sovereign, their instinct is simply to flee. The human sovereign has arrived. Run. Quickly escape. The leaders of the three foreign factions stood dumbfounded upon witnessing the sudden appearance of such a terrifyingly powerful figure. Upon receiving the command from their own immortals, they immediately fled in a frenzy, each striving to outpace the others. A human sovereign? Would they remain and await their demise? On the other hand, the morale of the human faction surged. Our reinforcements have arrived. They are fleeing. Do not let them escape. Kill them. The situation reversed in an instant. Wang Yi had yet to strike, yet the mere projection of his aura had incited a seismic shift in the battlefield. The human faction, previously oppressed and bullied by the foreign leaders, now seethed with rage. For the fallen comrades, for the indignities suffered moments prior, for military glory, they surged forth like unleashed tigers, pursuing the fleeing leaders with fervor. Seventh brother, we shall join the fray. The diminutive figure, resembling an adorable child, known as Poison, was flushed with excitement, glancing at the man clad in golden armor beside him, noticing the wounds on his body, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Seventh brother, are you all right? I am fine, merely a scratch. The youth, referred to as seventh brother, ruffled the boy's hair, then cast his gaze toward the distant dark crimson figure, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. An immortal sovereign. Now, that is a true powerhouse. I wonder when I shall reach that level. Though seventh brother possessed the strength to rival ordinary immortals, he was merely matching their might. As a faction leader, engaging in battle with immortals usually required him to focus on self-preservation, making victory elusive, let alone slaying one. Yet the appearance of that sovereign immortal had sent the previously arrogant foreign immortals fleeing in terror, a stark reminder of the vast gulf in power that left him envious. At that moment, Wang Yi made his move. His first target was the demon immortal for the other four immortals were preoccupied with their human counterparts, leaving this one free from entanglement and the fastest to flee. If not you, then who? The towering figure of the demon immortal, resembling a black unicorn lion, sensed Wang Yi's rapid approach, and a flicker of fear crossed its eyes. How is it pursuing me? Generally, even a sovereign immortal would find it challenging to eliminate an ordinary immortal singularly. However, facing four immortals, including one sovereign, the advantage was undeniable, and the three factions had no desire to remain and face annihilation. Moreover, the aura of Wang Yi was terrifying, subtly reaching the pinnacle of sovereign immortals. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, the five foreign immortals fled with increasing haste, desperate to evade being intercepted by the human forces. However, misfortune first befell the most powerful and fastest demon immortal. The black unicorn giant lion realized the speed of the human sovereign was astonishing. With a few swift movements, Wang Yi appeared behind it, a chilling, murderous intent rising. No, the black unicorn giant lion, though panicked, refused to submit passively. It spun around violently, its sharp claws imbued with arcane spatial principles, divine power surging forth, and brilliant light coalescing into a massive claw strike aimed at Wang Yi. Whoosh! As the claw strike swept through, the starry expanse shattered, yet it failed to grasp the human figure. In a flash, Wang Yi stood before it, the profound runes on his dual azure blades igniting. With a single stroke, the blade light descended, cleaving the massive form of the black unicorn giant lion in two, and the surging force within the blade light obliterated its body entirely. Chapter 310. Not a single one left. 5 kills. Wang Yi has ascended to the pinnacle of the Realm Master, his genetic level reaching an extraordinary 12-fold. With the secret technique of the hellish divine general, he possesses the ability to amplify his physical strength 100-fold, resulting in an astonishing force of 1,200 times that of an apex Realm Master. Even in the absence of the beast goddess power, he has already attained the foundational strength necessary for becoming a marquis of immortality. Coupled with his comprehension of the laws and secret techniques, his offensive capabilities can soar to the level of a king. Presently, he merely unleashes a fraction of his might to utterly dominate an ordinary immortal deity, encountering no difficulty whatsoever. The strength of a demon tribe immortal, comparable to the peak of an immortal army leader, is rendered to mere fragments with a single glance. Although the demon tribe immortal swiftly reconstitutes its form, an expression of profound terror is evident. My divine body has inexplicably suffered a loss of 21. It is known that an initial loss has minimal impact on strength. Yet as the damage escalates, the repercussions become staggering and absurd. A loss of less than 10 barely affects one's capabilities. Should one lose 30, only half of their strength remains. A 50 loss reduces strength to a mere fraction. At 70, the remaining power dwindles to less than 1%. A 90 loss plunges one into a deep slumber, devoid of consciousness, where gradual restoration might occur, or continuous deterioration may lead to demise. In any case, resistance becomes futile. The implications of divine body loss on strength are indeed staggering. I stand at the peak of the immortal army leader stage, nearing the first tier of Marquis. Yet a single strike from my opponent has cost me 21 of my divine form. This is no ordinary Marquis immortal. He is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of Marquis rank. The demon tribe immortal, gripped by fear, pleads for mercy, disregarding the enmity of their respective factions. In response, the only answer is the cold, blinding flash of a blade. 2 swift strikes follow. The demon tribe immortal's divine body is once again torn asunder, obliterated amidst the fierce, terrifying radiance of the blade. Despair envelopes him. He does not even attempt self-detonation. For a common immortal deity facing a peak Marquis, self-destruction holds no significance, as it would inflict no harm upon the opponent. Moreover, Wang Yi's speed of attack is so rapid that he cannot afford the luxury of self-detonation. In the blink of an eye, the demon tribe immortal meets his end. Wang Yi stands with his blade poised in the void, a cold gaze fixed upon the fallen demon tribe immortal. Previously, he had annihilated his foe through sheer force, obliterating their immortal divine power entirely. As long as the opponent's immortal power is utterly extinguished, their demise is assured. There are 2 methods for such annihilation. The first involves an overwhelming disparity, akin to the likes of the Chaos City Lord or the Cosmic Sovereigns, who can extinguish a Marquis immortal with a mere gesture, incurring no cost whatsoever. When the gap in tier is vast, the deathless form is easily vanquished. The second method applies when the disparity is less pronounced. For instance, A low-tier king attempting to slay a high-tier marquis may repeatedly obliterate them, yet the latter can still reform. In such scenarios, to truly eliminate the opponent, a price must be paid, specifically the burning of one's own immortal divine power. Once burned, that portion of divine power is lost permanently, along with a minuscule fragment of the soul contained therein. This represents a lasting loss. A low-tier king is immensely powerful once they burn their immortal divine power. The resultant attack is formidable enough to rival that of a peak king, easily capable of obliterating a marquis. The destruction of a high-tier marquis is no small feat, and even a low-tier king would require centuries or millennia to recover. Naturally, should a high-tier king confront a high-tier marquis, they can inflict substantial damage without burning their immortal divine power. A slight incineration of divine power suffices for an effortless annihilation, with recovery achievable in mere years. If one is at the peak of the king tier, dispatching a high-tier marquis becomes a trivial task. This is the essence of forced annihilation. It relies on an absolute disparity in energy. When the gap is insufficient, one resorts to burning their immortal divine power. Wang Yi's prior exertion was based on a force of 1,200 times that of a peak realm master, equating to the initial tier of marquis level. However, with his comprehension of the laws and secret techniques, he can ascend to the peak of marquis rank, even nearing that of a king. Thus, slaying an ordinary immortal deity lacking a deathless form with 3 strikes is entirely within reason. Yet, if faced with a low-tier marquis immortal, equipped with a deathless form, should Wang Yi's attack power reach that of a low-tier king, his standard strikes could indeed harm the opponent's essence. If his attack power were to ascend to the high tier of kings, eliminating a low-tier marquis would become a simple endeavor. The reason immortals resort to burning their divine power is due to insufficient attack strength. With sufficient power, even the laws can be transcended, let alone a mere deathless form. According to Wang Yi's understanding, to inflict damage upon a deathless immortal deity, one must possess an attack power at least 3 tiers higher. To achieve effortless annihilation, the disparity must be a minimum of 4 or 5 tiers. Thus, a low-tier king generally requires the utmost limits of kingship to have a chance of annihilating without burning divine power. At the high tier of kings, only true paragons like the true Yin King or the celestial Feather King possess the capacity to achieve extermination without incinerating their divine bodies. Consequently, in the outer battlefield, a king-tier immortal can seldom fall if they exercise caution. With Wang Yi's current strength, swiftly eliminating a high-tier king is no trivial matter. Hence, he has prepared the Femo Venom, a potent weapon designed to corrode divine bodies. However, there is no need for such measures against a marquis immortal. His inherent attack power suffices for annihilation. Meanwhile, the 4 other entangled immortal beings from different races observe this scene, their hearts gripped by terror. This suddenly emerged human marquis immortal is far more formidable than they had anticipated. With a thunderous roar, all alien immortals cease to hesitate, daring not to linger, as they self-detonate a portion of their divine bodies to obstruct their pursuer while hastily retreating. This predicament elucidates why marquis immortals find it challenging to slay ordinary immortals. Although they cannot vanquish their foes, they can escape, unless they possess an absolute advantage in speed, allowing their opponents to vacate the battlefield and take flight. Once they approach the speed of light, pursuit becomes nearly impossible, absent the capability for instantaneous movement. While Wang Yi possesses such an ability, he is reluctant to employ it just yet. Even his recent flickering movement was not instantaneous. Rather, it was an exceptionally refined spatial technique. Even without the void insect race's avatar, Wang Yi's comprehension of spatial laws, combined with his explosive speed and technique, is indeed formidable. After all, he is a man whose understanding of spatial laws has reached the 20th tier of the Celestial Bridge. With a resounding explosion, the 4 alien immortals simultaneously ignite a portion of their divine bodies, causing the surrounding cosmos to shatter. Countless fragments of space coalesce into a torrent, as the powerful shockwave surges toward the 3 pursuing human immortals. Though they brace themselves, they are still violently hurled away, sustaining some damage to their divine forms. Damn it! They've escaped. Taiwo's eyes widen in fury as he witnesses the enemy retreating hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in an instant. You go after those realm masters. I will handle these 4 immortals. A voice comes through the military communication. Taiwo and the other 2 from the human camp are momentarily taken aback. They recognize this as the voice of the powerful marquis immortal. Could this marquis immortal truly pursue those desperate alien immortals? Although Taiwo and the others are puzzled, they comply with the suggestion and swiftly turn to chase the fleeing alien realm masters. However, their focus remains primarily on the Marquis, immortal clad in dark red armor. When they witness the figure of the Marquis, immortal dash forward, covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, and with a few more flashes, catch up to one of the alien immortals, they're left astonished, nearly forgetting the battlefield. What kind of speed is this? Taiwo exclaims in horror. It is well known that in the primordial universe, flight speed has its limits. Upon reaching the speed of light, one would transition into the dark universe. Thus, in the primordial universe, regardless of how powerful an immortal deity may be, while their explosive speed may vary, the ultimate limit of flight remains close to the speed of light. Yet, Wang Yi's spatial technique is distinctly different. It was not teleportation. It bore the semblance of it. Wang Yi referred to this phenomenon as void shuttling. Long ago, the void insect race, utilizing their innate talents, could effortlessly flicker multiple times within a mere instant, even at the level of a realm lord, akin to a fish swimming through water, merging into the fabric of space, thus achieving astonishing speeds. When it leaped out of the water, it would manifest in the primordial universe, instantly traversing vast distances. This formidable spatial technique was also mastered by Wang, although not as grotesquely powerful as that of the void insect race. It nonetheless surpassed the instantaneous burst of speed exhibited by the immortal beings of the primordial universe. With a mere flicker, he could cover hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and in the blink of an eye, achieve 10 such flickers, resulting in a staggering distance of millions of kilometers. The four immortal beings, although scattered, still maintained a general direction. Among them, one mechanical immortal, resembling a metallic gorilla, sensed a formidable and piercing aura suddenly materialize behind it, prompting it to swiftly turn around. Upon seeing the figure clad in dark red battle armor, its singular eye widened in shock. With a flash, a brilliant blue blade of light erupted, flowing like a crystalline stream through the body of the Kinna race S immortal. Despite its incredibly durable form, impervious even to the core temperatures of stars, it was rendered feeble beneath the beauty of that blade's radiance. The sword cleaved through with ease. The blade, imbued with unfathomable power, violently shattered the space around it, obliterating everything in its path. Then, with a thunderous explosion, it erupted. With a cry, the divine form coalesced. The Kinna race S metal immortal, now filled with terror and dread, reappeared. Its aura had significantly weakened, having lost at least 30 of its divine essence from that singular strike. It sought to flee, but the opportunity had vanished. Wang Yi's other blue blade descended mercilessly. This time, it was the final blow to end its life. The diminished power of the Kinna metal immortal left it utterly defenseless against Wang Yi's strike. With a sickening squelch, yet another alien immortal fell. A double kill. The remaining 3 alien immortals trembled in fear, their bodies quaking. Even the 3 human immortals, who were pursuing the alien realm lord from afar, were struck with astonishment. What terrifying speed of movement was this? What grotesque swordsmanship? 2 strikes, and 1 immortal was eliminated? Upon witnessing that fearsome dark red figure gaze back at them, the 3 remaining alien immortals felt their breaths hitch. But they did not require breath. With a swift motion, the death-like figure approached with ghostly speed, forcing the surviving alien immortals to separate and flee in different directions, clinging to the faintest hope of survival. Yet, despair was their destined companion. The third to be pursued by Wang Yi was once again the mechanical metal immortal, who gazed at the advancing Wang Yi with a visage of humanized horror and pleading. Wang Yi, devoid of compassion, brought his blade down. A roar erupted from the metal being as it swung its black battle blade, unleashing its divine power with all its might, the battle blade shredding through space to collide with Wang Yi's blue blade. Clang! The Kinna race S immortal's weapon was cleaved asunder, and amidst its expression of utter despair, the blue blade surged irresistibly toward it. The Kinna immortal S form shattered explosively, and before it could even reconstitute, it was engulfed within the tidal wave of Wang Yi's blade light, leaving not a trace behind, its essence utterly extinguished. 3 kills. Wang Yi's gaze then fell upon the 2 insect race immortals who had fled to millions of kilometers away, both of whom were energy life forms. Traversing through space, he maneuvered as if taking a leisurely stroll, swiftly catching up to 1 energy life immortal. Upon noticing Wang Yi's approach, disbelief flickered in its eyes. "You are not a realm lord," it thought, only to be met with an odd look from Wang Yi before a blade was struck down. The fierce light of the blade surging forth, rending a chasm thousands of kilometers long in the starry expanse. The power rivaled that of a realm lord, combined with insights into the laws of the universe, rendering this strike beyond the comprehension of ordinary immortal beings. As the annihilating blade, light, cascaded down like a tidal wave, the insect race's energy life form felt akin to an ant caught in a torrent, utterly insignificant. The surrounding space began to congeal, and the flow of time itself slowed. Before the blade even fell, the time and space around the alien immortal seemed to freeze, transforming into an invisible amber, with it as an ant trapped within, its visage one of sheer terror. Boom! The starry expanse erupted, obliterating the alien immortal alongside the explosion. However, as an energy life form, its innate ability to coalesce its divine body was superior to that of ordinary beings, allowing it to reform amidst the chaotic turbulence of space, though its aura inevitably diminished. Seeing the cold, murderous intent of the human warrior before it, it realized its fate was sealed. In a desperate act, it self-destructed. The explosion shattered the surrounding space within a 10,000-kilometer radius, creating a maelstrom of violent energy that tore apart the cosmos. Yet, Wang Yi had already moved away at the moment of the immortal's self-detonation. His speed only allowed him to be grazed by the periphery of the blast, which, to one clad in the infernal god armor and entwined with the Mo Yun vine, felt no more than a mosquito's bite. For kills, Wang Yi turned his attention to the last remaining energy life immortal, which had fled to 10 million kilometers away. This immortal, through military systems and detection devices, realized its comrades had perished, engulfed in a mix of fear and shock. Shamaru is also dead. That human realm lord is terrifying. What is his origin? Why have I never heard of him in Thorn Valley? Now left alone, this energy life immortal dared not linger, propelling itself forward with all its might. With a swift motion, Wang Yi pursued closely behind. Even as the energy life immortal's speed approached that of light, he was still able to close the distance. With a sudden flicker, Wang Yi appeared before it, turning away before glancing back at it. It was over. Upon seeing that dark red armored figure, the final immortal of the insect race was gripped by a singular thought. Boom! 5 kills. In the turbulent chaos generated by the self-detonation of the immortal beings, Wang Yi stood resolute and unwavering, akin to a pillar amidst the storm. The violent energy waves that crashed against him were effortlessly nullified by the treasures of his armor. The self-explosion of an immortal lord, magnitudes greater than that of a realm lord, faltered before the protective prowess of his infernal god armor. A top-tier treasure capable of significantly diminishing even the mightiest of attacks. Treasures are categorized into ordinary and top-tier levels. Typical weapons are more frequently encountered, while armor tends to be rarer. Domain, palace, and soul treasures are exceedingly precious, holding value far exceeding that of ordinary treasures. The infernal god armor could effortlessly counter the material assaults of an immortal lord at their peak, the power of 1,000,000 pinnacle realm lords. Only beyond this threshold would the force transmit to Wang Yi, albeit weakened 1,000-fold. However, its efficacy in soul defense was less formidable. Soul attacks from beings below the realm lord level would be nearly entirely repelled, while those from realm lord level would be diminished 100-fold, and those from exalted beings would be weakened 10-fold. After all, the infernal god armor was not primarily designed for defense, and achieving such soul defensive capabilities was already remarkable. Nevertheless, every treasure has its limits. When not exceeding those limits, they function at full capacity, but surpassing them results in a significant reduction in effectiveness. Should the defensive threshold of a treasure be exceeded, it could even be destroyed. Yet, the prospect of destroying a piece of top-tier armor is a daunting challenge. Even for ordinary exalted beings, only those among the stronger exalted or cosmic overlords might achieve such a feat, having swiftly eliminated 5 alien immortals. Wang Yi rapidly returned to the original battlefield. In the celestial battlefield, as the 5 alien immortals made their escape, the tide of battle had decidedly turned. With the arrival of 3 human immortals, the alien immortals lost all morale, consumed by a singular focus on fleeing, relentlessly pursued by human warriors. Only a score of realm lords managed to escape, while nearly 30 met their demise. On the other side, the enthusiastic duo, Seven Brother and Foolish One, gathered with 2 other peak realm lords, rejoicing in their survival. "We all made it this time, how splendid." One remarked, "That formidable warrior must be a marquee immortal." He ruthlessly dispatched those 5 alien immortals. Another replied with laughter, "Indeed, I nearly thought our escape was in vain. We owe our thanks to that marquee." The members of the Taiwo squad animatedly discussed their savior, their words imbued with admiration. When Wang Yi returned, they were in high spirits, tidying up the battlefield. Upon seeing the imposing figure clad in dark crimson armor, the Marquis Immortal, who had slaughtered immortals with the ease of butchering fowl, they turned their gaze towards him with reverence. In a swift motion, Wang Yi, adorned in dark crimson armor, helmet, and boots, with two ancient blue-green blades slung across his back, appeared before them. His formidable presence emanated a palpable pressure that sent shivers down their spines. Beneath his helmet, his deep, obsidian eyes glimmered like a frozen volcano, containing an overwhelming terror. "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance." The three human immortal deities and numerous realm lords bowed in gratitude to Wang Yi. Had he not intervened, it was likely that one of the three immortals would have perished, and the realm lords would have suffered significant losses. "I am Taiwo. I am Gunter. I am Yahung Kaipel." The three immortal deities eagerly introduced themselves. Taiwo, representing the human race, bore a resemblance to the dragonkin, a branch of humanity. The other two, allied from the Bataja and Rantong tribes, appeared markedly different from humans, yet they displayed utmost respect towards Wang Yi, the powerful Marquis Immortal. "Indeed, we are all part of humanity. It is only natural to lend a hand. There is no need for thanks," Wang Yi replied, gesturing dismissively as his gaze settled on Taiwo. Taken aback by this sudden scrutiny, Taiwo's heart raced with uncertainty, pondering why the Marquis Immortal regarded him so intently. However, being part of the same faction and bound by military protocol, he felt reassured that there was no cause for concern. Yet, the peculiar intensity of Wang Yi's gaze left him puzzled. Wang Yi, observing Taiwo, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In the original timeline, the Taiwo squad and Luo Feng were destined to meet on the battlefield of the Outer Realms only after 4 millennia. Prior to this, Seven Brother had perished while protecting Poison, consumed by the alien immortals before his comrades, a memory that weighed heavily on Poison's conscience. Yet, within the outer battlefield, anything could transpire, and the mortality rate was exceedingly high. Elite Realm Lord squads like Taiwo's could easily encounter insurmountable foes and face obliteration. With the advantage of past memories, Wang Yi held a favorable impression of Taiwo's cohesive squad. Since fate had brought them together, he felt inclined to assist them, hoping to avert the tragic destiny that had originally awaited them. Soon after, Taiwo and his comrades watched as Wang Yi's ship disappeared into the depths of the starry expanse. Gunter and Yahung Kaipel looked on with envy at the beaming Taiwo, remarking, "We truly envy you, Taiwo, to have gained the favor of that esteemed lord, acquiring the treasures of those fallen immortals, wealth that surely surpasses what we could amass over centuries of conflict in the outer realms. Indeed, it is merely that lord's regard." "I'm just fortunate," Taiwo replied, his face aglow with joy. "Oh, how we envy you human superiors. You are so generous." His two allies continued to express their admiration. The 5 deceased immortals were high-ranking and even peak military leaders, accumulating considerable wealth, amounting to over 100,000 units of primordial essence, far surpassing their combined fortunes. Still chuckling, Taiwo contemplated how to distribute this newfound wealth among his team, recalling that the Lord had specified the treasures were meant for the entire squad, not just for himself. Suddenly, he noticed Little Seven, whose combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary immortal. An idea sparked in his mind. Meanwhile, aboard his ship, Wang Yi reclined in the control room, having removed his helmet, leaving only a black mask. He sipped tea, a smile gracing his lips. "My lord, it appears you hold that Realm Lord squad in high esteem." The holographic image of the intelligent life form, Bermuda, inquired curiously. She was well aware of her master's character, knowing he was not one to bestow generosity without reason. The squad led by Antonio was an exception, as he had once been a member. But the human squad, called Taiwo, was merely a fleeting acquaintance. "Ah, just a trifle of wealth they caught my eye. Why not lend them a hand?" Wang Yi smiled in response. Throughout his lengthy journey, Bermuda had become his closest companion. Moreover, he was right. The riches of several ordinary immortals were negligible to him. Ahead lay the prospect of slaying thousands, which would truly be exhilarating. As he conversed with Bermuda, the ship transformed into a streak of light, traversing the void at sublight speed toward the region closest to the Yenji continent. Through this passage, they could enter the dark cosmos and swiftly arrive at their destination. In the time realm, the vast and boundless expanse was devoid of the original Chaos Monument, which had shifted from its former position. Only the Void Insect race's avatars and the Flame Star Behemoth's avatars remained, one delving into the comprehension of the Beast Goddess insight, and the other crafting battle secrets. At this stage, the role of the Chaos Monument had diminished significantly. Without further accumulation or stimulation, merely gazing upon it had little effect. Otherwise, It would suffice for the human race to allow those cosmic dignitaries, peerless talents emerging once in 10 million years, to spend countless epochs merely contemplating the Chaos Monument. In reality, this was entirely impractical. The Chaos Monument merely served as a guide for enlightenment. Possessing it did not guarantee the comprehension of the Great Tao. Ultimately, it depended on the individual. Comprehension, intuition, opportunity, and accumulation were equally crucial. This was why the Virtual Universe Company, despite knowing the perilous risks of realm lord trials, had adhered to this tradition for countless years. Only through trials could true powerhouses emerge. The Chaos Monument was meant for occasional contemplation, now residing within Wang Yi's inner world, where the insect queen, Elizabeth, was exploring its depths. Wang Yi's human form sat leisurely in the ship's control room. I walked the paths of time and space. And in the future, I shall either command both simultaneously to become the sovereign of the universe or integrate the laws of fire and void to achieve the same. However, before that, I must first attain immortality and ascend to the status of a dignitary. Before achieving immortality, I must comprehend all 10 fundamental laws to gain their acknowledgement. Wang Yi Musit. His vision for the future was crystal clear, and he possessed knowledge of many profound secrets within the universe. As a realm lord, he could perceive various laws, each intimately intertwined with the realm lord's essence. Upon becoming immortal, the soul would merge entirely with the divine body, forming part of it. The divine body, composed of immortal divine power, would be a constituent of the ocean of the law's origin. For instance, if one comprehended the law of earth to become immortal, subsequently attempting to grasp other laws such as fire, water, light, and wind would meet with severe rejection from the other laws, exponentially increasing the difficulty of comprehension. Of course, there were also exceptional circumstances. Had one been able to attain recognition of a certain law early on, there would have been no resistance. Yet, the comprehension remains profoundly arduous. Furthermore, the higher law above the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth is the law of space. To cultivate the 5 elemental laws into an immortal state in order to grasp the law of space, though fraught with resistance, still holds the potential for advancement, albeit significantly more challenging than at the stage of a realm master. The laws of wind, lightning, and light also offer pathways to comprehend the law of time, with possibilities for elevation. If one were to thoroughly understand the law of wind, yet stubbornly pursue the study of the law of space, it may be manageable at the realm master stage. But upon reaching the immortal stage, such endeavors would prove utterly futile. The burden is heavy, and the journey is long. Wang Yi reflected with a sense of poignant realization. With direction established, one must also possess the correct methodology. Otherwise, the path ahead will be fraught with struggles. Merely merging 2 laws is an arduous task in itself. Success in fusion would crown one as the master of the universe. How many masters of the universe exist among the human race? Now, having reached such a bottleneck in his understanding of the laws, Wang Yi found it prudent to allocate time for other preparations. It was time to cultivate the secret techniques and to comprehend the laws. The invincible kings, such as True Yin King, Tianyu King, and Yin Long King have stagnated at this checkpoint for countless eons without breaking through. Wang Yi, however, achieved parity with them in a mere 200 years, justifying his title as the foremost genius in human history. I am not in a hurry. The cataclysm of the realm beasts is still far off. Wang Yi maintained akam demyanov. The road must be traversed step by step, and meals must be consumed bite by bite. He had already outpaced Luo Feng by a considerable margin and possessed the advantage of foresight, rendering any unnecessary haste unwarranted. First, he planned a hunt in the outer battlefield, complete the mission panel tasks, and then sign in at the Star Tower. That would suffice. Wang Yi brimmed with hope for the future. His detection device was capable of early detection of enemies within a 10-kilometer radius, combined with the fact that he was always adorned in the infernal divine armor. Exuding an aura of undying nobility, few dared to provoke him in the Thorn Valley. Even while recklessly charging through, his E9 class spaceship reached the cosmic transit point without encountering any foes. Those enemies, upon spotting a ship that had evaded detection, exercised extreme caution. Even without knowledge of the ship's particulars, they refrained from rashly engaging. At the edge of the void region of the starry cosmos, amidst fragments of a shattered planet, in the control room, Wang Yi mused, the divine artifact of the Mo Yun Vine has been discreetly secured, should the need arise. It can be summoned back here via divine nation teleportation. He caressed the armor forged from the Mo Yun Vine on his person with satisfaction, and then issued commands to the projection of Bermuda displayed on the ship's screen. Commence cosmic traversal at 50 times the speed of light. Wang Yi gazed at the star map route on the screen, estimating that it would take approximately 5 hours to reach the transit point near the Yinji continent. Upon arrival at the transit point, it would require nearly 8 additional days to reach the region of the Yinji continent. 8 days later, a black, disc-shaped spaceship, having traversed the outer battlefield for an extended period, finally arrived at its destination. Am I truly nearing the Yinji continent? Wang Yi, having spent most of the time seated in the control room, occasionally diverting his consciousness into the virtual universe, stood and gazed at the simulated starry sky displayed in front of him. In the distant cosmos lay an expansive and boundless continent, with fragments of equally large land masses floating beyond it. Here, in the forthcoming years, shall become my hunting ground. A sinister smile graced Wang Yi's face beneath his mask. This period will transform into an indelible nightmare for many powerful beings in the outer battlefield, especially for those who have been slain and revived. In the ensuing years, they will speak in hushed tones of a certain name, avoiding it at all costs. Chapter 312. Command of the Task Force. Yinji Continent, comprising a main landmass and numerous surrounding land fragments. Though merely fragments, some of the larger pieces take at least a month or two to traverse completely, underscoring their vastness. Wang Yi stood in the control room, captivated by the expansive land gradually magnifying in his view. According to the star map, the main landmass was designated as Yinji Continent number 01. The land fragment he was currently traversing was number 05, with a maximum diameter of approximately 130 trillion kilometers. Even at a continuous speed of 290,000 kilometers per second, it would take over a month to cross this expanse. Wang Yi glanced down at the reconnaissance display on his forearm. The ultra-high-end detection device, with a radius of 1 billion kilometers, had enveloped the vast land within its scanning range. All lurking alien squads or legions were displayed on the screen. Numerous teams of formidable alien beings were evident, their strength significantly surpassing that of those in Thorn Valley, with immortal deities frequently observed. After a while, Wang Yi lost interest. What bad luck! Not even a single immortal noble to be found, he lamented. He had initially hoped to encounter an immortal noble to test his mettle. The black disc-shaped spaceship swiftly approached the outer edges of the vast land. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Wang Yi's ear. Ding! Mission triggered. Mission name, Command of the Army. Mission content, command a human legion in the outer battlefield to achieve 100 combat victories to receive relevant rewards. Reward details. If the overall casualties of the legion are below 10 at mission conclusion, a random high-level reward will be granted. Reward details. If the overall casualties are between 10 and 20, a random mid-level reward will be granted. Reward details. If the overall casualties are between 20 and 30, a random beginner-level reward will be granted. If the overall casualties exceed 30 at mission conclusion, the mission fails, with no rewards or penalties. Mission time limit. Must be completed within 100 years of accepting the task. Please accept before the countdown ends, or it will be automatically canceled and will not reappear. 595857. Wang Yi was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this mission. The once dormant sign-in panel had become quite lively after its evolution. Naturally, Wang Yi welcomed this development, as it would provide him with additional benefits. However, he harbored concerns that one day the panel might issue him an impossible task, such as slaying the universe's strongest within a day, with dire consequences for failure. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the sign-in panel would issue tasks beyond his capability or impractical in nature. Curious about the nature of the random rewards, Wang Yi pondered the mission's content. Commanding a cosmic army to engage in 100 battles did not pose a significant challenge for him, and even in the event of failure, there were no penalties attached. Thus, he decided to accept the task. With the mission accepted, he would need to assemble a cosmic army. Wang Yi surveyed the vast land below and reconnected to the army system, requesting to command an army. Warrior Wang Yi, you are applying to command an army. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Wang Yi replied softly, gazing at the scenery outside. You have chosen to lead an army. Under normal circumstances, this army will consist of 100 realm masters, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 cosmic level warriors. Your task is to lead this army in combat within the outer battlefield, engaging alien beings, and you will confront the immortal among them, while your army battles against the alien forces. Are you willing to lead the army and protect it? You will also receive an additional 50 military merit as you accumulate achievements. For instance, when you vanquish an ordinary immortal deity, you earn 100 million military merits. However, when you lead an army and defeat the same immortal deity, your reward escalates to an astounding one. 5 billion military merits. Moreover, while commanding your forces, you are not required to shield them. Your sole responsibility is to confront the immortal deities of the alien races, preventing their slaughter of your troops. Your application has been submitted and is currently under system review. Based on your location coordinates, several nearby commandless cosmic armies will be assigned to you, from which you may select one to lead. Should you find this unsatisfactory, you may return to the barracks to re-evaluate your choice of army. Wang Yi activated the arm-mounted screen, which projected a luminous star map. Numerous points of light appeared upon it. The army system continued, indicating that these were the 17 cosmic armies available for selection, closest to you within the confines of the 026 barracks of the 7th battlefield. Wang Yi gazed at the star map. As previously mentioned, the stellar layout of the entire 7th battlefield is exceedingly intricate, with locations akin to Thorn Valley numbering in the tens of thousands. There are also countless lesser regions, inferior to Thorn Valley, where formidable beings are scarce, typically limited to realm lords and domain lords within the realm of cosmic activity. If a cosmic army happens to lack an immortal deity willing to lead, they are confined to the peripheries, unable to engage in combat within the more exalted territories. Wang Yi observed that most of the luminous points were situated far from the Flame's sacrifice continent, with only a handful nearby, and just one, the closest, located near land 05. He selected the army designated as 026-39217 to inspect its status and nodded in approval. I choose the 026-39217 army to command. In a section of the cosmos several light years distant from Wang Yi, a blue saucer-shaped spacecraft, approximately 400 meters in diameter, was en route to the barracks. This disc-shaped vessel featured 3 compartments, each 300 meters in diameter, capable of comfortably accommodating tens of thousands of human cosmic warriors. Within these chambers, the warriors were engaged in animated discussions. What misfortune! Our commander has suffered excessive losses of immortal bodies while battling the enemy's immortal deities and now seeks to withdraw from the army for recuperation, compelling us to return as well. Must we go back? We could merge with another army instead. The Lord Marshal mentioned there seems to be no one willing to accept our forces lately. What a pity! I'm still short on military merits. Among the over 20,000 cosmic warriors, there were more than 300 realm lords, nearly 4,000 domain lords, and over 24,000 cosmic fighters. In the outer battlefield, the number of troops is not fixed at 10,000. Losses may occur, resulting in fewer than that, while reinforcements may come from other defeated and scattered cosmic warriors. Or they might merge with another cosmic army to form a larger one. However, the numbers generally do not exceed a manageable limit, as larger formations attract undue attention in the outer battlefield, unless it is a large-scale clan battle that occurs once every millennium. Such a grand conflict, a monumental clash involving innumerable strong beings, is a rare occurrence, as even the immortal deities can face dire consequences if they falter, with a mortality rate exceeding 99. However, these extensive battles cannot happen frequently. Even peak clans cannot withstand such attrition, occurring merely once every millennium. At that moment, the warriors felt the spacecraft abruptly decelerate and come to a halt. Why has the ship stopped? What has occurred? Were we not heading to the void translocation point to return to the barracks? The realm lords, domain lords, and cosmic beings within the 3 compartments were filled with confusion. Listen closely. A commanding voice resonated, a voice belonging to the immortal deity leading them. Instantly, the previously raucous warriors fell silent. A new commander is about to be assigned to lead you in battle. Hence we shall not be returning to the barracks. Prepare yourselves to welcome your new leader. A brief silence enveloped the chamber, followed by a surge of buzzing discussions. Is the Lord Marshal serious? Is a new immortal deity truly coming to lead us? Then we need not disband. Though I wonder what this new Lord's strength and character will be like. You may check the army system. The latest directives have been issued there. The immortal deity concluded without further elaboration. He had recently been besieged by 2 alien immortals. Although he repelled them, he sustained severe injuries. If an immortal deity loses more than 10 of their divine body, it adversely affects their strength and necessitates a prolonged recovery. Having exceeded that threshold, he would require hundreds to thousands of years to recuperate, rendering him unfit to continue commanding this army in the outer battlefield. Thus, he must pass command to another. An email. Are we heading towards the Flame Sacrifice continent? I've heard it is a second-tier combat zone, teeming with powerful beings on the main continent, many of whom are sealed as dukes and even kings. In my years on the outer battlefield, I have yet to encounter a king. Surely, we cannot be going there. That seems unlikely. The main continent of Flame Sacrifice primarily hosts small team activities. Our large army will probably just meander through the outer fragment continents. Within the compartment, the realm lords, domain lords, and cosmic warriors displayed mixed emotions of joy and concern. These cosmic warriors naturally hoped for a potent immortal deity to be appointed, as it would significantly enhance their chances of survival in the outer battlefield. Otherwise, when an immortal deity faces defeat, they may escape, but the realm lords and those beneath them would be left to face annihilation. In the outer battlefield, the realm lords fare somewhat better, while those below domain lords are essentially cannon fodder, facing alarmingly high mortality rates. Moreover, the temperament and demeanor of immortal deities vary widely. Those endowed with compassion and a sense of responsibility will strive to assist their subordinate armies and minimize casualties, endeavoring to protect their forces in perilous situations. Conversely, those devoid of such qualities may abandon their troops in times of danger, fleeing to save themselves. Although the army system provides oversight, it lacks stringent constraints over the immortal deities, for the value of ordinary cosmic armies pales in comparison to that of an immortal deity. While an immortal deity may face some penalties for abandoning their army, those at the domain and cosmic levels confront life and death stakes, making survival difficult. They fervently hoped that a commendable commander would arrive this time, with many warriors silently praying. Just as the blue spacecraft began to change course towards the flame sacrifice continent, these cosmic armies were engrossed in discussions about their forthcoming immortal deity commander. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was also aboard a spacecraft making its way to that direction, where a void region permitted cosmic translocation. He had established contact with the army and was set to rendezvous at a particular location. At this speed, we should encounter that army within 7 days for the handover. Wang Yi mused while seated on the sofa, a smile gracing his face. I never anticipated that I would have the opportunity to command an army in battle. Within the Qinwu Cosmic Nation, there exists a cosmic army composed of 100 corps, with a staggering total of over 100 million cosmic warriors. Each corps consists of 100 legions. Each legion is comprised of one immortal deity, 100 realm lords, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 cosmic beings. These forces are designated for warfare in the outer battlefield. The regular army dispatched to the outer battlefield boasts no fewer than 10,000 soldiers per legion. With this mission, I shall strive to excel and secure the highest rewards. Wang Yi smiled as he blew the steam rising from his teacup, pondering the nature of the impending reward. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Just then, his brow furrowed slightly. There was a message in the virtual universe. Was it from Luo Feng? Curiosity piqued, for it had been quite some time since their last meeting in the real world, although they occasionally kept in touch within the virtual realm. What could Luo Feng possibly want to convey? Wang Yi partitioned a fragment of his consciousness to access the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, reigned Shadow Mountain. In the primal zone, within Wang Yi's estate, he gently tapped the void before him, causing a screen to materialize. Upon opening the email, he discovered an invitation from Luo Feng to join him for drinks at the public area S. Rongzhuang Hotel, along with Rongjun, Bolan, and others. Now a domain lord, Luo Feng had been appointed as an inspector by the Qinwu Universe Kingdom, yet he still maintained his domain lord estate in reigned Shadow Mountain. Occasionally, these promising newcomers from the virtual universe would convene to foster camaraderie. At present, Wang Yi had ascended to the realm of a world master, navigating the outer battlefield, while Luo Feng had reached the domain lord level, serving as a regional governor. Others, like Bolan, Rongjun, and Wuka, remained at the cosmic level. Wang Yi stroked his chin, continuing to peruse the email. A look of astonishment crossed his face. What? Luo Feng had become a disciple of the Master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace? The Master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace, an imposing figure presiding over the Celestial Eclipse Palace, was a dominant entity within the vast blood Luo world, undeniably part of the ruling elite of the virtual universe. According to Wang Yi's understanding, this individual was a supreme cosmic overlord, perhaps even rivaling the weakest of the cosmic sovereigns, with strength comparable to that of his mentor, the revered Pang Bo. The fact that Luo Feng had been accepted as a disciple by such a figure left Wang Yi momentarily speechless. Chapter 313, Wang Yi's Army. The unexpected news of Luo Feng's apprenticeship under the Master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace took Wang Yi by surprise, albeit slightly. Since Luo Feng had already chosen the Master as his mentor, it was improbable that he would continue to seek instruction from the Lord of Chaos. For the Master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace was also a cosmic overlord, situated near the pinnacle of the human race. However, one can never be certain. Wang Yi merely marveled at the news before dismissing further thoughts, immersing himself in the virtual universe to prepare for the gathering, muttering to himself, how intriguing. Indeed, it was quite fascinating. With Luo Feng, now a disciple of the master of the Celestial Eclipse Palace, it seemed unlikely that the Lord of Chaos would bestow the coveted Wu Yu Wing upon him. After all, such a treasure could not be casually given to someone outside of familial ties, and even if Luo Feng were exceptionally gifted, he remained an outsider in the eyes of the Lord of Chaos, who would have no reason to intervene without a recognized mentor-student bond. It appears I must devise a strategy, Wang Yi contemplated, for the Wu Yu Wing was a component of a treasure from the realm of eternal true gods. Regrettably, being of the gold and void attributes, it did not stir his desire as much as it might have otherwise. In a virtual universe, at Rain Shadow Mountain, in the public area, the Rongzhuang Grand Hotel sprawled over several kilometers, a luxurious establishment. Outside the grand lobby stood a row of beautiful maidens and handsome male attendants. Your Highness Wang Yi, please follow me. A domain-level woman with a fluffy tail smiled, leading the way. Wang Yi followed her, ascending the hotel's cloud staircase, which swiftly took him to the highest floor, where it finally halted. On the top floor, there was an artificially constructed lake surrounded by ancient trees, a picturesque setting. Having visited here before, Wang Yi stepped out under the respectful guidance of the domain-level woman. Haha, Wang Yi has arrived. Someone called out. Now that he was a world master, he ought to be addressed as Lord Wang Yi. Gathered around an opulent dark golden dining table by the lake were this generation of newcomers from the Virtual Universe Company, a small assembly of talents from the primordial and original realms. Among them, Wang Yi, Luo Feng, and Rongjun had all taken revered masters as mentors, faring the best. Bolan, despite having traversed the 7th layer of the Celestial Bridge, had fallen to the primordial realm after losing in the qualification battle, now only having a king-level mentor. Nonetheless, he still towered above the others. Many of their peers, like Rongjun, Ai Chun, and Qian Shui, had not even secured a king-level immortal mentor. And while Rongjun barely remained in the primordial realm, the others had been eliminated to the earthly realm in the qualification battle. Seeing Wang Yi, who still radiated vigor and charm, evoked a sense of nostalgia among them. Although Wang Yi had once been far beyond them in terms of comprehension of laws, they had all been at the cosmic level. Yet, over a century after emerging from the Chaos City, while they remained at the cosmic level, Wang Yi had ascended to the status of a world master, now delving into profound cultivation, a smokescreen set by the human race within the Chaos City. The disparity was indeed vast. However, none of them harbored thoughts of competing with Wang Yi anymore. They could only reminisce. Their paths might lead them to untimely ends in some distant place, for historically, the Virtual Universe Company had records indicating that out of 1,000 nurtured talents, only about 10 could achieve immortality, while the rest would inevitably fall. With a smile, Wang Yi greeted his friends and approached. Wang Yi, I have a spot for you. Sit here, Qian Shui suddenly spoke. Jiang Mo discreetly gave his sister a thumbs up. The others exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with amusement. Wang Yi paused briefly, then, smiling, moved over to sit beside Qian Shui with Ai Chun on his other side. As the host of the evening, Luo Feng rose, lifting his wine glass. It has been a while since we've gathered. Tonight we shall not return until we are intoxicated. The others chuckled and raised their glasses in agreement. Not returning until drunk. Oh, it's actually divine spirit wine. Luo Feng is quite generous today. It seems being a regional governor has brought him considerable gains, Wuka jested. While divine spirit wine in the virtual universe mirrored its real-world counterpart, a bottle in reality would cost 8,000 mixed yuan units, whereas in the virtual realm, it only cost 8 mixed yuan units. Nevertheless, to treat the gathering of companions, the total was still a significant sum. However, everyone present could easily afford it. It was merely a matter of willingness to spend. Seated around the dark golden round table by the artificial lake, they savored exquisite wines of considerable value that intoxicated the senses while engaging in lively conversation. Wang Yi truly relished these moments spent with old friends. 7 days later, in a void cleared of debris light years away from the fragmented 05 continent, a massive asteroid served as the landing site for a blue saucer-shaped spaceship. Measuring 400 meters in diameter, numerous cosmic warriors poured out, swiftly aligning themselves in formation on the asteroid. Hurry up, form ranks, prepare to welcome the Lord, commanded the domain-level captains to their subordinates. In no time, tens of thousands had assembled in a neatly organized square formation upon the expansive surface of the asteroid, exuding a commanding presence. Most felt a twinge of anxiety. At the forefront of the military formation stood a formidable man clad in exquisite dark blue armor, his face adorned with blue scales, and fangs subtly visible at the corners of his mouth. This was Peng Xing, the original leader of this army, a peak immortal military master whose combat prowess rivaled that of a Duke-level immortal due to unique techniques and innate talents. I have led this legion for 5 millennia, and after such a long period of warfare, it is now time to depart, Peng Xing reflected, gazing at the sea of familiar faces behind him, feeling a mix of nostalgia and melancholy. Many familiar visages from his memories were no longer present. Soldiers had been replaced time and again, for the mortality rate on the outer battlefield was exceedingly high, and the attrition of the army was brutally harsh. Few could retire alive with military honors. "Commander, when will the new lord arrive?" inquired an old subordinate, unable to contain his curiosity, speaking without the use of telepathy. "In accordance with prior communications, it should be imminent," Peng Xing responded, casting his gaze towards the arm guard screen, which displayed the positions of comrades and allies within a billion-kilometer radius. One cannot help but wonder about the character and strength of this esteemed individual. The seasoned realm master voiced his concerns. Should an unreliable immortal deity accompany him, the army's casualties could be considerable. Peng Xing was aware of this apprehension, yet felt powerless. It was an order issued by the virtual universe military system, and barring exceptional circumstances, compliance was mandatory. To lead an army, one must possess at least the strength of an immortal deity, yet the specifics of the individual in question were beyond his knowledge. Although he had contacted this person a few times, the intelligence gathered was scant. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the rear were engaged in hushed discussions. As time passed during their anxious wait, suddenly, a spark ignited in Peng Xing's eyes. "They have arrived." A new allied prompt appeared on Peng Xing's military system, indicating an approaching entity. However, to his dismay, his detection instruments showed no response, revealing only a blank screen. It seems that this newcomer possesses superior detection capabilities. "Their strength should be on par with mine," Peng Xing mused. The quality of detection instruments often reflects the strength of their users. Typically, the more advanced and costly the device, the stronger the wielder. After all, those exquisite instruments are seldom affordable for the average individual. Peng Xing's own device, a mere 1,000+ mixed yuan units, was considered quite respectable in regions akin to the Thorny Valley. "Listen closely, your new commander is about to arrive. Everyone be alert. Refrain from unnecessary movement or chatter." Peng Xing's voice resonated throughout the military formation, instantly rendering the realm masters, domain lords, and cosmic-level warriors serious. Standing tall with eyes fixed on the starry sky, a flicker of anticipation in their gazes. What kind of person will this new commander be? As moments trickled by, a streak of light emerged in the distant cosmos, rapidly approaching. "They have come." The immortal deity Peng Xing's gaze flickered with excitement. The thousands of soldiers in the formation also spotted the spaceship, their focus sharpening as they watched the black, disc-shaped vessel descend onto the asteroid before them. With a click, the ship's hatch opened, and a figure of average height stepped out. Just as Peng Xing was about to welcome the newcomer, his steps faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. The soldiers, who had been holding their breath, were equally astonished. Emerging from a spacecraft was a man clad in exquisite dark red armor, adorned with dark red boots, carrying 2 ancient green battle blades on his back, and donning a black mask. Yet the aura emanating from him was so formidable it sent shivers down their spines. Such overwhelming pressure. This must be a Duke-level immortal. Peng Xing struggled to fathom it, noting that the intensity of this presence surpassed that of any Duke-level immortal he had previously encountered. This individual was at the pinnacle of their rank. A peak Duke-level immortal. Here, to assume command of an army? Peng Xing found it difficult to believe. Due to the earlier interference with his detection instruments, he could not assess the newcomer's strength, only realizing their existence through the military system. No wonder Peng Xing was so taken aback. In the outer battlefield, those who commanded armies were typically ordinary immortal deities, ranging from initial to advanced grade. As for Duke-level immortals, their immense power and immortality made accruing military merit a trivial task. They had little need to lead an army, which was often cumbersome. They mostly operated in small teams or as lone wolves. Thus, when a figure of such potential suddenly appeared, seeking to lead his forces, Peng Xing was left in a state of profound hesitation. Could there be a mistake? Perhaps this formidable being was merely passing by? The tens of thousands of soldiers behind him began to stir. A Duke-level immortal. Our new commander is a Duke-level immortal? Excitement coursed through the ranks. This was directly tied to their interests. The stronger the leader, the greater their chances of survival in the outer battlefield, and the easier it would be to earn military merit. As Peng Xing observed the imposing young man striding forward, he dared not underestimate the situation and approached, hesitantly inquiring, "Are you the Black Mask Lord?" "Indeed, I am." "You must be Peng Xing," Wang Yi replied, casting a brief glance at the immortal deity. From the faintly weakened aura surrounding him, it was evident that he had sustained injuries, and not insignificant ones. "No Guande," he thought to himself. Black Mask Lord Peng Xing felt a surge of joy, his demeanor becoming significantly more respectful. The other party was a Duke-level immortal, inherently superior to him in both strength and status. Though uncertain as to why a Duke-level immortal would lead an army, the presence of such a powerful ally assured him that his original forces would not easily be obliterated in the outer battlefield, alleviating much of his previous anxiety. With utmost respect, he led Wang Yi to the neatly arranged military formation. "Shouldn't you promptly pay your respects to your new commander?" Peng Xing urged. With a rustle, the vast formation of soldiers knelt in unison, reverently exclaiming, "We salute you, Commander." Wang Yi responded, hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly. Peng Xing, grinning, remarked, "Black Mask Lord, this is the 026-39217 Legion, which I previously commanded. However, due to my injuries sustained in the outer battlefield, I am unable to continue leading them and must pass the command to others. I hope you will treat these soldiers well." The 026-39217 Legion comprises 325 Realm Masters, 869 Domain Lords, and 271 Cosmic-level Warriors. Their detailed information has been sent to you, and you may command them via the military system or delegate subordinates for strategic direction. Peng Xing smiled, adding, "In my experience during military engagements, you primarily need to contend with enemy immortal deities. The ordinary alien troops can be entrusted to your subordinates without distraction." Wang Yi surveyed the formidable army before him, nodding lightly. Yet, internally he pondered allowing them to engage in battle. The requirements of his panel task concerning army casualties would likely be difficult to manage. For maximum rewards, the overall casualties in 100 military engagements must not exceed 10. At the very least, they must remain below 30 to yield any rewards. Exceeding them would equate to failure. Wang Yi was already aware that, given the mortality rates in the outer battlefield, an ordinary cosmic army typically faced death rates exceeding 80 to 90 across 100 battles. If he were to leave matters unchecked, failure was a certainty. "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch over them and will not permit undue casualties," Wang Yi stated, his words laden with deeper meaning. "Thank you immensely, my lord." Peng Xing, oblivious to the underlying implications, believed he had encountered a considerate leader, his spirits soaring. The cosmic warriors were equally elated and exuberant. A powerful, Duke-level immortal had become their commander. With such a formidable leader, their chances of survival and opportunities for military merit in the outer battlefield would undoubtedly be enhanced. Thus morale soared, and they were eager to follow their new commander into battle. Little did they know, they had already been classified under Wang Yi's protective cohort. Yearning for battle? That would depend on Wang Yi's consent. Chapter 314, The Tyranny of the Zerg Mother Nest. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, an E9 class black saucer-shaped spacecraft soared through the void at an astonishing velocity. Measuring approximately 500 meters in diameter, the vessel was divided into 5 tiers of chambers, where nearly 30,000 cosmic warriors recently recruited by Wang Yi eagerly gathered, animatedly discussing their forthcoming battlefield. Meanwhile, Wang Yi scrutinized the star map, noting that the spacecraft was rapidly approaching the remnants of Continent 05. 7 days later, the spacecraft officially penetrated the territory of Continent 05, while Wang Yi's detection instruments continued their vigilant scanning. Within a billion-kilometer radius, aside from the 2 human factions, there were 6 other alien groups. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes. The term faction could refer to either small teams or legions. However, the mission parameters explicitly called for legion-level engagement, thus excluding any alien factions operating in smaller teams. Bermuda, filter out all those alien small teams, leaving only the legions, Wang Yi commanded. Instantaneously, the red dots dispersed across the vast landmass diminished by half. 3 alien legions remained. A flicker of excitement danced in Wang Yi's eyes. The nearest target lay a mere 69 million kilometers away, remarkably close. A smile graced his lips as he gazed at the star map. "That's the one. Let us proceed." The spacecraft adjusted its trajectory slightly, hurtling toward another part of the land at a velocity of 250,000 kilometers per second. With arms crossed, Wang Yi observed the projected screen, a peculiar smile playing on his face. It was astonishing that within a landmass of 13 trillion kilometers, over 10,000 factions had congregated. Notably, detection instruments typically possess a maximum range of 100 million kilometers, escalating to 300 million and even a billion kilometers. Though 13 trillion kilometers seemed an immense distance. The simultaneous presence of numerous factions meant that traversing from one end to the other would only require a little over a month. Countless powerful legions clashed upon the battlefield of the cosmos. A streak of black light sliced through the heavens, rapidly closing the distance. The target Wang Yi had selected remained stationary, concealed within a cave nestled in a mountain range. Consequently, the spacecraft reached the vicinity of the alien legion, merely 100,000 kilometers away, in half a minute. Thanks to the screening capabilities of the detection instruments, the alien legion remained oblivious to the approaching human vessel. On the other hand, other human allies on Continent 05 had detected the situation through their military system maps and attempted to communicate with Wang Yi, only to be met with silence. "Master, we have detected the enemy's sensors. They're located deep within that mountain cave," Bermuda reported. "The enemy's sensor range is 100 million kilometers, but theirs is inferior to ours." "Inferior to ours?" Wang Yi simulated. "That is entirely expected. If it were superior, that would be remarkable. After all, the detection instruments he utilized were crafted by the hand of a unification sovereign and were worth nearly trillions." The exhilarating sensation of suppressing the enemy with superior detection technology was delightful, as it ensured that the battle remained under his control. Bermuda subsequently transmitted images of the enemy. Wang Yi slightly raised his gaze, and a projection screen materialized in the control room, revealing a vast, artificially excavated cave. Within it stood a palace, accompanied by a camp, where alien entities engaged in conversation. Seated upon a metallic chair was a man with gray skin, standing at a mere 3 meters in height, possessing a human form but adorned with the head of a bull. Opposite him sat a woman, similarly in a metallic chair, exhibiting a human body crowned with a resplendent avian head. At first glance, these two alien beings appeared as though they were forged from metal, reminiscent of the silver sentinels of yesteryears, hardly resembling living creatures. There were 2 alien entities in total. Wang Yi squinted at the sight of them. Human form with beast heads. Are they puppets? Is this the demon race? Indeed, one with a bull's head and the other with a bird's head. These bodies are puppet forms, akin to mechanical constructs, came the explanation. The classification of life in the universe encompasses flesh and blood beings, metallic entities, sentient beings, energy forms, plant life, and even rock life. Despite belonging to the same category, their appearances and bodily structures differ significantly. For instance, rock life can resemble mere stones, grand mountains, or even colossal boulders, with some appearing entirely indistinguishable from ordinary beings, the only difference lying within their internal compositions. The 2 immortal deities of the demon race were far too colossal to board a spacecraft. Thus they concealed themselves within a world ring. They commanded their puppet forms to carry the world ring aboard the spacecraft, ready to emerge should danger arise. This puppet form was a popular construct within the demon race, operable through consciousness, crafted from alloy and embedded with consciousness receivers. By distributing a fragment of consciousness to the puppet form, one could control it. Their true forms, hidden within the world ring, had long been refined, enabling immediate emergence. Demon race, are you unfortunate enough to be my first target? Wang Yi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. As one of the pinnacle races, humanity stood in close proximity to the demon race, the mechanical race, and the insect race, embroiled in a war that had bred deep-seated animosity over countless years. When it came to engaging alien factions, Wang Yi harbored no trace of pity. The adversaries were merely 2 ordinary immortals, not even ascended immortals, and Wang Yi deemed it unnecessary to expend further thought on them. He had already devised a plan to fulfill the military mission mandated by the panel. Bermuda, drawing closer, Wang Yi instructed, observing the 2 oblivious demon race entities engaged in conversation, a smile gracing his lips as he prepared to deliver them a grand surprise. The spacecraft silently approached, hovering a few thousand kilometers from the mountain cave before vanishing into a world of his own within the world ring. In compliance with Wang Yi's orders, all 30,000 cosmic warriors were seamlessly integrated into the world ring's domain, offering no resistance. Though they likely found the situation perplexing, Wang Yi paid them no mind. He could single-handedly manage the military engagement. As for the forces under his command, it was best for them to remain safely in the rear and observe. Regarding their military contributions, they would not earn any accolades for not participating directly in combat, but Wang Yi would ensure appropriate compensations afterward, far superior to the perilous battles they would have faced. Clad in dark red battle armor, his feet encased in matching boots, a black mask concealing his visage, and long hair billowing in the wind, Wang Yi stood suspended in the air, Sha. Master, came the melodious voice of the towering insectoid mother nest, 3,000 meters high. Wang Yi smiled. Sha. As I instructed earlier, present my guests with an unforgettable greeting. Yes, Master, replied Elizabeth, the insectoid matriarch, her voice tinged with excitement. This marked her first battle in the external realm, and she was eager to impress her master. With a flourish, millions of insectoid warriors materialized in the air. After years of meticulous nurturing, the pinnacle insectoid warriors bred by the mother nest had surpassed 2 million in number, including 1 million tiger beetle warriors and another million shadow stalker warriors. Surrounding the mother nest, a dense swarm of insectoids appeared, each tiger beetle warrior towering approximately 30 meters. Their robust exoskeletons exuding a menacing aura. A million identical tiger beetle warriors amassed, while on the other side, an equally vast number of shadow stalker warriors. Slightly smaller at around 24 meters, their deep gray shells poised for combat, emanated a fierce and formidable presence. A total of 2 million peak-level Zerg warriors are divided into 2 factions, an imposing throng of countless Zerg encircling the central Zerg mother nest. Each Zerg stands either 100 meters or several dozen meters apart, forming 2 colossal spheres. Wang Yi's miniature detector is capable of cloaking the spatial realms occupied by these 2 enormous spheres, sufficiently concealing the arrangement of the 2 million Zerg warriors. With the utmost cutting-edge detection technology and the devastatingly fearsome assault of the Zerg army, Wang Yi stands beside the Zerg mother nest, gazing at the scene with a soft sigh of admiration. With just this combination of factors, Wang Yi could hunt numerous formidable immortals on the Yanji continent. Attack! Wang Yi commanded with a smile. Yes, Master, the Zerg Mother Queen replied without hesitation. First formation, attack. Buzz. A million tiger beetle Zerg extended their sharp claws, which emitted brilliant beams of light. The million warriors seemed to share a telepathic connection, and indeed, they were being simultaneously controlled by the Zerg Mother Queen, Elizabeth, who adeptly managed a million tiger beetles. While they could not unleash attacks imbued with the laws of the universe, their precision strikes were undeniably achievable. Boom! 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 In an instant, the perfectly arranged million tiger beetles unleashed their accumulated energy attacks, countless beams of light converging into an incredibly radiant glow, which then violently struck the distant towering mountains. Under the onslaught of this terrifying energy attack, the mountains were utterly obliterated. Bang! The resounding thunder of colossal energy detonations reverberated through the air. Second formation, attack. Following the completion of the first collective strike, Elizabeth immediately relinquished control of the first faction and swiftly commanded the second faction of 100,000 shadow beetles. Countless beams of light surged forth once more, converging into a devastatingly massive beam that struck the mountain range anew, completely annihilating it. The 2 formations attacked in succession, with only a mere second of difference. The location of the Zerg army's combined assault was entirely dictated by the Queen's command. As the million energy beams gathered, they began to compress in 10-fold increments, 10 beams condensing into one, and the resulting 10 beams gathering with increasingly exaggerated geometric growth until they reached the point of ultimate compression. The distance, angle, and sequence of the released attacks all played a critical role in this compression. Only through achieving maximum compression could a grand explosion be realized. The Zerg Mother Queen, should she desire, could orchestrate the combined assault to explode hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, or even millions of kilometers distant. Meanwhile, deep within the caverns of the mountains, 2 immortal beings of the demon race were engaged in conversation when their expressions suddenly shifted. Enemy attack. When the Zerg army was not assaulting, they remained cloaked from detection by the instruments. However, once they launched their strike, the immense energy fluctuations were immediately detected. Yet, it was already too late. The location chosen for the attack was less than 10,000 kilometers from the demon army, a distance too short for the assault to be evaded. Boom! An unimaginably fearsome attack instantly tore through layers of rock, precisely striking the palace of the 2 immortal demons. Constructed from E9 grade metal, the palace was nonetheless pierced through in an instant by the overwhelming energy assault, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. The interior space of the mountains shattered like soap bubbles, and the violent shock waves surged outward in all directions, tearing apart the surrounding universe and revealing endless layers of space. The entire demon army was engulfed in the explosive shock wave, obliterated into nothingness. Following closely, a second beam of light followed suit almost immediately. A terrifying explosion erupted once more, with cataclysmic force, further rending the fabric of space. The layers of space were swept into the conflagration. debris swirling as the areas near the explosion's core were shattered into a stream of particles. The horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes as the heavens and earth shifted in hue. The grand explosion reduced the entire mountain range to nothingness, leaving a gaping chasm 10,000 kilometers deep. Caught unawares, the human puppets and the world rings were destroyed, revealing the true forms of the demons, which were utterly annihilated. The two immortal demons, along with their army, were completely eradicated under the terrifying combined assault of the Zerg, with none escaping the onslaught. A mere combined strike from 100,000 peak-level warriors could severely wound a peak-level monarch, provided they could make contact, for those monarch-level beings were not fools. Each possessed exceptional evasion skills. Thus, 1,000,000 peak-level warriors posed a significant threat, especially in the midst of battle, primarily serving as a deterrent against a single monarch. Once the attack concluded, Wang Yi immediately withdrew the Zerg mother nest, teleporting swiftly away from the explosion's radius. Although the range of the energy shockwave was vast, he remained unscathed. In midair, he gazed at the rising waves of energy and the rapidly healing spatial rifts, murmuring, "What a beautiful firework display." This battle initiated a virtual universe synchronization transmission, allowing Wang Yi to claim the lives of 2 alien immortals and a multitude of their army, thus earning a substantial amount of military merit. However, he paid little heed to this triumph, and instead focused on the panel before him. The task progress displayed new changes. Kill ordinary immortal beings. 9-100-000. Successful military operations. 1-100. Simultaneously, the terrifying energy fluctuations and tumultuous commotion occurring in the vicinity alerted some alien forces on the 05th landmass. Chapter 315, Sweep. The star map depicts the Yinji continent's 05th landmass. These land fragments, like many humans and countless alien races engaged in battle on the Yinji continent, have garnered some predetermined designations over countless years. The main continent is simply referred to as the continent, while these land fragments are termed islands. For instance, the 09th land fragment is known as Misty Sand Island, and the 05th landmass is called Dusty Island. The main continent teems with powerful beings, many of whom are peak-level immortal beings, with even monarch-level immortals present. Those immortals who perceive themselves as lacking in strength often venture through the islands. Dusty Island is relatively large, inhabited by numerous alien powers, though the immortals here are predominantly at the immortal lord level. While there are also monarch-level immortals, Wang Yi did not encounter any upon his arrival, as Dusty Island is neither overly large nor small. Dusty Island is characterized by its expanses of yellow gravel, where the howling winds whip up storms of sand, obscuring the sky and sun, hence the name Dusty Island. Within a desolate desert, several tens of kilometers deep underground, lies a palace where a small alien team is taking a respite. With a petite stature, black and white soft fur, sparkling large eyes, and adorned with 2 crystalline dragon horns on her forehead, this charming creature resembles an adorable kitten as she languidly sits on the throne, occasionally extending her pink tongue to lick her paws. She is an immortal being belonging to the Chidian race, renowned throughout the universe for their seemingly cute yet terrifying nature. In addition to the Chidian immortal, 3 other alien immortals and nearly 100 peak-level warriors, each with bizarre appearances from various cosmic races, are present. We have been slaughtering on Dusty Island for over 300 years this time, and the spoils are substantial. After accumulating for so long, I can finally exchange my military merit for the mechanical race weapons I desire. Captain, when shall we return? The Chidian being, lazily reclining on a throne draped in unknown furs, lazily lifted her eyelids, responding nonchalantly, "No hurry, we shall continue battling on Dusty Island. Let us return in another 100 years. 100 more years?" Some alien warriors appeared to want to voice their grievances, yet dared not to do so. After all, he was acutely aware that although the captain of the Crimson Shadow clan appeared adorable, she possessed a tempestuous temperament, making it unwise to casually defy her decisions. Just then, the once languid figure lounging on the throne emitted a startled meow, rising from her seat with her fur bristling and her feline eyes wide with astonishment. The detection apparatus had just registered a powerful energy explosion emanating from 3.7 billion kilometers to the north. The intensity reached the pinnacle of monarch level. The shock in the Crimson Shadow clan's eyes could no longer be concealed. It was essential to note that this was merely a fragment of land on the periphery of the main continent, where few even reached the level of immortal dukes, truly a rarity and an absolute hegemon. The pinnacle of monarch level? Such an existence was nearly invincible. Of course, This was merely the detected energy fluctuation. Perhaps the adversary employed mechanical weaponry, a horde of insectoid warriors, or other artifacts and methods, indicating that their inherent strength may not be formidable. Yet they were certainly not a small squad of foreign entities to provoke. A distance of 3.7 billion kilometers from the explosion? Too close. A jolt of alarm coursed through the immortal of the Crimson Shadow clan. Captain, what has happened? The other immortals of the foreign clan were equally startled by the captain's reaction. The immortal of the Crimson Shadow clan shot them a glare and growled. Do not ask so many questions. Depart from this place immediately. The foreign squad, terrified by the explosion orchestrated by Wang Yi, fled in disarray. Simultaneously, several other foreign teams, having detected the energy fluctuation, also retreated from the area. Meanwhile, at the site of the explosion, Wang Yi was hastening towards the dimensional interstice, seeking the treasures of the two fallen foreign immortals. As for the items belonging to those foreign armies, most of them had been reduced to dust by the cataclysmic force of the recent explosion, and Wang Yi deemed those worthless trinkets unworthy of his attention. He found them. Two immortal beings of the demon race had perished, their divine forms obliterated by the collective assault of the Insectoid Legion, their armor shattered, yet their world rings remained intact. After all, world rings, as vessels for storing items, were of paramount importance, crafted from exceedingly durable materials capable of withstanding monarch-level attacks. In such a diminutive world, ring required minimal resources, easily manageable even for ordinary immortal deities. Thus, Wang Yi effortlessly located the two world rings near the dimensional interstice. With a swift motion, Wang Yi emerged, the power of the world easily dispelling the marks left by their previous owners, allowing him to delve into the contents of the world rings. Ah, not too shabby, he mused. The treasures within the two rings, collectively worth approximately 30 to 40,000 units of primal wealth. After a moment, Wang Yi smacked his lips. This amount of wealth, while trivial to him, was notable considering the time invested. The more formidable the individual, the swifter their accumulation of wealth. The virtual universe military system classified military achievements as follows: 100 million for a low-level immortal commander, 1 billion for a high-level immortal commander, and other foreign armies collectively contributing nearly 200 million military achievements. 100 million military achievements could be exchanged for 1,000 primal units or an equivalent amount of virtual universe company credits. Wang Yi yore abrat simile. Spoils. Military achievements. Progress on panel tasks. A trifecta of success. One word. Splendid. Dusty Island was teeming with foreign entities. Next time, he might as well eliminate those foreign squads he encounters as well, for the energy expended by the Insectoid Legion is not singular, but can be replenished rapidly. Should certain artifacts or mechanical weapons be involved, energy considerations would indeed be necessary. However, the Insectoid Legion, composed of insectoid warriors, could restore their energy autonomously. Just as before, the mother hive of the insects could unleash collective energy attacks, executing 10 or 8 strikes in quick succession without pause. With the detection apparatus cloaking his movements, he would stealthily approach, then unleash the Insectoid Legion for a lethal strike. A radiant smile spread across Wang Yi's face. While the Insectoid Legion was undeniably powerful, it remained but one of his many aces, thus he had no qualms about utilizing it liberally during his hunts. Convenient, swift, efficient. This was the correct approach to employing the Insectoid Legion. Wang Yi gave himself a subtle nod of approval. Of course, this was contingent upon his possession of advanced detection instruments. Otherwise, he would be easily discovered from a distance, and should the adversary be prepared, any attempt to summon the insectoid mother hive would render stealth impossible. Hence, to execute this strategy, both advanced detection apparatus and the insectoid mother hive were indispensable. In truth, enslaved insectoid mother hives were exceedingly rare in the cosmos. Conversely, numerous powerful beings had fallen under the dominion of insectoid queens. After all, the number of insectoid mother hives was distressingly limited. It was sheer fortune that Huyin Fu, skilled in the arcane arts of the soul, managed to obtain a domain-level insectoid mother hive. In reality, domain-level insectoid mother hives were exceedingly scarce in the outer battlefield. Wang Yi was unconcerned about the revelation of his possession of an insectoid mother hive. After all, he was currently masquerading as a human immortal duke. And while it was uncommon for an immortal duke to possess an insectoid mother hive, it was not particularly astonishing. Moreover, the insectoid mother hive was not his most formidable asset. Let me see where the recent foreign teams are. Why have all the people fled? Utilizing the detection apparatus, Wang Yi observed that within a billion-kilometer radius centered around him, all foreign entities, including human teams, were hastily retreating to the periphery. They seemed to be avoiding some dreadful entity, Although they could not detect Wang Yi, they were undoubtedly spooked by the energy explosion's fluctuations. The human teams, unaware of the source of the disturbance, naturally followed suit for their own safety. Furthermore, through military communications, this news spread rapidly, prompting some who received warnings from allies to distance themselves from this perilous region. Wang Yi quickly grasped the situation. Flee? A sinister smile crept across Wang Yi's face. Can you truly escape? From this day forth, this pig-raising ground belongs to me. Wang Yi plunged into the fray. In the ensuing time, he unleashed a relentless torrent of hunting and pillaging across Dusty Island. Utilizing the detection apparatus to mask his signals, he stealthily approached the foreign teams, then released the Insectoid Legion to execute a coordinated attack. The terrifying might of the Insectoid Legion was laid bare. With a single energy strike, a beam of light pierced all, annihilating everything in its path. Essentially, any immortal deities struck by such a blast would likely perish, and those beneath the immortal level were guaranteed death. Even those fortunate enough to survive would find their divine forms severely wounded, their strength diminished to a mere fraction. And in the face of Wang Yi's astonishing speed and agility, survival was utterly implausible. The beam of light radiated. Death descended. Foreign squads and legions fell like chaff before the wind, brutally harvested. As numerous foreign teams were decimated, news of Wang Yi's exploits spread throughout Dusty Island. All foreign entities became aware of the arrival of a formidable human powerhouse on Dusty Island, possessing a mother hive capable of delivering a devastating combined attack that could severely injure even the pinnacle of monarch-level beings, alongside exceedingly advanced detection apparatus. No one could perceive his presence. Once the Insectoid Legion launched their coordinated assault, it was too late to escape. Panic began to grip the foreign teams on Dusty Island. In just a month's time, over 100 foreign squads, including legions, had perished at the hands of this human powerhouse. Many foreign beings, sensing the waning safety of Dusty Island, began to flee in droves. Naturally, some remained unconvinced or overly confident in their own strength, believing the human powerhouses with insectoid mother hives could not contend with them. Amidst swirling sands beneath a desolate desert, a man-made cavern housed a foreign military camp. At the center of the camp stood an enigmatic alien spacecraft. My lord, this time we have amassed considerable military achievements. At this rate, within a century, you will accumulate enough to be directly inducted into the Council of Elders upon your return. Like trees, their bodies towered, with tendrils cascading from their heads. Clad in verdant armor, one of the tallest of the Nino tribe, standing approximately 12 meters high, laughed joyfully. Indeed, while our clan has dispatched many troops and generals to the outer battlefield, how many have truly survived? Let alone those with formidable achievements like our esteemed leader. Upon returning, the higher echelons of our tribe will undoubtedly regard you with greater esteem, and your time for resurgence is nigh. A faint smile flickered across the rigid features of the foremost Nino tribesman. I, Kinerfu, inadvertently committed a grave sin and became the target of my adversaries, compelling me to this outer battlefield. After years of conflict, this moment has been made possible thanks to your support. Upon our return, with these military accolades, we shall firmly establish our standing within the tribe, making those who once looked down upon us deeply regretful. You speak true. We must return in glorious fashion, ensuring those scoundrels rue their disdain. As the diverse tribesmen jubilantly discussed their hopeful return, a silhouette emerged thousands of kilometers away, revealing a raven-haired youth clad in dark crimson armor. Beneath a cold, obsidian mask lay eyes devoid of warmth. Gazing at the distant desert, he seemed able to perceive the caverns hidden beneath the sands. The Nino tribe aligned themselves with the insectoid faction. A smile crept across Wang Yi's face. However, you have lost your chance to return. You shall remain here forever. With a flourish, a colossal insectoid hive materialized beside Wang Yi. Subsequently, a vast swarm of insectoid troops was unleashed by the insectoid queen. These insect legions resided within the queen's inner world, ready to emerge at a moment's notice for battle. 200,000 insect warriors, each at the pinnacle of their realms, rapidly formed into precise formations like a well-oiled machine, transforming into two massive spheres, their claws gathering tremendous energy. Master, a voice as gentle as flowing water spoke, "Let's commence." Wang, hands clasped behind his back, stood beside the insectoid hive, gazing at the desert poised to face obliteration, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. "First formation, advance," commanded the insectoid queen. At that moment, the hive simultaneously exerted its consciousness over the million insect warriors, their focus unwavering. Each insect warrior manifested a colossal energy orb upon their claws. An individual orb might be dismissed by even an immortal, but when a million converged, even a peak king could face peril. The combined assault of a million insectoid sovereigns was terrifically formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An unending barrage of luminous orbs soared through the air, akin to countless shooting stars streaking across the sky, gradually coalescing as they flew. After traversing thousands of kilometers, they converged into a heart-stopping beam of radiant light, rendering the cosmos fragile in its presence, fracturing and collapsing around it. In an instant, that light beam vanished upon the desert. A second beam followed, striking mere moments later. Silence enveloped the scene, though it felt like an eternity had passed when, in truth, it was but a fleeting moment. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the desolate desert, shattering the surrounding space and rending great chasms. Countless fragments of space formed torrents, while a powerful shockwave radiated outward for hundreds of kilometers. The leader of the Nino tribe, upon witnessing the assault from the Insectoid Legion, realized the gravity of the situation too late. He could only hastily gather his nearby subordinates into a world ring, neglecting the rest of the troops. Boom! A blinding light, enough to make even a mortal's hearts race, struck the peculiar vessel. In the next moment, the ship's outer shell, already at an F grade, was torn asunder by the overwhelming energy, melting away like snow meeting flame. The core chamber of the Nino tribe's immortal vessel, crafted from F9 grade metal, withstood the energy onslaught, but fissures began to appear. Most of the energy was absorbed by the chamber, yet some still struck the Nino immortal directly. Boom! The Nino immortal's divine form shattered without surprise. Chapter 316, The Insect Commander. As the first beam detonated, the second struck almost simultaneously, creating another explosion. With the Insectoid Queen's precise control, she perfectly orchestrated the energy beams to explode at the same location. Boom! It was as if thousands of stars met their demise in an instant. Two brilliant, searing orbs of white light materialized, each harboring unfathomable energy. Vast swathes of space were instantly reduced to fundamental particle streams, annihilating countless fragments within the spatial interstices. The Nino tribe's thousands of foreign troops were obliterated in the face of that cataclysmic brilliance. Although the Nino Immortal's vessel was not entirely F-grade, its outermost layer was constructed from F-grade metal, and the central chamber was entirely composed of F9 grade metal, designed to withstand king-level assaults. Yet under this earth-shattering explosion of energy, the entire ship was torn apart, powerful shockwaves battered the central chamber, and fissures began to emerge. While the overwhelming force was largely absorbed by the chamber, some residual energy affected the interior. Boom! The Nino Immortal, with shock and fury etched upon his face, felt his divine form erupt. It coalesced again, only to explode once more. After several such occurrences, the Nino Immortal realized with terror that his divine form had weakened to its utmost limits. Another powerful shockwave surged toward him. Though far less potent than the initial explosion, his divine form, already grievously injured, had diminished significantly in strength. No! Boom! His divine form shattered once more, this time without reconstitution. Far away, Wang Yi, now millions of kilometers above, watched the blinding white light ascend from the desert. The invisible shockwave spreading outward, uprooting all in its path, a colossal roar reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Even at this distance, he could distinctly feel the terrifying tremors. In the detection instruments, all signs of life had vanished. Wang Yi observed the military system's notification of military merits with an impassive expression, swiftly moving toward the site of the explosion. There are still survivors. The military system had detected 3 foreign immortals, yet the rewards did not meet Wang Yi's expectations. He understood there must be others who had evaded demise. The echoes of the earth-shattering explosion still reverberated, and amidst the rifts torn asunder by the blast, fragments of space swirled with tumultuous winds, one black ring being swept away, displaying several cracks. Bang! The ring exploded, and 2 figures emerged, their faces marked with panic. They were the other 2 immortals whom the Nino leader had gathered into the world ring. Were it not for the protection of the Nino leader, the world ring, despite its sturdiness, would have shattered under the initial shockwave, resulting in their demise in the ensuing explosion. The general's divine artifacts had lost all traces of vitality. The general had fallen. Flee! The 2 shocked immortals exchanged glances before turning to escape without hesitation. Yet they were not the only ones sheltered within the world ring. Several other realm lords had also been gathered, but to avoid hindrance, they were stored in a separate world ring. At that moment, they spotted a streak of light speeding toward them, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. A peak immortal. It is the powerful human who commands the swarm of the Zerg. The two immortal beings of the Nino race immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Their faces a mixture of shock, fury, and dread. With a swift motion, Wang Yi, clad in dark crimson battle armor, descended like a high-flying falcon, exuding an overwhelming aura of murder, his prey being the two immortal deities. A glance from him revealed their fate. The two immortal generals were doomed. In a flash, he moved with a speed that defied comprehension. Utilizing spatial techniques, his velocity surged even further. However, the art of traversing the void could not be employed at all times. It faced limitations under spatial confinement or temporal disturbances, and its efficacy diminished in regions of intense energy fluctuations or within the chaotic torrents of spatial layers. Wang Yi approached the fleeing, immortal deities like a wraith. With a whoosh, two pieces of cosmic divine weaponry emerged, their facets swirling and coalescing into the perfect seventh form in an instant. Manipulating both pieces of cosmic weaponry to unleash their seventh form was a feat well within Wang Yi's capabilities. A resplendent crystal shuttle, adorned with intricate arcane engravings, sliced through the air, split and flee. Faced with a human sovereign possessing a Zerg hive, the two Nino immortals lacked the courage to fight, having made their decision. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, two crystal shuttles shot forth unexpectedly, stirring the primal forces of time and space, merging seamlessly with the fabric of a universe. Traversing dimensions with countless temporal and spatial phantoms swirling around, appearing instantaneously behind the two immortal deities. Both immortal beings felt as if the very space around them had stagnated, ensnaring them in a quagmire, rendering them immobile. The two alien immortals realized they were at death's door, their eyes igniting with fervor. One Nino immortal unleashed a torrent of green blades, densely surrounding them, forming an impenetrable defense. Meanwhile, the other, resembling a treant, roared as massive vines erupted from its body, each vine shimmering with threads of purple laws, summoning thunderous might, intertwining with the cosmic laws of time, striking like a multitude of giant serpents towards the cosmic weaponry. Boom! Boom! Their offensive and defensive maneuvers collided violently with the cosmic weaponry. The clash of time and space reverberated, shaking the very ground. Countless blades shattered. The realm of sword energy controlled by the Nino was torn asunder by the cosmic weaponry with devastating ease. In a fleeting moment, one Nino immortal was cleaved in twain, the surging force causing his body to disintegrate. The other, entangled in the assault of vines, fared no better. All the constricting tendrils were pierced by the cosmic weapon, as if they were mere paper, unstoppable, instantly penetrating the body of the incredulous immortal. Bang! Bang! Both immortal forms exploded simultaneously, only to coalesce once more, their faces etched with terror. They exhausted every means at their disposal, but could not withstand the relentless, formidable cosmic weapon capable of shredding space itself. In the span of but a few heartbeats, the two Nino immortals met their demise. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streaks of light swiftly returned to Wang Yi's side, where he collected them. Contemplating, Wang Yi mused, if I refrain from employing the void traversal technique, my mere flight speed feels somewhat sluggish, and it would be best complemented by the use of flight telekinetic weaponry. It appears I must integrate the principles of time and space to create an aerial secret technique in conjunction with the Lovecraftian disc. Just as the cosmic weaponry's might is amplified by corresponding laws and techniques, so too can the Lovecraftian disc achieve such enhancement. Currently, the Lovecraftian disc is the finest telekinetic weapon in Wang Yi's possession, only slightly inferior to the solar wings used by the avatar of the Flame Star Beast. After vanquishing the enemy immortals, Wang Yi commenced his search for spoils, swiftly locating several treasures left behind by the Nino immortals. He first scanned the world rings, quickly dispelling the original mental imprints. One of the rings indeed contained remnants of the Nino race. Wang Yi's gaze remained calm. With a sweeping soul attack, the remaining alien world lords within the world ring were obliterated. While his soul attack held minimal effect against the immortals, it was devastatingly effective against these ordinary world lords, resulting in a thorough extermination. After tidying up, Wang Yi boarded his spacecraft, departing the area. Bermuda, searching for nearby enemies. As he sat in the control room, Wang Yi felt a pang of nostalgia. The enemies on Dusty Island had dwindled significantly, and their efficiency had plummeted. The once chaotic alien presence seemed to have retreated into silence, becoming increasingly cautious. Why was this so? Wang Yi knew all too well. It appeared that the Flame Festival continent was indeed the most suitable for him. Wang Yi Sikit. Moreover, the plumpest of the pigs had yet to be found. Dusty Island. Wang Yi's pigsty. All the aliens on the island were akin to pigs he had raised, ready for slaughter at any moment. Yet the most coveted, the alien sovereigns he had been keeping an eye on, had not appeared during this time. However, Wang Yi had only been on the island for a month. It was quite normal not to encounter them in such a brief period. He felt a tinge of concern that the alien sovereigns might have received word and fled prematurely. On Dusty Island, there were a total of 15 sovereigns, all the island's overlords. The human faction had 2, the Zerg had 6, the demon race had 5, and the mechanical race had 3. Wang Yi then reflected on his recent gains. The treasures were abundant. Throughout the month, he had relentlessly swept across the island, annihilating over 100 small legion squads, resulting in the deaths of more than 200 immortals, with his military achievements surpassing the trillion mark. The accumulated wealth from the immortals' treasures reached several million primordial units. What Wang Yi was more concerned about, however, were the panel tasks. Kill ordinary immortal beings, 235 100, 000. Successful military operations, 69 100. Aside from the count of slain ordinary immortals reaching 235, all other sovereigns and kings were at 0. He was still far from a minimum requirement of 100,000 for the hunting task. Wang Yi mused, yet he was not anxious. Time was still on his side. Due to his deliberate choice to engage in battles with legions, he had already eradicated 69 alien legions and over 30 small squads. Meanwhile, his cosmic army had yet to participate in any combat. Just a month had passed, and the warriors within the world rings remained oblivious, believing their lord was still flying about, unaware that battles had already occurred hundreds of times. Wang Yi had no intention of deploying these troops. They would only hinder his progress. Let them remain content until the military command task concludes. Most of the alien teams hunted by Wang Yi were instantaneously obliterated by the Zerg legions, unable to relay any news. The few that managed to evade 2 rounds of assault were subsequently hunted down by Wang Yi. Without exception, all perished. Although Wang Yi had decimated over 100 teams, these teams were scattered across the 3 major factions, and their numbers were not substantial. Moreover, the ability to perceive a human sovereign was exceedingly rare, due to the scarcity of messages that could be transmitted and the sluggish communication between the 3 factions. Many aliens were aware of a new human sovereign with a Zerg hive on Dusty Island, yet they were oblivious to the specific circumstances. However, as time progressed, and as Wang Yi continued his onslaught, news of his rampant hunting of various faction teams on Dusty Island could not remain concealed. After all, despite the numerous immortal beings on Dusty Island, the loss of hundreds within a mere month was indeed startling. The primary reason lay in Wang Yi's terrifying methods. Even if other sovereigns were powerful, ordinary immortals still had a chance to escape. However, Wang Yi, relying on advanced detection instruments and the insectoid mother nest, would stealthily approach and launch sudden assassinations. Under the terrifying onslaught of a million-strong insect army, scarcely any immortal deity managed to survive, thus resulting in these astonishing achievements. To the numerous alien powerhouses, the emergence of the human duke on the island was far more formidable than the combined might of the other 15 established overlords. A human duke endowed with an insect army and an undying essence within the confines of the minuscule Dusty Island posed a danger that eclipsed that of the other veteran dukes, instilling fear in all who heard of him. The despicable humans, resorting to the insect mother nest to bully us mere immortals, and wielding such advanced detection technology. How outrageous! Many alien races, upon learning of this, erupted in vehement curses. Indeed, it was an egregious form of oppression. A single domain, lord-level insect mother nest, was valued at no less than 1 million units of primordial essence. And the secret methods to control it were equally precious and notoriously difficult to acquire, let alone master. Typically, only monarch-level immortals could harness the insect mother nest. Such superlative beings would hardly stoop to specifically target ordinary immortals like themselves. These powerhouses generally operated within the high-stakes combat zones of the Yinji continent, seldom venturing into the fringes. Many apprehensive teams had already resolved to depart from Dusty Island, seeking refuge elsewhere to evade the brewing storm. Should other dukes act with such reckless abandon in their hunting and slaughter, the immortal deities would begin to unite, merging 2 or 3 teams into one, gathering 4 or 5 immortals together, or even 6 or 7. Strength in numbers. Even an undying duke would falter when besieged by a multitude of immortal deities. At the very least, they could secure their own safety and retain the chance to escape. However, confronting Wang, it was a different matter altogether. A congregation of immortal deities would be oblivious to his approach, effectively rendering them all susceptible to the insect army's annihilation. Even retreating into a world ring would not guarantee their safety, as the fortified chambers could not withstand the force of an explosion. It was said that at least 80, if not 100, alien immortals had perished beneath Wang Yi's artillery within a mere month. In this brief span, the formidable new human duke had garnered the moniker Insect Master. The insectoids had much to say about this, and the renowned Wang Yi had also caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Chapter 317, The Battle That Annihilated the Dukes. In the outer battlefield, the immortal deities would adapt their strategies based on the circumstances. For instance, if danger loomed, several teams would band together. In contrast, in low-risk areas, such as the Shattered Star Belt or the Thorny Valley, a solitary immortal could traverse with relative ease. Individuals like Wang Yi, who brazenly exploited advanced detection technology and an insect army, were not entirely unheard of. There have been instances of a newly emerged monarch-level immortal rampaging in peripheral zones. Though such occurrences were rare, as superlative beings typically valued their reputations. Acting with brute force against the weak would inevitably incite widespread ire and attract the attention of formidable adversaries. In a certain parched desert of the vast, dusty island, amidst the sudden rise of mountains, numerous powerhouses had gathered. 6 dukes from the insectoid faction were present here. Among the 15 fearsome figures on Dusty Island, 6 belonged to the insectoid faction, though this did not imply that the other factions were weak. Rather, it indicated a greater concentration of strength within the insectoid ranks. In truth, these overlords usually operated independently. However, the emergence of the newly audacious human duke had instilled a sense of vigilance and threat among them. It had been 3 months since this human duke began his relentless hunt. In the somewhat oppressive hall, a sound akin to metal clashing echoed. The speaker was an imposing immortal from the SEK tribe, towering at around 15 meters, his physique resembling a formation of purple stones. This was a Muxi, one of the 15 dukes of Dusty Island, known among immortals as the Thunder Demon, a veritable overlord in this domain. At this moment, he wore a scowl, for several of his kin had recently fallen victim to the assault of the human duke, known as the Insect Master. Thus far, our faction had confirmed 30 immortals who had perished at the hands of this human duke, not counting the losses from the demon and mechanical races. Even when combined, the century-long carnage of the other 2 dukes in the human faction, Knight Sword and One Blade Duke, paled in comparison. Another figure, a one-eyed man clad in fiery red battle armor, spoke in a somber tone. This cannot continue. For many years, Dusty Island has been our territory. We cannot allow a single human to act with impunity. We must take action. That human duke should venture into higher combat zones and cease disturbing the balance here on Dusty Island. The 6 dukes of the insectoid faction voiced their unified condemnation. Every region possesses a delicate equilibrium, and a presence like Wang Yi's is akin to a shark plunging into a pond, delivering a catastrophic blow to the other fish. At such a juncture, the others would unite to eliminate this disruptor. While both may be dukes, the mere possession of an insect mother nest does not render one invulnerable. What they truly feared was the stealth capabilities of the detection instruments and the lethal prowess of the insect army. The stealth of the detection apparatus allowed the human duke to move undetected, while the army's terrifying lethality could easily obliterate any immortal upon impact. Nevertheless, the insect army was not without its vulnerabilities. Should they be restrained and held in check, they could focus their efforts solely on the human. Their current objective was to locate the concealed human and eliminate him. At the very least, they needed to force him from Dusty Island. The combined might of the 6 dukes of the insectoid faction was indeed a formidable force. The expansive Dusty Island, shrouded in yellow sands, revealed the faint silhouettes of undulating mountains and ancient ritualistic carvings etched into colossal cliffs, remnants of eons past. At this moment, a streak of light streaked across the horizon. Rapidly approaching, within the spacecraft, Wang Yi reclined on the control room sofa, eyes closed, boredom etched upon his features, a teacup resting before him. Over the past 3 months, under Wang Yi's relentless hunting spree, countless alien teams have been decimated, inciting a palpable sense of danger that drove many to flee Dusty Island, fearing to linger any longer. Consequently, the efficacy of Wang Yi's subsequent hunting endeavors had drastically diminished. Previously, he would encounter several alien teams daily. Now, it was a struggle to find even one. Wang Yi gazed at his task interface. Eliminate ordinary immortal deities. 399, 100, 000. Successful military operations. 98, 100. Just a smidgen more, and the military task would be complete, Wang Yi mused. The efficiency had been dismally low, with the aliens fleeing, It now took several days to find one. Ah, I wonder what rewards await upon task completion. Master, a Duke Immortal has been detected. The youthful voice of Bermuda carried a note of excitement. Upon hearing Bermuda's words, Wang Yi abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. Oh, has the moment finally arrived? What is the situation? There are 6 Duke Immortals, all from the insect faction. Wang Yi stood up, his excitement mingled with surprise. Transmit the reconnaissance visuals. His heart raced with anticipation, reminiscent of the protagonist in the original tale, Luo Feng, who spent a century on Misty Sand Island without encountering a Duke-level immortal. Yet here he was, facing 6 at once. They intend to ambush me? Listening to their discussions through the visuals, a faint smirk curled at the corners of Wang Yi's mouth. Indeed, the ignorant are often fearless. Merely demonstrating his Duke-level prowess instilled no fear in them. Having enjoyed unchallenged dominance for too long, these Dukes had forgotten the taste of mortality. Let me bestow upon them a memory they shall never forget, should they survive the day. A grand opportunity indeed. Wang Yi's heart, akin to that of a butcher, stirred with insatiable hunger. His blade, thirsting for blood, yearned to be unleashed. Within the depths of the mountains, the 6 noble immortals of the insectoid faction were still engaged in discussions on how to confront the human nobles, blissfully unaware that their intended targets had already arrived at their doorstep, sharpening their weapons for the impending slaughter. The assembly of 6 insectoid noble lords, alongside over 100 ordinary immortals, amassed to a staggering total of more than 120. What an unexpected boon. Wang Yi gazed into the distance, his eyes glinting with ferocity as a cruel smile danced upon his lips. He commanded the insectoid hive beside him, Elizabeth, let us extend a greeting to our unseen friends with a splendid display of fireworks. Elizabeth comprehended immediately. The insectoid legion, poised for a tenfold strike, assembled in a formidable formation. 2 million insectoid warriors, arranged into colossal spheres, extended their claws, which shimmered with the gathering light of energy. This formidable power coalesced into a resplendent orb. The sky appeared to blossom with endless, radiant starlight. Yet, under the cloak of detection devices, the immortals of the alien races, situated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, remained utterly oblivious. First formation, attack. With the Queen's command, the million-strong phalanx of shadowy insects simultaneously unleashed their energy orbs, which cascaded forth like a torrential downpour, converging mid-flight into a singular, heart-stopping beam of brilliance. Second formation, attack. Almost in tandem with the first, the Queen issued the order for the second massive sphere of 1 million tiger beetles to launch their energy spheres, coalescing into a beam containing terrifying might, which struck its target after a mere second. Yet the insectoid Queen did not cease her relentless assault, commanding the recharged insectoid battalion to continue their onslaught. First formation, attack. Second formation, attack. Meanwhile, the 6 noble immortals and the over 100 ordinary immortals, deep in discussion within the heart of the mountains, suddenly turned pale, receiving alarming alerts from their detection devices. Enemy attack. How could this be? Who is it? My miniature detection device has been operational without a single response. Some noble immortals roared in anger, while others were gripped by a sense of foreboding. As the colossal energy descended upon them, realization dawned upon all. It was the human nobles. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Boom! As the alien immortals reacted, the cataclysmic attack had already descended upon the mountains, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The vast mountain range crumbled as if it were a castle of sand, obliterated in an instant. A searing light erupted like a star, melting the very fabric of space, revealing a colossal void. Within that void lay endless layers of chaotic space, and a violent shockwave surged outward, annihilating all in its path. Boom! Before the first wave of destruction had settled, a second explosion followed suit. The third and fourth waves of bombardment from Wang Yi's insectoid legion rained down incessantly upon the former mountain site, causing the space to undulate like a tempestuous sea. Under the relentless barrage of 10 distant energy attacks, the entire mountain range was obliterated, revealing a vast chasm over 1 million kilometers in radius and exceeding 100,000 kilometers in depth. At the epicenter of the explosion, space lay shattered, and particles surged chaotically. Everything ceased to exist. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the rifts in space, several disheveled figures suddenly emerged. They burst forth from the spatial fissures, their gazes fixated upon Wang Yi. They were the noble immortals who had previously conspired on how to deal with him. However, from the original 6, only 3 remained, their energies waning. Umans, Insect Lord, Their furious voices resonated through the heavens. The three surviving noble immortals of the insectoid faction were the towering, purple rock-like SEK, Tribe Immortal, the slender, one-eyed warrior clad in fiery red armor, and the statuesque female immortal, resembling translucent jade, standing 5 or 6 meters tall. The other three noble immortals had met their unfortunate demise in the previous 10 bombardments, and only these three had managed to escape, either due to swiftness or through some means of preservation. Nonetheless, they were severely injured from the explosions, their strengths compromised. The hearts of the three noble immortals bled for their losses. Their divine bodies, forged from the accumulation of divine power over countless eons, fused with their souls. Thus, the loss of their immortal forms was tantamount to the loss of their very essence. The more grievous the injury, the longer the recovery would require. The sudden assault had caught them unawares. Otherwise, they might not have lost 3 of their own. Their divine bodies suffered losses ranging from 15 to 20, which significantly impacted their capabilities. Should the damage reach 30, they would only be able to exert half of their strength. Presently, the three noble immortals likely retained about 80 to 90 of their peak power. They glared at the humans, their anger boiling over as they charged forth with fervor. Wang Yi had already retracted the insectoid hive. Given the opposing forces' heightened vigilance, the insectoid legion's utility was diminished. Wang Yi regarded the oncoming trio of noble immortals with a cold smirk. 3 remaining. Let us eliminate him. The fury ignited by the loss of their comrades and their own injuries fueled the 3 noble immortals' desire for vengeance against Wang Yi, who they yearned to obliterate. Though wounded, their confidence remained steadfast, believing that 3 of them could easily contend with a single noble immortal. Let us take him down first. 2 ancient cerulean blades manifested in Wang Yi's hands, his form clad in dark crimson armor, revealing only his chilling, merciless eyes. He turned his gaze toward the female immortal, resembling flawless jade. The female immortal's crystalline azure eyes glimmered with divine light. A piercing scream erupted as her soul attack surged toward Wang Yi, but it collided violently against the infernal armor, thwarted entirely. The soul attacks of noble immortals, unless extraordinarily potent, could scarcely breach the defenses of the infernal armor. A priceless artifact. How is this possible? Shock flooded the Naisha female immortal's eyes as she perceived her soul assault crashing against an unyielding barrier, akin to waves battering a steel wall. Swish! At that moment, Wang Yi surged toward her like a bolt of lightning. Stop him! The SEK, Tribe Noble Immortal roared, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, charging at Wang Yi. His purple sigils flared to life, illuminating his head, neck, and back as he hefted a massive black hammer, seemingly lifting the very fabric of space itself as he brought it crashing down upon Wang Yi. As the hammer swept through the air, it ruptured the space like a plow through soil. Wang Yi sensed time around him slow to a disorienting crawl. Kill! You shall perish, human! Meanwhile, the one-eyed warrior clad in fiery red armor, engulfed in flames, swung his formidable staff, executing the most powerful strike he had perfected over years of arduous training. The blow, infused with his mastery over the complete fire principles and fragments of spatial laws, bore immense force. As he swung downwards, the cosmic fabric fractured, shattering numerous layers of space along with it. The Naisha female immortal, unwilling to concede, unleashed her most potent soul attack. Countless white threads, woven from ethereal divine power, cascaded down like a spider's web, enveloping the dark, crimson-armored human warrior. Were a typical noble immortal to face the onslaught of 3 formidable adversaries, retreat would be inevitable. Yet, Wang Yi remained undeterred, charging headlong into the fray. Countless white threads of ethereal souls entwined around him, yet before they could penetrate, they were already shattered. Bang! Boom! 2 azure blades and a staff collided with a colossal hammer, the immense force causing the very fabric of space to rupture in waves. In the next moment, the 2 alien lords were hurled backward, their divine forms shaken. Cough! The one-eyed man spat a mouthful of blood, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. How could this be? The 3 lords had managed to escape the recent explosion, not by mere chance, but due to their considerable prowess, each possessing at least high-level lordly strength. 2 at the high tier, 1 at the peak, and yet they could not subdue their opponent. Instead, they were effortlessly sent flying. Such power instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the 3 alien lords. Wang Yi pressed forward. Even harnessing merely the physical might of a peak lord, he could easily trample the 3 alien lords before him. His objective was clear, to eliminate the immortal from the Neza tribe. As he advanced, the strikingly tall female lord, her body as flawless as jade, changed countenance. The SEK, Tribe S Lord, Lei Mo, and the one-eyed man, Fun, exchanged glances but did not falter. They charged forward as well. After all, they were all lords of immortality. Who would back down? The dignity of a lord compelled them to persist. Otherwise, where would their pride reside? Relying on their immortality. And with no threat from the insectoid legions, the three alien lords, fully aware of Wang Yi's formidable nature, gritted their teeth and prepared to engage him in battle. To inflict damage upon a lord of immortality required at least the strength of a low-tier king, demanding considerable effort. Even a high-tier lord would need to expend divine power to slay a high-tier lord, and without treasures for recovery. It could take hundreds or even thousands of years to recuperate. Such treasures capable of restoring divine bodies were exceedingly rare, thus without sufficient assurance and benefit. Instances of superlative beings fighting to the bitter end were quite rare. Killing a lord of immortality was not as easy as it might seem. Wang Yi perceived the intentions of the three lords with a cold smirk in his eyes. These aliens were utterly oblivious to the fact that he had not yet unleashed his true power. So be it. Let them cling to their delusions. Even with the strength of a lord, he could annihilate a fellow lord. Moreover, he was clad in the infernal divine armor, rendering him impervious to attacks of lordly caliber. The three alien immortals had no inkling of the opponent they faced, yet they still aspired to encircle Wang Yi. Two high-tier lords and one peak lord still held the potential to overwhelm a peak lord. Their reluctance to yield stemmed from two motivations: vengeance and a belief that they had not yet exerted their full strength. With their combined assault, they hoped to tear apart his divine form, annihilate him at the cost of some sacrifice. However, they remained unaware that Wang Yi was no mere immortal deity, but rather the sovereign of the most monstrous being in human history. Boom! The surrounding cosmic expanse was completely rent asunder, each attempt to mend itself only resulting in further fragmentation. The vast heavens, stretching thousands of kilometers in diameter, shattered entirely. And amidst the chaotic debris of space, the four formidable beings clashed, creating an uproar that shook the very foundations of reality. The tumultuous fragments of space posed no threat to them. Can you stop me? Wang Yi mused, a cold smile gracing his lips. Unlike the previous confrontation, he disregarded the obstructions posed by Lei Mo and Fun entirely. His speed surged, his figure a blur as he deftly evaded their attempts to block him, darting towards the Nine Tribulations immortal like a bolt of lightning. What manner of movement is this? Such astonishing speed. Lei Mo and Fun were filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. The Nine Tribulations immortal, witnessing Wang Yi's approach, felt her countenance shift. Though she was also a high-tier lord, specializing in illusionary arts, her proficiency in close combat was relatively low. She hastily retreated, unwilling to engage Wang Yi in melee. Yet this was not within her control. Wang Yi closed the gap with rapidity, the glint of his blade shining ominously. The comprehension of laws among lords was typically at least at the 15th layer. The three lords from the Neza tribe normally possessed comprehension levels around 16 or 17 layers. However, they paled in comparison to Wang Yi's mastery at the 20th layer. Even if Wang Yi's strongest attribute was not his swordsmanship, it was sufficient to unleash tremendous power. Waves of intangible immortal energy surged towards Wang Yi but dissipated as if they had encountered a bottomless sea, utterly ineffective. Immortal energy, once etherealized, carried a soul-striking effect, irrespective of whether it stemmed from martial prowess or psychic mastery. It was all merely a manifestation of divine power. Of course, soul attacks held no efficacy against Wang Yi. While he lacked the means to counter soul attacks directly, the infernal divine armor, coupled with the abyssal IS ability to mitigate the effects of etherealized immortal energy, allowed him to disregard soul attacks of lordly caliber entirely. Even when the Neza Tribe's immortal resorted to utilizing psychic weaponry, it remained futile against Wang Yi. With a swift motion, he expertly evaded the myriad obstacles, arriving before the astonished Neza Tribe's immortal in the blink of an eye. Two dazzling blades descended with ferocity, and she conjured a uniquely shaped weapon in an attempt to match him in battle. Yet, the disparity in their swordsmanship was too vast. With a single strike, Wang Yi cleaved her weapon in twain, and with another, he ruthlessly bisected her flawless, jade-like form. Before the overwhelming might of his blade, the cosmic expanse proved utterly fragile, shattering the surrounding reality and reducing her body, along with the very fabric of space, into chaos. What? The pursuers, Lei Mo and Fun, felt a tremor in their hearts. The gap between a peak lord and a high-tier lord should not be so pronounced. What kind of blade was that? Its power is terrifying. This is dire. The two lords hesitated. A multitude of luminous white orbs rapidly coalesced from the surrounding chaos, instantly forming the tall, jade-like woman once more. Clearly, her immortal body had reached the realm of true immortality, and as she gazed at Wang Yi, her eyes reflected an uncontrollable terror and panic. How could my divine form have suffered a loss of 12%? The immortal body that Wang Yi had shattered in that single strike had left her countless strands of immortal energy trapped, forcibly obliterated by his blade, resulting in her current state of damage. Meanwhile, Lei Mo and Fen perceived their companion's waning energy with astonishment. What? Once the state of true immortality is achieved, a single dispersal should have negligible impact on one's strength. Yet it depended on the wielder. For instance, an invincible king could easily obliterate a lord with a single strike. The power he displayed was ostensibly at the lord level, at most slightly superior to my prime. Yet, that sword technique rendered his blade's might beyond comprehension. His comprehension of the laws undoubtedly surpassed ours, likely reaching the king level, for such power was simply inconceivable. The one peak lord among them, Fen, swallowed hard. Moreover, his movement technique was exceptionally formidable. We could not intercept him at all. With that technique, he could effortlessly evade others, and combined with that swordsmanship, in a one-on-one confrontation, none could stand against him. This situation has become dire. The two high-tier lords felt an inkling of retreat rising within them. Yet, they remained unaware that this was merely the beginning. Since Wang Yi's comprehension of the laws had reached the 20th layer, he had been diligently researching the creation of secret techniques. Initially, the pinnacle secret technique of the psychic masters had been established. Although his close combat swordsmanship lagged behind, it had nonetheless attained a commendable level, reaching at least the standard of a top-tier secret technique. With the mastery of top-tier secret techniques, combined with his 20-layer comprehension of the laws, and the physical prowess he currently commanded at the peak lord level, Wang Yi was more than capable of overwhelming the three lords before him. The lightning demon and the burning one kept their distance, and though they were intimidated, they did not directly experience the terrifying power of Wang Yi's previous strike. However, the immortal of the Nasha clan felt the full brunt of it, especially upon realizing that her divine body had suddenly weakened by 12. This was truly alarming. A single strike had caused her to lose 12 of her divine essence, indicating that this was no mere level power, but rather the formidable might of an initial tier 1. It seemed that only under the condition of burning her immortal divine energy could such grievous harm be inflicted upon her. Wang Yi was also assessing the condition of his opponent, gauging the potency of his strike. 12%? That aligns closely with my estimation. The strength of the body, the level of secret techniques, and the comprehension of the laws all directly influence combat efficacy. Then, another brilliant flash of blade light descended, freezing the very fabric of space. And a vast rift in the cosmic expanse appeared wherever the blade passed. The Nasha clan's immortal was already filled with dread, for her soul attacks had proven utterly ineffective against Wang Yi. She wished to call for her companions, but found that the lightning demon and the burning one had already sensed the danger and turned to flee. Their bond was tenuous at best, and there was no reason for them to continue confronting this human go. This was no longer a mere but a terrifying figure of Wang level power. In a frenzy, the Nasha immortal desperately sought to escape, yet Wang Yi, like a specter, flickered and breached her defenses. His battle blade cleaved diagonally into her left shoulder, slicing through with astonishing sharpness as if it were butter, effortlessly bisecting her jade-like body. With a thunderous boom, the cosmic space collapsed, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated the Nasha immortal into dust. The sheer force, realm, secret techniques, and body techniques all overwhelmed her, rendering any attempt at escape futile. To eliminate a level immortal, one primarily relies on soul destruction or forceful annihilation. While Wang Yi had yet to master soul techniques, his strength was more than sufficient to obliterate a level immortal. 25%? The Nasha immortal's body reformed, her face a mask of sheer terror. Although the gap between initial tier 1 and high tier was substantial, the attack power had not yet reached the level of forceful annihilation. To eradicate a high tier, one would have to expend some of their immortal divine energy. If a high tier Wang were to kill a high tier even without burning divine energy, a normal attack could still inflict damage upon the essence of the latter. A slight burn of divine energy would allow for an easy annihilation, with recovery taking merely a few years. Should one reach the pinnacle of Wang, killing a high tier would be a simple task. This was the essence of forceful annihilation, relying on an absolute disparity in energy. If the difference was insufficient, one had to burn their immortal divine energy. Wang Yi's first strike only reflected the strength of a high-tier Wang, while his subsequent attack approached the might of a Pekong, thus easily inflicting harm upon the Nasha Immortal's divine body. At this moment, Wang Yi also took note of the fleeing lightning demon and burning one, snorting coldly as he turned his gaze back to the struggling level immortal. Prepare to meet your end. As the Nasha Immortal fled, she pleaded for mercy. My lord, spare me. The irony of their opposing positions, her begging for mercy, struck Wang Yi as somewhat absurd. He darted forward like a wraith, delivering a decisive slash. The blade light cascaded like a falling galaxy, causing the space around it to shatter extensively. With a swift motion, the blade light flashed past the Nasha Immortal, cleaving her in twain. The subsequent wave of blade light engulfed her remains, and she emitted a horrendous scream, utterly consumed by the overwhelming onslaught. An unprecedented agony surged through her as the razor-sharp, destructive blade light devoured her divine body, like hot water melting ice or acid corroding flesh. The Nasha Immortal's divine form was rendered pitifully fragile before such annihilating force, leading to its immediate obliteration. Wang Yi unleashed his full power with a force 12,000 times that of a peak realm master, combined with profound comprehension of the laws and formidable swordsmanship. The might of this strike reached the level of a pinnacle Wang. With a single blow, over 30 of the Nasha's divine body was obliterated. For an ordinary immortal, losing 50 of their divine essence, equivalent to losing 50 of their soul, would lead to a collapse of consciousness and certain doom. Even after attaining immortality, one could survive the loss of 99, but with only one remaining, they would barely retain their memories, becoming mere cannon fodder among the immortals. To recover their previous strength from just one would require eons upon eons. The Nasha was engulfed in despair. She wished to beg for mercy once more, but Wang Yi was deaf to her pleas, delivering yet another chilling slash. Boom! It felt as though the very heavens trembled in unison. The blade light surged forth like a torrent, cleaving a massive rift spanning thousands of kilometers. With ferocious blade energy pouring into the fissure and tearing apart the layers of space. The Nasha was utterly annihilated, her fall complete. Though this transpired in the blink of an eye, a high-tier had met their demise at Wang Yi's hands. Meanwhile, the lightning demon and the burning one, now transformed into streaks of light in flight, witnessed this scene, their souls shattered with fear. He was not a go, he was on. The lightning demon wailed inwardly. How could such a level force appear on Dusty Island? It was utterly overwhelming. The burning one exerted every effort to flee, crying out in his heart. How shameless to masquerade as of immortal. In the universe, many methods exist to mask one's aura, which led them to believe that the human had intentionally suppressed his energy to the O level after witnessing him dispatch a high-tier with just a few strikes. They had not considered that his true identity was merely that of a realm master. Even an initial tier Wang would need to burn immortal divine energy to kill a high-tier Wang, and it would not be an easy feat thus. They speculated that Wang Yi was either a powerful initial tier Wang with profound comprehension of the laws or a high-tier Wang outright. As for him being a realm master, that thought never crossed their minds. Indeed, there were extraordinary prodigies among the human race capable of defeating or even killing high-tier but their numbers barely exceeded 30, and even vanquishing initial tier was a challenge, let alone high-tier whose fundamental disparity could not be bridged solely by comprehension of the laws. The gap was insurmountable. And what of Wang Yi? He possessed the 9 Calamities Secret Tome's 3rd calamity, with genetic levels reaching 12 times. The Beast God's power amplifying by 10 times, and the Purgatory God General Secret Technique amplifying by 100 times, culminating in a foundational strength of 12,000 times that of a peak realm master. Undeniably Wang level, coupled with the 20 layers of the Celestial Bridge's law comprehension, and having traversed far along that path. Even his close combat swordsmanship had reached at least the level of a top-tier ultimate skill. The combat prowess he displayed was comparable to that of a peak Wang, with the Purgatory Divine armor completely shielding against soul attacks. Eliminating a high-tier who was adept in illusions yet physically frail was naturally a simple task. Chapter 319, Mission Accomplished. On Dusty Island, the domineering Wang Yi had early on earned the iconic title of Insect Tamer, or rather, Insect, thanks to his insect army. Yet, Wang Yi paid this little heed, merely smiling it off. However, after today, that title could come to an end. Having created a staggering record of slaying a high-tier with just 3 strikes as a realm master, Wang Yi remained unfazed. He coldly regarded the direction in which the 2 fleeing had vanished, yet made no move to pursue. However, with their detection instruments cloaked, the two high-tier were unaware of Wang Yi's precise location, left only to speculate anxiously in their hearts. Are we fleeing so swiftly that the human will not pursue us? On Dusty Island, the resistance was formidable. Approaching the speed of light was already a limit. To achieve faster-than-light cosmic travel, one would need to reach certain transit points. As long as one was an immortal, given sufficient time, they could reach near-light speeds. Once velocity reached such heights, even if a Wang-level immortal were to give chase, they could not catch an ordinary immortal, for everyone would be moving at the same speed. No pursuit would be successful, unless one could teleport. Thus, the battle of the immortal deities is a test of instantaneous explosive speed, particularly when the distance between them is minimal and not sufficiently expanded. If one immortal deity flees while another pursues closely behind, and if the pursuer possesses a remarkable capacity for sudden acceleration, it is only natural that they would catch up to the fleeing one. After all, reaching near light speed requires a considerable duration. In fact, at this moment, with Wang Yi's extraordinary speed, he could potentially catch up to one of the immortal beings of the Marquis level. However, he had already anticipated the current circumstances and had prepared accordingly. A chilling roar suddenly echoed before one of the fleeing Marquis-level immortals, the Thunder Demon. Startled, the Thunder Demon looked up to see an immense figure rapidly ascending from beneath the desert sands. Waves of yellow sand cascaded down for the colossal body, resembling a torrential sandstorm. This being had a body stretching over 1,000 kilometers, its scales glistening with a dark hue, with fiery crimson light pulsating through the crevices. A pair of elegantly streamlined, black-red wings akin to those of a swallow unfurled behind it, presenting a magnificent sight before the Thunder Demon. Its head was triangular, with a neck of moderate length, and its body exuded a solid, powerful presence, as if forged from steel. Its limbs were long yet robust, featuring blade-like bony protrusions at the joints of its elbows and knees. Most astonishing was its tail, which was over 1.5 times the length of its body and tapered to a razor-thin point, sharp as a dagger. Its crimson eyes radiated a destructive, all-consuming glow, and a searing heat emanated from its body, reminiscent of a dormant volcano, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and distort. With a thunderous sound, its enormous wings spread wide, and in the next moment, they were adorned with a dazzling layer of golden scales, inscribed with intricate mystical patterns that blazed with fervent flames. When fully unfurled, they obscured the sky, making it seem as though a second sun had risen. This was the Flame Star Beast. The Thunder Demon was taken aback. The Flame Star Beast, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines among the celestial beasts. While celestial beasts hold significant renown throughout the cosmos, ordinary individuals may not recognize them. Yet the Thunder Demon certainly did. Upon sensing the presence of the Flame Star Beast, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. A world Lord-level Flame Star Beast? That is fortunate. However, why had this Flame Star Beast suddenly appeared here? The Thunder Demon pondered, perplexed. Yet, he had no time to contemplate further. Despite having fled at great speed, he remained anxious about the formidable human pursuer closing in. Traveling at nearly the speed of light is indeed swift. But the range of detection instruments is typically between 100 million kilometers to 10 kilometers, and if it were a billion kilometers, even at high speed, it would take approximately an hour to traverse that distance. Moreover, the human powerhouse undoubtedly possessed extremely advanced detection technology. If they wished to pursue, such a distance was hardly a guarantee of safety. The Thunder Demon, now thoroughly frightened, only wished to escape this island swiftly and seek the nearest void traversal point to leave this cursed place. Flame Star Beast, get out of my way. The Thunder Demon shouted telepathically as he saw the Flame Star Beast approaching. Ignoring his plea, the Flame Star Beast coldly regarded him with its crimson eyes, akin to burning stars, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it surged forward with tremendous speed. Seeking death, the Thunder Demon scoffed, amused by the audacity of a mere world Lord-level Flame Star Beast attempting to block his path. Generally, even at their peak, world Lord-level Flame Star Beasts are only comparable to ordinary immortal deities. However, the scenario changes drastically once they break into the immortal realm. Achieving such a breakthrough among the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of celestial beasts is exceedingly challenging, yet once accomplished, they typically possess strength comparable to that of a Marquis. Coupled with their colossal size, innate talent, and inherited secret techniques, they are formidable even at the Marquis level. Nevertheless, although this particular world Lord-level Flame Star Beast appeared somewhat different, the Thunder Demon, as a high-ranking Marquis-level immortal warrior with extensive experience on the outer battlefield, felt no fear. Had it been an immortal-level Flame Star Beast, he might have hesitated, but a world lord? Were it not for the pressing time constraints and the looming threat of that human marquis pursuing him, he would undoubtedly have sought to slay it. D. Flame Star Beast. The Thunder Demon roared as a massive black hammer materialized in his hand. His figure, crackling with purple lightning, descended like a meteor, and with a mighty swing of the hammer, he shattered the surrounding cosmic fabric. The hammer sweeping through countless fragments of space as it forcefully struck the suddenly appearing Flame Star Beast. The Flame Star Beast's eyes suddenly ignited, resembling two miniature stars, as the intricate patterns on its scales flared with intense colors. With a powerful beat of its robust wings, it unleashed a strong, sharp claw that tore through space, striking down upon the Thunder Demon, who appeared as insignificant as an ant beneath its might. This attack was infused with the essence of the Beast God and the third level of the 6 paths of fire and void secret technique. Before the claw even connected, an overwhelming pressure surged forward as if the heavens were collapsing and the universe were facing its end. The Thunder Demon stared in shock at the colossal steel claw descending upon him like a mountain, its aura exuding a sense of imminent annihilation that made his body tremble uncontrollably. It was too late to evade. Facing the rapidly approaching claw, he gritted his teeth and roared, launching the hammer with all his might. Boom! The universe trembled as the space collapsed. The lightning-imbued black hammer collided with the massive claw, which was over 30 kilometers wide, as if stomping upon an ant. The claw, sharp as a warblade, cleaved through the hammer and the Thunder Demon's form. The hammer was sent flying, while the Thunder Demon, towering over 10 meters in height, was effortlessly torn apart like a watermelon, his formidable physique utterly powerless against the Flame Star Beast's claw. With a resounding crash, the Thunder Demon's rocky body was shattered into dust, while the space beneath him crumbled, fracturing thousands of kilometers away and plunging deep into the earth. Under this catastrophic strike, his divine form suffered a devastating blow, leaving not a trace of breath behind. The Thunder Demon had perished. With a mighty roar, the colossal beast that had just extinguished a high-ranking marquis raised its head in triumph. Although the Flame Star Beast was at the peak of the World Lord level, its genetic lineage was already tenfold, and with the cultivation of the 9 calamities secret scripture at the 3rd calamity, it reached an astonishing 120-fold. The power of the Beast God alone amplified it by at least 10 times, while the Purgatory God general secret technique augmented it by 100 times. Altogether, this amounted to a staggering 120,000 times the peak World Lord power, reaching the strength level of a peak marquis. Furthermore, the Flame Star Beast was adorned with royal armor, which required a World Lord peak level of 1,000-fold to wield, thus enabling it to unleash an astounding 100,000 times the power of a peak World Lord. Combined, this yielded a phenomenal 220,000 times peak World Lord strength, along with the secret technique attack infused with the essence of the Beast God. Its might was beyond comprehension. With a single strike, it could easily obliterate an ordinary high-ranking marquis, let alone a high-ranking marquis. Even a peak marquis would likely fall. Only a low-ranking king might survive such a cataclysmic blow, albeit with injuries. Meanwhile, in another direction, the fleeing one-eyed man, Fun, suddenly received a communication from his ally, the Thunder Demon. However, it was merely a brief message before silence fell. The Flame Star Beast. The Flame Star Beast struck too swiftly, and the Thunder Demon had been overly careless, instantly annihilated before he could even relay further information. The Flame Star Beast? Was it not a human powerhouse? Concerned about the human pursuer catching up, both the Thunder Demon and Fun had maintained communication, but unexpectedly, instead of receiving news from the human, Fun was met with the arrival of the Flame Star Beast. Confused, Fun wondered if the Thunder Demon had become paralyzed with fear. What was he saying? Fun attempted to reconnect with the Thunder Demon, only to be met with a system notification indicating that his contact had fallen. Stunned, Fun stood frozen. The Thunder Demon had perished? What kind of joke was this? The Thunder Demon is indeed a high-ranking duke. Even if he were to attain eternal kingship, it would be inconceivable for him to be slain before a message could be sent out, unless it were a soul attack that could cause instantaneous death. What on earth has transpired? A chill coursed through Fun's being. Just then, a spectral figure emerged before him, towering over 3 meters, clad in resplendent purple-gold armor. The figure was entirely enveloped in its battle attire, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless silver eyes that gazed icily in his direction. Subsequently, it raised an exceptionally long battle blade that resembled a scythe. Teleportation? Kingship? Fun was paralyzed with terror, unable to perceive the sudden appearance of his adversary. This figure was none other than the Void Insect Clan avatar of Wang Yi, the most formidable of his three bodies. After acquiring the third chapter of the Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, the genetic level of the Void Insect Clan Avatar had reached an astonishing 3,360 times. With the enhancement of the Beast Goddess power, albeit not as exaggerated as 10 times, it amplified to an impressive 7,000 times. The Infernal Divine General Secret Technique further augmented this power, pushing it to the pinnacle level of 700,000 times that of a peak Realm Master. At this moment, the Void Insect Clan Avatar donned the Emperor's armor, which required 1,000,000 times the power of a peak Realm Master to be fully supported and could unleash the power of 10,000,000 times a peak Realm Master. Even if it could not completely harness the Emperor's armor as might at present, it still allowed the Void Insect Clan Avatar to amplify its strength to an astonishing 7,000,000 times. The power of an ordinary human peak Realm Master is merely around 100,000 times that of a peak Realm Master. Yet, when Wang Yi's Void Insect Clan Avatar activated the Emperor's armor, it achieved a strength equivalent to 70 times that of a peak Realm Master. For ordinary human venerables, with a genetic level of 1, they would possess around 10,000,000 times the power of a peak Realm Master, which is precisely on par with the fully realized power of the Void Insect Clan Avatar. It is evident how terrifying the current strength of the Void Insect Clan Avatar truly is. Of course, venerables typically manage to elevate their genetic levels to around 10, which translates to approximately 1,000,000,000 times the power of a peak Realm Master. Coupled with their mastery of complete temporal or spatial laws, their power absolutely overwhelms those of the kings. Thus, while kings may seem invincible, they might only be able to make a fleeting escape. In fact, Wang Yi's three bodies share insights into the laws and simultaneously wield the abilities of time and space. However, their physical endowments differ. For instance, the Void Insect Clan Avatar excels in spatial mastery far beyond that of human or flame star giant beast bodies. The most direct manifestation of this is in teleportation, where the Void Insect Clan Avatar can teleport the farthest distance among the three bodies. A peak Realm Master can teleport 1 or 2 light years with ease, while the Realm Master level Void Insect Clan Avatar can teleport distances comparable to those of these kings. Boom! Upon its emergence, the Void Insect Clan Avatar unleashed a terrifying aura that ruptured the very fabric of space, creating dense fissures and causing the opposing alien Duke Fun to quiver in fear. Is this truly a king? As previously mentioned, the Void Insect Clan Avatar possesses not only 2 spatial talents, but also a disguise talent. As long as its power level is sufficient, it can even simulate the oppressive aura of a peak Realm Master. Coupled with its immense strength, it becomes exceedingly challenging for anyone to discern its true nature, even more so than Wang Yi's human body clad in the Infernal Divine armor, which would likely evade detection even from venerables, with only the Cosmic Sovereign capable of seeing through it. Witnessing the murderous intent of the Void Insect Clan Avatar, Fun was utterly terrified. This esteemed Duke, he wished to beg for mercy. Escape? Where could he possibly flee in the presence of a peak Realm Master capable of teleportation? No matter how swiftly he ran, it would be futile. Fun could not fathom how, in such a small place as Dusty Island, so many powerful kings could suddenly appear. The Void Insect Clan Avatar, indifferent to dialogue, swung its blade, shattering Fun into oblivion. The immense disparity in their power levels forcibly obliterated Fun's divine body. The 6 dukes of the insect clan on Dusty Island perished, not one remaining. Including those ordinary immortals in the depths of the mountains, all fell before Wang Yi's might. In a single battle, 6 dukes and over 100 immortals were annihilated. After slaying Fun, the Void Insect Clan Avatar, adorned with the weapons, armor, treasures, and world rings left behind by Fun, vanished in an instant. Swish! It reappeared beside the flame star giant beast, where a figure stood atop its colossal form. It is done. Wang Yi Simideth. Task panel. Kill ordinary immortal deities 522100000. Kill Duke immortal deities 610,000. Successful military operations 102,100. To his astonishment, several alien legions were discovered in the depths of the mountains, filling the quota for his panel's military command task. Wang Yi smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 320. Treasures. Fortunately, the military command task on the panel did not impose a rigid requirement for the army to engage in combat. Otherwise, the task would have been exceedingly difficult. Wang Yi Musit. This time, the panel task required 100 military operations, essentially meaning the annihilation of 100 alien legions. Normally, Such military operations involve battles between immortal deities, with their respective armies clashing. However, Wang Yi deliberately refrained from allowing his army to participate, relying solely on his own strength throughout the entire endeavor. In a way, he had exploited a loophole in the Panel S requirements. Wang Yi glanced at the progress of the panel task S kill count. Ordinary immortal deities, 522. Duke Immortals, 6. Above Kings, 0. The total value of the spoils had exceeded 100 million mixed yuan units, including the weapons and armor of the Duke Immortals, mainly derived from the recently slain 6 dukes, whose wealth surpassed that of the other hundreds of ordinary immortal deities combined. Meanwhile, the total military merit reached over 14 trillion, of which 10 trillion was earned solely from the slaying of the peak Duke Fun. 100,000 military merits equate to 1 mixed yuan unit or 1 point, translating to over 14 million for Wang Yi, which still felt rather meager. However, compared to other locations, the rate of wealth acquisition here was frighteningly rapid. Indeed, in the outer battlefield, slaying powerful foes yields greater rewards. Wang Yi shook his head. Killing a duke is far more advantageous than slaying 100 ordinary immortal deities. Nonetheless, Duke Immortals possess undying bodies, who, besides a king, could so easily eliminate them as Wang Yi does. In just 3 months, he had hunted over 500 ordinary immortal deities. If he maintained this pace, he could complete the first slaughter task in 50 years. Wang Yi felt elated. 100,000 immortal deities seemed insignificant in his eyes. He also reflected on the sheer abundance of immortals in the outer battlefield. This is quite natural, for ostensibly, this is the battlefield of the 4 peak races. Yet in reality, countless races across the universe are involved. Just like the Hong Alliance, which is nominally led by humans, with only 100,000 human kings, while other races boast over 3 million kings. In the universe, the 6 peak races, humans, insects, demons, machines, crystals, and hell races, stand as the most formidable among billions of races. However, this does not imply their invincibility. Although the individual strength of other races may not match that of the 6 peak races, their collective numbers vastly exceed those of the 6 peak races, leading to the formation of numerous alliances across the universe. Weaker individuals, when united in an alliance, can still contend against the 6 peak races. Organizations like the Hong Alliance abound throughout the cosmos. Wang Yi was astonished upon discovering this. The world is truly vast, and he yearned to venture beyond. In the outermost region of the Yinji continent, there exists a multitude of land fragments, and even these fragments are immense, requiring extensive flight time. It would take approximately 1 to 2 months of flight to reach the main continent of Yinji. After confirming the completion of his military task, Wang Yi applied to disengage from the army and return this legion. However, before departing, he escorted the army to the nearest transit point and bestowed upon them some wealth as a form of compensation. Though merely 3 months have elapsed for the cosmic army, such a span is but a fleeting moment. Their coffers are not overflowing. Based on their prowess, a realm master may receive 10 units of mixed essence wealth, a domain lord 1 unit, and a cosmic level being a mere 0. 1 units. Collectively, this scarcely amounts to the wealth of an ordinary immortal deity, while Wang Yi, with a mere pluck of a hair, possesses far more and remains entirely indifferent. After dispatching the cosmic army following this brief expedition, Wang Yi proceeded to transfer his responsibilities. Ding! Mission to command the army completed. The overall mortality rate of the army is below 10, entitling you to the highest reward. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. As Wang Yi listened to the melodious chime, a piece of parchment appeared in his hand, accompanied by a flood of information that elucidated its significance. Is this a treasure map of the Yinji continent? Wang Yi blinked, marveling at the revelation. Through the influx of knowledge, he discerned that this map indicated the location of an undiscovered sacrificial tower on the Yinji continent. What is a sacrificial tower, one might ask? To understand this, one must hark back to the inception of the outer battlefield. During the establishment of the 7th battlefield, it is said that formidable beings from the 4 pinnacle clans swept through numerous regions, carving out battlefields. The Yinji continent was among them. Witnessing a cataclysm that decimated its indigenous inhabitants, who were merely an ordinary faction within the cosmos at that time, with fewer than 10 cosmic sovereigns among them. Faced with the overwhelming might of the 4 pinnacle clans, they trembled like ants. The cosmic sovereigns, aware of their status as prime targets, had little hope of escape. Consequently, they hastily distributed their accumulated treasures among their kin. They divided into 100 legacy teams, while the remaining 9,900 teams were mere decoys, comprising sacrificial towers of varying quality. These 9,900 teams served as cannon fodder, intended to mislead the four pinnacle clans in their pursuit. With the aid of certain sacrificial inscriptions, these towers possessed abilities to conceal their presence and obscure detection, as well as to enact spatial lockdowns. However, they fell short in terms of manufacturing materials. Indeed, the differences between the 100 legacy teams and the 9,900 common teams were substantial. Each true legacy team was led by 6 sovereigns, while the ordinary teams were helmed by 6 immortal leaders of lesser rank. The treasures also varied greatly. The 9,900 teams boasted scant treasures, whereas the legacy teams were abundant with artifacts crucial for the survival of their lineage. Evidently, what Wang Yi had acquired was one of the legacy sacrificial towers from that era, and remarkably, it remained undiscovered. Gazing at the parchment map, Wang Yi couldn't help but reflect on the historical accounts of Luo Feng, who upon entering the outer battlefield was invited by a friend, Yichun Wang, to explore a sacrificial tower. At that time, 6 sovereigns entered together, where they contended with lurking indigenous powers of the Yinji continent in a treacherous contest, ultimately resulting in only Luo Feng and the insidious Purple Bell King surviving. The wealth of the Yinji continent is indeed substantial. Wang Yi's eyes sparkle with excitement. If tasked with aimlessly searching for the so-called sacrificial towers, he would find it a most undesirable endeavor, regardless of the potential riches. However, with a map in hand, the pursuit transforms entirely. The sacrificial towers, shrouded in enigma, are impervious to destruction and exploration, serving as a refuge for the indigenous peoples of the Yinji continent. Historically, treasures unearthed from these towers during the raids were swiftly depleted, leaving only the undiscovered remnants intact. For the unique structure of the towers rendered them undetectable by even the mightiest of cosmic sovereigns. Thus, over the course of time, a few towers have occasionally been unearthed, igniting fierce conflicts over their treasures. Historically, more than 10 towers have been discovered on the Yinji continent. Wang Yi stroked his smooth chin, a grin creeping across his face. Could the treasure indicated on my map be the very one Luo Feng encountered in the annals of history? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. With the map now in his possession, there was no reason to delay. Bermuda, let us set forth to the Yinji continent. Yes, master. The control room flickered to life with the image of Bermuda, a black and white orb, excitedly waving its tiny paws. Destination: Yinji continent, expected arrival in 47 days. Go, go, go. Wang Yi shook his head, bemused by Bermuda's fondness for earthly colloquialisms. Before departing the dusty island of Fragment 05, he had conveniently left behind a divine token of the Moya Vine, ensuring he could return it should the need arise. 22 days later, aboard a black flying saucer, Wang Yi stood in the control room, gazing out at the vast expanse of the void where the imposing landmass of the Yinji continent loomed. This was a realm perilous beyond measure, teeming with formidable beings. The principal landmass of the Yinji continent spans a maximum diameter of 18 light years, while the combined strength of the inhabitants of the surrounding thousands of islands barely registers against that of the main continent. Within the Yinji continent, immortal beings abound. Approximately 2/3 are immortal warlords, with 1/3 being immortal marquises, and a mere handful are sovereigns. Any team on the main continent boasts at least one immortal marquis. With 25 days remaining until they officially reach the main continent, Wang Yi maintained a serene smile, softly remarking, according to the records, the main continent is a gathering place for the mighty, where it is said that there are over 1,000 sovereigns. Although the human race has only 3 immortal sovereigns residing within the Yinji continent, the multitude of allied and foreign factions entering the battlefield through human alliances amounts to several hundred sovereigns. After all, there are thousands of clans, with an average of 1 sovereign among every 10 foreign races, leading to a considerable number of sovereigns. Altogether, the Yinji continent is home to over 1,000 sovereigns. Apart from the 4 pinnacle clans, many other foreign races participating in the outer battlefield are not merely vassal factions. Some are powerful clans that have negotiated to send their members into the fray. Moreover, beyond the 4 pinnacle clans, other elite factions are also present. Thus, the sheer number of formidable beings is staggering. Within the 11 outer battlefields, the 7th battlefield alone harbors a remarkable count of sovereigns, exceeding 1,000, with immortal marquises likely numbering in the tens of thousands and ordinary immortal warlords far surpassing that. Wang Yi squinted, licking his lips like a predator eyeing its prey. Alas, I must refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, lest I attract unwanted attention from the powerful. The sovereigns would be manageable, but should I draw the gaze of other superlative entities, I would find myself in grave peril. The outer battlefield adheres to its own unspoken rules, Only beings below the level of immortal sovereigns may participate in combat, while beings at the sovereign level are strictly forbidden from entry, save for grand decisive battles. Thus, the outer battlefield is populated exclusively by entities beneath the sovereign rank. Of course, certain superlative beings, like the Lord of Chaos, occasionally breach these protocols due to their elevated status, and vassal clans dare not object. However, neither the human cosmic sovereigns nor their foreign counterparts are permitted within the outer battlefield. Yet, by the same token, should Wang Yi, this unparalleled human genius, be discovered, other foreign superlative beings would not hesitate to disregard the rules, descending upon him to eliminate him without mercy. I must devise a strategy that enables me to eliminate numerous powerful beings while minimizing the risk of drawing attention. Wang Yi reclined upon the sofa, savoring the expansive vista that unfolded outside. The Void Insect Clan's avatars possessed formidable strength and the ability to simulate disguises, allowing them to masquerade as various races to eliminate those formidable beings of alien origin. However, while ordinary immortal deities and marquises may be easily dispatched, the number of sovereigns across the Yinji continent was limited to mere hundreds. Excessive killings would inevitably lead to complications. Moreover, the emergence of numerous unfamiliar yet extraordinarily powerful foes, wreaking havoc indiscriminately, would arouse suspicion among the aliens, who were not fools. Nevertheless, a smile graced Wang Yi's lips as he lifted his wineglass, swirling the enticing crimson liquid within. Let them harbor their doubts. As long as they do not suspect me, the human entity, what does it matter if they cast their suspicions elsewhere? Alongside the avatars of the Void Insect Clan, the avatars of the Flame Star Behemoth could also take action, allowing for separation in the carnage. Let the rivers run red with blood. Those sovereigns are few in number. There exists a plethora of marquises and ordinary immortals. Indeed, there are numerous vulnerabilities in this approach, such as the possibility of the slain strong ones transmitting messages before their demise. However, Wang Yi remained unconcerned. His intent was to create chaos, diminishing the odds of his true identity being discovered. The actions of the Void Insect Clan's avatars bore no relation to his human self. He reveled in the exquisite taste of fine wine, his spirits buoyant. The sensation of hunting powerful foes and indulging in exhilarating slaughter was indeed sublime. Moreover, there lay the treasure of the sacrificial tower, beckoning him to hunt along the way. Yet, if it were indeed the treasure chronicled in history, it would require 6 sigils, necessitating 6 powerful beings to each wield one, traversing through 6 passages to gain entry. Wang Yi pondered this. The treasures within the sacrificial tower represented an immense fortune, including the arm of space locking, an artifact esteemed even by sovereigns. One Wang Yi could not afford to overlook. Although he had mastery over spatial blocking, the concept wielded by Domain Master differed significantly from that of an immortal. After all, an immortal employed their power and the laws to execute spatial blocking, while he, despite his understanding of the laws, lacked the immortal force. Utilizing world force would only expose his true identity. Furthermore, the spatial blocking achieved through world force was vastly inferior in both range and efficacy compared to that of immortal force, rendering it ineffective in battle. Once employed, it could easily be countered by powerful foes, making it of little consequence. However, acquiring the arm of space locking would be a different matter entirely. It was one of the fewer than 100 such artifacts existing within the universe, crafted from the most potent and enigmatic sacrificial runes of the Yinji clan. Each rune weapon encapsulated a complex structure of virtual runes, which, once energized, could disperse into the void. The area of dispersion represented the zone of control. The arm of space locking served to entirely seal the fluctuations of space within its dispersal area, rendering instantaneous movement impossible. Thus, this arm was a nightmare for those wielding spatial laws, although it would also impede the user's own ability to teleport. Yet for Wang Yi, the arm of space locking was akin to a formidable weapon. Acquiring it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. For the virtual runes were indestructible. Once locked down, those at the pinnacle of sovereignty would find themselves unable to escape, leaving them at his mercy. The agility and explosive speed of the Void Insect Clan's avatars were of an extraordinary caliber, coupled with a strength that surpassed the limits of sovereigns and the defensive capabilities of the royal armor. Previously, he had harbored concerns that sovereigns might evade him through instantaneous movement, leaving him helpless, as he could do nothing to retain them. However, with the arm of space locking, escape would no longer be an option for them. Therefore, Wang Yi held the treasure of the sacrificial tower in high regard. After 25 days, a black, Disc-shaped spacecraft soared into the vast expanse of the Yinji continent at sublight speed. As Wang Yi sat aboard the vessel, sharpening his blades for his new endeavors. In a remote, desolate star domain of the universe, within the vast divine kingdom of the spatial interstice, towering mountains soared into the clouds. Within a golden temple, a voice of alluring beauty echoed. Have there been any updates on target number 1? Several figures clad in golden robes knelt respectfully before a massive insect nest, surrounded by thousands of fierce and intimidating golden insect warriors. Master, according to the latest reports, target number 1 has remained in the Chaos City for the past 22 years, never having ventured outside. In Chaos City, where the Chaos Lord presides, foreign spies cannot infiltrate, so we can only gather intelligence from the outside and make educated guesses. In just 22 years, even the most astute insect queen would not suspect that the human genius they deemed a significant threat had gallivanted off to the outer battlefield. The Wang Yi remaining in Chaos City was merely a facade constructed by the human elite. They were adept at using subterfuge to obscure the truth. Continue to monitor closely. Spero no dete. Report immediately upon discovering any significant information, the insect queen instructed. Understood. Wang Yi's rapid advancements had blindsided all factions, who were utterly unprepared for the pace of his growth, their focus fixated on the Chaos City, consumed with thoughts on how to eliminate him. Even if they noted the sudden emergence of a new sovereign on the outer battlefield, it was unlikely they would conjecture that it was a domain master who had only cultivated for a little over 200 years. In the outer battlefield, the 7th war zone, Yinji continent. Buzz, buzz. 2 radiant pillars of light, piercing through the heavens, descended upon a vast valley almost simultaneously, obliterating the entire area. Countless rocks were reduced to nothingness, while more debris was swept away into the spatial interstice by the turbulent fragments of space. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, generating a cataclysmic explosion that rippled outward, tearing the earth apart into vast chasms, and the deafening roars reverberated across the sky. Whoosh! A figure shot forth from the periphery of the explosion, a body formed of divine energy marred with numerous scars, in a state of disarray. Just then, a dark crimson flash surged forth with astonishing speed. The recently escaped immortal of the mechanical race, hailing from the Poison Eye clan, sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching. Upon glimpsing the dark crimson shimmer, he instantly comprehended that he had fallen prey to an ambush. Having barely escaped the onslaught of the insect army, he had already sustained over 30% loss to his divine body. Feeling the might of his adversary, he dared not confront Wang Yi, opting instead to flee. Yet Wang Yi's speed was considerably superior. A resonant cry echoed through the air as a magnificent, ethereal bird took form above Wang Yi, causing his speed to surge dramatically, rapidly closing in on the fleeing alien immortal. Upon witnessing the breathtaking apparition of the Grand Avian, the alien immortal's expression shifted dramatically. The loathful sparrow. Stay! Wang Yi unleashed a beam of brilliance, and the black and white swordfish surged forth, its formidable temporal and spatial essence empowered by the laws, dramatically augmenting its might as it shot toward the enemy ahead. Wang Yi's understanding of the laws had reached the 20th tier, and he had mastered the pinnacle of the thought-forged weaponry. The black and white swordfish formation epitomized this supreme skill. Though his sole telekinetic prowess merely placed him at the initial tier of sovereignty, the synergy of the 3 elements had achieved the peak battle strength of a sovereign. Even without employing the top-tier treasure, the temporal shuttle imparted by Master Pang Bo, his other specially crafted cosmic weapon, was immensely powerful. The black and white swordfish leapt, slicing through the void, instantly materializing behind the alien immortal. Though the Poison Eye immortal possessed peak marquee strength, his earlier losses from the explosion had reduced his capabilities to a mere 50%. Now confronted with Wang Yi's fierce onslaught, he was utterly unable to withstand it. As the black and white swordfish darted through the space, a pitch-black fissure materialized along its path, colliding with astonishing speed and force against the defensive weapon of the Poison Eye clan's immortal warrior, slicing through his body. The fierce energy obliterated both his divine form and soul. The immortal of the Poison Eye clan felt an intense anguish radiate from his divine essence. Realizing the extent of his losses, his eyes widening in terror. 7%? How could this be? He was a peak noble, and even a high-ranking king could not so effortlessly annihilate his divine body. How could a new peak king emerge from the human faction on the Yinji continent? Panic engulfed the immortal of the Poison Eye clan. He could neither escape nor fight back, as his opponent could easily inflict harm upon his divine form. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black and white flashes traversed the sky, each time taking a portion of the immortal's divine essence. Before long, less than 30% of his divine body remained. With a 50% loss, his power was reduced to a mere 10%. With a 70% loss, his strength would likely dwindle to less than 1%. Typically, a loss of 90% would plunge a noble into a deep slumber, rendering them devoid of consciousness. The immortal of the Poison Eye clan was indeed a fierce individual. Facing imminent doom, he did not plead for mercy. After sending out a final message, with only 20% of his divine body remaining, he resolutely chose to self-destruct. Boom! The entire immortal body detonated in an instant. The explosion, the cosmic space collapsed, and the surrounding mountains crumbled. Yet, the prepared Wang Yi swiftly retreated as the furious energy of the explosion crashed against his infernal armor. The infernal armor itself was a precious artifact, capable of completely withstanding attacks below the noble level, and it could diminish over 90% of assaults from kings and above. After being weakened by the infernal armor, the remaining force, which was less than 1%, was further absorbed by the Mo Yunvine. Now, a high-ranking king. The Mo Yunvine's transformation into battle attire also allowed it to endure the impact of king-level power. The remaining force was significantly diminished. The scant energy that reached Wang Yi's human form posed no threat to him, as he had already amplified his strength to 12,000 times that of a peak realm master through the secrets of the infernal god and the might of the beast god, achieving a foundational king level. In the overwhelming aftermath of the explosion, Wang Yi soared into the sky, landing atop a mountain peak, surveying the desolate landscape with his flowing black hair and a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. To evade the onslaught of the insectoid army as a noble is commendable. Yet alas, you must still meet your demise. A month had passed since his arrival on the Yinji continent, and Wang Yi had observed that while the combined might of the insectoid army was formidable, it was not necessarily lethal. Some powerful beings, upon sensing imminent danger, employed various evasive tactics, occasionally resulting in a few fortunate souls escaping the onslaught of the insectoid army through diverse means. Of course, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and none had managed to escape unscathed, ultimately falling victim to Wang Yi, who lay in wait like a predator. Wang Yi collected the treasures and spoils left behind by the Poison Eye clan and other fallen alien factions under the attack of the insectoid army. He did not depart, but instead concealed himself on the mountain peak, waiting for a while. It seemed no one was coming. Disappointed with his failed ambush, Wang Yi shook his head. He had hoped some nearby aliens would be drawn to the scene, but it appeared they were not so foolish. Whoosh! Over 100 meters in diameter and grayish-black in color, appeared beside him, and Wang Yi swiftly entered. A month had elapsed since his arrival on the main continent of Yinji. In the control room of the spaceship, Wang Yi, clad in dark red battle armor, comfortably reclined on a spacious sofa, savoring fine wine, his spirits elevated. After 32 days on the Yinji continent, he discovered that there were over 1,000 factions, whether alien or human, each inevitably containing a noble immortal. In this past month, he had successfully hunted down 273 factions. Wang Yi raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp, feeling exhilarated. Discovering an alien faction did not guarantee a successful hunt. After all, if the opponent remained in flight, it would be challenging to intercept them unless Wang Yi utilized his teleportation. With over 1,000 factions, excluding the human camp, there were merely 800 left, yet Wang Yi had managed to hunt 273 without exception, leaving no one to escape. In just a month, this pace of slaughter was truly terrifying. The detection devices proved to be invaluable. Those alien detection instruments were inferior to his advanced technology and could not detect him at all. Wang Yi raised his empty cup, smiling. While there might be superior detection devices in the entire outer battlefield, it was unlikely in the 7th battlefield, the Yinji continent. Like a merciless phantom, Wang Yi swiftly and efficiently hunted the alien immortals. Naturally, with numerous kills, his presence became known. Now, the strong among the Yinji continent were aware that the humans had gained another king-level powerhouse, who relied on detection devices and the insectoid army to relentlessly hunt down weaker factions. However, the Yinji continent was vast, with countless factions, and in just a month, many did not take it seriously. The 3 major factions that Wang Yi ambushed had thousands of teams on the Yinji continent, and losing a few dozen was hardly significant. Nonetheless, Wang Yi's exploits began to spread across the Yinji continent. Although his fame was not vast, many powerful beings remembered him. Wang Yi opened the sign-in panel to check his mission progress. Kill ordinary immortal spirits 128-910-0000. Kill noble immortal spirits 31510000. Kill king level immortal spirits 01000. A faint smile crept across Wang Yi's lips. After a month on the Yinji continent, he had achieved remarkable results. The ordinary immortal spirits he had slain exceeded 700, while the noble ones surpassed 300, earning him substantial military merit and countless spoils. The Yinji continent was indeed a treasure trove for him, Wang mused. Compared to Mengchen Island, it was an entirely different realm, yet he still had not encountered a single king. It seemed that kings were truly scarce. After 32 days of flight across the Yinji continent, he had not discovered a single faction with a king. Wang Yi clicked his tongue. However, he was not surprised. The entirety of the Yinji continent spanned an 18 light-year diameter, meaning that even at near light speed, it would take 18 years to traverse. In such an expansive territory, having merely over 1,000 kings made it understandable that he had not encountered one in a month. Clearly, hunting kings on the Yinji continent for progress was not feasible. If he wished to slay kings, he would need to venture to the Star Tower. Wang Yi murmured softly. The Star Tower housed hundreds of thousands of king-level immortals. Moreover, it was one of Wang Yi's primary objectives this time. Entering the Star Tower would be difficult, as it could easily attract the attention of those dwelling within. But lingering outside to ambush a few kings would be feasible. Additionally, he could sign in as well. Delightful. Wang Yi happily poured himself another cup of wine. The same wine he had acquired from a hapless alien noble he had defeated. He planned to first accumulate his quotas for killing ordinary immortal spirits and noble immortals on the Yinji continent before heading to the Star Tower. Currently, he was flying toward the location of the sacrificial tower indicated on the treasure map, but since the tower was hidden in the central part of the main continent, even with continuous flight, it would take a year to arrive. Coupled with occasional hunts along the way, this time frame would likely extend. However, Wang Yi felt no urgency. The sacrificial tower would not escape. He traveled while battling monsters, harvesting heads, making good use of his time. The Yinji continent, indeed, boasted a plethora of strong individuals. And in just a month, he had made significant progress in his mission. Wang Yi felt elated. At this rate, he estimated it would take less than 100 years to acquire 2 chance cards. The probability card, this peculiar object, is often deemed precious, yet at times, is merely ordinary. Ultimately, it all hinges on one's fortune. Wang Yi, confident in his unparalleled character and luck, remains steadfast. However, his son proves to be less than impressive. Thus, acquiring this card remains paramount, for it can be utilized whenever one stumbles upon a favorable location in the future. In Chapter 322, a fortuitous encounter unfolds. Millions of kilometers away from Wang Yi's spaceship, a white, triangular metallic vessel darts swiftly through desolate mountains. In the central control room, a 2-meter-tall, entirely silver mechanical puppet occupies a metallic chair, observing the flickering images on the projection screen before him. Its lifelike eyes shimmer as if imbued with a soul. Alas, the presence of foreign races in this vicinity is exceedingly sparse. I have not encountered a single one in 2 days. On the puppet's finger rests a world ring, within which lies a vast expanse of land, approximately 100,000 kilometers wide, where a colossal crimson beast languidly sprawls. Its golden wings lay flat against the ground, representing the avatar of the Flame Star Beast. Separated from Wang Yi, with the Flame Star Beast and Wang Jia combined, they possess the combat prowess equivalent to the pinnacle of kings. To enhance hunting efficiency, the 3 principal forms have now separated, each venturing across the continent of Yinji Master to hunt. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the 3 bodies, possessing mastery over teleportation, can swiftly converge. After all, the diameter of the continent of Yinji Master is a mere 8 billion light years. Traveling by spaceship is sluggish, but teleportation is instantaneous. However, since 3 bodies are in motion, the matter of cultivation must be temporarily set aside. The avatar of the Flame Star Beast carries a detection instrument, purchased by Wang Yi for several million points, classified at the kingly level. Meanwhile, the avatar of the Void Insect clan wields the finest detection device obtained from slaying a noble-level powerhouse, though it barely approaches 1 million mixed yuan units, far inferior to that of the Flame Star Beast, let alone the device carried by Wang Yi's human form. The immense size of the Flame Star Beast renders it unable to fit within the spaceship. It must either fly outside or adopt the travel methods of the demon race, remaining within the world ring to control the mechanical puppet, emerging only when combat is imminent. The Flame Star Beast's cultivation of a unique secret technique, Flame Star Transformation, remains far from the 2nd layer's consummation. Should it reach the 3rd layer's completion, it could potentially expand its internal world to a staggering diameter of 20 trillion kilometers. However, this necessitates an astronomical amount of resources. Without tens of trillions of mixed yuan units, such aspirations are mere fantasies. Hence, the avatar of the flame star beast diligently contemplates the essence of the beast god realm. To master the flame star transformation to the third layer's completion likely demands tens of trillions of mixed yuan units of resources. The flame star beast muses, not accounting for the resources required to expand its internal world. Nevertheless, should the flame star transformation succeed, the beast's size could amplify 1,000-fold. Coupled with the innate secret technique, flame star body, which offers a 10-fold increase. This could lead to a staggering amplification of 10,000 times. Currently, the flame star beast reigns at the pinnacle of the Realm Lord stage, exceeding 2,000 kilometers in size. Upon such an expansion, it would reach an unprecedented 20 million kilometers. Once a breakthrough to immortality is achieved, the advantages would be monumental. The larger the body, the greater the benefits upon ascending to an immortal deity. For at the moment of transcending from Realm Lord to immortal deity, the essence of the universe and the sea of laws would bestow boundless energy, instantaneously transforming the Realm Lord body into an immortal divine form. This extraordinary opportunity for a free conversion into an immortal divine body is a singular occurrence. Some beings stand merely 1 or 2 meters tall. How much energy can they absorb in their transformation? Others, whose bodies span 1 or 2 kilometers, require an astonishing amount of energy for the conversion to an immortal divine form. The Starry Sky beast, with a length of over 1,000 kilometers, absorbs energy at an astonishing rate. While its sheer destructive power may be 10-fold greater, the reserves of divine power within the immortal body are exponentially superior. The Flame Star Beast, trained in the Flame Star transformation and possessing the innate secret technique of Flame Star Body, enjoys an unparalleled advantage in this regard. Historically, there have been immortal-level Flame Star Beasts that, relying on their immense size and the self-destructive technique of Starstream Fire, have obliterated a cosmic dignitary. However, achieving mastery of the Flame Star transformation is a legendary feat among the Flame Star Beast lineage. It is a daunting task. Wang Yi, backed by the human race, possesses a considerable opportunity to cultivate the Flame Star transformation to perfection, though financial constraints persist. This time, in the extraterrestrial battlefield, he must seize the opportunity to amass wealth. After all, one cannot trade in valuable treasures without adequate funds. The Flame Star Beast scratches its chin in contemplation. Gazing at its sharp claws, it expresses a hint of disdain. Currently, the Flame Star Beast primarily cultivates the laws of fire and void fusion. Should it comprehend the fourth layer of the Beast God realm, a breakthrough to the noble stage would be within reach. Of course, as Wang Yi's avatar, the conditions for its breakthrough differ. Presently, the path of the Fire Void Beast God is only cultivated to the third layer. Meanwhile, the avatar of the Void Insect clan, clad in royal armor, masquerades as a noble from a human allied race, piloting a biological spaceship in a direction contrary to the other two bodies. The three forms act in unison, launching individual assaults. However, all three share the same soul, their consciousness interconnected. Regardless of the circumstances, they remain aware of one another's situations. The core nucleus remains in the time realm, accompanied by Wang Yi, as the time realm is bound to the human form, allowing only it to unlock its secrets. Similarly, sign-ins can only occur at the location of the human body. Team approaches. The Flame Star Beast raises its massive head, excitement flickering in its fierce crimson eyes. Wang Yi's three bodies enable the human form to wield the pinnacle power of kings while utilizing the royal armor to unleash the utmost potential of kingship. The Flame Star Beast avatar inherently possesses pinnacle kingly strength, and with the royal armor, it too reaches the limits of kingship, surpassing the human form in might. The avatar of the Void Insect clan, enhanced by royal armor, exceeds the limits of kingship. Regardless of the form, each can traverse the continent of Yinji Master with impunity. Should they encounter insurmountable danger, one may sacrifice an avatar, for the core nucleus resides in the time realm, allowing for resurrection. Alternatively, they could retreat into the time realm, where no one could harm them. However, either of the first two options would expose their secrets. They could call upon allies, whether it be the esteemed Pang Bo or the Lord of Chaos, who would arrive at their beck and call. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, Wang Yi would refrain from such measures, confident that no one in the extraterrestrial battlefield could compel him to that extent. The avatar of the Void Insect clan, adorned in purple and gold battle armor, sits confidently in the spaceship chair, hands resting upon the hilt of a massive sword. It is far more comfortable than the Flame Star Beast avatar. The Void Insect Clan's true form is not overly large and possesses the ability to shapeshift at will, even transforming into the immense form of the Flame Star Beast, though this would affect its strength. The flight paths of the three bodies diverge, forming a triangular formation scattered across 3 locations on the continent of Yinji Master. At present, the Void Insect Clan avatar conceals its presence as a pinnacle noble, exuding an aura of intimidation. Standing over 3 meters tall, the Void Insect Clan is encased in purple and gold armor, with a pair of folded wings upon its back. Eyes closed in contemplation, the purple shuttle-shaped spaceship glides through the air toward a designated destination. The Void Insect Clan avatar remains indifferent to its trajectory, focused solely on the presence of prey. As a unique life form, the Void Insect Clan is a natural predator, excelling in disguise, stealth, and ambush, making them a formidable force. As it waits in silence, suddenly, a spaceship is detected 9.5 billion kilometers ahead. The voice of the intelligent system controlling the detection instrument resonates in the control room. The Void Insect Clan avatar opens its eyes, revealing silver orbs devoid of emotion. Beep. A projection screen materializes before Wang Yi, displaying a dark red biological spaceship soaring through the air. Biological spacecraft, indeed, represent a relatively common type of vessel within the cosmos. However, their prevalence is primarily observed among certain factions such as the demon race, whereas humans and mechanical entities predominantly favor alloy and metal spacecraft. Both biological and metallic vessels possess their respective merits and drawbacks. Wang Yi's Void Insectoid clone employs a detection instrument valued at nearly 1 million mixed origin units, which is quite commendable even on the continent of Yinji Master. This device effectively shields the biological spacecraft from alien detection while simultaneously assessing their circumstances. Within the control room, a gathering of grotesque beings, resembling large rats with dark red fur and standing merely around 1 meter tall, are seated together, extending their fluffy claws to grasp cups filled with a crimson liquid. They exude a faint aura of regulatory fluctuations. Among them are 6 immortals from the demon race's CM Mouse clan, 1 a Marquis, while the other 5 hold the rank of immortal military leaders. Oblivious to the grim fate that looms over them, these foreign immortals continue their revelry, discussing the latest developments. I've heard that several new Marquis-level powerhouses have emerged in the Yinji Master continent. It seems there is a human with a bug race mother nest, notorious for his killings of many Marquis, now referred to as the Bug King. The Bug King, you say? Quite an impressive title. Does he not fear retribution from the insect race? Who has spread such rumors? Why would he fear trouble when he has already enslaved the bug race mother nest? The CM Mouse clan warriors speak with a hint of envy. In the past month, Wang Yi has swiftly risen to prominence. After all, he has slain numerous Marquis, including several at their peak, solidifying his reputation. The powerful beings of the Yinji continent are numerous, yet there are only a little over 1,000 Marquis, each bearing a title. Wang Yi's frequent deployment of the Insect Legion, whose attack potency is formidable, has earned him the moniker of Bug King. Intrigued by their conversation, Wang Yi listens intently, discovering that not only has his human form gained notoriety, but his other 2 forms, the Flame Star Behemoth and the Void Insectoid, have also acquired titles. The Flame Star Behemoth is hailed as the Flame Star Realm Lord, a particularly monstrous entity, noted for its ability to slay Marquis at their zenith. Its strength rivals that of high-tier Marquis, drawing the attention of many formidable beings. Had it not been for its non-human nature, many powerful adversaries might have sought to challenge it. The Void Insectoid, having engaged in numerous confrontations, has earned the title of Hunter King, known for its sudden appearances and lethal strikes, leaving no prey to escape. These 3 titles reflect the distinct characteristics and styles of their respective powerhouses, receiving high acclaim, while the Void Insectoid clone is even assessed to possess peak Marquis-level strength. Wang Yi marvels at the rapid dissemination of information across the outer battlefield. Within just a month of his arrival, he has garnered such recognition. This is inherently tied to his formidable prowess and his relentless pursuit of Marquis. In the outer battlefield, the stronger one is, the more ferocious their accomplishments, leading to swift fame amongst myriad races, an aspiration many powerful beings pursue throughout their lives. However, Wang Yi is merely beginning to emerge from the shadows, far from achieving universal renown. As Wang Yi contemplates, the demon spacecraft once again drifts beyond the detection range of the instrument, yet he has lost the inclination to pursue. His human form continues its trajectory toward the sacrificial tower, while the flame star behemoth and void insectoid roam across the continent of Yinji, hunting down those foreign immortals. Billions of kilometers away, amidst a mountain range, a pyramid-shaped spacecraft conceals itself within the void. Inside, two mechanical beings, resembling metallic constructs, sit together, one clad in sleek black armor. Grinning as he speaks, "Haha, Imoli, this time we've discovered a big fish. Together, we shall slay him and share the spoils equally." The other, a handsome, bald mechanical youth, shakes his head. No, no, no. Karnav, I was the first to discover him and laid the trap to lure him in. Thus my contributions warrant a larger share. Noticing his companion's frown, he quickly adds, "Of course, our battle is not yet over. Our quarry still struggles in a desperate fight for survival. Therefore, I propose that whoever exerts the most effort in battle shall receive a greater portion of the spoils. Naturally, my additional share remains unchanged." Karnav contemplates for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. "Fine, I'll concede this time for the sake of your senior brother. Let us join forces and eliminate our enemy." "Huh, you are a high-tier marquis, though I am merely an initial tier. My mechanical legion was crafted with the assistance of my senior brother, possessing formidable power. Together, we shall swiftly dispatch this foreign marquis." Imoli rejoices. Karnav's demeanor lightens, as his prideful nature seldom permits him to easily acquiesce to another's terms. Yet he acknowledges the strength of his companion and the influence of his senior brother, a superpower among the mechanical race on the Yinji continent. Boom! Across the vast mountain range, flames and electric serpents surge through the void, creating a colossal fiery and electric prison spanning billions of kilometers, where countless mechanical puppets of lightning and flame converge to encircle a marquee-level immortal. Alongside a plethora of formidable mechanical weaponry that relentlessly assaults the marquee, a fierce battle unfolds, tearing through the fabric of space, with thunderous explosions shaking the very earth, reducing mountains to ash. Meanwhile, billions of kilometers away, a purple, shuttle-shaped spacecraft speeds toward the scene. "Why can't I see anyone? This detection instrument is insufficient. If only we had a mechanical race, marquee-level detection device," mutters a particularly impatient individual. Chapter 323, Destiny. Master, an energy combat reaction has been detected 9.8 billion kilometers ahead. The void insectoid clone, seated in the chair, opens its eyes. "What have you discovered?" "We have detected energy combat phenomena within the scanning range. Yet no enemies have been identified." "Oh." Wang Yi's interest peaks. Although the detection instrument carried by his void insectoid clone is valued at merely 1 million mixed origin units, it is still considered commendable at the marquee level, with only a select few willing to invest in such technology. If the opposing force's detection instruments elude his own, it suggests that their capabilities surpass his. Marquis, or king. A deep curiosity stirs within Wang Yi. Transmit the battle footage and proceed immediately to the combat location. He commands without hesitation. The purple shuttle-shaped vessel subtly alters its course and accelerates toward the site of the conflict. Wang Yi gazes at the screen, observing the expansive prison of lightning and flames stretching over billions of kilometers, arching a brow. Mechanical race's lightning prison, fiery prison? With his elevated perspective, Wang Yi quickly discerns the terrifying power imbued within this prison. Even a peak realm lord would be reduced to ash upon contact, and ordinary immortal deities would likely find it impossible to escape. The resources required to successfully establish such a trap must amount to billions of mixed origin units. One extravagant expenditure. It appears that this is no ordinary mechanical race powerhouse. The detection instruments remain incapable of locating the enemy. However, they are adept at capturing and transmitting the grand and vast spectacle of battle within the expansive confines of interwoven lightning and soaring flames. Millions of mechanical puppets are forming legions, besieging a formidable adversary, delivering blows that shake the very heavens and earth. Moreover, the mechanical puppet legions are clearly divided into two factions. On one side stand the towering purple robots, each approximately 14 meters in height, burdened with hefty alloy war blades, their metallic bodies flickering with serpentine currents of electricity. Opposite them, an army of crimson mechanical puppets, armed with weapons such as war blades, colossal swords, great axes, and polearms, looms ominously. Wang Yi can discern at a glance that each of these mechanical entities is crafted entirely from F9 grade metals, namely the Purple Thunder Mother and Crimson Mixed Copper Mother. Their numbers are comparable, each faction comprising around 5 million units. A staggering total of tens of millions of F9 grade mechanical puppets, Even with cost-cutting measures, each one constitutes a substantial mass of metal, likely valued at over 10 mixed yuan units for such a significant volume. Wang Yi is somewhat astonished. Just the metallic materials for these puppets must amount to over 100 million mixed yuan units. Even more surprising is the combat prowess exhibited by these puppet legions. The over 10 million mechanical puppets are organized into 10 formations, encircling the alien powerhouse from all directions, with each formation consisting of 1 million F9 grade mechanical puppets. Subsequently, for formations channel energy into their chest simultaneously. Boom! 1 million beams of light simultaneously strike the enemy, coalescing into a colossal beam with a diameter of 100 meters. Each beam possesses power rivaling that of a full-force strike from an initial king-level being. The 4 beams together represent a combined long-range energy assault akin to that of 4 initial kings. Following the descent of these 4 beams, yet another 4 beams cascade down. An unending barrage. Meanwhile, the remaining 1 million crimson mechanical puppets and 1 million purple mechanical puppets refrain from joining the assault, instead unleashing a web-like energy that ensnares the alien immortal in layered coils. Yet this does not impede the coordinated offensive of the surrounding mechanical legions. The alien immortal struggles like an insect caught in a spider-esque web, continuously breaking free only to be re-entangled, unable to escape. The energy net evokes a sense of peril in Wang Yi, far more threatening than the beams of light from the other mechanical legions. Beyond the electrifying and fiery prison, pyramids hover, forming this very cage while continuously supplying energy to the mechanical legions. Boom! Boom! The heart-stopping beams rain down, leaving even the immortal kings in disarray. Wang Yi squints. Such formidable energy indicates that these mechanical puppets are far from mere inexpensive metal constructs. Their energy cores are of high caliber. Each puppet is worth at least several hundred mixed yuan units, collectively amounting to tens of billions of mixed yuan units. It is evident that these are the creations of the mechanical race. A smile graces Wang Yi's face. He had been pondering where to procure a high-end detection instrument, and here the mechanical race presents itself at his doorstep. However, as Wang Yi surveys the battlefield, he finds it eerily devoid of enemies. The mechanical race's powerful being has concealed itself from detection. I must locate it first. Wang Yi had researched the combat methods of alien powerhouses through the virtual universe network. Regarding the mechanical race, the data describes them as intelligent life forms, each representing a mechanical empire, wielding resources, intricate layouts, and astonishingly precise control, coordination, and strategy to unleash horrifying attacks. Each member of the mechanical race can be regarded as an entire mechanical empire. Naturally, the strength of a mechanical empire hinges on its command capabilities and wealth. Both are indispensable. A vast mechanical legion cannot rely solely on intelligent combat. It requires the individual control of mechanical race members to orchestrate attacks imbued with the principles of combat, allowing for exquisite coordination, thereby potentially multiplying combat effectiveness exponentially. The mechanical race members are, at their core, intelligent beings. Once intelligent life grasps the principles of combat, combined with their innate computational and command abilities, they become exceptionally formidable. Coupled with various mechanical weapons, their combat prowess can reach a terrifying zenith. This is a peak race that rivals even the insectoid species. The insectoid queen fights with instinct, while the mechanical race exhibits intelligence, skill, and strategy. Observing the situation, it appears that 2 mechanical race powerhouses are attempting to annihilate an alien king. Wang Yi discerns that the alien king is also at a high king level, a superlative expert within the realm of the flame sacrifice lord, yet finds himself in a precarious position due to the mechanical race's meticulous setup. Seizing upon the distraction caused by the mechanical race's assault on the alien. Now is an opportune moment for me. A glimmer of delight flickers in Wang Yi's eyes. His spacecraft swiftly approaches the battlefield's periphery. Within the pyramid-shaped vessel, 2 mechanical race kings, directing the mechanical puppet legions in combat, simultaneously detect Wang Yi's presence as he enters the range of their detection instruments. Their detection apparatus far exceeds Wang Yi's in sophistication. The mechanical race places great emphasis on technology, and their instruments are of the highest configuration, valued at hundreds of millions of mixed yuan units. 99 billion kilometers away, a ship appears. Initially, they harbored some concern, but upon detecting the intensity of the aura from their instruments, they relax. Peak Duke, a mere insect, has wandered in. Pay him no mind. The primary focus of the 2 mechanical race powerhouses remains the alien immortal before them. As for the Peak Duke, they lack the time to concern themselves with him. The value of eliminating a high king far surpasses that of a Peak Duke. Originally, they anticipated that the Peak Duke would be frightened into fleeing upon witnessing the battle. But to their astonishment, the shuttle-shaped vessel continues its approach. He is coming closer. The distance is now under 3 billion kilometers. What is happening? Does he, a Peak Duke, seek to involve himself in a king-level battle? Truly fearless? The black-armored mechanical race powerhouse and a handsome bald youth exchange glances, both sensing something amiss. With a hiss, the screen reveals a flying purple shuttle, within which is a humanoid figure approximately 3 meters tall, clad in purple gold battle armor, with a pair of wings extending from its back. Indeed, it is a Peak Duke, but the visage is unfamiliar. Have you encountered this individual before? No. His information is absent from my database, Carniff states, suggesting he has only recently arrived in the realm of the Flame's Sacrifice Lord. Perhaps. The mechanical race youth immolely nods in agreement. Both dismiss the transformed void insectoid doppelganger as inconsequential. However, at this critical juncture in their engagement with the alien king, they cannot allow this unexpected Peak Duke to disrupt their efforts. Immoley speaks with a hint of menace in his tone. We must intercept him. He cannot approach the battlefield. Drive him away, and if he proves obstinate, eliminate him. The two mechanical race powerhouses swiftly reach a consensus. It is not that they desire to disregard Wang Yi, but they cannot afford to divert additional attention. More importantly, their focus remains on the encircled alien king. Should they allow a king to escape due to Wang Yi's interference, they would undoubtedly feel immense regret. On the smooth surface of the silver-white pyramid they occupy, distinctive patterns pulse with an unsettling energy. The energy begins to accumulate, coalescing until a purple orb of light manifests on the surface of the metallic plate. Attack! Wang Yi's Void Insect Clan avatar donned exquisite and resplendent armor of purple and gold, arms crossed over its chest, with a pair of wings unfurled behind. It stood before the control room screen, observing the increasingly intense scenes of battle. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light cleaved through the sky, striking the rapidly fleeing shuttle-shaped spacecraft in the distance. Boom! In an instant, part of the vessel's hull melted away. Simultaneously, the destructive force encapsulated within the beam tore through the thick E9 alloy of the spaceship, transforming it into an explosive fireball. The reverberations of the explosion spread outward, extending for tens of thousands of kilometers. A figure emerged from the shockwave of the explosion, completely unscathed. It turned to a specific direction. Alien races retreat. A cold voice echoed with a tone of warning. For humanity, any race beyond their own was considered alien. Yet for the mechanical race, humans and other groups were equally foreign. Wang Yi paid no heed to the warning, continuing his swift advance. He was less than 200 million kilometers from the battlefield, rapidly closing the distance. Seeking death, the voice's owner, now enraged, unleashed a torrent of luminous points from a position ahead. At a distance, these points appeared as mere specks. But upon closer inspection, they revealed a multitude of 14-meter-tall purple mechanical puppets, each wielding metallic spears, crackling with electricity. Their numbers exceeded 1 million. Buzz within the legion of 1 million electric mechanical puppets, thousands of arcs of lightning erupted, converging upon the approaching Void Insect Clan. Each bolt of lightning contained an attack imbued with the laws of time, as countless mechanical puppets frantically absorbed the electricity, channeling it to the core puppet, launching the electric assault. The overwhelming energy coalesced into a massive, menacing lightning spear, hurled towards Wang Yi, instantly tearing through the surrounding void. Like a bolt of lightning transcending time, it zipped towards him with astonishing speed. The sheer magnitude of energy was staggering. This strike undoubtedly reached the level of a king. Inside the pyramid spacecraft, two mechanical race immortals diverted their attention to the unfolding scene, sneering at the foolishness before them. You won't escape. This wave of lightning attacks will surely wound you. Just as the colossal lightning spear was about to pierce the indomitable figure clad in purple and gold armor, it vanished. Where did he go? The attack failed to make contact with a tangible target. Quickly, assess the situation. The two mechanical race elites stood dumbfounded as the indomitable figure materialized at their spacecraft's location, gazing back at them. Their bodies trembled in unison. This spatial fluctuation indicates teleportation. He is not merely a marquis. He is a king. The two mechanical race kings swiftly regained their composure. They had been discovered. However, it had only taken a fleeting moment. Buzz, a breathtakingly beautiful and heart-stopping blade of light, descended, crashing heavily upon the towering silver pyramid spacecraft of the mechanical race. Buzz. As the attack struck, the surface of the vessel glowed with secret patterns, yet proved futile. This ship, composed of exceptionally hard F9, grade metal, and crafted with advanced mechanical race technology, far surpassed any human F9 grade vessel. Under the terrifying might of that single strike, it was torn open, leaving a gaping wound. In the next moment, the Void Insect Clan avatar darted inside. The two mechanical race kings, sensing the power of that blade, wore expressions of dread. Peak King, to so effortlessly rend the defenses of this ship with a single blow. Only a Peak King could achieve such a feat. Who is he? Damn it, he's breached our defenses. Seal the entrance. We must not let him through. Panic seized the two mechanical race kings. The majority of their strength was invested in their mechanical legions and various weaponry. Although their own abilities were formidable, they paled in comparison to those who relied solely on personal might. Engaging a Peak King in close combat? That would be tantamount to inviting annihilation. Boom! The entire pyramid spacecraft trembled violently, uncontrollably flung about, as if a primal beast rampaged within. Both mechanical race kings could feel a powerful and ferocious aura rapidly encroaching. In the midst of normal combat, it would be challenging for even a Peak King to close in on a mechanical race king. However, the two mechanical race kings were wholly focused on besieging another alien king, channeling the majority of their power into that effort. They had not anticipated that a Peak King would disguise himself as a marquis, allowing them to overlook him, thus falling into complacency. Furthermore, the Void Insect Clan avatar's teleportation caught them completely off guard, rendering their meticulous preparations moot. As Wang Yi wielded his battle knife, charging through the spacecraft's corridor as if it were uncharted territory, the handsome, bald young man of the mechanical race growled fiercely, "Hunter King." They finally recalled the name of the Peak King renowned across the continent of Yenji. Yet they could hardly fathom that so soon they would encounter such a formidable foe in such a perilous situation. Boom! The violent force cleaved through the alloy doors of the control room corridor, sending shards flying. The two mechanical race kings stood poised, watching the towering figure approach. Though it seemed like an eternity, it took only a few breaths for him to close the distance. Thunder Abyss King, Fire Spike King. Wang Yi's cold, silver-white eyes swept across the room, and a smile spread across his face. The names of the two mechanical race kings resonated throughout the continent of Yenji, marking them as notable figures among the thousands of kings. Thunder Abyss King was a high-level king, while Fire Spike King was a low-level king. Yet his actual combat prowess was rumored to be quite close to that of a high-level king, possessing unique abilities that made him more troublesome than many high-level kings. To encounter these two mechanical figures here was indeed fortuitous. The Void Insect Clan avatar smiled as it lowered the battle knife. Meanwhile, due to the intrusion of the Void Insect Clan avatar, the battle outside had ceased. The sprawling domains of the Lightning Prison and Flame Prison, encompassing over 1 billion kilometers, shifted towards the Pyramid spacecraft, while millions of mechanical puppets surged toward this location. The alien king, having narrowly escaped danger, gazed in shock at the sudden turn of events, still bewildered by what had transpired. However, having finally extricated himself from peril, he was reluctant to squander this opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to flee the area. As he soared through the skies, a sense of relief and confusion lingered in his heart. What had transpired between the two mechanical race kings? Suddenly, the alien king spotted a dazzling, fiery red arc racing towards him. Within that arc was a colossal beast, its golden wings unfurled, adorned with brilliant crimson scales, and its eyes ablaze with an insatiable thirst for destruction. As it drew closer, an oppressive heat permeated the atmosphere. Flamestar Lord. The Flamestar Beast had gained considerable renown on the continent of Yenji. The Lord possessed the combat strength of a high-level king, instilling awe in many powerful beings. Simultaneously, another afterimage streaked through the void, a human clad in dark red armor, standing upon a love-laced disc, with only a pair of cold, pitch-black eyes visible. Insect Control King. He was a high-level king from the human faction. The Pyramid spacecraft, sensing the two formidable figures of the Void Insect Clan teleporting into the vicinity, regarded the two mechanical race kings, who now appeared as if standing before a dire threat. With a grin, Wang Yi raised his battle knife. Hunter King, hold. The bald young man of the mechanical race suddenly interjected. Fire Spike King, at this juncture, what further words do you have? Wang Yi replied coldly. The Godslayer King, we acknowledge your formidable strength. Truly, you are the pinnacle of the sealed kings. Yet, do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? The King of Thunder Abyss could not restrain himself from interjecting. Wang Yi coldly retorted, you shall find out. Under normal circumstances, a peak sealed king indeed possesses an overwhelming advantage over a high-level sealed king and an elementary sealed king combined. However, to annihilate them is not so straightforward. Typically, Only a limitlessly powerful sealed king can effortlessly eradicate an elementary sealed king. And for a high-level sealed king to easily vanquish such a formidable opponent is a daunting task, unless they are adept in soul attacks. However, soul attacks are inherently complex and arduous, their devastating power making them exceedingly rare among dozens of sealed kings. One might occasionally find a specialist in the realm of souls. Thus, while the kings of Thunder Abyss and Fire Spike were indeed alarmed, they did not succumb to fear. Unfortunately, they remained unaware of the true prowess of the Void Insect Clan's avatar, which far surpassed the limits of a sealed king. Outside, the pyramid-shaped spacecraft, flames and lightning surged, an endless army of mechanical puppets surrounding it, unable to breach the defenses and left merely to stand idly outside. The handsome, bald youth of the mechanical clan spoke, "Godslayer King, I respect you as a peak sealed king, but if you intend to kill us, it won't be so simple. We are all sealed kings, and you must know that battles among sealed kings are far from straightforward. Rather than expend your efforts, why not retreat? Almost every sealed king possesses their own hidden trump cards. Besides, the King of Thunder Abyss is a high-level sealed king. In a true confrontation, even if the peak sealed king, the Godslayer King, were to kill the King of Thunder Abyss and the King of Fire Spike, the cost would likely exceed 5 of his immortal divine body. Such a cost is exorbitantly high. Why bother? Of course, they were oblivious to the fact that the Void Insect Clan's avatar was merely a realm master, incapable of burning immortal divine power, nor did it require such. Unfazed, Wang Yi gazed at him and said, "Are you finished? If so, prepare to meet your end." With a swift motion, the Godslayer King charged forth. The two mechanical clan kings simultaneously erupted with fury. The proximity was too close. As the Void Insect Clan's avatar lunged forward, the battle among the three sealed kings ignited in an instant. Within the confines of the narrow control room of the spacecraft, the avatar's wings trembled, melding into the spatial fluctuations like a phantom, appearing beside the two mechanical clan kings. Simultaneously, battle armor manifested upon the bodies of the King of Thunder Abyss and the King of Fire Spike, each wielding a purple warhammer and a red spear, respectively. The Void Insect Clan's avatar, armed with dual blades, unleashed a dazzling arc of light toward both the King of Thunder Abyss and the King of Fire Spike. The latter too strained to defend themselves. Boom! The clash of three weapons erupted with immense force, shattering the very space within the spacecraft. The control room was utterly obliterated, the entire craft quaking violently, fissures spiderwebbing across the walls, as the Kings of Thunder Abyss and Fire Spike were simultaneously hurled backward, crashing into the walls with a resounding crash, embedding deeply into the metallic surface. They were no match for the Void Insect Clan's avatar. Even wielding merely the power of a peak sealed king, it was sufficient to crush them. "Carneve, you hold him back while I make my escape, then you follow, and we will together command the mechanical puppet army against him," urged the mechanical clan's handsome youth, Imoli, in earnest. Understood. The King of Thunder Abyss did not hesitate. Engaging Wang Yi within the spacecraft was decidedly disadvantageous. Just then, Wang Yi's figure reappeared before them, his speed shifting with a ghostly finesse that startled both the King of Thunder Abyss and the King of Fire Spike. Whoosh! A breathtakingly beautiful arc of blade light tore through the fabric of space, emerging like the gentle moonlight, yet concealing an ominous intent. The King of Thunder Abyss desperately attempted to parry, clang. His heavy hammer met the warblade, yet he was struck with a surging force that drove him deeper into the metallic wall. The plight of the King of Fire Spike, Imoli, was even graver. He was sent flying alongside his spear, his divine body torn asunder. The King of Fire Spike cried out in anguish, his voice laced with fury. "My divine body." After all, he was merely an elementary sealed king, relying on various means to contend with certain high-level sealed kings, but his inherent divine body lacked the requisite strength. Wang Yi's strike shattered his form, inflicting grievous damage upon his divine essence. "I've lost 0.7 of my divine body," gritted Imoli, his teeth clenched. Wang Yi's ethereal speed was utterly terrifying. They could not evade or escape, trapped in this narrow and fortified spacecraft to battle, an unfathomable disadvantage. Before the spacecraft could be destroyed in battle, it seemed that Imoli might suffer grievous injuries or even perish. It must be said that misfortune had befallen Imoli, caught in dire straits, compelled to confront Wang Yi within the confines of the spacecraft. Had he been outside, he could have burned his immortal divine body to flee, but within this space, he had no choice but to engage Wang Yi head-on. This was the first time Imoli cursed the solidity of his spacecraft. Although the King of Thunder Abyss wished to assist, the human had already evaded him, intent on eliminating the weaker king of Fire Spike first. As the human, brimming with murderous intent, charged once more, Imoli hastily transmitted, "Wait. Godslayer King, do not approach. Otherwise, we shall all perish together." Simultaneously, he flipped his hand, revealing a black crystal sphere from which a chilling energy emanated. Wang Yi halted his advance. "What is this?" He scrutinized the seemingly ordinary black crystal, recognizing it as an extraordinary artifact due to the ominous energy it radiated, eerily familiar. "An A812, level fire god source crystal," exclaimed the King of Thunder Abyss in shock. "Imoli, are you mad to produce an A812, level fire god source crystal in this place?" "I'm not mad," the handsome youth of the mechanical clan retorted sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the towering human clad in purple gold battle armor. He inwardly berated the King of Thunder Abyss. Had he not been incompetent and unable to withstand the Godslayer King, would he have needed to resort to this long-concealed fire god source crystal? "Godslayer, this is my trump card for survival. The A812 level fire god source crystal, an extremely high-end product among fire god source crystals, equivalent to 3 times the explosive power of a peak-sealed king's self-detonation. This singular crystal cost me nearly all my wealth accumulated over many years." Imoli's voice lowered gravely. "The higher the potency of the fire god source crystal, the steeper the price. A self-detonation comparable to a high-level sealed king's would only require 800 million points. Yet this A812 level fire god source crystal would cost Wang Yi an exorbitant 12 billion points. However, the mechanical clan's advanced technology in producing fire god source crystals rendered the cost less prohibitive. Through internal channels, they could acquire it at a reduced price. Imoli had acquired this fire god source crystal through his senior brother, spending nearly 8 billion mixed yuan units to procure it. Such a vast fortune could lead to the ruin of even a sealed king's immortal lineage. And many powerful individuals would rather invest in treasures to enhance their strength or procure formidable weapons than take the risk of acquiring a fire god source crystal. In the devastated and desolate control room, silence fell. Imoli's actions were not uncommon among powerful beings during combat. Prior to engaging in deadly conflict, they often tested one another. With the potential for mutual destruction looming, powerful beings generally preferred to avoid fighting. Imoli believed that no matter how strong the Godslayer King might be, he was still a peak-sealed king. Moreover, in such a confined environment, escape was impossible and the explosive force would be magnified. Faced at close range with a crystal equivalent to 3 times the self-detonation power of a peak-sealed king, even a peak-sealed king could suffer severe injury or even perish. Naturally, both Imoli and the King of Thunder Abyss faced certain death. Had it not been for the relentless pressure exerted by Wang Yi's Void Insect Clan avatar, Imoli would have preferred not to resort to this. But there was no choice. The Void Insect Clan's avatar was intent on making him its target, and the King of Thunder Abyss could offer no assistance. In other words, it is highly probable that King Lei Yuan could survive and escape under Wang Yi's assault. Yet Imoli is undoubtedly doomed to perish. In such circumstances, how could Imoli possibly refrain from feeling anxious and envious? Although King Lei Yuan was most unwilling, he comprehended Imoli's sentiments. Thus he remained silent, choosing not to speak. The 2 mechanical clan monarchs simultaneously turned their gazes towards Wang Yi. How would he decide? In the silence, Wang Yi coldly remarked, "What of it? Today you must die." Madness. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, the thoughts of both mechanical clan monarchs aligned in disbelief. What grudge or hatred could possibly incite such a confrontation with a peak monarch like yourself? With a swish, the shadow of the Void Insect race's avatar moved once more. "Hunting God King," the 2 mechanical clan monarchs shouted in unison. "Lei Yuan, if you do not assist me now, we shall all perish together." Imoli, with no options left, could hardly fathom that this Hunting God King was so deranged. Even after producing the Fire God Source crystal capable of mutual destruction, he remained adamant about exterminating them. He was nothing short of a madman. King Lei Yuan's eyes flickered. Boom! The 2 sides clashed again, with King Lei Yuan and King Huitzi, as expected, being sent flying. King Huitzi suffered another blow, nearly losing his grip on the Fire God Source crystal as it threatened to explode. Carniv! Imoli suddenly erupted with fury. The previously retreating King Lei Yuan suddenly altered his trajectory, propelled by the force of his confrontation with the Hunting God King, dashing towards the ship's exit. In truth, the exit was quite near, easily reachable in an instant. However, the Hunting God King's speed was so extraordinary that he continually denied them any opportunity. "Imoli, do not blame me. Your fate is sealed, and I refuse to die alongside you." As King Lei Yuan rushed towards the exit, he felt a sense of frustration. Yet he understood that remaining would only result in sharing Imoli's demise. As a high-ranking monarch, he had no desire to perish in such a place. However, faster still was Wang Yi's blade. Bang! King Lei Yuan attempted to block with his weapon, leveraging Wang Yi's force to propel himself outward. But Wang Yi denied him that chance, skillfully striking him against the nearby metallic wall. The wall, constructed from a portion of G-grade metal, was incredibly resilient. Even amidst the clash of three formidable monarchs, it merely sustained some cracks, far from complete destruction. King Lei Yuan's escape attempt faltering plunged King Huizi into utter despair and fury. Let us die together. He detonated the fire god source crystal in his grasp. No! Boom! King Lei Yuan's words were instantly drowned by the deafening explosion. Chapter 325, Slaying Three Monarchs. Damn you, Imoli, you have brought about my ruin. King Lei Yuan silently lamented, unhesitatingly summoning a layer of violet armor upon his body, channeling divine energy into it. The armor, awakening with an ancient aura, enveloped him within the illusion of a strange tortoise beast as he fervently prayed, hoping that this purple thunder armor, obtained from the Thunder Secret Realm, would allow him to survive this cataclysmic explosion, apart from the resigned and hopeless Imoli, who had given up the struggle. Both the purple gold battle armor and the high-ranking monarch of the mechanical clan, King Lei Yuan, were engaged in the same endeavor, to withstand the impending explosion. With a resounding roar, an energy shockwave comparable to 3 times the self-detonation power of a peak monarch erupted, transforming the spatial debris into particles that were shattered beyond recognition before the overwhelming energy blast. Inside the confined and narrow spaceship, what should have exploded in all directions was instead confined within, amplifying its destructive potential. The control room, composed of partially G-grade and a substantial amount of F9 grade metals, could no longer withstand the colossal energy. Its walls cracked and shattered, swept away by the powerful shockwave and spatial debris. Boom! In a moment of stillness. The next instant, a scorching light surged forth from within the ship like the sun rising, and the vessel erupted. A torrent of fire god source energy sweeping in all directions, engulfing countless mechanical puppets like a tidal wave. Millions upon millions of mechanical puppets. In the face of an explosion more potent than that of a peak monarch's self-detonation, proved utterly fragile. Their hardened metallic forms were mercilessly shattered and torn apart. Obliterated in an instant, the dazzling white light rapidly expanded, enveloping a radius of millions of kilometers, reducing all earth, rock, and everything else to their most fundamental particle streams. After a lengthy silence, a thunderous roar followed, the invisible shockwave radiating outward, obliterating distant mountain ranges and tearing the ground apart into unfathomable chasms across millions of kilometers. In the boundless expanse above the land, the Inferno Star Behemoth's avatar, engaged in combat with the alien monarch, and its human counterpart momentarily paused, eyeing the site of the explosion. Subsequently, both entities unabashedly intensified their onslaught. The Inferno Star Behemoth's golden wings trembled, unleashing a unique maneuver inspired by the Fire Sky Six Paths, tracing a serpentine trajectory in midair, its speed soaring to astonishing heights. Buzz! The Inferno Star Behemoth suddenly slashed with its wings, transforming into a blinding red streak, leaving behind a massive spatial rift in its wake. As if a distorted lightning bolt barreled toward the alien high-ranking monarch, now battered and bruised by the two powerful beings. The Inferno Star Behemoth. The humans. The besieged alien monarch seethed with rage. Today had been a disastrous stroke of luck for him, having barely escaped the net laid by the two mechanical clan monarchs. He was now confronted by the sudden onslaught of the Inferno Star Sovereign and the human Bug King. Initially, he had not been overly concerned, as external rumors had suggested that the Inferno Star Sovereign was merely a high-ranking monarch in strength, while the Bug King was feared primarily for the coordination of the insectoid army, himself also just a high-ranking monarch. He had thought thus, but once the battle commenced, he realized the error of his assumptions. Who claimed they were merely high-ranking monarchs? They were undeniably two peak monarchs. One alien monarch could not contend with either, let alone face the combined assault of both. He was utterly trampled, left without any means of retaliation. Swish! The Inferno Star Behemoth instantaneously transformed into an incredibly radiant golden rainbow. This dazzling golden arc, impervious to all, tore through the fabric of space itself. Emerging from the cosmic fissures filled with debris, as the Inferno Star Behemoth's wings struck down upon the horrified alien monarch, utterly unopposed. Swoosh! The terror-stricken alien monarch was instantly cleaved in two. Before he could even recover, a black and white stream of light streaked through the void, piercing his divine form with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. The universe's divine weapon, coated with the femo-venom, pierced through the alien monarch's already fissured immortal body, as the venom instantly began to corrode. No, the alien monarch had initially dismissed the threat, but soon felt his divine form rapidly disintegrating, utterly astonished by the virulence of the femo-venom. In an instant, he opted to fully separate his divine form, but it was already too late. A peak monarch required 1 gram of venom to be slain, yet a high-ranking monarch could be dispatched with merely 0.1 grams. The alien immortal, enveloped in a dense, earthy aura, gazed on in terror, only to be met with the sudden collapse and annihilation of his being. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, wielding the universe's divine weapon smeared with femo-venom, stood at a distance, witnessing the scene unfold before him. This was also his first trial of the femo-venom's efficacy. Incredibly powerful, even with the combined might of Wang Yi, the human, and the Inferno Star Behemoth, it was challenging to slay a high-ranking monarch. Yet under the influence of femo-venom, the foe was dispatched in an instant. For the sake of experimentation, Wang Yi had only applied 0.5 grams of femo-venom to the universe's divine weapon, losing 0.2 grams upon piercing through the alien's immortal battle armor, with only 0.3 grams truly penetrating the immortal body. Just like that, a mere 0.3 grams sufficed to obliterate a high-ranking monarch's divine form. Femo-venom possesses numerous drawbacks, as it is solidified upon the weapon and easily wears away during combat. Moreover, certain formidable sovereigns have discerned the infiltration of venom into their bodies, enabling them to instantaneously isolate and sever the eroded portions of their divine forms. Thus, the optimal application of the venom is akin to the recent act of vanquishing a foreign sovereign. First, shatter the opponent's divine body, rendering them utterly defenseless. Then, plunge a blade into the remnants of their shattered divine form, unimpeded by armor or weaponry, ensuring a swift demise. However, fracturing the immortal divine body of a sovereign is no trivial feat. A mere gram of the femo-venom equates to 300 million points, and having utilized 0.5 grams, I have expended a staggering 1.5 billion points, Wang Yi mused. Nonetheless, slaying a high-ranking sovereign yields a military merit reward of 100 trillion, which translates to 10 billion points, alongside the spoils left by the fallen sovereign, thus resulting in a net gain. Wang Yi remained unfazed, calculating his gains, seemingly unconcerned about the void insectoid avatars in the distance affected by the explosion. Indeed, there was no cause for concern. The original battlefield, encompassing millions of kilometers of boundless terrain, mountains, lakes, mist, and ice, had vanished entirely, leaving behind an expanse of seemingly infinite void. The terrifying residual waves of the explosion continued to reverberate within this void. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged forth from the remnants, transforming into a towering figure clad in purple gold armor, with a pair of wings unfurling from its back. It was none other than Wang Yi's void insectoid avatar. Externally, it appeared unscathed. The avatar's profound, silver-white eyes gazed down upon the vast expanse of the void below. The recent cataclysmic explosion aboard the ship had ensnared it momentarily, yet, thanks to the protection of the royal armor, the explosion's energy, exceeding 3 times that of a peak sovereign, was effortlessly repelled by the royal armor, which could withstand forces 1,000,000 times that of a pinnacle realm master, leaving the void insectoid avatar unharmed. In contrast, the mechanical sovereigns, Firethorn King and Thunder Abyss King, had undoubtedly perished in the explosion. Wang Yi was the sole survivor. Subsequently, the void insectoid avatar collected the weapons, armor, and world rings left behind by the 2 mechanical sovereigns before departing from the desolate region. Sovereign Immortal slain, 31,000. In the mechanical race's virtual world headquarters, a realm constructed by the mechanical race spans an entire star region. Thus, in the numerous star regions of the mechanical domain, each possesses a virtual world. Although dispersed across different star regions, each can communicate with the headquarters for overall coordination, albeit a cumbersome process, and typically, common mechanical beings lack the qualification to enter the headquarters. Generally, those in the outer battlefield must traverse through the virtual worlds established by the mechanical race, enduring extensive transmission durations before their consciousness can reach the headquarters. The headquarters of the mechanical race's virtual world is also known as the Yulan world. Within the Yulan world, in a bustling thoroughfare, atop a crystalline blue skyscraper, several powerful mechanical beings were engaged in conversation. At that time, I battled fiercely with the abyssal king of the demon race, and by sheer luck, I acquired that treasure. I deeply envy you, Warchin King, for that artifact must be worth hundreds of billions of Yuan units," remarked a mechanical being adorned in black, starry battle armor, with bronze metallic skin and a face marked by golden patterns, expressing a hint of envy. The Yuan unit of the mechanical race is equivalent to the primordial unit of the human race, with 2 Yuan units equating to 1 primordial unit. Huh. It's all just luck, sheer luck, replied a tall, robust mechanical youth sitting opposite him, his physique towering at approximately 3 meters, with well-defined metallic muscles that moved with the agility akin to human flesh. His skin was silver white, with a smooth, metallic head, and his pupils were pitch black, exuding an aura that absorbed all light. Suddenly, while Warchin King was engrossed in conversation with his friend, he received an alert from the virtual system. "What is this?" Warchin King abruptly stood up. It was a distress signal from his junior brother, Imoli. "Imoli is in peril on the outer battlefield?" Warchin King felt a surge of urgency. Both he and his junior brother were under the tutelage of a cosmic sovereign. The mechanical race possesses a unique distinction. Upon their creation, each mechanical being is an intelligent life form inherently capable of recognizing a master. Within the mechanical race, a cosmic sovereign can instill a sense of mastery over certain immortal mechanical beings. Even a powerful mechanical overlord, akin to the Chaos City Lord, can compel cosmic sovereign mechanical beings to acknowledge them as masters. This recognition is typically permanent unless a servant surpasses their master in strength, at which point the higher echelons of the mechanical race may command the dissolution of the master-servant relationship. Otherwise, it remains unbroken indefinitely. The entire mechanical race operates within a hierarchical structure akin to a pyramid. They experience emotions, including resentment, jealousy, anger, excitement, and joy. However, the ability to recognize a master is a fundamental trait of intelligent life. Once this recognition is established, absolute obedience to the master ensues, devoid of any treachery. While they may harbor jealousy or dissatisfaction towards their kin, they remain unwaveringly loyal to their master. Among the ranks of their master, Warchin King shares an exceptionally close bond with his junior brother, their relationship having flourished over countless years, akin to that of blood brothers. "What is wrong, Warchin King?" inquired a slender, blue-skinned female mechanical being with a raspy voice, her curiosity piqued. "I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall converse later." Warchin King swiftly exited the virtual world, his consciousness returning to the outer battlefield. Currently, he found himself at the periphery of the Star Tower, yet to enter its depths. Furthermore, as one who practiced the laws of time, he was incapable of spatial teleportation. Thus, if he wished to promptly return to the Flame Lord continent, he would either need a companion skilled in teleportation to escort him back or utilize a divine relic left on the Flame Lord continent for divine realm transportation. However, even with teleportation, reaching the desired destination would require considerable time, given that the Flame Lord continent spans a diameter of 18 light years. How long would it take to traverse such a distance by flight? Warchin King had originally departed the Flame Lord continent at the behest of a friend's invitation to explore the Star Tower, only to encounter such a predicament immediately after leaving. As Warchin King contemplated contacting a friend proficient in spatial teleportation to facilitate his return to the Flame Lord continent, he received a message. "Avenge me, it is the Hunter God King, Imoli." In a spacecraft, Warchin King tightened his grip on the alloy armrest, crushing the metal akin to F9 grade material into powder. Imoli was deceased. A fierce fury ignited within Warchin King's gaze. "Hunter God King, Hunter God King." A colossal roar reverberated within the spacecraft. After a moment of composure, Warchin King clenched his fists, resolute in his vow. "You dare to slay my junior brother, Imoli? I shall seek vengeance." According to the information relayed by Imoli before his demise, he and Kalnuf had been cornered by the Hunter God King aboard the spacecraft, with no avenue for escape, ultimately resorting to self-detonation using the Fire God Source crystal. Now that Imoli was gone and Kalnuf had also perished, it was evident that the Hunter God King was at the pinnacle of sovereign strength in such a confined space. Even a self-detonation at 3 times the peak sovereign's power would likely leave him severely injured, his strength diminished. A cold glint ignited in Warchin King's eyes. This is my opportunity. If he were to depart the outer battlefield, I would be powerless against him. Yet, should he remain, I shall claim his life. Although Warchin King yearned for vengeance for his junior brother, he did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. While he was indeed at the limit of sovereign strength, facing an opponent at the peak of sovereign power would normally render his chances of victory slim. unless he sought assistance. However, dealing with a peak sovereign is no simple task. Finding allies is challenging and often costly. But if the adversary was gravely injured from the explosion of the fire god source crystal, then he might have a chance. For now, it is imperative to ascertain the Hunter God King's condition and precise location. King Zhanxing initiated a message within his faction, offering a reward for any information regarding the Hunter King of the human faction, promising a substantial reward of 20 million Yuan units for those who could provide his coordinates. Meanwhile, numerous formidable beings from the mechanical clan quickly learned that the peak sovereign of the human faction, the Hunter King, had slain both the Thunder Abyss King and the Fire Thorn King, prompting King Zhanxing to take action against him. This marked the first occasion that the Hunter King had killed sovereigns, let alone two at once, thus catapulting his notoriety into the limelight. Chapter 326. Harvest. Wang Yi remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of a peak sovereign from the mechanical clan. After dispatching the three sovereigns, he departed aboard his spacecraft. Wang Yi first examined his spoils, searching for any suspicious items. For the immortal divine beings, teleportation to their divine realms necessitated certain tokens. These tokens could be an immortal crystal, imbued with a spiritual imprint, or a sentient plant life that had acknowledged its master, or even specially crafted items, akin to the token bestowed upon Wang Yi by the esteemed Master Pambwa. Such tokens, possessing a trace of spiritual imprint, could be sensed regardless of distance, whether in the inner world or in the divine realm. In the outer battlefield, such minutiae could not be overlooked. After a thorough inspection, Wang Yi destroyed all items that might possess tracking capabilities or divine energy signatures, for he did not wish for his location to be disclosed. Inside the spacecraft, Wang Yi held several world rings, containing the relics of the three sovereigns. After a meticulous examination, he catalogued the value of the spoils acquired from this skirmish. However, many had been obliterated in the chaos of battle, such as the mechanical clan's pyramid-shaped spacecraft and the multitude of mechanical puppets. Yet, a substantial portion remained intact, including advanced detection devices from the mechanical clan. Indeed, the detection instruments from the mechanical clan were remarkably sophisticated, far superior to those employed by his other avatars. Two sets of detection instruments were present, one valued at 1.5 billion Hunyuan units, and the other at 200 million Hunyuan units, both greatly surpassing the original apparatuses. Even the detection devices left behind by the slain high-level alien sovereigns paled in comparison to those of the mechanical clan. The wealth of each of the two mechanical clan sovereigns significantly outweighed that of the alien sovereign, although the Firethorn King was a low-level sovereign. His amassed wealth approached 1 billion Hunyuan units, while the Thunder Abyss King possessed around 9 billion Hunyuan units. An ordinary immortal would typically have a fortune of about 10,000 Hunyuan units, while Marquis Immortal would possess around 10 million Hunyuan units. The aggregate wealth of a sovereign immortal would be approximately 10 billion Hunyuan units, which represented the average standard for high-level sovereigns. While peak sovereigns could easily command fortunes in the hundreds of billions, approaching even 1,000 billion Hunyuan units. Some low-level sovereigns, on the other hand, might struggle to accumulate even 1 billion. It was evident that the Firethorn King, despite being a low-level sovereign, boasted a wealth exceeding that of the high-level Thunder Abyss King, indicating a formidable background. The efficiency of accruing military merit and wealth through military achievements is unparalleled to that of slaying individuals of significant influence. A single kill could yield vast treasures, albeit with the caveat that the greater the background, the more formidable the challenge. The alien sovereign, despite being a high-level sovereign, emerged from an ordinary lineage, lacking the profound heritage of the mechanical clan or the human pinnacle, resulting in a relatively modest fortune of just over 10 billion units. In addition to the spoils, there were military merits to consider. A low-level sovereign would yield 100 trillion military merits, while each of the two high-level sovereigns would contribute 100 trillion military merits. In less than a year since arriving in the outer battlefield, Wang Yi had amassed over 200 trillion military merits, fulfilling the requirements set forth by the Virtual Universe Company. The price, however, was the demise of three sovereigns. The total value of his spoils exceeded 30 billion Hunyuan units, and the military merits amounted to 3 billion points, which left Wang Yi quite exhilarated. Altogether, this culminated in a staggering 33 billion units, an amount that dwarfed the collective wealth accumulated from hunting numerous marquis sovereigns. The disparity in wealth accumulation among the powerful was striking. As one ascended in strength, the wealth amassed became increasingly staggering. For individuals of the caliber of the Chaos City Lord, even several billion Hunyuan units were but trifles. These treasures held little utility for Wang Yi. Once he returned to the military base, he could liquidate them for currency. For Wang Yi, returning to the military base was a straightforward endeavor, as he could teleport. If the distance was too great, he could utilize the divine realm of the Mo Yun Vine for transportation. Such is the nature of the strong. Wang Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, gazing at his palm, seemingly ordinary, yet holding the power to obliterate worlds and effortlessly rend the fabric of the cosmos. Even a star would be extinguished at his whim, while ordinary planets were akin to mere playthings. Possessing 3 corporeal forms, a plethora of formidable abilities and treasures, Wang Yi was able to navigate the outer battlefield with remarkable ease, achieving the extraordinary feat of slaying sovereigns as a realm master. Following the conclusion of the battle, his avatars, the Flame Star Behemoth and the Void Insect Clan, departed with the Mechanical Clan's detection instruments, operating separately to enhance efficiency in locating prey. Engage in combat, if possible. If not, summon the avatars to strike as a collective. Wang Yi intended to amplify his group assault tactics, yet lamented the absence of sovereign servants. Wang Yi's cultivation of the slave, God-forbidden canon differed from the 10,000 hearts controlling souls in that it demanded a higher level of proficiency and wielded greater power. The pinnacle of 10,000 hearts controlling souls could control up to 10,000 soul slaves, whereas the slave God-forbidden canon concentrated on the potency of soul secret techniques, limiting control to 100 soul slaves. Therefore, Wang Yi was exceedingly discerning in his choice of soul servants. Ordinary immortal deities or marquee immortals were not even considered for servitude. Wang Yi's ideal target was a peak sovereign or a top-tier sovereign adept in soul attacks. However, this aspiration was fraught with challenges. Historically, Luo Feng had utilized the environment of the Star Tower, coupled with treasures such as the Sealing Star and the Fama Venom, to engage in repeated attempts with the peak sovereign slave, the Arrow King, ultimately succeeding in subjugating a soul master of peak sovereign status, which subsequently allowed his team to grow exponentially. Currently, although Wang Yi had cultivated the slave god forbidden canon to the 7th layer, augmenting his telekinetic amplitude by 1200, coupled with the demonic sound divine general's legacy, which amplified his soul resonance 100-fold, he met the conditions for subjugating a sovereign. Yet, overpowering a sovereign was no trivial feat in the vast universe. Having comrades and servants was of paramount importance. Yet, acquiring a powerful servant proved exceedingly arduous. One must encounter an adversary that could be subdued without escape, and direct control of the soul was reserved for soul masters, of whom few existed. Strictly speaking, while Wang Yi possessed formidable soul will, this was merely foundational and distinct from the mastery of soul secret techniques, which fell within the realm of skill. In the absence of suitable conditions for enslavement, he could only resort to an alternative method, incapacitating the opponent in a slumber before exerting control. However, this approach bore its own weaknesses. How could one ensure the adversary would succumb to sleep without the risk of self-detonation? Moreover, should the timing be miscalculated, it could result in the opponent's demise. Even if successful, controlling a slumbering immortal deity could require an extensive duration for recovery to yield a formidable servant. If precious artifacts were employed to hasten awakening, the cost would be exorbitant. For instance, to restore a peak sovereign whose divine body had been reduced to 10 back to a conscious state, one would need approximately 63 billion Hunyuan units. This would merely elevate them from 12 to nearly 20, yet the price remained steep. The recovery phase would demand an additional 58 billion Hunyuan units. Thus, restoring a peak sovereign to their full strength would necessitate close to 120 billion Hunyuan units. Many who have attained the pinnacle of kingship, having amassed countless years, may not possess such vast wealth. Should the pinnacle of kingship be restored, the cost would be even more terrifying. In any case, controlling a powerful immortal servant, particularly one whose strength is akin to one's own, is an exceedingly arduous task. Generally, it is the masters of soul that have a higher probability of achieving this. Although Wang Yi possesses 3 formidable bodies, each extraordinarily powerful, his Void Insect Clan avatar, combined with the might of the royal armor, far exceeds the pinnacle of kingship. However, subjugating a being at the pinnacle of kingship or a soul master of the highest caliber remains a distant prospect. Moreover, while his strength on the battlefield beyond the realms is nearly invincible, it cannot be said to operate without restraint. Should he become overly arrogant and provoke widespread ire, a formidable group of pinnacle kings would undoubtedly band together to confront him, compelling Wang Yi to tread carefully. After all, he is merely a realm master, not an immortal. To enslave a king, the most prudent choice would be to leverage the Star Tower. However, Entering the Star Tower would likely attract the attention of the Mountain Master or his disciple, Wang Yi, who cultivates the Nine Calamities Secret Tome, can form a unique resonance with the Star Tower. He hesitates, pondering whether the Mountain Master is currently aware of his presence. To enter the Star Tower might mean facing the most fearsome ancient being in the universe. Confronting the strongest in the cosmos, Wang Yi feels a lack of confidence. The origins of the Nine Calamities Secret Tome are also dubious. Luo Feng is undoubtedly beginning his cultivation of the Nine Calamities. If one were to claim that the Mountain Master has not tampered with the heavenly soul crystal, even Wang Yi himself would struggle to believe it. As long as someone cultivates the secret techniques inscribed upon the heavenly soul crystal, the Mountain Master will inevitably learn of it. However, Wang Yi's Nine Calamities comes directly from the interface. Rather than undergoing cultivation, it has been elevated directly, effectively omitting the initial stages and proceeding straight to the outcome. Should Wang Yi avoid presenting himself before the Mountain Master, it is possible that the Mountain Master might remain oblivious. Yet, if the Mountain Master were to discover a second individual cultivating the Nine Calamities Secret Tome, his curiosity would surely be piqued, potentially leading him to capture Wang Yi for further investigation. Standing before a being of such immense power, one who is also a reincarnated deity, maintaining secrecy would prove exceedingly challenging. The human race, despite its strength, cannot guarantee Wang Yi's safety unless he remains eternally concealed within the primordial universe or the Great Axe universe. Wang Yi also contemplates another matter concerning the sacrificial tower. He must acquire the treasures within, particularly the locking arm of the void, which is crucial for his forthcoming hunts and battles on the battlefield beyond the realms. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, entry into the sacrificial tower necessitates the presence of 6 powerful beings, each holding a token. To traverse the passage and unlock the entrance to the core area, each passage is fraught with layers of obstacles. Typically, only immortal beings of kingly rank can successfully navigate them. Wang Yi possesses only 3 bodies, and the body of the Flame Star Behemoth is too large to enter, leaving him with merely 2. He requires 4 more. Thus, without immortal servants, he must seek assistance. Attempting to recruit from his own faction is fraught with complications due to military system restrictions, as no one can act against members of their own camp. This would lead to numerous limitations and the hassle of dividing treasures, which Wang Yi would prefer to avoid. Conversely, enlisting aid from a rival faction would be considerably simpler, allowing for a chaotic onslaught akin to that depicted in the original text. It might even afford him the opportunity to slay a few kings hiding within the Divine Nation's native population of the Flame Sacrifice continent. But how to orchestrate this? As Wang Yi pondered, a significant amount of time passed unnoticed, when suddenly, the Bermuda issued a warning. Master, a foreign force is approximately 9.7 billion kilometers away, comprising 12 immortal beings and 31 foreign realm masters. Among the immortals, 2 are of kingly rank. Wang Yi nodded. It is entirely normal for the leader of such a group to be a king among immortals on the Flame Sacrifice continent. Approach and intercept them. Understood. The Bermuda promptly replied. The spaceship was similarly equipped with weaponry from the mechanized race, sufficient even for confronting ordinary immortals, let alone intercepting a foreign vessel. Meanwhile, the distant UFO-shaped ship continued its advance. Although it was not in direct flight, the distance between them was diminishing. Wang Yi's ship, equipped with detection cloaks, stealthily drew near without the foreign vessel's awareness. Boom! Having calculated the trajectory, a beam of light shot forth from the surface of Wang Yi's black ship, striking the flying vessel millions of kilometers away almost instantaneously. The E-class spaceship was instantly torn apart, a plethora of alloy debris scattering in all directions, as the entire spacecraft erupted in a thunderous explosion, rending the fabric of space itself and causing innumerable spatial fragments to tremble. As the spatial environment gradually stabilized, silhouettes began to emerge from the aftermath of the explosion. Over 10 immortals, accompanied by several realm masters. Shielded by the immortals, the realm masters escaped unscathed. Upon their emergence, they immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Our detection instruments failed to identify the target. We must retreat and ascertain their identities. A voice resonated in everyone's ears. Suspended in midair, Wang Yi stood upon a stone platform shaped like a mysterious avian, frowning. They fled without engaging? This ranks among his most despised scenarios. He quickly locked onto the strongest immortal within the group, a pinnacle king. You! A resounding cry echoed through the heavens, compelling the fleeing aliens to glance back in alarm. A magnificent and breathtakingly beautiful illusion of a colossal bird soared forth, within which stood a figure clad in dark red battle armor, rushing towards them like a bolt of lightning. Yuchong King. The expression of the Pinnacle King among the aliens shifted dramatically. Although only one person exuded the aura of a Pinnacle King, the appearance aligned with the information about the foreign king from the Flames Sacrifice continent, rendering his demeanor grim. What does an ordinary immortal fear encountering on the battlefield beyond the realms? Firstly, a king. Secondly, a king who can teleport. To be frank, a teleporting king can easily dispatch ordinary immortals, leaving them no chance to escape. Thus, every team on the Flames Sacrifice continent typically comprises at least one Pinnacle King, barely allowing them to survive. Within the circulating information, the Yuchong King of the human faction is recognized as a being of high kingly strength. Chapter 327. Who doesn't know I manipulate insects? Swish! Wang Yi melded with the illusion of the Yuchong King, his speed unmatched. As he swiftly arrived before the scale creature, the scaled life form erupted in a torrent of icy mist. Yet what awaited it was the ethereal silhouette of a black and white fish, moving with astonishing precision. If the movement speed of an immortal god is astonishing, then this fish moves at a velocity hundreds of times faster than that of an immortal. The lengthy tail it trailed left behind a series of afterimages. As the law domain of the Pinnacle King seamlessly merged with his understanding of the laws, proving immensely powerful, even a blazing star could be instantaneously frozen. It could not even slow the pace of the black and white swordfish. The temporal and spatial essence contained within the black and white swordfish effortlessly tore through the icy mist of the scaled life form's law domain. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow at the surprisingly formidable law domain of the scaled life form. The law domain is a natural power bestowed by the fundamental laws of the universe. Yet these forces, when exerted, resemble a disorganized mob. However, once manipulated and refined through the laws of space, the law domain becomes significantly stronger. Yet, achieving this is a daunting task for ordinary immortal beings, as it requires the integration of insights into the laws of space and time into the law domain, a feat only attainable at the 15th level of the bridge to heaven. The scaled life form emitted a furious yet terrified roar, wielding four robust azure-scaled arms, each grasping a massive hammer. It swung the hammers with wild abandon, their weight and speed akin to thunder, each strike bursting the space around it, directed at the black and white swordfish that instilled an acute sense of crisis within it. A radiant beam, reminiscent of a fantastical cinematic spectacle, surged forth, penetrating his meticulously fortified defenses and piercing his very being. Bang! The life force of the armored entity trembled slightly, only to be utterly shattered moments later. Whirlwinds of azure luminescence coalesced in the void, instantaneously restoring the appearance of the azure-scaled life form. Yet his countenance bore an expression of palpable terror. His breath weakened. Subsequently, the black and white swordfish returned to obliterate the divine form of the armored entity. It was an overwhelming display of domination. Meanwhile, the other scattered alien beings seemed entirely indifferent to the armored life form, hastily retreating. Just as Wang Yi contemplated delivering a decisive blow to the armored being before him, suddenly, in the distance, one of the fleeing alien sovereigns was met with the sudden emergence of a colossal insectoid mother nest, surrounded by a throng of pinnacle insectoid warriors. Hundreds of thousands of these warriors concentrated spheres of light upon their claws. Buzz! At that very moment, the armored life form, which had been ravaged by Wang Yi, ignited its divine essence, its aura surging dramatically. Its solitary eye transformed into a crimson hue, radiating a blinding brilliance as it fixed its gaze upon Wang Yi. An invisible wave of energy permeated the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to become momentarily stagnant, while Wang Yi's own movements were similarly arrested. As if ensnared in a frigid abyss, his body beginning to stiffen. A secret technique of spatial confinement. This was a formidable trump card of the armored being, unleashed only now. Coupled with the reckless consumption of vast amounts of eternal divine essence, the power of this technique surged exponentially. With Wang Yi's current strength, he found himself ensnared. Even with the ability to teleport, he was rendered incapable in this moment. In but an instant, a colossal light column, over 100 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The insectoid matriarch. An anguished roar erupted within Wang Yi's mind. What does it matter if you are a high-ranking sovereign? Under the combined might of my legion of 1,000,000 pinnacle insectoid warriors, even the apex of sovereigns would be gravely injured or fall. Within the massive nest in the distance, the exquisite insectoid matriarch was utterly exhilarated. Those immortal beings, those sovereigns, were her servants. The insectoid nest typically concealed itself within the unassuming forms of the sovereigns, waiting for the opportune moment to spring traps against formidable adversaries. The insectoids were known for their cunning, masters of subterfuge. From the emergence of the insectoid matriarch to the burning of the eternal divine essence by the pinnacle sovereign armored being to unleash the spatial confinement, and then the assault of the insectoid legion, it all transpired in a mere fraction of a second. The energy column of the insectoid legion struck Wang Yi with the swiftness of light. Caught entirely off guard, Wang Yi endured this blow, a combined strike from over 1 million pinnacle insectoid warriors, powerful enough to severely wound or even slay a sovereign at its zenith. Boom! The assault of the 1 million pinnacle insectoid warriors collided with Wang Yi's infernal divine armor. This armor, renowned as a treasure of cosmic reverence, could withstand the onslaught. It was propelled far away by the sheer force. The immense impact shattered the surrounding space, and the overwhelming shockwave reverberated through Wang Yi's body. Clad in the Moya vine, the infernal divine armor mitigated 90% of the impact. The Moya vine, now a high-ranking sovereign, possessed inherent advantages over both plant and metallic life forms. The corporeal form of the high-ranking sovereign Moya vine vastly surpassed that of even apex human sovereigns, and coupled with its formidable regenerative abilities, it withstood the diminished force of the blow. Crack, crack, the armor formed from Moya vine groaned under the immense pressure, producing a cacophony of sharp cracks, its surface marred by fissures. The combined strike of the 1 million pinnacle insectoid warriors was dreadfully formidable. The sheer quantity induced a qualitative change, and even after the blow was diminished by 90%, it remained more potent than a full-force strike from a typical apex sovereign. However, slaying the high-ranking sovereign Moya vine was beyond the realm of possibility. The impact, having been doubly weakened, ultimately reached Wang Yi's human form, which now boasted a strength 12,000 times greater, comparable to that of a low-ranking sovereign, allowing him to easily endure the force, albeit causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. Yet this physical affliction bore little consequence for him. Thunderous roars echoed as the sky above the wilderness was instantaneously torn apart, an onslaught of spatial debris cascading chaotically. Wang Yi's form shot forth like a shooting star, propelled millions of kilometers away, shattering a mountain along the way before finally coming to a halt, suspended in midair. Feeling the ache in his body and the damage to the Moya vine, Wang Yi found himself genuinely irked. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Yi emerge seemingly unharmed, even more potent than before, the insectoid matriarch was taken aback. A combined strike from 1 million pinnacle insectoid warriors should have been sufficient to gravely injure a sovereign at its peak, yet the human remained unscathed. He yet lives. Flee at once. The insectoid matriarch swiftly commanded. Whoosh! Another sovereign immortal darted to the insectoid nest's side, drawing her into a world ring, then accelerated away in a frenzied escape. The pinnacle sovereign armored being, having burned its eternal divine essence, followed suit in retreat. All the alien beings fled alongside the insectoid matriarch. Wang Yi's display had frightened her. She realized she was no match for him, and thus was reluctant to continue the engagement. Yet Wang Yi would not let her escape so easily. The military system evaluates military merit based not only on the opponent's rank, but also their race, innate abilities, and strength. The insectoid matriarch, a sovereign-level entity, typically possessed the power of a pinnacle sovereign, thus offering substantial military merit. Just as the demon race offers special rewards for slaying human prodigies, so too do humans gain special recognition for defeating prodigies from the other 3 pinnacle races. Moreover, considering this insectoid matriarch, while sovereign level, commanded numerous immortal servants, including 2 sovereigns, her mastery over soul-related secret arts must be profound. Capturing her could potentially aid his forthcoming endeavors with the sacrificial tower. The insectoid matriarch, having existed for merely over 2 centuries, had been diligently nurtured by Wang Yi, yet all his energy had been expended in training and creating the insectoid legion, resulting in a lack of depth in his research on soul-related secret arts compared to those insectoid matriarchs who had undergone meticulous cultivation over tens of thousands, even millions of years within the insectoid domain. Insectoids do not distinguish between sovereign and non-sovereign. As long as an insectoid matriarch is immortal, it signifies the most terrifying existence under the cosmic reverence, wielding control over immortal insectoid legions. A single strike could instill dread in the sovereigns of countless races across the cosmos. Can you escape? Wang Yi. Having revealed the astonishing defensive capabilities of the infernal divine armor, he was unperturbed about disclosing a bit more of his strength. Wang Yi's figure vanished from his original position, reappearing directly before the fleeing Sovereign Immortal. The Sovereign Immortal, in high-speed flight, collided with Wang Yi as he emerged. A ripple of spatial disturbance surged through the area. This is bad. The Sovereign Immortal sensed the spatial disturbance and felt a chill in his heart. Teleportation. He can teleport. The insectoid matriarch, hidden within the world ring and controlling her soul servants, was also taken aback, her hands clenching in alarm. The laws of space can be categorized into three main types: teleportation, strangulation, and confinement. Each major category can be subdivided into numerous smaller categories. Mastering any one of those subdivisions grants recognition from the laws of space. However, achieving perfection in any one of these three major categories is exceedingly rare. Mastery of teleportation, strangulation, or confinement to the utmost degree is typically the domain of apex sovereigns. A select few high-ranking sovereigns may also utilize them, as this tests their comprehension of the laws. Some high-ranking sovereigns may be weaker in other aspects but possess a high understanding of the laws, allowing them to wield these abilities. Whoosh! The massive insectoid nest reappeared, accompanied by the legion of 1,000,000 pinnacle insectoid warriors. Human warrior, do you truly intend to engage in a life-or-death struggle with us today? The insectoid matriarch's voice was soft, laced with temptation. Surrounding the Zerg mother nest were more than a dozen immortal deities, including 2 who had attained the rank of Duke, all on high alert. Wang Yi Food. What right does a mere sovereign-level Zerg queen have to discuss life and death with me? The Zerg queen, incensed by his disdain, had scarcely finished her retort when 100 colossal beams of light erupted forth, each one embodying the combined might of countless peak sovereign Zerg warriors. Simultaneously, a formless soul shockwave surged towards Wang Yi. The Zerg queen was indeed cunning, yet her opportunity had slipped away. Wang Yi had long been prepared. There was no way he would fall prey to such an assault. The soul attack penetrated the surface of his hellish divine armor, but failed to be entirely negated. The unique material of the armor remarkably impeded the ethereal power of the immortals, blocking over 90% of the impact. The minuscule remnants of the shockwave were effortlessly isolated under the protection of the abyssal eye, which enveloped the source pearl within Wang Yi's being. Numerous materials could obstruct soul attacks, and this was also contingent upon the level of mental prowess. At lower strengths, such as those below planetary level, even ordinary metals could disrupt mental energy. As 1's power increased, formidable mental forces could permeate metals with ease. For instance, the meteorite-class ship could withstand soul attacks from beings below the immortal tier. The abyssal eye, however, could effortlessly fend off even the soul assaults of immortals. The weaker the mental force, the easier it was to block. When one ascended to immortality, materials that could thwart immortal soul attacks became exceedingly rare and precious. The efficacy of such defenses varied greatly. The hellish divine armor, for instance, could thwart the majority of soul attacks, making it an extraordinarily coveted treasure in the universe, one that many cosmic sovereigns might struggle to procure. Unfazed, Wang Yi exhibited astonishing speed, evading all assaults from the Zerg army with a ghostly agility before dashing forward. The peak Duke of the Scaled Life form opened its blood-red singular eye, attempting to employ void confinement against Wang Yi, yet struggled to lock onto his elusive form. Typically, employing void confinement allowed control over a specified spatial area. Had Wang Yi been immobilized, the Scaled Life form would have found it significantly easier to target him. However, with Wang Yi's rapid movements, he forced the Scaled Life form to constantly manipulate various sectors of space, an arduous task indeed. Damn it! Master, I can't lock onto him. The Scaled Life form exclaimed in frustration. Boom! Boom! The 1,000,000-strong Zerg army arranged themselves into a rhythmic formation, attacking Wang Yi in waves, while the enslaved immortals employed various tactics to obstruct him, all the while retreating. The Zerg army excelled in range combat, facilitating cooperative strikes, although they also employed swarm tactics. Against a high-ranking Duke with astonishing defensive capabilities who could teleport, such strategies proved futile. Brilliant beams of energy, dazzling compressed orbs of immortal power, mental weapons, and soul attacks descended upon Wang Yi like a torrential downpour. Block him. Move. Quickly. The Zerg Queen commanded her forces and servants to impede Wang Yi while privately contemplating. I've already sent an urgent plea for assistance to my allies on the outer battlefield. If we can just hold out a little longer, we can extricate ourselves from this predicament. Unlike humans, the Zerg Queens were a rare breed across the universe, comparable even to the colossal beasts of the cosmos. They represented the true core of the Zerg race, and thus, each Zerg queen held an exalted status. Even sovereigns would treat them with the utmost respect. Upon receiving her communication, powerful allies from the Zerg faction would undoubtedly hasten to her aid. Just as the Zerg mother nest began to retreat rapidly under the protection of numerous Zerg warriors and immortal servants, spatial fluctuations emerged from behind. Initially, the Zerg queen felt a surge of hope, believing it to be one of her allies responding to her distress call. However, as she turned to look, her heart sank. Before her stood a figure towering over 3 meters, clad in resplendent purple-gold armor, with a pair of wings unfurling from its back, obscuring its visage. It raised its head, its emotionless silver-white eyes locking onto the Zerg mother nest. Boom! A formidable soul attack descended upon the Zerg queen with overwhelming force. Chapter 328, Enslaving the Zerg Queen. The arrival of the Void Zerg avatar was sudden, unleashing a vast soul shockwave upon its emergence. Soul Abyss. At this moment, the Void Zerg avatar had fully unleashed its power, with a soul mental force 700,000 times that of a peak sovereign, having reached the limits of Duke-level strength. This wave of soul shock would leave even a peak Duke momentarily dazed, let alone the Duke-tier immortals and ordinary immortals within the Zerg nest, including the Zerg queen herself. Though she possessed special defensive measures, facing an attack of this magnitude, even her defenses would crumble in an instant. In a daze, the souls of all present were ensnared in a mirage, were it not for the Void Zerg avatar's intention to spare lives. This singular soul attack alone could have grievously injured the Duke-tier immortals and obliterated the ordinary immortals. Swish! The Void Zerg avatar then teleported beside the Zerg mother nest, which stood a kilometer wide, riddled with numerous openings and permeated with various toxic substances. The avatar darted through one of the passages while Wang Yi maintained the illusion outside. Inside the massive Zerg nest passage, towering Zerg warriors, each over 10 meters tall and bearing a fearsome appearance, guarded the nest. Each exuded an aura of kingly power, far surpassing that of ordinary peak sovereign Zerg. Yet, these sentinels appeared incapacitated, likely due to the influence of their controlling queen. The Void Zerg avatar moved like lightning, swiftly penetrating deep into the Zerg mother nest. Within the vast circular hall at the core, it beheld the Zerg queen lying on the ground. Astonishingly, for golden Zerg warriors, radiating the waves of immortal laws, stood beside her. Of course, these powerful golden immortal Zerg, like their guardian queen, were also ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. Lost in a mirage, the Void Zerg avatar's gaze quickly fell upon the fragile figure of the queen. She appeared translucent and delicate, as if her form were composed of crystal, standing approximately 12 meters tall, adorned with wings reminiscent of butterfly wings that enveloped her slender body like a gossamer garment. Her curvaceous physique was a marvel of creation, and even in slumber, her brows were gently furrowed, evoking a sense of compassion. This was a being of inherent nobility and exquisite beauty, her proportions flawless to the point of perfection. Even in her dormant state, her natural allure was simply breathtaking. This, indeed, was the Zerg queen. The true members of the Zerg race were comprised of these queens, forming a lineage that instilled fear across the universe. Ranking among the apex of cosmic factions, even amidst the formidable forces of humanity, they remained a match in strength. Wang Yi had already witnessed the charm of his own Zerg queen, Elizabeth, and thus felt no surprise. The power of the world radiated forth, sweeping over the delicate form of the beautiful and noble Zerg queen before penetrating her being, initiating a probing for her soul, as if a gentle breeze had blown through. The power of the world transformed into nothingness, seeping into the Zerg queen's body. Upon entering, it revealed a breathtaking sight. Inside the Zerg queen, a crystalline structure glimmered, composed of countless energy beams. Within her were numerous conduits, and, astonishingly, there existed 10,000 luminous orbs, akin to the soul origin pearls of ordinary sovereigns. However, due to the entirely different biological structure, the Zerg queen possessed 10,000 soul origins. Moreover, these 10,000 orbs were interconnected by countless energy beams, forming a mysterious and intricate network. This peculiar anatomical structure bears a striking resemblance to the intricate network established within one's body during the cultivation of the Nine Cataclysms Secret Tome, wherein a virtual universe operates. To exert control over it, one must master all sources of the soul. Let us attempt this first. If it proves unsuccessful, then Elizabeth may have to take her turn. Controlling the Zerg Queen is not merely a matter of possessing a powerful soul. It requires a unique approach. Luo Feng employed the third tier of the 10,000 Hearts soul control secret method to dominate the Zerg nest slumbering on Earth. Wang Yi's slave, God Forbidden Tome, is, in fact, more suited for controlling the immortal, as the immortal soul is entirely fused with the divine body, rendering the method of control quite similar. However, it may be ineffective for the Zerg Queen. Upon reaching the realm of the Domain Master, one's soul willpower and genetic primal energy undergo a metamorphosis, merging into the power of the world, enabling both material and soul attacks. Currently, Wang Yi is utilizing this world power through soul techniques. Luo Feng, at a mere soul amplitude of 4,000, successfully enslaved the Zerg. Now with my amplitude at 10,000, having reached the cosmic limit, success should be within reach. Wang Yi Musit. Under his guidance, the intangible power of the world infiltrated the Zerg Queen's body, spreading throughout her form and swiftly intertwining into peculiar threads. Countless strands connecting and penetrating one luminous sphere after another. Instantly, the originally resplendent light network was shrouded in a silvery glow, as innumerable silver threads permeated each source of the soul. The Zerg Queen offered no resistance, being in a state of stupor. Almost there. Success. Moments latte. Wang Yi successfully enslaved the Zerg Queen. After the enslavement was complete, the illusion of the soul was dispelled. The delicate body of the Zerg Queen stirred, her long eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of captivating azure orbs that gazed longingly at the figure clad in purple and gold armor, as if he were her most cherished beloved. Master, she spoke softly, inclining her head slightly towards Wang Yi's ethereal Zerg manifestation. Wang Yi stood before the exquisite Zerg Queen, whose butterfly-like wings and body appeared crystalline and translucent, as soft as water itself. Each Zerg Queen possessed a beauty that could be deemed breathtaking, evoking a protective instinct in any onlooker. This marked his second Zerg Queen. What is your name? Master. I am Natya, the Zerg Queen replied. Very well. Wang Yi nodded slightly. From this day forth, I shall call you Natya. Natya, please gather your legion and servants. You shall serve me henceforth. Yes, it is my honor, the Zerg Queen responded with delight. Once under soul control, there naturally arises a fondness and profound reverence for the master. Even upon realizing her status as a servant and being under control, she felt no aversion. The essence of her soul compelled her to trust and admire her master, believing that all must heed his command. This is the nature of a soul servant, a being entirely loyal to their master. Unlike those enslaved by biological chips, who may harbor resentment and desire to change their fate, soul servants lack such inclinations. By the way, Wang Yi recalled something and inquired, Natya, you are now at the pinnacle of the Domain Master level. How long would it take for you to break through to Immortal, and what is required? Though his Zerg Queen Elizabeth possessed extraordinary talent and limitless potential, her time since birth was too brief, leaving her far from the threshold of immortality. Natya, however, might be different. Natya replied gently, I apologize, Master, but my current understanding of the laws has yet to reach the threshold for becoming immortal. For a Zerg Queen to break through, one must attain a profound comprehension of the laws, either in the spatial or temporal realm. Merely grasping laws, such as water or fire, will not suffice. One must achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the laws of space or time. Wang Yi nodded, somewhat disappointed. It was as he had anticipated. If Natya could easily break through, she would not find herself in the outer battlefield. It must be understood that truly intelligent life forms in the universe must attain a high understanding of the laws to become immortal. Relying solely on external material is inadequate. Just as humans must comprehend at least one of the laws, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, or light, to achieve immortality, without accomplishments in the laws, even the most abundant treasures are of no use. The universe is equitable, and for pinnacle bloodlines like the starry behemoths or Zerg Queens, the difficulty of breaking through to immortality is staggering. Conversely, certain unique life forms, favored by the universe, find such breakthroughs remarkably effortless. However, once they do, their strength is formidable. The immortality of a Zerg Queen is terrifying, as she is inherently a master of the soul and commands an immortal Zerg legion. The immortality of the Zerg Queen symbolizes the most fearsome existence beneath the cosmic sovereigns. Wang Yi now possessed two Zerg Queens, yet both remained at the Domain Master level. By the way, Master, Natya suddenly recalled, when I was attacked by you, I sent a distress signal to the allies of the military system. It is likely that a powerful Zerg entity will arrive shortly. After becoming Wang Yi's sole servant, she instinctively sensed that he possessed 3 bodies, leading her to regard each as her master. Oh, Wang Yi inquired, do you know who is coming? That is no longer possible, Master, Nadia replied. While under your sole control, the military system also monitored the event, so I have officially severed ties with the Zerg faction and am now considered a traitor, unable to utilize the original military system. Then let it be. Wang Yi contemplated, ultimately deciding to take Nadia away from this place. He also recalled Nadia's Zerg legions and immortal servants. Wang Yi was aware that Nadia commanded a total of 1 million pinnacle domain master Zerg warriors, including 1 million bloodthirsty demon mantis and 100,000 spear enchantress butterflies. The bloodthirsty demon mantis excelled in close combat and ranged attacks, while the spirit enchantress butterflies specialized in soul attacks, proving far more fearsome in certain aspects than the million bloodthirsty demon mantis. Additionally, there was 1 pinnacle marquis, 1 high-level marquis, and 16 immortal military masters serving as sole servants, along with 4 golden Zerg warriors, dispatched by her teacher to protect her. Nearing the pinnacle of marquis strength, their power was not inferior to that of an average king. Yet, they fell to Wang Yi, forever unable to rise again. Within the boundless expanse of the inner world, Wang Yi and the Zerg queen Nadia materialized together. Nadia, you shall remain in my inner world for now. Wang Yi instructed. Yes, master, Nadia obediently replied. She then turned her gaze toward a certain direction, as if sensing something. In the distance, a fragile figure swiftly approached, gracefully landing on the grasslands. The butterfly-like wings fluttered gently in the breeze, their azure eyes locking onto Nadia's. 2 equally stunning and stylistically similar Zerg queens stood side by side, resembling sisters. Master, Elizabeth, this is Nadia, your kin. You now have a companion. Wang Yi smiled. That is wonderful, Elizabeth exclaimed with joy. Unlike the Zerg queens adept at scheming, Elizabeth, aside from her innate talent and some knowledge from her race's inheritance, had not encountered much of the outside world, making her character exceedingly innocent, akin to a blank canvas. Thus, the presence of another of her kind genuinely delighted her. Nadia, stay here and bond with Elizabeth. Teach her in the process, Wang Yi commanded. Yes, master, Nadia respectfully affirmed. Wang Yi returned to the spaceship, settling into the luxurious sofa as he gazed thoughtfully at the screen. To his surprise, Natia's mentor was none other than the ancient creature, Nansheng. Nansheng, a name once proclaimed by the immortal Zerg queen herself, was known simply as Nansheng within the Zerg ranks, devoid of any titles such as king or duke. However, the majority of formidable beings on the 7th battlefield were well aware of her reputation, for she was indeed the immortal Zerg queen. Nansheng, the Zerg queen, commanded numerous peak kings under her dominion, showcasing her mastery over souls as a formidable master, an adept in controlling legions of immortal Zerg warriors. Her power was truly fearsome. Nevertheless, she could only be regarded as nearly invincible among kings, falling short of the true invincible kings like Zhenyan Wang and Tianyu Wang, who had reached the zenith of their realm, rivaling ordinary cosmic sovereigns. Yet, within the confines of the 7th battlefield, Queen Nansheng was undoubtedly one of the most elite entities. Beings like Zhenyan Wang were exceedingly rare among the myriad races of the universe, their numbers dwindling as they sought opportunities to ascend to the sovereign level. Few ventured into the outer battlefield, as it posed little challenge for them. Should Queen Nansheng discover that her kin and disciple had succumbed to Wang Yi's soul enslavement, the repercussions would be dire. However, Wang Yi felt no trepidation. While the immortal queen was indeed powerful, he was no weakling either. In the event of a confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. Should it come to it, he possessed the means to protect himself, making it challenging for an immortal queen to deal with him. For now, he resolved to bolster his own strength. Having enslaved Natia, whose prowess in the realm of souls was comparable to many peak dukes and even nearing the level of a king, he discerned that while he could refrain from enslaving ordinary immortals and dukes, it would be prudent to have Natia control them. Although Elizabeth was also a Zerg queen, she paled in comparison to Natia, who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. Commanding immortal deities was no simple task, and Wang Yi was reluctant to inflict grievous harm upon them, as it would be counterproductive. At a critical juncture, immortal deities would undoubtedly resist enslavement, making failure highly likely. Thus, Natia was far more suited to manage immortal servants than Elizabeth. By controlling 1 or 2 Zerg queens, Wang Yi would effectively gain a cadre of immortal attendants without exhausting his quota of soul servants. Chapter 329, Battle of the War God. In less than a minute after Wang Yi departed in his spaceship, three figures materialized at the site of the recent battle. Had the fight already concluded? The Zerg Queen was nowhere to be found. It seemed we had arrived too late. A peculiar creature, shrouded in a black robe and surrounded by a faint mist of blood, emitted a harsh voice. The residual energy here is remarkably potent. It must be the result of a combined assault by the Zerg forces. The superlative beings from the three Zerg factions exchanged hushed murmurs. Among them were two peak kings and one at the limit of kingship. United, they were a rare force on the continent of Yanji. What shall we do? That queen was a disciple of Lord Nansheng. Now that she has perished, how shall we report this to Lord Nansheng? One of the powerful beings could not contain their concern. The number of Zerg strongmen on the continent of Yanji was limited, with more being vassal races and Zerg alliances. These powerful beings held a deep reverence for the Zerg superiors. Even a mere queen at the level of a realm master held a higher status than peak kings of other races, let alone an immortal Zerg queen, whom many alien sovereigns would regard with utmost respect. Another alien king, resembling a spiny creature over 10 meters long, remarked, "There is nothing we can do." Upon receiving the distress signal, we rushed here with utmost haste. Who could have anticipated that the conflict would conclude so swiftly? Let us first ascertain if any enemies remain in the vicinity. If they have not fled far, we may still pursue them. I hope they do not possess the ability to teleport. The cloaked figure intoned in a somber tone. Not every king is capable of teleportation. The laws of space can indeed be broadly categorized into three major types: teleportation, spatial strangulation, and spatial sealing, each subdivided into numerous subclasses. Teleportation, for instance, can be further divided into various forms like teleportation of inanimate objects, spatial resonance, and merging with the void, among others. Only by mastering all these aspects can one attain the ability to teleport. This is merely one classification method. Just as humanity can be divided into men and women, they can also be categorized into infants, children, adolescents, adults, and the elderly. There are indeed many classification methods based on different principles, as various classifications together form a comprehensive understanding of spatial laws, allowing for integration between categories. Some powerful beings may pursue lethality and delve into spatial sealing and strangulation, while others focus on speed, merging fragments of teleportation with other profound aspects. Achieving mastery over all three categories and integrating them into a complete understanding of spatial laws naturally elevates one to the status of a sovereign. However, this remains a conundrum for countless kings across the myriad races of the universe. The accumulation of a human race over millions of years has yielded barely over 6,000 sovereigns. The difficulty of simultaneously mastering both time and space is magnitudes greater. The Lord of the universe stands as a magnificent entity at the pinnacle of the primordial cosmos. They can reverse time and space, resurrecting life and wielding boundless power. After a swift search, our detection equipment reveals no enemies within 1 billion kilometers. The expressions of the three kings darkened. Among them, the diminutive yet charming figure, resembling a young girl with blood-red horns and emanating an aura of malevolence, commented, "It appears the situation is as dire as we anticipated. Either the opposing forces possess superior detection technology that shields us from their readings, or they have teleported away immediately after the battle. Of course, it could also be a divine realm transfer. However, such a transfer would leave spatial traces, and we have detected none here." The three formidable beings exchanged glances. Natia's previous distress signal mentioned a human faction known as the Bug King. She has likely perished or has been ensnared by the Bug King. I have heard of him. He dares to openly enslave queens in the outer battlefield, utterly fearless. The mere presence of a high-ranking king like Lord Nansheng will surely incite her wrath. Unless the Bug King leaves the outer battlefield, he is doomed. That day, news began to circulate within the Zerg faction, as Zerg queens initiated widespread notifications to their allies across the continent of Yanji, issuing bounties to track down the Bug King's whereabouts. In the undulating mountainous regions of the Yanji continent, a black streak of light sped forth. Natia commanded 2 Dukes of Immortality. If he could find 2 more, they could enter the ritual tower. Wang Yi contemplated. His previous hesitation to approach the ritual tower stemmed not only from insufficient numbers, but also from a desire to ensnare a few more alien kings. After all, within the ritual tower, the space was sealed by sacrificial runes, making teleportation impossible. Once inside, they would be compelled to confront Wang Yi directly, with no chance to flee. Outside, They would have a means to escape, but even Wang Yi would find it no easy feat to eliminate a peak king. His spatial sealing could be executed using the power of the world, yet it would only be effective against ordinary immortals. When faced with a king, the opponent could easily break free in an instant, rendering it ineffective. However, acquiring the arm of spatial lock would alter the equation entirely, and Wang Yi felt a surge of anticipation. After deliberation, Wang Yi resolved to lure a few alien kings into the trap if possible. If that failed, he would enter with his servants. But before that, he aimed to hunt and see if he could enslave a few more powerful immortal deities for his newly acquired Zerg queen, Natia. The Yinji continent was divided into 4 major factions: humans, Zerg, mechanical beings, and the demon race, each possessing relatively similar strengths, with an approximately equal number of kings. Recently, the Bug King and the God Hunter King from the human faction had garnered significant notoriety. The Worm King and the Hunter King find themselves pursued by their respective factions, the Insectoid and the Mechanized, due to a bounty placed upon them. While the Lord of the Fiery Star Realm holds prominence simply for being one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the cosmic beasts, an exceedingly rare and esteemed lineage that grants him the combat prowess of a high-ranking monarch. The demon faction expresses its perplexity, although the Cosmic Beast Alliance traditionally maintains neutrality, enabling them to ally with either side in the extraterritorial battlefield. The demons have always regarded the cosmic beasts as kin. With their superior intellect, innate talents, and their status as colossal creatures, especially those belonging to the 12 apex bloodlines, they are deemed even more noble than the royal bloodlines of the demons. For a broader perspective, the cosmic beast can indeed be seen as an enhanced version of the demon kin. The demons have long aspired to incorporate the cosmic beasts into their ranks. Yet the cosmic beasts, proud and self-assured, do not consider themselves part of the demon lineage, maintaining a stance of mutual indifference with the various factions of the universe. Despite their formidable strength, the cosmic beasts lack dominion. They're scattered throughout the cosmos, with many pinnacle cosmic beasts never encountering one another throughout their lifetimes. Only by achieving immortality and eternal life can one hope to connect with the core of the Cosmic Beast Alliance, a superlative coalition within the universe that rivals the esteemed Human Alliance. Should this coalition choose to merge with the demon faction, the demons would instantly ascend to the pinnacle of cosmic races. Regrettably, despite the demons' earnest invitations, the proud cosmic beasts refuse to even acknowledge their overtures. The emergence of an unparalleled genius, the Inferno Star Beast, at the level of a realm lord in the extraterritorial battlefield has spurred much speculation regarding the background of this creature. Could it be a prodigious entity from the Cosmic Beasts Alliance, or perhaps even a disciple of the Cosmic Sovereign? In a vast lake, the extraterrestrial beings typically conceal themselves within mountain caves, subterranean hideouts, or underwater grottos. Unless one is a superlative powerhouse atop the hierarchy of the fiery star continent, no one would dare establish a conspicuous abode. Within an underwater cavern, a group of immortal beings from the mechanized faction engages in discussion. Recently, the War God King issued a bounty of 20 million Yuan units for information regarding the location of the Hunter King from the human faction. Such a sum far exceeds what we could earn through decades of toil on the fiery star continent. Indeed, if we could uncover the Hunter King's whereabouts and relay that to the War God King, we would strike it rich. However, do you truly believe we could provoke such a formidable entity? The moment we find him, our lives would be forfeit. It remains a mystery how the Hunter King attracted the ire of the War God King. Rumor has it that the War God King's disciple fell victim to the Hunter King's hand. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the demise of powerful beings is commonplace. Nonetheless, the Hunter King has found himself in a precarious situation, having slain the disciple of the War God King. Now, with the War God King's gaze fixed upon him, the Hunter King will likely tread carefully on the fiery star continent. The Hunter King himself is also at the pinnacle of monarchs. It would not be an easy task for the War God King to eliminate him, would it? After all, does he not have allies? The War God King is acquainted with numerous high-ranking monarchs. A coalition of formidable beings could indeed pose a threat to a peak monarch. The question remains whether the Hunter King will meet his demise on the fiery star continent. As these immortal beings converse, a black, disc-shaped spacecraft silently hovers above them. Clad in dark red battle armor, Wang Yi sits in a chair, swirling the liquid in his goblet while observing the screen before him, where the discussions of the extraterrestrial beings reach his ears. The War God King? Wang Yi murmurs softly. How intriguing. A peak monarch, you say? I shall observe who ultimately slays whom. To eliminate my avatar from a void insectoid faction will not be an easy feat. Natia, Elizabeth, come forth. Let us commence our endeavor. Why is the Hunter King yet to be located? on a towering peak, resembling a sword thrust into the sky. Within the mountains of the fiery star continent, stand a resplendent silver pyramid palace emanating boundless light. Inside, the war god king, adorned in black battle armor that radiates a dark aura, sits coldly upon his throne. The palace is eerily silent, occupied solely by him. As one of the few peak monarchs on the fiery star continent, he stands at the apex of power and, aside from venturing to the Star Tower, finds no need to associate with others of lesser stature. For days, he has awaited news about the Hunter King, the one responsible for his disciples' demise, yearning for revenge. Yet no word has reached him. The war god king believes that the Hunter King could not have survived the explosive might of the fire god's source crystal. In such dire circumstances, he assumes even the peak strength of the Hunter King would wane, leaving him unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Hunter King, are you still within the fiery star continent? He muses, gazing pensively at the sky. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the seventh battlefield lies the twin vortex domain. This region consists of two colossal whirlpools, with the smaller measuring a diameter of 39 light-years and the larger at 42 light-years. These immense whirlpools exert mutual influence, preventing further expansion while still alluring vast quantities of matter from afar. The twin vortex domain possesses both a gravitational attraction and a repulsive force. Upon entering, one is met with an overwhelming pull that intensifies with depth until a threshold is reached where attraction gives way to repulsion. The closer one approaches the core of the whirlpool, the more astonishing the repulsive force becomes. Thus far, no known peak monarch has reached the core of the twin vortex domain. Attempts at instantaneous travel into it have met with failure, as the immense repulsion annihilates even the most formidable immortal beings. This area is perilously treacherous, far more so than the fiery star continent, with most inhabitants being peak monarchs. Within the larger whirlpool of the twin vortex domain, a continent measuring over 50 million kilometers in diameter perpetually orbits within the swirling currents. Having long been claimed by a certain faction, with others too fearful to approach. Atop a magnificent palace, entirely gilded and imposing, resides a colossal insectoid hive, surrounded by thousands of formidable golden insectoid warriors. Within the palace, various beings of diverse appearances gather, all under the command of the insect queen. Some serve as soul-bound servants, while others are loyal followers. The number of peak monarchs exceeds several dozen, not to mention the counts of marquises and ordinary immortals. Have we yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the Worm King? A crisp, icy female voice reverberates through the palace. The kneeling subjects respond reverently. Our mistress, we have disseminated the bounty for the Worm King's whereabouts throughout the entire faction and have spread the word through various channels to other factions. The entirety of the 7th battlefield should now be aware of our pursuit for the Worm King. However, as of now, we have yet to uncover any trace of him. The insect queen's cold disdain causes the golden insectoid warriors to stir, and the peak monarchs lower their heads in trepidation. What audacity the Worm King possesses! Her voice remains frigid. Names are not to be taken lightly. Some powerful beings may choose to reject unwarranted titles. Otherwise, should one with malicious intent spread names like the King of Annihilation or the King of Extermination, they would quickly find themselves besieged and slain in the extraterritorial battlefield. Though the Worm King may not carry such weighty implications, his silence since the emergence of this title has not gone unnoticed. Whether intentional or not, the insectoid faction perceives him as a rival. Nanxing recalls her apprentice and feels a surge of fury welling within her. From various intelligent sources, she has gleaned that her disciple has likely fallen into servitude. In the eyes of various formidable beings, the Zerg Queen is regarded as a coveted prize. More often than not, she finds herself in a state of servitude rather than being slain. However, from the perspective of the Zerg, enslavement and death are indistinguishable, and the former can incite their wrath. Chapter 330, Capture. Above the frigid expanse of the lake, the presence of detection devices rendered it impossible to discern the hidden whereabouts of Wang Yi's spacecraft, whether by the naked eye, detection instruments, or divine power. Suddenly, Wang Yi, clad in dark crimson battle armor and a black mask, with his long hair billowing, appeared alongside a Zerg hive. This time, he was accompanied by Naisha, whom he had recently taken as his servant. The party consisted of 8 extraterrestrial beings, 1 initial-level king, 2 high-level marquises, and the remainder being initial-level marquises, forming a formidable team. Wang Yi smiled faintly, instructing Naisha, "Let us commence with a coordinated assault of 1,000,000 Zerg legions." "My lord, 1,000,000 Zerg legions in a combined strike possess immense power. Should we not take them as our servants?" Naisha's melodious voice echoed with confusion. Not all. I have no need for the weak, Wang Yi replied coldly. The Zerg Queen promptly complied with Wang Yi's command. A million bloodthirsty mantises materialized, beginning to amass their strength. After a brief moment of gathering energy, an infinite barrage of luminous orbs erupted forth, resembling countless fiery meteors streaking across the heavens, a truly magnificent spectacle. As these meteors converged mid-flight, they coalesced into a breathtaking arc of light, rendering the very fabric of space feeble and prone to rupture. With a thunderous roar, the united strike of a million Zerg legions unleashed a cataclysmic energy beam that tore apart thousands of kilometers of space. Amidst the chaotic debris of this shattered realm, a figure emerged. Prepared in advance, Naisha commanded her 100,000 ethereal butterfly warriors to execute a simultaneous soul attack. The ethereal butterflies, a unique entity within the Zerg warrior hierarchy, are not nurtured by every Zerg queen. Only a select few possess the ability to successfully cultivate them. The cost of creating a peak-level ethereal butterfly surpasses that of producing a Zerg king. Standing at 7 to 8 meters tall, their slender forms were delicate, with oversized heads and splendid butterfly wings adorning their backs, rendering them ill-suited for close combat. Yet, they excelled in soul attacks and illusions, converging like a vibrant cloud. The fact that Naisha could summon 100,000 ethereal butterflies signifies her extraordinary background. Under the Zerg Queen's divided focus, the entire legion of ethereal butterflies began to harness the laws of power, unleashing astonishing might. The entire void trembled as a formidable surge of soul energy surged forth like an unending tide, crashing into the newly emerged initial-level king of the extraterrestrial beings. The soul attack generated by the 100,000 ethereal butterflies was potent enough to challenge even high-level kings. Initially, Naisha had been unable to deploy her ethereal butterflies in battle, as she was limited to controlling a million Zerg warriors simultaneously. The translucent, surreal brilliance enveloped the extraterrestrial king, rendering him instantly unconscious. With a jolt, the extraterrestrial king's soul quivered, momentarily appearing dazed. My lord, the illusion created by my ethereal butterfly legion can only hold the king for a fleeting moment, Naisha communicated telepathically. Indeed, while the soul illusion created by the 100,000 ethereal butterflies was formidable, it had yet to reach the threshold of overwhelming a king. Had it not been for Wang Yi's detection devices completely shielding Naisha and the hive's presence, the ambush would not have been so easily executed, leaving the extraterrestrial beings utterly unprepared. In a typical scenario, Zerg Legion attacks would struggle to strike a king unless within a 10,000-kilometer range. Beyond that, evasion becomes far too simple. Leave it to me. Wang Yi darted forward with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously arriving before the entranced extraterrestrial king. The cosmic divine weapon coalesced into a black and white swordfish, manipulating time and the primal forces of space, emitting a sharp sound as it pierced through the void with a fierce momentum aimed at the extraterrestrial king. With a swift thrust, Wang Yi's black and white swordfish penetrated the extraterrestrial king's armor, the overwhelming force tearing through his divine body and eliciting a pained cry as he regained consciousness. He turned to behold Wang, his face a mask of shock. Lord of Insects. He also caught sight of the Zerg hive in the distance and was soon engulfed by terror. My divine body. Although Wang Yi's human form bore initial-level king strength, his comprehension of the laws was equivalent to that of a 20-layered celestial bridge, coupled with self-created peak secret techniques, allowing this strike to rival that of a peak king. The mechanical extraterrestrial was merely an ordinary initial-level king. Having sustained Wang Yi's black and white swordfish attack unguarded, his divine body suffered over 1% damage. Under normal circumstances, even a peak king would have to expend their divine body to inflict sufficient harm on an initial-level king. Wang Yi needed not to do so, as the potency of his technique was ample. With Wang Yi's intervention and the Zerg Legion relentlessly unleashing powerful attacks, the extraterrestrial king found himself utterly incapable of retaliation, his divine body continuously deteriorating. Even if he wished to assault the Zerg Legion, Wang Yi would intercept him. Attempts to flee were futile against Wang Yi's swiftness, as he was easily stopped. Burning his divine body would yield no advantage against Wang Yi, only hastening his demise. Lord of Insects. The extraterrestrial king's divine body soon suffered a loss of 50%, plunging him into despair. With only 50% of his divine body remaining, which equated to a halved soul, he likely retained less than 1/10 of his power. Furthermore, excessive burning of his divine body and significant soul loss would compromise his consciousness. potentially leading to a state of slumber. Gods in slumber would gradually mend their souls, a slow and laborious process that could span billions of years, or perhaps result in eternal dormancy. Thus, typically, the burning of a divine body is limited to 5% to avoid complications in recovery. Now, with the mechanical extraterrestrial king reduced to 50% of his divine body, he stood no chance of survival. He attempted to send a distress signal to his allies. But the question remained, could he endure until aid arrived? Would anyone truly come to his rescue? Unless a formidable ally or a known teleportation expert fortuitously appeared nearby. He would be too late. Lord of Insects, do not force my hand. The extraterrestrial being, resembling a humanoid with a scorpion's lower half and 3 tails, roared in the universal tongue. Wang Yi, coldly manipulating the black and white swordfish against the extraterrestrial king, remained unfazed, calculating within. Divine body at 43%. It is exceedingly difficult to enslave a king in a complete state. Even a peak king soul master would require an extraordinary stroke of luck to subjugate one. Of course, should he desire to enslave the opponent, he must simultaneously weaken them while guarding against potential self-detonation, lest his efforts be in vain. Wang Yi also could not weaken the extraterrestrial king too much, as excessive loss of power would complicate recovery. Ultimately, regardless of whether the opponent self-destructed or was enslaved, Wang Yi stood to gain. The extraterrestrial king's divine body rapidly dwindled to 30%, and he descended into utter madness. If you wish to kill me, then die. Die together. He charged forward, intent on dragging Wang Yi into his self-detonation, even with only 30% of his divine body remaining. The self-detonation of an initial-level king would still wield considerable power. However, at that moment, another wave of soul attacks from the Zerg Legion arrived, just in time, catching the severely weakened extraterrestrial king, whose consciousness had been dulled by significant soul loss, off guard. With only 30% of his divine body remaining, he likely lacked even the strength of a peak marquis. But Wang, he held a glimmer of hope for successful enslavement as he gazed upon the dazed extraterrestrial king. Then, a towering figure of purple gold and a massive fiery red form appeared. Wang Yi's 3 bodies converged. Soul Abyss, Soul Abyss, Soul Abyss. The 3 corporeal forms collectively wielded the arcane art of soul manipulation, resolutely subduing the consciousness of the alien monarch, rendering him immobile and incapable of self-detonation. Natia, yes, master. The Zerg Queen's nest materialized beside the alien sovereign, as Natia, ensconced within the maternal hive, commenced the soul enslavement ritual upon the grievously weakened monarch before her. For Natia, personally undertaking the enslavement of a monarch was a novel endeavor. However, Wang Yi regarded a junior monarch as inconsequential, thus delegating the task to Natia. As his sole slave, she was akin to his own enslavement. With Wang Yi's presence aiding in suppressing the alien monarch's consciousness, Natia began to forcibly infiltrate and exert control through her soul magic. Her azure eyes deepened into a mesmerizing abyss, emanating an eerie glow. The alien monarch's body lay motionless, yet a fierce battle raged within their souls. You wish to control me? No, I would rather perish. The alien monarch roared internally, every fiber of his being struggling against the overpowering suppression. At a critical juncture, he suddenly unleashed a remarkable will, managing to regain a modicum of control over his body. Wang Yi's expression shifted as he instantaneously teleported away with the Zerg Queen. Ha ha ha, to control me? Dream on. The alien monarch's maniacal laughter echoed as he detonated his immortal body. Boom! A horrifying shockwave radiated outward, engulfing the landscape and reducing everything to nothingness. How could I have failed? Wang Yi hovered in the sky, frowning at the explosive aftermath. I suppressed him so thoroughly, yet he escaped my grasp at the last moment. Am I simply unfortunate? Or is he excessively lucky? Master, I apologize. I was inadequate and failed to control the monarch. Natia said apologetically from beside him. No, controlling a monarch is inherently challenging. It is not your fault, Wang Yi replied, shaking his head. A mere junior monarch. If this attempt has failed, we shall try again. Since we cannot enslave the monarch, let us first endeavor to subjugate a marquis. However, we must tread carefully. Excessive slaughter may incite public outrage and attract the attention of formidable beings. The formidable beings Wang Yi referred to were, of course, the invincible monarchs or cosmic sovereigns. He withdrew Natia into his internal realm. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's 2 avatars departed once more to scour for prey elsewhere. Days later, Buzz, the Zerg army's soul-enticing butterflies executed a collective soul assault, causing the fleeing Marquis's consciousness to blur. No, he struggled desperately. Yet his awareness spiraled like a leaf caught in a vortex, ultimately succumbing to the darkness. Wang Yi and the Zerg Queen materialized together. Natia, this high-ranking marquis is entrusted to you. Yes, master. Natia responded with newfound confidence. She initiated the soul control ritual upon the day's marquis. Moments later, the towering figure of the marquis, with skin like red rock and a height exceeding 100 meters, awakened, his blazing eyes locking onto the Zerg Queen. Through their soul connection, he comprehended who his true master was. This being belonged to the Gaster race, a rock-like life form within the cosmos. Success. Wang Yi nodded, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Although the Zerg Queen's consciousness, soul amplitude, and were far inferior to his own, her mastery of soul magic was remarkably profound. Like those masters of the soul arts, who have devoted eons to the study of illusions and soul control, their understanding of the soul was incredibly deep. Capturing them indeed required a stroke of luck. However, the rock life form before him was not so fortunate. Arise, Wang Yi commanded, and the rock life form stood, gazing at the Zerg Queen with genuine reverence. In that moment, she became the most familiar presence to him, and he bowed respectfully, Master. The Zerg Queen, Natia, beamed, Master. We have succeeded. Gaining another potent soul slave delighted her, signifying her capability to serve her master more effectively. Wang Yi, too, acquired invaluable experience throughout the process of suppression and enslavement, equipping him with knowledge for future attempts at subjugating peak monarchs. Well done. Now let us proceed. Wang Yi's 3 corporeal forms traversed the Yinji continent, relentlessly capturing and enslaving all observable alien warriors. Due to the swiftness and suddenness of their actions, the aliens failed to disseminate any warnings. After successfully enslaving a 4th marquis, Wang Yi concluded this hunt. To prevent interruptions, he deployed his avatars of the Flame Star Giant Beast or his human form against the mechanical race, while utilizing the Void Zerg avatar and Flame Star Giant Beast for the Zerg faction, ensuring that no one realized the 3 renowned monarchs were, in fact, one individual. Uninterrupted, Wang Yi engaged in 9 battles, successfully enslaving 4 targets while failing 5, the latter opting for self-destruction. Nevertheless, he ultimately assisted the Zerg Queen, Natia, in acquiring 5 marquis servants, bringing her total to 7, including her original 2. Among them were 4 peak marquises and 3 high-ranking marquises. As for those below marquis rank, Wang Yi held them in contempt, as they had largely perished under the combined assault of the Zerg forces. Almost there, it is time to visit the Sacrificial Tower. Chapter 331, The Sacrificial Tower. At the edge of a vast mountainous region on the Yinji continent, a figure materialized. Clad in dark red battle armor that radiated formidable pressure and donning a black mask that revealed only a pair of cold, commanding, dark eyes, he appeared youthful. This was Wang Yi's human form. This is indeed the treasure location marked on the hide map. Wang Yi Gazit Dolmertz, channeling the power of the world to permeate the earth, extending over thousands of kilometers. After a thorough search, he found nothing. My power, the immortal divine force of the Mo Yun Vine, and even the detection instruments have revealed no presence underground. Wang Yi's expression turned solemn. According to legend, even cosmic sovereigns could not discern the existence of the sacrificial tower. He remained unsure whether it truly existed beneath. I shall descend and investigate. With a thought, Wang Yi plunged into the earth. Although the rock material of the Yinji continent was formidable, it did not impede his velocity. Soon, he reached depths of billions of kilometers beneath the surface. Swish! Moments later, in the dark depths below, Wang Yi halted as a colossal structure abruptly emerged from the surrounding soil and rock. Due to the earthen concealment, he could discern only a few hundred meters of its expanse. It was a circular passageway set within an ancient, massive edifice, completely closed off, even after countless eons. The tower remained unscathed. The sacrificial tower, a smile graced Wang Yi's lips. The map was indeed accurate. There was, without a doubt, a sacrificial tower here. Before him lay a corpse, approximately 26 meters tall, resembling jade, with 6 arms and a bald head, exuding an aura of power, an aura belonging to an immortal deity, impervious to decay after eons. This could only belong to an immortal divine being. Only an immortal deity could endure death and remain incorruptible for millions of years. A corpse, Wang Yi observed, his figure flashing beside it for a closer inspection. The appearance indicated it belonged to a native of the Yinji continent, possessing considerable power. This immortal corpse was imbued with formidable divine energy, ranking at the monarch level. Based on Wang Yi's knowledge, this sacrificial tower had once been overseen by 6 monarch-level beings. each safeguarding a token. Beside the lifeless body lay a crystalline stone, triangular in shape and adorned with intricate, arcane patterns, reminiscent of jade found on Earth. This was the sigil required to enter the sacrificial tower. Wang Yi picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from its surface. The sacrificial sigils are typically refined and absorbed into one's being, automatically disengaging upon the owner's demise. Only through the integration of a spiritual mark can one truly claim ownership. Possession of such a sigil is imperative for entry into the tower. Without it, passage is impossible. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yi noted that the sigil bore profound markings strikingly similar to the sacrificial patterns he had encountered in some ruins on the flame sacrifice continent. Fascinatingly, these intricate designs encapsulated the laws of space and fire. Wang Yi directed a thread of mental energy into the sigil, and instantly, his spiritual mark fused with it, causing the sigil to meld seamlessly into his skin. As he moved towards the entrance, Wang Yi discovered 5 additional corpses, each one at the king level. Strikingly, none showed signs of a fierce battle. They had perished abruptly. Each body was accompanied by a sigil. Some contained the laws of space and wood, others the laws of space and water, while one bore the laws of time, wind, lightning, and light. In total, there were 6 sigils. Alongside these, Wang Yi collected the weapons, armor, and spatial rings belonging to the 6 corpses, amassing a fortune totaling several hundred billion Hunyuan units. Wang Yi reflected on the devastation wrought when the 4 paramount clans opened the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of cosmic lords who executed soul attacks, annihilating all life across the flame sacrifice continent, leading to the swift demise of the 6 kings. Among the belongings of the deceased was a command issued by the indigenous tribes of the flame sacrifice continent during their flight. Only those bearing the sigils could enter the sacrificial tower. The 6 sigil bearers needed to converge from 6 directions simultaneously to unlock the treasures within the tower. Regrettably, the Lord's onslaught had been too swift, and these 6 kings had not managed to escape with the sigils before being caught in the chaos. Wang Yi approached the entrance to the colossal structure. The passage had been sealed, yet as he extended his hand to touch it, the seemingly impenetrable material flowed like liquid. It felt as though he had traversed through water, allowing him to cross the threshold effortlessly. In an instant, he found himself within an expansive circular corridor, approximately a kilometer wide, with the entrance behind him. Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings. The towering walls of the circular corridor were adorned with countless ancient carvings, radiating an aura of profound laws. The sacrificial tower exuded an air of mystery, its essence imbued with enigmatic power, rendering it undetectable from the outside and completely sealing off its internal space. This peculiarity prevented certain powerful beings from teleporting directly into the core of the tower. Only those with sigils could gain entry. Calmly, Wang Yi walked along the circular corridor, which spanned around 1 kilometer in width and 3 kilometers in height. He circled the outer perimeter of the tower multiple times. Despite the tower's height being merely tens of thousands of kilometers, the length of the corridor stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The corridor occasionally connected to various halls, where remnants of bodies and skeletal remains could be seen. The incorruptible corpses belonged to the immortal, while the skeletal remains were those of domain lords. The lesser beings had long since decayed, their ashes rendered to nothingness. Though the sacrificial tower concealed much, it could not withstand soul attacks, leading to the demise of all its original inhabitants. The few survivors from that era appeared to have left behind sigils within the tower before directly transferring to the realm of the Chiochi Ka, thus evading total annihilation. Wang Yi's gaze flickered as he paused to examine the rich aura of the ancient carvings surrounding him. Unfortunately, due to the sealed passage to the core area, even if they could return to their divine realm, they would remain trapped within the core. Wang Yi sighed inwardly. Without sigils, they could not access the treasure chambers in the core area, missing out on the 2 most critical treasures. Had the surviving immortals not entered the divine realm within the core, they could have easily acquired the sigils from the deceased 6 kings, unlocking the treasure chambers to obtain legacies and artifacts. Alas, there were no what-ifs. They were destined to linger in the divine realm for eons, helplessly watching their clan's treasures and legacies remain tantalizingly out of reach. Wang Yi gazed into the deep passage, pondering whether the original inhabitants had noticed his presence. However, as he had yet to enter the core area, even if they were aware, they could do little to impede him. He continued to search the corridor, collecting the treasures from the immortal corpses along the way, amassing a considerable sum. The corpses of the immortal deities themselves were treasures. It baffled him that the Night King, who had initially entered, had not claimed them. Wang Yi had no intention of leaving anything for those who followed. He would take everything, even if he could not utilize it himself, as it could be sold or passed down to the people of Earth and his disciples. With a single domain lord's wealth, countless earthlings could be nurtured. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the vast, silent corridor, marking the first time an outsider had set foot in the ancient tower. Wang Yi remained unhurried, leisurely traversing the circular passage while scavenging the wealth left behind by the deceased. Though his pace was measured, he moved swiftly and soon arrived at the entrance to the core area of the tower. In contrast to the vast wealth contained within the tower, Wang Yi's primary concern was the precious sigil weapon, the locking arm of space, which was the main reason for his visit. The entrance to the core area was marked by a gigantic hexagram, with each of its 6 points leading to a passage approximately 10 meters in diameter. These passages shimmered with ethereal light, layers resembling membranes, exuding powerful energy that made one's heart race. Simultaneously, within the core control room of the tower, a three-dimensional virtual projection was suspended, displaying various regions of the tower. Upon Wang Yi's entry, an alarm sounded. An alien incursion had been detected. Seated in the control room was a mechanical puppet forged entirely from alloy, resembling the indigenous inhabitants of the Flame's Sacrifice continent, imbued with intelligent life. In a swift motion, it rose and stepped into a nearby water screen, which served as a portal to the divine realm. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was still contemplating whether to send his king-level servants inside to unlock the core passage or to wait and lure some alien kings into a trap. After deliberation, he resolved to proceed directly. The treasure chamber of the sacrificial tower required the indigenous inhabitants and their sigils to unlock, yet he already possessed the sigils. Furthermore, his void insect race could perfectly transform into the bodies of the Flame Sacrifice continent natives, ensuring passage without detection. With that in mind, he hesitated no longer. He released the void insect avatar he had kept with him, along with his 4 king-level soul servants. Upon their emergence, the 4 beings, under the influence of the insect queen's spirit, immediately recognized Wang Yi and bowed respectfully. At that moment, the core control room was filled with over a dozen towering figures, each possessing 6 arms, their skin resembling jade and bald heads, clearly embodying the indigenous people of the Flame Sacrifice continent. Each member of the Yinji tribe emanates a formidable aura, at least at the level of a king. In total, there are 12 indigenous king-level warriors of the Yinji. When their clan faced annihilation, they sought refuge in the divine realms of one of their kin, where they achieved immortality. As the long years passed, they all ascended to the rank of king-level warriors. At this moment, they gazed at the screen with fervent anticipation, their energies surging in excitement. The 6 leaders of the past perished outside the sacrificial tower while arranging for their kin. Without the 6 sacred tokens, they could not unlock the treasures within the tower. Lacking the clan's legacy, treasures, and although countless kin resided within the divine realm, nurturing new warriors proved exceedingly difficult. Over countless years, only those who were immortal at the outset attained the rank of king, with no new kings emerging, as even reaching immortality was a formidable challenge. The reason for this stagnation lay in the absence of clan heritage and resources. Now, witnessing the dawn of their clan's resurgence, how could they not be overwhelmed with excitement after years of yearning? Only one invader? A golden-robed warrior furrowed his brow. He must have fortuitously discovered the entrance to our sacrificial tower. What a fortunate fellow he is. He must have acquired the sacred tokens. If we wish to access the clan's treasures, we must act against him. In the central control room, a group of surviving indigenous warriors from the Yinji continent began to deliberate. From appearances, he seems to be human. A rather stout king-level warrior standing nearby issued a command. Fully virtualize the target, simulate his aura. Instantly, a projection of the invader, perfectly matching his real height and aura, materialized in the control room. Under the simulation of the tower's energy, it replicated at least 10 of Wang Yi's essence. The plumpest among the surviving Yinji warriors squinted intently and remarked softly, "This human invader should be of high king level, perhaps possessing special artifacts that enhance his combat prowess even further." High king level? Just high king level? The expressions of the other indigenous warriors in the control room relaxed significantly. Among the 12 remaining kings, there were the clan elder Chiochika, the divine master Pu, Latimer, Minbu, 2 peak kings, and 2 high kings. The remaining 8 were all initial kings. However, this was merely an aura simulation. We still lacked knowledge about this human's true strength and must not let our guard down. The stout warrior was indeed the clan elder Chiochika, the strongest in the tribe, responsible for guiding the clan, while the Divine Master managed its affairs. This third brother possessed the greatest strength among them. Yet he seldom managed affairs, leaving that to the golden-robed warrior, who had once led a group of immortal divine beings to his realm under vigilant watch. Coupled with the kin already present in the divine realm, this ensured the survival of this lineage among the Yinji continent's indigenous people. His opinions carried considerable weight among these kin. Yes, we must remain vigilant. Caution is paramount. Third brother, this human is but one person. Even if he possesses all the sacred tokens, he will still require 6 individuals wielding those tokens to traverse 6 passages to enter the core area. A king expressed with concern. Others regained their composure. Indeed, even though this human was alone, they could not leave the core area to seize the tokens. They needed to wait for this human to approach for an opportunity. Wait a moment. Look, more individuals have appeared beside that human. The indigenous warriors were swiftly captivated by the images on the screen. Beside the immense 6-pointed star in the core area, several figures in dark crimson battle armor suddenly materialized alongside the human, totaling precisely 6 individuals. It seems they have come prepared. Chio Chika squinted his eyes. Chapter 332. The Secrets of Yinji. You 4 refine these sacred tokens. 4 peak noble alien servants received the tokens and began their refinement, while the Void Insect Clan's avatar pretended to receive a token as well. In the core control room of the sacrificial tower, Chio Chika intently commanded. Fully virtualize these 6 targets, simulate their auras. Soon, the simulation results emerged. 1 peak king, 1 high king, and 4 peak nobles. Chio Chika felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, it was within his psychological tolerance. Had they all been peak kings or high kings, it would have posed a significant problem. However, now, he gazed at the 4 peak nobles on the screen with burning intensity. The sacred tokens. As long as they could seize the tokens, they could access the treasure chamber and the legacy room, rendering it unnecessary to clash desperately with those alien kings. Even if those aliens obtained the tokens, they could not enter. Only the indigenous people of the Yinji continent could pass the evaluations of the treasure chamber. We shall proceed, Wang Yi commanded. You will each enter through those passages, overcoming layers of obstacles, and then embed the tokens within those 4 spots. Understood. The 4 peak nobles responded with utmost respect. Subsequently, the Void Insect Clan's avatar, Wang Yi's human form, and the 4 noble servants ventured through their designated passages. Before them, a water-like membrane appeared in the passage. Charge! Wang Yi and the others did not hesitate, plunging forward without reservation. Splash! As they broke through the water membrane, despite the resistance, it could not hinder their strength. Splash! 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 One after another, they broke through layer upon layer of water membranes. Although each was stronger than the last, they were all at least peak nobles or above, and these obstacles were merely set up to prevent ordinary kin from entering, easily surmountable by even a noble of immortality. Soon, they effortlessly reached the end of the passage. At the termination of the passage, a triangular stone hole appeared on one side of the wall, perfectly matching the sacred token Wang Yi had previously acquired. The 6 individuals manifested the tokens in their palms and gently embedded them within. Ding! As the tokens merged, the arcane inscriptions within the entire passage began to illuminate gradually, causing the space to resonate with a tremorous sound. Ding! Similar resonant sounds echoed from the other passages. Moments later, all 6 passages trembled in unison. The 12 immortal kings watched this spectacle, their excitement difficult to contain. Elder of the clan, Divine Master. Their eyes gleamed as they gazed toward the golden-robed warrior and the stout Chio Chika among the crowd. The golden-robed warrior was the Divine Master Pu, one of the 2 peak kings within the clan. The golden-robed warrior exchanged a knowing glance with the stout elder, both nodding in agreement. Esteemed ones, after countless years of waiting and vigilance, the opportunity for our clan's resurgence has finally arrived. Chio Chika's voice was low yet filled with fervor, and the others shared his exhilaration. In this battle, Shadia and Kamina will remain in the divine realm. The rest shall fight alongside me and the Divine Master. Our primary target is those 4 alien nobles. As long as we slay one among them and obtain a sacred token, we can refine it and seize control of the entire sacrificial tower's intelligence. This tower essentially functions as a mobile, flying survival base, akin to a star fortress, imbued with intelligence. The tower's intelligence governs the entirety of the sacrificial tower, with different residents of the Yinji continent possessing varying levels of authority. Ordinary kin, immortal kin, and those with sacred tokens hold increasingly higher privileges. Previously, Chio Chika and his group could only engage in low-privilege activities, such as monitoring from the control room. lacking the sacred tokens rendered them without sufficient authority. Only upon the indigenous people of the Yinji continent merging with the tokens would they gain the tower's recognition. Only then could they be deemed leaders and true controllers of the sacrificial tower. Indeed, the eyes of the other kings gleamed with fervent madness. They had awaited this day for far too long. Among the 12 kings present, aside from the Elder and the Divine Master being peak kings, there were 2 high kings, while the remaining 8 were initial kings. Furthermore, due to the lack of inherited secret arts and treasures, their strength generally fell short compared to their counterparts of equal rank from the outside world. The High King and Peak King among the humans shall be entangled by myself. The Divine Master Pu, Latimer, and Minbu. The others shall deal with those 4 nobles, ensuring to slay 1 or 2 at the earliest opportunity. Once we eliminate them, the sacred tokens shall drop, declared Clan Elder Chiochika. We must devise a means to acquire a sigil, for only then can we unlock the Chamber of Heritage and access the second treasure room. The eyes of the others gleamed with anticipation. Initially, there were 3 treasure chambers. The first treasure chamber contained scarce treasures, belonging to the chamber of the Ming lineage. It did not require a sigil, only the presence of our kin, and had long been emptied. The second treasure chamber, however, is abundant with treasures, representing a true hoard. The third treasure chamber houses countless secret techniques suited to the physical constitution of the indigenous people of the Yinji continent, embodying the genuine heritage of our lineage. The powerful natives of Yinji awaited patiently, for they were convinced that these foreign entities would be unable to access the last 2 treasure chambers. Although the first chamber could be opened, it was now devoid of any riches. Even if the foreigners were to obtain it, it would avail them little. We shall refrain from immediate action and observe these outsiders. Should they turn upon one another in the first treasure chamber, it would be most fortuitous. The clan Elder Chiochika was somewhat apprehensive about the presence of the Void Insect Clan's avatar exuding the aura of a pinnacle sovereign. Thus he exercised extreme caution. Nevertheless, he was uncertain whether these outsiders could indeed be incited to infighting, as it ultimately depended on chance. The others fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on the projection screen. On the other side, the 6 corridors trembled and began to rotate simultaneously, slowly aligning to form a coherent passage, which then became entirely unobstructed. This was the pathway to the core area. The 6 individuals traversed the corridor, entering a spacious hall. Together, Wang Yi exchanged glances with the Void Insect Clan before stating. The 6 transformed into streaks of light, dashing into the same passage. Witnessing this scene, many sovereigns from the core control room, native to the Yinji continent, felt a tinge of disappointment. Curse it, these outsiders are indeed cautious. Were Wang Yi and his companions to separate from those 4 sovereigns, they might have succumbed to the temptation of intercepting the sovereigns and seizing the sigil. After all, the sigil is of utmost importance. Yet now, their opportunities had diminished significantly. No need to rush, we must bide our time, Elder Chiochika admonished. He then furrowed his brow, observing the virtual projection. This is troublesome. The corridor they have chosen is near the second treasure chamber. Chiochika mused inwardly. But the second treasure chamber is sealed and concealed. They cannot access it, while the first treasure chamber is currently open. Once they fail to locate the entrance to the second treasure chamber, they will likely surge towards the first. At that point, the corridors within the altar, compared to the core area, span merely a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, whereas this winding and obscure passage stretches hundreds of thousands of kilometers, encircling numerous regions of the core area. As Wang Yi and the other 6 continued to navigate the labyrinthine corridors, they discovered large empty chambers along the way, each devoid of any contents. They must have been cleared out by Chiochika and his kin. The natives must have surely noticed our presence, Wang Yi thought, his gaze flickering. In the end, it would remain to be seen how many would fall for the bait. The Yinji natives also possessed 12 sovereigns. He was not averse to adding a few more tasks to his agenda. Yet above all, acquiring the treasures remained paramount. Both parties calculated their moves. You 4, discreetly lift the seal from the sigil and hand it over to me without drawing attention. Wang Yi suddenly communicated to the 4 immortal sovereigns. He of course had to guard against the powerful natives of the Yinji continent suddenly emerging to slay these sovereign servants and seize the sigil. If they were to claim dominion over the altar, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. Traversing through a dim internal passageway, the 6 formidable beings swiftly maneuvered. As they advanced, the corridor grew progressively brighter, and soon they arrived in a well-lit hall. Halt! Wang Yi commanded mentally. The 6 came to an immediate stop. Upon seeing Wang Yi and his companions pause in the hall, Chiochika and others in the core control room were taken aback. Could they have discerned the location of the second treasure chamber? No, They were likely just harboring suspicions, Qiu Chica contemplated. Search for any signs of discovery. Wang Yi ordered again. Understood. The 4 alien sovereign servants proceeded to meticulously search, while Wang Yi and the Void Insect Clan's avatar employed various methods to probe their surroundings, even utilizing detection instruments. Yet nothing was uncovered. Nothing found. Wang Yi frowned, continuing to scan the area. This hall spanned over 10 kilometers in diameter. Yet its walls were exceedingly smooth, adorned only with intricate sacrificial patterns, offering no indication of any concealed treasures. Huh. You outsiders, even standing before the treasure chamber, will find it impossible to uncover its secrets. Qiu Chica could not help but scoff, believing that even if they were to locate the chamber, they would be incapable of unlocking it. They too sought the treasure chamber. Truly, it was a fanciful dream. Logically, this should be the site of either the second or third treasure chamber. Wang Yi's expression remained cold. Boom! He suddenly unleashed a punch. The tremendous force shattering the space itself, fragments swirling about. Yet, this strike, powerful enough to obliterate a planet, merely caused the sacrificial patterns on the wall to shimmer slightly, leaving the wall itself unscathed. So, it seems that we cannot discern the location of the treasure chamber this way. Wang Yi retracted his fist. The natives of the Yinji continent must be lurking in the shadows, relishing our predicament. In the core control room, a sovereign beside Qiu Chica remarked, "Brother, have you noticed? That human appears to be at the center of those individuals." Indeed, Qiu Chica mused, brow furrowed. If these outsiders were to unite, his plan to incite them to turn against one another would become exceedingly difficult to execute. After a moment's contemplation, a glint of cold determination flashed in Qiu Chica's eyes as he reached a decision. In that case, we shall take the initiative. We will proceed according to plan. Yes. The others felt a surge of energy, their murderous intent rising. Meanwhile, in the bright and spacious hall, after surveying his surroundings, Wang Yi silently thought, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. Yinji, Sacrificial Pattern Inheritance. This reward is the highest available at the current location. You can no longer obtain any rewards here. The number of sign-ins at this location is 0. Subsequently, a vast array of information imprinted itself upon the depths of Wang Yi's soul in an incomprehensible manner. Sacrificial patterns? Wang Yi murmured. The most formidable and enigmatic aspect of the Yinji lineage is indeed the sacrificial patterns. A unique path of advancement discovered and comprehended by the ancestors of the Yinji clan within a cosmic secret realm, representing the most suitable path for the Yinji people. The altar where he currently resided was merely a fundamental application of the sacrificial patterns. The altar contained innumerable sacrificial patterns, ultimately forming various abilities such as repelling detection and spatial sealing. However, these were real patterns which necessitated a medium and held significant limitations, rendering them ineffective in combat. Thus, the ancestors of the Yinji ultimately developed the more potent virtual patterns. Each sacrificial weapon contained intricately structured virtual patterns, which, once provided with an energy source, could disperse into the void. The extent of their dispersal would define the scope of their control. Now, having comprehended all the knowledge of the highest inheritance of the Yinji lineage's sacrificial patterns, Wang Yi possessed the capability to create sacrificial weapons. Of course, this was theoretical knowledge. In practice, the successful creation of a genuine sacrificial weapon was fraught with difficulty. Otherwise, the Yinji clan would not have taken countless years to produce fewer than 100 sacrificial weapons, each exceedingly precious, comparable to revered treasures. Nevertheless, should the sacrificial patterns be effectively utilized, they would greatly benefit Wang Yi. If he could create sacrificial weapons on par with revered treasures, might he not continue to research and manufacture sacrificial weapons equivalent to ultimate treasures? Wang Yi stroked his chin, for his mind was already filled with the essence of the Yinji clan's research on sacrificial patterns, allowing him to easily discern many of their intricacies. These sacrificial patterns, or rather, Yinji patterns, seemed to possess potential far exceeding his initial expectations, reminiscent of the future pattern schools of Luophone. Indeed, this is a unique path of advancement discovered and comprehended by the formidable ancestors of the Yinji clan within a cosmic secret realm. Although it is well suited for the indigenous inhabitants of the Yinji continent, it does not imply that Wang Yi is incapable of traversing it, especially since he has received a complete transmission of knowledge. Perhaps, in the future, I could devote more thought to this endeavor. Who knows? I might become a master of forging akin to the mountain recluse. The mere thought brought a smile to Wang Yi's face. However, it remained just a fanciful idea. To truly become a master of forging requires an immense investment of effort. and with his current training, Wang Yi would not squander time on such pursuits without reason. Much like Luo Feng, who, despite apprenticing himself to the mountain recluse, did not pursue the art of forging. The craft of forging also heavily relies on innate talent. Meanwhile, two groups of 10 powerful king-level indigenous warriors from the Yinji continent were rapidly advancing towards them with murderous intent. Yet, due to the internal restrictions on exploration within the sacrificial tower, Wang Yi and his companions remained oblivious. Chapter 333: The Tragic Indigenous People. There were a total of 6 passageways connecting this bright and spacious hall, and in the next moment, an explosive sound reverberated. 10 figures, imbued with incredible momentum, surged forth from the passageways. Enemies! Caution! Wang Yi and his companions immediately discerned the 10 suddenly appearing silhouettes. Indigenous inhabitants of the Yinji continent. Upon witnessing the powerful, 6-armed, otherworldly beings charging towards them, Wang Yi comprehended their nature. Engage! As Chiochika, Pu, Minbu, and Latimo emerged, they charged towards Wang Yi and the Void Insect Clan's avatars. While the other 8 initial king-level immortals, filled with murderous intent, rushed towards the 4 king-level immortals. However, due to the proximity of Wang Yi and his companions, it appeared as though 10 mighty warriors were converging upon them simultaneously. In the core control room, the 2 remaining initial king-level immortals, Shadia and Kamina, anxiously focused on the virtual projection, silently praying for the success of their kin. Indigenous people, you have not all perished. Wang Yi feigned a look of shock and anger, charging out alongside the Void Insect Clan's avatars. The 4 king-level immortals, despite the vast disparity in strength, still followed closely behind them. The clan elder, Chiochika, observed this with concealed delight and communicated with the others, instructing them to adhere to the plan. We 4 will entangle those 2 king-level immortals. You 8 swiftly eliminate those few king-level immortals. To ensure safety, those who secured a talisman should leave immediately. Yes. The eyes of the 10 Yinji continent indigenous warriors burned with madness. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from them, sending the entire hall into a state of tumult. Burning divine bodies? Have they lost their minds? The 4 peak king-level immortals were taken aback. In battles involving king-level immortals, caution is paramount. No one would recklessly expend their strength from the outset. Yet, the indigenous warriors of the Yinji continent displayed an audacious, fearless spirit. However, Wang Yi remained unfazed. As he gazed at the 10 native warriors charging forth, a cold glimmer flickered in his deep, dark eyes. At that moment, a figure clad in resplendent purple-golden battle armor, towering over 3 meters with wings unfurling behind, emerged at the forefront, facing the 10 indigenous king-level warriors from the Yinji continent. Those silver-white, emotionless eyes regarded them with an icy disdain. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth like a crashing tide towards them. Illusion, Soul Abyss, the Void Insect Clan's avatar, constrained by the Imperial armor to amplify only physical strength, could only enhance its soul power to a peak of 700,000 times that of a realm master. Nevertheless, it possessed the equivalence of 7 times that of a normal peak king-level immortal in soul prowess, and combined with Wang Yi's terrifying while approaching that of a venerable being, the sudden launch of a soul attack at such close range caught the 10 king-level warriors off guard. The silent onslaught, this level of soul impact, was overwhelmingly potent. Even the mere shockwaves shattered the surrounding space, creating dark fissures, while the indigenous warriors within the hall bore the brunt of it, each feeling their souls tremble. Even though Wang Yi's mastery of soul secrets was not profound, the sheer strength of his soul momentarily incapacitated the 10 indigenous warriors. At that instant, Wang Yi's human form sprang into action. Channeling the power of the beast god, his human body emanated a fierce aura, swelling slightly, with red scales erupting from beneath his armor, and his eyes turning a fiery crimson. Beast god power, demonic sound divine, general secret art. Slave god's forbidden tome amplification secret arts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of luminous projectiles shot forth from behind Wang, racing like lightning towards the 10 king-level immortals. In an instant, the bodies of the 10 king-level immortals became immobilized, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the projectiles piercing through them. Having long been prepared, the venom of the Feymaw had been meticulously applied to the crystal longswords. Just 1 gram of Feymaw venom could bring down a peak king-level immortal. A mere 0.1 grams could slay a high-level king. However, only 2 of the crystal longswords bore the Feymaw venom, and at most, a gram was present. Yet, upon penetrating their armor. Approximately 0.2 grams would be expended, resulting in around 0.8 grams actually infiltrating their divine bodies. Nevertheless, the bodies of the indigenous warriors from the Yenji continent were significantly larger than those of ordinary humans, and coupled with their robust divine forms, they suffered less than 70 loss of their divine bodies. However, their strength was still reduced to about 1/10 of its original capacity. The mightier the divine body, the larger its volume, the lesser the corrosive power of the Fema venom. If a human king were invincible, consuming a kilogram of Fema venom might lead to death. Yet, for some king-level warriors exceeding 100 meters in stature, even ingesting a kilogram of Fema venom might not prove fatal. As Wang Yi's human form launched its assault, the Void Insect Clan's avatar also brandished a battle blade, charging towards the clan Elder Chiochika and the Divine Lord Pu, both of whom had suffered significant erosion of their divine bodies and a considerable decrease in strength, while the other 8 initial king-level immortals were dealt with by the human form wielding telekinetic weaponry. No, feeling the sudden, drastic loss of his divine body, Chiochika was utterly horrified. He had never anticipated that, leading his kin into battle with such high hopes, he would encounter such a terrifying adversary. The Void Insect Clan's avatar, adorned in purple-golden armor, radiated an aura of primal ferocity as it charged forward, a brilliant blade of light cascading down like a thunderous waterfall, cleaving the Divine Lord Pu in two, sizzling. Meanwhile, from another direction, slender tendrils rapidly emerged from Wang Yi's armor. These tendrils, initially delicate, swiftly expanded, sprouting numerous branches and leaves, surging forth like a tidal wave towards the 8 initial king-level indigenous warriors. The Mayun vine, being of high-level king caliber, is inherently resilient with formidable regenerative capabilities. Its tensile strength rivals that of peak king-level immortals, and with an abundance of tendrils, it could effortlessly contend with 8 initial king-level warriors, forcing them into a desperate plight. The booming Mayun vine continued to swell, its tendrils sprawling like serpents, instantly filling the entire hall, compressing the space of the Yenji continent indigenous warriors to its utmost limits. Thick tendrils coiled around the bodies of those king-level warriors. Despite their frantic attacks, the tendrils, which possessed defense comparable to that of peak king-level immortals, proved insurmountable for them, their assaults barely scratching the surface of the Mayun vine. The overwhelming pressure exerted by the high-level Mayun vine against ordinary initial king-level warriors was indeed terrifying. Before long, the 8 initial king-level warriors were submerged beneath a deluge of tendrils. The golden grass leaves intertwined and constricted with a frenzied intensity, straining to compress further. The bones of those initial king-level warriors shattered, their muscles ruptured, and their bodies completely disintegrated, crushed to oblivion before the relentless, meat-grinding embrace of the golden tendrils, continuously shattering and then restoring. The Moya vine, though merely a high-ranking monarch, possesses the colossal form and strength capable of crushing these monarchs' bodies. Yet it cannot obliterate their divine essence, failing to inflict a fundamental blow upon them. Master, shall I incinerate my divine essence to vanquish them? Moya vine inquirit. Its true form stretches over 1,000,000 kilometers. Even if it were to burn merely 1/10,000,000th of its divine essence, it would surpass the total divine energy of an entire high-ranking monarch human body. After all, the typical human monarch's divine essence barely measures less than 2 meters. What is the total divine power then? This is the advantage of having a vast divine essence. Even when burning its divine essence, it would take a considerable amount of time to be entirely consumed. Unless faced with a soul attack, it would be laughable for a monarch of equivalent rank to attempt to slay Moya vine. No need, Wang Yi replied indifferently, gazing at the 8 monarchs ensnared in despair, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Meanwhile, the situation for the 2 peak monarchs of the Yenji continent, whose powers had drastically diminished, was even graver, as they were confronted by the fearsome melee incarnations of the Void Insect race. Boom! A blade sliced down, shattering space itself. The blade's radiance, imbued with boundless destructive power, reduced Chiochika and Pui to mere fragments. Slash! Slash! The blade's light flowed continuously, executing with an exquisite coordination, while the 2 peak monarchs resembled fish on a chopping board, helplessly awaiting their demise as their divine essences were repeatedly shattered. Chiochika fought back desperately, only to discover with sorrow that all his resistance was futile, his divine essence rapidly vanishing. He foresaw his own death. Yet what tormented him further was the grim realization that due to his failure, his clan would likely never rise again. Forgive me, my clan, my kin. Forgive me, Marcia, my beloved. I shall join you in eternal slumber in the realm of silence. With endless regret, the elder Chika, who had fought for his clan throughout his life, saw his divine essence utterly extinguished. Subsequently, the divine Lord Pui followed suit. The remaining 8 initial ranking monarchs were swiftly exterminated. In the core control room, only Shadya and Kamina, the 2 surviving monarchs, witnessed this scene with hearts torn asunder. No, no, third brother, divine lord, Minbu, despite their unwillingness, they could not alter the grim reality of their kin's slaughter. Why? Why is this happening? Both monarchs screamed in anguish, unable to accept the truth. The reality was harsh. The powerful natives of the Yinji continent sought to ambush Wang Yi and seize the tokens, yet they had not anticipated that Wang Yi had already discovered them, nor could they have fathomed the enemy they were facing. From the very beginning, their tragic fate had been sealed. As the executioner, Wang Yi, of course, felt no sympathy. He had long recognized the brutality of this world and could be more ruthless than anyone when the moment called for it. Amidst the ravaged hall, strewn with the scars of battle, Wang Yi retracted the Moya vine and glanced at his mission panel. Kill the immortal divine monarchs. 141,000. Within just a year on the extraterrestrial battlefield, 14 monarchs had fallen at Wang Yi's hands, a feat that would surely send shockwaves across all factions. Monarchs were not as common as cabbages. Previously, it would take a long time for one to fall, yet now, the count had reached double digits under Wang Yi's hand. Naturally, Wang Yi was not content with this mere trivial achievement. His ambition was to slay 1,000 monarchs. Due to the synchronous transmission of the virtual universe during this battle, the military system even awarded him military merits for slaying 10 monarchs. The natives of the Yinji continent were originally annihilated by the 4 supreme clans that opened the battlefield. Those who survived were merely remnants, targets of collective extermination. Although the human faction did not impose strict demands, slaying them still yielded rewards. Wang Yi instantly acquired military merits for 2 peak monarchs, 2 high-ranking monarchs, and 8 initial-ranking monarchs. Furthermore, he obtained their treasures and spoils, adding to his wealth. Now, it was time to transform the void insect race's incarnations into the natives of the Yinji continent to unlock the treasure chamber. Wang Yi felt quite pleased. The incarnations of the void insect race possessed transformation abilities, and within the residential area of the sacrificial tower lay remnants, the remains of some peak sovereign strongmen of the Yinji continent. By utilizing that genetic material, he could directly simulate the genetic essence of the natives. Why not use immortal corpses? Because the void insect race's incarnations were not immortal. There existed a substantial difference from immortal divine beings. To be prudent, Wang Yi opted for the transformation of the peak sovereign natives first. With the secret method of talent simulation, the void insect race's incarnation began to twist and change, completely transforming into a tall Yinji native with a bald head and 6 arms, its aura shifting accordingly. Even if Chika were to resurrect and stand before the void insect race's incarnation, he would not recognize it as a transformation of an alien race. Filled with sorrow, the 2 Yinji native monarchs in the control room, observing the hall's imagery, were taken aback. What is this? How did he become one of our kind? A sense of foreboding surged within both monarchs. Could it be that he intends to? No, it is impossible, as if affirming their inner thoughts. The incarnation of the void insect race, now fully transformed into a Yinji native, manifested 2 tokens in its hands. Since the tokens already bore Wang Yi's spiritual imprint, the 3 bodies and soul imprint being identical naturally recognized their master, and the tokens integrated into its being. However, it seemed that for some reason, even after refining the tokens and fully adopting the appearance of a native, the incarnation could not connect to the sacrificial tower to acknowledge its master. Let's give it a try and see if we can unlock the treasure chamber. Wang Yi gazed at the wall before him, somewhat apprehensive. After all, the sacrificial tower possessed intelligence, and everything was controlled by that intelligence. Of course, the intelligence operated according to program commands, being rather rigid. As long as the conditions it set were met, the treasure chamber could be opened. The void insect race's incarnation held a token in each hand and pressed them against the door simultaneously. Buzz! The secret patterns on the treasure chamber's door began to glow gradually, countless streams of light entwining around the tokens, one on the left and the other on the right, ensnared by the luminous energy. Subsequently, before the wide-eyed gaze of the 2 Yinji natives, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the entire door began to ascend slowly. It truly worked. A smile crept upon Wang Yi's face as the treasure chamber door swung open. Chapter 334. The treasure is acquired. The treasure chamber, constructed entirely from G-grade metal, was adorned with countless secret patterns, measuring 20 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 10 meters in height. The metallic floor bore 12 iron chains, firmly binding an ancient treasure chest that had existed for millennia. The two monarchs in the core control room watched helplessly as Wang Yi entered the treasure chamber, their hearts filled with unbearable agony. Third brother, Divine Lord. At this moment, they loathed their own weakness, powerless to stop their lifelong companion from perishing, and could only watch helplessly as their enemy was about to seize treasures of immense significance to their clan. Wang Yi observed the treasure chest, bound by the 12 chains imbued with secret patterns, realizing that the iron chains contained traces of special metals. Even cosmic sovereigns would find it immensely challenging to sever them. The treasure chest itself was no less formidable. However, Wang Yi's gaze fell upon the ground beneath the treasure chest, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The chest and chains may be indestructible, but the ground was another matter entirely. Having successfully opened the treasure chamber door with the void insect race's incarnation, Wang Yi felt confident and did not rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he chose to simply relocate it. The towering and imposing figure of the void insect race's incarnation approached, slowly drawing out the massive sword from its back. Standing over 3 meters tall, the sword was even longer than its own body. Similarly, it is specially crafted, impervious to destruction even after enduring battles at the level of the sovereign. What does he intend to accomplish? Does he aspire to ruin the treasure chest or the iron chains? Such aspirations are nothing but delusions. Even a sovereign would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage, let alone a mere king. The two sovereigns of the native inhabitants of the Flame Sacrifice continent have completely succumbed to madness. They cannot fathom that this human could possibly damage a treasure facility that even a sovereign could not easily breach. The avatar of the Void Insect clan amassed all its strength, the body emitting crackling sparks akin to electric fire, as an immensely powerful aura descended upon the treasure chamber like an endless firmament. A glimmer flashed in the eyes of the Void Insect avatar as it gripped its battle knife, striking down fiercely upon the floor. The silver blade effortlessly rent the fragile cosmic space, shattering the chamber into its most elemental particles, and the force of this energy impacted the ground of the treasure room, resulting in chaos as arcane patterns on the chamber walls pulsated, desperately suppressing the shockwaves. With the power of 7 million times that of a peak realm master, and all the force concentrated into a singular line, this strike surpassed even the self-detonation limit of a king. After a moment of slight tremor, the chamber space gradually restored itself, returning to a semblance of tranquility. Yet, upon the former floor, a chasm appeared, measuring over 10 meters in length, more than a meter wide and unfathomably deep. Witnessing this scene, the two sovereigns of the Flame Sacrifice continent fell into silence. Although the ground's defenses were far inferior to that of the treasure chest, it was still meticulously crafted and reinforced with sacrificial glyphs for protection. Even a peak king's self-detonation would struggle to inflict even the slightest damage. Yet this human was able to create such a profound fissure with a single blow, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. In their lifetime, could they ever avenge their fallen brethren? Indeed, the ground's defenses are significantly weaker, and the materials are not as robust, Wang Yi remarked with a smile. Proceed. Boom! Boom! The avatar of the Void Insect clan, like a frenzied deity, swung its battle knife, the blade's light chopping mercilessly at the ground, each strike effortlessly tearing open a large crack. Soon, an entire layer of the ground was stripped away. With a flourish, Wang Yi enveloped the entire section of ground with his world power, transporting the treasure chest into his world ring. Meanwhile, in the control room, Shadia and Kamina could only shut their eyes in despair. It was over. Their clan's treasury, which had heralded their rise, was snatched away. Now, they could only hope that Wang Yi was unaware of the location of the final inheritance chamber, for that was a closely guarded secret of their clan, unlikely to be known by outsiders. In truth, Wang Yi was well aware, but the secret techniques of the Flame Sacrifice continent's natives held no value for him, as they were tailored for their cultivation. Even if he were to take them, they would serve no purpose. The 3 great treasure vaults. The first held the least wealth, as its treasures had long been removed. The second vault, however, contained genuine treasures, various precious artifacts that would make any king envious, now firmly in Wang Yi's grasp. The third vault was the inheritance chamber, a compilation of countless secret techniques accumulated over the years, specifically suited to the physical structures of the Flame Sacrifice natives. undoubtedly significant for their lineage, allowing them to nurture future strong warriors, but of little use to Wang Yi. Certainly, Wang Yi could decisively take that inheritance chamber as well. But for him, such an action bore no significance. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to depart directly for the first treasure vault, casually taking along the 3 empty treasure chests. Subsequently, the 6 departed together. However, unknowingly, the 2 talismans remained on the door of the second treasure vault, unclaimed. Not long after Wang Yi's departure, a streak of light appeared at the entrance of the second treasure vault, retrieving the 2 talismans. The talismans secured, the 6-armed, bald sovereign of the Flames sacrifice natives was nearly brought to tears, his emotions a complex tapestry. The acquisition of the talismans signified the potential access to the inheritance chamber's secret techniques, yet the cost was the sacrifice of their 10 brothers. And it was almost foreseen that the hope for vengeance was lost. Upon the death of the clan elder, Kuchika, and the divine lord, Pu, these 2 sovereigns naturally ascended to become the highest leaders of their lineage, feeling the weight of their clan's survival pressing upon them. Third brother, divine lord. With the clan's inheritance secured, our lineage will surely grow strong and rise once more. For the myriad clans across the cosmos, the unique cultivation techniques accumulated over countless years by each clan are the fundamental essence of their heritage. With the inheritance of secret techniques, they would possess the hope and potential for resurgence. Above the Flames sacrifice continent, a black flying saucer soared swiftly through the skies. In the control room, Wang Yi glanced back at the location of the sacrificial tower and shook his head. Within the confines of the world ring, the avatar of the Void Insect clan appeared. Before him lay a chain-bound treasure chest attached to a large metallic floor. The sacrificial tower's treasure was finally within reach, and Wang Yi smiled slightly. The entire endeavor had been but a minor ripple for him. After all, in the face of absolute power, any schemes and machinations are rendered farcical. The primary reason for the failure of the Flame Sacrifice Continent's sovereigns lay in their insufficient strength. Merely the protective treasure chest was worth several 100 million primordial units. Wang Yi Musit, the avatar of the Void Insect clan, retained the form of the Flame Sacrifice natives and produced a talisman. Although he had left 2 within the sacrificial tower, he still possessed 4 talismans on his person. Subsequently, the avatar extended a hand to rest upon the treasure chest. Ding! The chest's recognition system began its assessment. Life signature confirmed. Talisman confirmed. The recognition system was not as extravagant as it might seem. It merely detected 2 elements, one being the talisman, the other the life signature. Both passed. With a click, the previously locked lid of the chest automatically released. Inside lay 3 world rings, and as Wang Yi's world power swept through, it became evident that all 3 world rings were unclaimed. At last it was obtained. A glimmer of anticipation danced in Wang Yi's eyes as he picked up the 3 world rings, inspecting them one by one. He permeated the first world ring with his world power. Within this ring lay an expansive world, filled with towering metallic mountains and lakes formed of countless exotic liquids. With E-class spacecraft densely populating the space like swarms of locusts. The sheer volume astonished even Wang Yi. Following this, he examined the second and third world rings. This must represent at least 1% of the entire wealth of the Flame Sacrifice native clan. Wang Yi Halit. Each world ring contained a message, inscribed in the script of the Flame Sacrifice natives, detailing various aspects of the treasure. However, Wang Yi was not particularly concerned with the earlier messages. His focus lay on the final world ring. The last world ring housed a genuine set of secret pattern weaponry. This weapon was compact and exquisite, resembling a forearm guard, predominantly black in hue with an ethereal starry quality. The locking arm. A jolt of intrigue surged through Wang Yi. Immediately, a thread of world power penetrated this forearm-like secret pattern weapon, and as it did so, the spiritual imprint contained within the world power seamlessly integrated into the forearm guard. The secret pattern weapon was instantaneously recognized by its new master, and a stream of information flowed directly into Wang Yi's consciousness. This information provided a detailed account of the secret pattern weapon's attributes. However, Wang Yi was already well acquainted with the locking arm's purposes and methods of use, his primary focus remaining on the locking arm itself. The energy source for the locking arm of the Void should ideally be an immortal divine crystal. One must refrain from utilizing their own immortal divine power, as the secret pattern weapon possesses immense destructive capability and requires an astonishing amount of energy. This consumption is utterly exhaustive. Employing one's own immortal divine power is akin to incinerating one's immortal body and soul, which is decidedly not worthwhile. Various types of immortal divine crystals exist within the cosmos, with a stronger energy reserve allowing for prolonged usage. For instance, energy sources such as the Fire God Source Crystal and the Thunder God Source Crystal, both formed from the high concentration of immortal divine power, can be utilized effectively. They are indeed capable of functioning as energy sources and can even be detonated directly. The dispersion range of the locking arm of the void can be categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier encompasses an area with a radius of 10,000 kilometers. The second tier expands to a radius of 100,000 kilometers. The third tier extends to a staggering radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. As the dispersion area increases, so does the geometric escalation of energy consumption. Wang Yi subsequently experimented with a high-grade Fire God Source crystal valued at 12 billion points, employing it for the minimum range of confinement. Within just 1 minute, it expended 13.2 million points of energy. This equates to the complete wealth of a Marca-level immortal being dissipated in a mere minute. Moreover, the energy consumption for the second tier at a radius of 100,000 kilometers and the third tier at 1,000,000 kilometers would increase tenfold and hundredfold, respectively. Thus, sustaining a spatial blockade over a 1,000,000-kilometer radius would render even a 12 billion point Fire God Source crystal depleted in less than 10 minutes. This is tantamount to exhausting the entirety of a king's fortune. Secret pattern weapons wield tremendous power, yet their energy consumption is equally staggering. Wang Yi shook his head, nonetheless. For him, this was still somewhat acceptable. He then commenced a comprehensive inventory of the 2 world rings and the treasures left behind by the indigenous people of the Flame Offering Continent. The wealth amassed by the 6 deceased leaders, who were kings, far surpassed that of the 10 indigenous kings from the Flame Offering Continent. Given that the latter had long concealed themselves within the divine realm, with many of their treasures obtained from the first treasure chamber, rendering them not particularly affluent. After approximately a week, through the virtual universe network connections in the Hongmeng city, various shops, and multiple channels, he finally confirmed the approximate valuations of all items. The first world ring, though the most expensive items were exclusively for realm masters, contained a vast quantity, cumulatively amounting to around 221 billion mixed yuan units. The second world ring, holding treasures for immortal deities, had significantly fewer items, yet collectively valued approximately 285 billion mixed yuan units. The third world ring contained merely a single secret pattern weapon, which could no longer be purchased with currency but required a barter of other precious treasures for exchange, valued far beyond the total of the first 2 world rings combined. Additionally, Wang Yi secured other spoils from the Flame Offering Continent, including those acquired from the Sacrificial Tower, valued at about 65.7 billion mixed yuan units. When all was summed up, excluding that secret pattern weapon, Wang Yi's total wealth amounted to 571.7 billion mixed yuan units. This fortune was already comparable to that of an undefeated king. Wang Yi chocolate heritage. Whether it was the secret pattern weapon, the heritage of the Flame Offering secret pattern, or this 571.7 billion mixed yuan units, along with a significant amount of military merit, all filled him with a sense of joyous achievement. Subsequently, he began processing this batch of items through the virtual universe company's channels, preparing to sell off the useless items in exchange for currency. In the desolate expanse of the Thorns Valley, a remnant vine, stretching over 10,000 kilometers, silently floated in the void. Suddenly, a hazy golden light enveloped the surroundings, causing the space to ripple gently. A youth, clad in dark red battle armor and wearing a black mask, exuding an aura of formidable power, emerged from the light. He surveyed his surroundings and smiled. "I'm back." The divine realm's teleportation proved remarkably convenient. Next, he would instantly return to the military base, conducting transactions with the personnel from the virtual universe, all without consuming much of his time. This time, all 3 of Wang Yi's bodies departed from the Flame Offering Continent. His human form returned to the military camp, while his void insect race and flame star giant beast avatars returned to the time realm to continue their cultivation, preparing for future endeavors. With the acquisition of 571.7 billion mixed yuan units, Wang Yi could procure various items to further enhance his strength and make additional preparations. Chapter 335. Return to the military base. Upon Wang Yi's return to the military base, within the virtual universe on Thunder Island, the palace shrouded in chaotic energy was the residence of the Lord of Chaos. At the edge of a precipice, a figure in golden robes engaged in conversation with a silhouette engulfed in darkness. The area where the Lord of Chaos sat was marked by boundless tranquility and serenity, while the region occupied by the dark figure was steeped in infinite darkness, evoking a sense of dread. Who would have thought that Wang Yi's power had grown so formidable? In just a year on the outer battlefield, he has slain so many kings, including those at the pinnacle of kingly strength. The Lord of Chaos mused, a hint of astonishment coloring his tone. This was significantly beyond his initial expectations. Even the legendary Kadi, at the peak of the Realm Master level, had only managed to slay a marquis. Yet Wang Yi's prowess far surpassed that. The great being opposite him intoned solemnly. No matter how exceptional a genius may be, he remains merely a Realm Master. Wang Yi undoubtedly harbors additional secrets. Otherwise, despite his extraordinary will and consciousness, even with the Emperor armor and comprehension of the laws reaching the 20th layer, he wouldn't be able to so effortlessly vanquish peak kings. Indeed, both great beings recognize that humans are inherently self-serving and cannot achieve absolute altruism. They understood Wang Yi's reluctance to divulge certain secrets. The prolonged existence of such super beings had made them acutely aware that those exceptional talents, after acquiring unique inheritances and rare treasures, typically shy away from disclosure. Human nature inclines towards self-interest. It is this very self-interest that compels individuals to strive for greater strength, to protect their loved ones, and to safeguard their kin. These super beings were well aware that such matters should not be forced upon inquiry, lest they provoke the resentment of gifted individuals. The more talented the individual, the prouder their spirit. The Lord of Chaos furrowed his brow, contemplating. I never anticipated he would possess Emperor armor. While he hails from Earth and shares a deep connection with that realm, it is not surprising that he could wield the Emperor armor. However, even the Flame God race considers the Emperor armor a treasure of immeasurable value, one we have never acquired. How could it come into Wang Yi's possession? The shadowy figure replied, I cannot say for certain, but the shadow has conducted an investigation. And I can assure you that Wang Yi has no ties to that side. He must have obtained the Emperor armor through some fortuitous encounter. The Shadow Monarch, head of the intelligence department of the Virtual Universe Company and also of the Hongmeng Intelligence Department, was a cosmic overlord and one of his disciples. The Emperor armor demands a tremendous physical threshold. A realm master simply cannot endure it. Thus, it is his avatar that utilizes the armor. This avatar is a unique life form, augmented by various amplification secret techniques and methods, allowing him to exhibit power far exceeding that of an ordinary immortal deity. However, the fact that he can don the Emperor armor, even if only to a limited extent, is truly astonishing, the shadowy figure exclaimed. The human race had long been aware of the existence of the Emperor armor and the King armor, investing immense effort in research, yet they had achieved nothing. Moreover, the universe is inherently fair. Even armors like the Emperor armor and King armor, which enhance strength, impose significant burdens on the body. For instance, the King armor requires one to possess 10,000 times the power of a realm master to wear it. Wang Yi must also cultivate the Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, Purgatory God General Inheritance, and the Beast God's power to don it. Thus, without the extraordinary Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, one could not utilize the Emperor armor, King armor, or Soul armor. Consequently, both ancient great beings deduced that Wang Yi must have encountered a unique opportunity. Moreover, this unique opportunity allows him to defy the laws governing the universe's operation in certain aspects. And yet, it remains unshackled by the oppressive laws of cosmic operation. Such a rarity is indeed precious. The reason many unparalleled geniuses stand alone in their brilliance is that they possess extraordinary fortunes that elude the common man. The Lord of Chaos nodded gently, his primary concern being whether Wang Yi had any connections with the Yin God clan, followed by the origins of Wang Yi's strength. A realm master slaying a peak king is astonishing, even on a universal scale. Moreover, how many years has Wang Yi even trained? Even with treasures that accelerate the passage of time, such achievements are remarkable. In truth, maintaining the operation of time sanctuaries consumes an immense amount of energy. The greater the ratio of time flow, the more exorbitant the costs, and the more challenging the maintenance. The passage of time in the universe is inherently prolonged, and combat serves as the best means of honing one's skills, which is why few factions arrange for their geniuses to seclude themselves in solitary training. As Wang Yi's displayed potential and talent grow stronger, the human race naturally places increasing importance upon him. It is now known that Wang Yi possesses two avatars. One is a colossal flame beast, and the other, a unique life form from the Voidworm race. Remarkably, each body possesses at least the combat power of a peak king, and even Wang Yi's human form is no exception. My disciple has indeed acquired an exceptional student. I find myself somewhat envious of him. A glimmer of amusement danced in the eyes of the Lord of Chaos. I now eagerly anticipate Wang Yi's future to be so formidable during the Realm Master phase, not to mention the prospect of becoming immortal. The human race indeed harbors great expectations for Wang Yi. After all, he is the first prodigy in human history. Darkness, I entrust you with the outer battlefield. The Lord of Chaos spoke gravely, deeming matters concerning the cosmic sea as not urgent. I understand. The shadow of darkness nodded slightly. Regardless, it should take Wang Yi no more than 1,000,000 years to reach the status of a revered one. This span of time is but a fleeting moment for us. Insignificant in the grand scheme. The most crucial aspect is the potential for our race to gain another superpower. Furthermore, there are others on the outer battlefield besides myself. Darkness's tone was nuanced, as Pang Bo was exceedingly concerned for his disciple and had already sent his own avatar to assist. His avatar also possesses the combat strength of an ordinary cosmic lord. Revered Pang Bo, the master of the heavenly dome, is remarkably low-key, much like Darkness, having lived in the shadows of the human race for countless eons without engaging much in the outside world. Consequently, the outside realm remains largely unaware of his circumstances. Who could have guessed that his other avatar is renowned throughout the cosmos? The human race boasts several cosmic overlords. However, due to their inherently ordinary existence, most cosmic overlords are of standard caliber. Figures such as revered Ancestor Tree, Lord of the Star Prison, and Master of the Celestial Erosion Palace are immensely powerful cosmic overlords with extraordinarily unique fortunes and the ability to manifest avatars. Under normal circumstances, the number of top cosmic overlords in a faction should be roughly equivalent to the number of cosmic lords. The human race has over a dozen cosmic lords, but only 3 top cosmic overlords, primarily due to the inherent weaknesses of humanity. As one of the earliest and oldest revered ones among the human race, Pang Bo also possesses an avatar, and it is notably formidable. The main battle avatar of revered Pang Bo is none other than the Lord of the Star Prison. He himself has remained entrenched in the abyss of purgatory for eons, diligently honing his skills, while his avatar wages war in the external realm under the name of the Star Prison Demon Lord. The Master of Celestial Erosion and the Star Prison Demon Lord are members of the Virtual Universe Company, while revered Ancestor Tree is affiliated with the Giant Axe Duel Arena. As for Darkness, who engages in equal dialogues with the Lord of Chaos, he is indeed one of the oldest and most elite existences within the human race. However, he remains exceedingly low-key and secretive. He seldom interferes in the affairs of the human race, rarely makes an appearance, and very few are even aware of his existence. Nonetheless, the Dark Lord enjoys a formidable reputation in the cosmic sea. He is regarded as a fearsome cosmic lord. If we can indeed give birth to another cosmic lord, it would be a blessing for my lineage of the virtual universe as well as for humanity. The Lord of Chaos expressed with a sigh. Let us hope Wang Yi does not disappoint us. Becoming a cosmic lord is no mean feat, even though Wang Yi possesses astonishing talent and fortuitous circumstances. The Lord of Chaos and the great existences of the human race merely regard the possibility of Wang Yi becoming a cosmic lord as quite high. As for the most powerful beings beyond the cosmic lords, the human race currently has only the Giant Axe as the strongest cosmic entity. Even great existences like the Lord of Chaos have failed to achieve the status of the strongest cosmic being over the years. The thought itself is daunting. While the Lord of Chaos conversed with the Dark Lord, Wang Yi had already returned to Base 026 of the military camp. Ordinarily, the journey from the Yin Festival continent to the transit point, then traversing through the Dark Universe before finally arriving back in the original universe to reach Base 026, would take over 3 months. However, with the aid of divine kingdom teleportation and instantaneous movement, Wang Yi accomplished the return in less than a day. Indeed, divine kingdom teleportation is the swiftest and most convenient means of travel in the universe. At the military base, inside the spacecraft, Wang Yi gazed at the military camp from afar. The saucer-shaped spacecraft appeared as a mere grain of sand, while the military base loomed like a colossal planet. Beep. Soldier Wang, your spacecraft is now under the command of the military base. Resistance is prohibited. Any attempt to resist will provoke an assault from the base, and you shall bear the consequences. As the spacecraft approached the divine base, control was forcibly seized. Whoosh! The spacecraft was guided through one of the passages of the military camp, and after flying along the circular corridor for quite some time, entered a grand hall. Wang Yi stepped out of the spacecraft, which then vanished. Welcome, soldier. A human attendant clad in a silver uniform greeted Wang Yi with a smile as he emerged from the hatch. Would you prefer to retire or rest at the base? I would like to rest. Please follow me. The two transformed into streaks of light as they flew, with the attendant providing an introduction along the way. Wang Yi had now fulfilled the military merit quota, and as a free soldier, he was not bound by the military system's arrangements, granting him the freedom to choose when to fight and when to rest, either leading troops or choosing to venture solo into the outer battlefield. However, it is quite rare for individuals to traverse the outer battlefield alone. Typically, only the more formidable or solitary experts would do so. The attendant guided Wang Yi to a region several thousand kilometers away, relaying some details before departing. Within this expanse of several thousand kilometers, there were mountains, rivers, forests, as well as snow and deserts. This was indeed one of the finest accommodations within the military base, akin to residing on a planet for a vacation. For a military base with a diameter of several million kilometers, creating such space was a simple endeavor. Wang Yi's residence was nestled atop a towering ancient tree, thick enough for 10 individuals to embrace, surrounded by a lush forest. There, he found a treehouse villa. From this moment onward, the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the villa belonged solely to him until he departed the outer battlefield. Soldier Wang Yi, this island is your private island. During your stay, no one else is permitted to enter. What a splendid place. Wang Yi marveled at the exquisite beauty of the forest villa. The scenery here is also quite enchanting, refreshing the spirit. Wang Yi felt that the icy demeanor brought on by the relentless battles on the Yin festival continent had somewhat softened. He shed his armor and the Mo Yun vine attire, opting instead for casual clothing commonly worn on Earth, and slipped on sandals as he strolled along the naturally formed path among the tree branches. The tree canopy alone spanned hundreds of meters in diameter, adorned with intertwining vines and vibrant blossoms, resembling a miniature kingdom. At that moment, had one not noticed the black mask adorning his face, he would have appeared as an ordinary youth. "Hey!" A voice called from a distance. Wang Yi turned to see a beautiful girl with green short hair and green markings on her face, perched barefoot on a massive tree branch, clad in a flowing green dress, smiling down at him. Despite the distance, both being formidable beings, they could see each other clearly. The green-haired girl cheerfully greeted, "Hello, newcomer. My name is Chris. Welcome to the neighborhood. I am Blackface." Wang Yi replied with a smile. "Blackface?" The green-haired maiden scrutinized the mask upon his visage, suddenly realizing, you are the king of seals? Aren't you? I believe we have not met before. Do you possess a title? This free territory serves as a residence for the free soldiers, although the accommodations vary significantly. Some are mere ordinary abodes on the land, while others, more elevated, are spacious and comfortable villas. The most prestigious residences, such as those that occupy an entire island or mountain peak or a tract of forest, are typically reserved for those of exceptional military merit, generally at the kingly level. Indeed, I am a king, having just arrived. As for my title, Wang Yi paused momentarily. In the Yinji continent, I am known as the Insect King. Titles matter little to Wang Yi. As long as they are not overly unpleasant, he is indifferent. "So, you are the Insect King," exclaimed Chris, her eyes widening in surprise. "Is there something amiss?" Chris regarded him for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Hee, Black Mask. You may not be aware, but your reputation in the Yinji continent has soared recently. Rumor has it that the Insect faction is offering a bounty for information about you. I've heard many in the military camp discussing their search for you. Do exercise caution." "Oh, it's nothing," Wang Yi replied calmly. "It is merely an undying level insect queen. In the end, it is uncertain who will hunt whom. His void insect clone, the Godslayer King, is also under a bounty from the mechanized faction. Speaking of which, the kingly limit of that mechanized faction should be resolved upon his return." "You seem quite confident," she remarked. "By the way, my title is the Illusory Moon King." The green-haired maiden blinked and smiled. "I hail from the planet Augustus. Have you heard of it?" A hint of pride graced her expression as she spoke of her homeland. "Oh," Wang Yi realized, pondering to himself. No wonder she seemed somewhat familiar. Is this not the place where Qian Shui and Jiang Mo originated? In contrast to the delicate Qian Shui, the short-haired Chris before him exuded a more spirited demeanor. "I come from a small star domain within the Iron Minister universe," Wang Yi stated, adhering to the fictional identity assigned by the Virtual Universe Company. The two engaged in conversation. Chapter 336, Mobilization. Having resolved to sell all the spoils acquired, Wang Yi first employed a detector to thoroughly scan the various items, recording all data before subsequently simulating them in the virtual universe. Afterward, he contacted the acquisition department of the Virtual Universe Company to sell everything. Given Wang Yi's current status, the representatives from the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company dared not undervalue his treasures, displaying utmost sincerity, resulting in a final sale price exceeding his expectations, totaling an impressive 580 billion mixed essence units. However, the acquisition department of the Virtual Universe Company naturally could not incur losses. They merely ensured that no profit was made from him. Once the transaction was confirmed, the following day, personnel from the Virtual Universe Company arrived at the treehouse where Wang Yi resided. 3 men clad in battle armor soared to the edge of the ancient tree, one of whom was a formidable Undying King, while the other 2 were also of the Undying Marquis rank. "Sir, please present your goods to me," the Undying King said with a courteous smile. He had been expressly instructed by the headquarters prior to departure, understanding that this transaction was of no ordinary significance. In fact, the team dispatched to receive the goods was led by an Undying King, as the value of such transactions typically reached hundreds of billions. "This is the cargo," Wang Yi offered, extending a spatial ring. With a flicker, a mystical light emanated from the Undying King's arm, penetrating the spatial ring, and a moment later, a voice declared, "Cargo confirmed." "Sir, the transaction is successful. Thank you for your support of our Virtual Universe Company." The Undying King slightly inclined his body. Before departing with his 2 attendants, never having set foot within Wang Yi's private domain. This was a private territory, and regulations within the military forbade any life form from stepping onto the territory without Wang Yi's permission. Safe travels, Wang Yi chuckled. With the sale of these items, he would see a substantial influx of funds, thereby augmenting his strength. "Black Mask, what's the matter? You seem quite jubilant, Chris," the green-haired maiden playfully inquired as she strolled over from a distance. "Have you encountered something fortuitous?" "Haha, I've just made a bit of money. Would you care to join me for a drink?" "Oh, I shan't decline," Chris replied, accepting the invitation without hesitation. "Haha, 580 billion mixed essence units." Wang Yi's hearty laughter echoed from the balcony of the manor in the primitive zone of the virtual universe, drawing the curious gazes of the servants. To them, it seemed as though their lord was still engaged in training within the Chaos City, unaware that he had ventured to the outer battlefield, slaying countless Undying, and had just acquired a fortune comparable to that of an invincible king. Wang Yi downed the fine wine in his cup, discarding the vessel, and returned to his study, opening his laptop. It was time to contemplate what to purchase next. Wang Yi, now a core member of the Virtual Universe Company's primitive zone, held a unique status, with privileges surpassing that of an ordinary Dominion Lord. And as a member of the Hongmeng, he had access to various channels for acquiring treasures, possessing 580 billion mixed essence units in wealth. It would be folly to leave it merely on paper. It must be swiftly converted into strength to bolster his power. How should he proceed? Of my 3 bodies, only the Flame Star Behemoth requires substantial materials to cultivate Flame Star transformation. Yet the cost is prohibitively high and does not significantly enhance its capabilities. The Mo Yun Vine, the Insect Queen, can be disregarded. Wang Yi pondered it seriously. Ultimately, he resolved to allocate 300 billion mixed essence units to purchase 1 kilogram of Fimo Venom. An ordinary Undying King could be dealt with by Wang Yi himself, but Fimo Venom would enhance the efficiency of eliminating peak or limit Undying Kings. Additionally, he would procure a considerable supply of Water God Source crystals, amounting to 20 billion mixed essence units, as they are the most compatible energy source for the locking void arm. He spent 120 billion points to elevate the Missouri Yun Vine from a high-level Undying King to the pinnacle of the Undying King tier. The defensive capabilities of the Mo Yun Vine at this level would surpass even that of a limit Undying King. Moreover, he expended 11 billion points to acquire an evolution heart, integrating it into a metallic body, allowing the intelligent life form Bermuda to inhabit it, resulting in a complete fusion with the metallic form. The intelligent life form Bermuda, which had accompanied Wang Yi since its inception, would also gain the most precious physical evolutionary form, significantly enhancing its perception of the cosmic laws, reaching a level comparable to that of ordinary human powerhouses. Furthermore, as cultivation progressed, its body would continually strengthen, with improvements in flexibility, resilience, and other attributes, resembling a true physical form. With the conditions established, Wang Yi had no qualms about aiding Bermuda, who had been like a child to him, in attaining rebirth. Subsequently, he spent approximately 600 billion mixed essence units to acquire 2 of the most potent fire God Source crystals, each costing nearly 300 billion mixed essence units. Each crystal possessed a destructive force equivalent to 10 times that of a peak Undying King's self-detonation. There even existed a certain probability that they could obliterate a limit Undying King. Finally, He allocated the remaining funds to purchase materials for the Flame Star Behemoth to cultivate the second tier of Flame Star Transformation, sufficient to ensure the successful completion of its training at that tier. At that moment, through the special secret technique of Flame Star Transformation and the innate secret method of the Flame Star Body, its size could increase 1,000-fold. However, the overall strength would not see a substantial enhancement. It would merely become more resilient to attacks. Thus, this enormous fortune of 580 billion mixed essence units had nearly been expended. 026 Military Base. Chris, Black Mask, clad in dark red battle armor with a black mask adorning his face. Wang Yi clinked glasses with a green-haired maiden in an emerald battle garb, both raising their cups in a toast. Black Mask, how long do you intend to stay upon your return? Chris inquired. I shall soon depart from the military camp and return to the Yinji continent. Wang Yi responded. To the Yinji continent, you say? Claris twirled a lock of hair that cascaded down beside her ear, exuding a hint of allure as she smiled and remarked. You have already attained the strength of a king. What is there to gain in a place like the Yinji continent? Why not accompany me to the Star Tower? This time, I have invited several longtime friends to venture together into the Star Tower, which is truly where we, as kings, ought to be. Among the most perilous locations of the 7th battlefield, there are several. However, the Star Tower is the one closest to the 026 military base. Oh! Wang Yi felt a flicker of interest, but ultimately shook his head. I have matters to attend to in the Yinji continent, so I cannot join you this time. Perhaps next time. Although the Yinji continent has few king-level powerhouses, it is abundant in marquises and ordinary immortal deities. Wang Yi found it challenging to hunt kings. But dealing with those below the rank of marquises was a simple task. He wished to enhance the progress of his hunting tasks before heading to the Star Tower. Very well, if you decide to go in the future, just contact me, Claris replied. In the 7th battlefield, true kings belonging to humanity are few and far between. Allow me to introduce you to some friends shortly. Claire's friends, of course, were all kings. All right, Wang Yi nodded with a smile. Although the restaurant was spacious, other ordinary immortal deities and marquises instinctively kept their distance from this area, for it was a domain where only kings engaged in conversation. On the 6th day at the military base, 3 figures zipped through the mountains and lakes, swiftly reaching the edge of Wang Yi's private territory. You have finally arrived. Wang Yi emerged from his exquisitely crafted treehouse. Sir, this is the merchandise you ordered. It is all here. The leader of the trio, an immortal deity, respectfully presented a world ring, which was also a gift for him. The world ring flew directly towards Wang Yi and hovered before him. After dismissing the delivery personnel from the Virtual Universe Company, Wang Yi grasped the world ring and delved into it with the power of the world, soon revealing a faint smile. This time, Wang Yi expended 58 billion mixed primal units to acquire 1 kilogram of Fama venom. And with 20 billion mixed primal units of Water God Source Crystal, he still possessed 3 additional ones, totaling 36 billion Fire God Source Crystals, along with 2 Supreme Fire God Source Crystals. This treasure would elevate the Mo Yun Vine from a high-ranking king level to the pinnacle of king level, providing the evolutionary heart for the intelligent life form Bermuda at his side, and finally, a vast array of materials to facilitate the second layer of the Yinxing Behemoth's Yinxing transformation training. However, Wang Yi still had some military merits and points yet to be exchanged. With everything prepared, it was time to set off for the Yinji continent, Wang Yi murmured. The following day, Wang Yi bid farewell to the friends he had just made and boarded a spaceship, departing from the military base. Mo Yun, initiate the Divine Realm teleportation. Wang Yi commanded. The petite Mo Yun vine began to glow, emanating a powerful aura of law, casting a dazzling golden light that enveloped the surroundings, including Wang Yi himself. Buzz, enveloped in the light, Wang Yi caught a glimpse of a distant golden divine mountain. The Divine Realm teleportation is somewhat akin to ultra-long-distance instantaneous movement. However, this teleportation is not a result of comprehending the laws of the universe and understanding spatial laws. Rather, it is a unique ability inherent to the Divine Realm since its inception. Whoosh! Wang Yi and the Mo Yun Vine swiftly traversed along this beam of light, entering the Divine Realm. Deep within a desolate desert at the edge of the Yinji continent, spatial ripples spread outward, and golden light illuminated the area. Clad in dark red battle armor, Wang Yi appeared out of thin air. I have returned to the Yinji continent. With a thought, he vanished, and the next moment re-emerged thousands of kilometers beneath the desert surface. Instantaneous movement. Simultaneously, a towering figure cloaked in purple gold and a colossal silhouette, reminiscent of the sun, rising, materialized in the desert. The Void Insect Clan's avatar and the Yinqing behemoth's avatar. This time, I shall indulge in slaughter. Wang Yi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. War God, I shall take my first strike against you. Did you not wish to place a bounty on my head? Well, I shall grant you the opportunity. Whoosh! A black metal spaceship resembling a bat soared overhead. Inside the vessel was a marquee-level powerhouse from the mechanical faction along with several immortal deities from his team. What is this? Suddenly, he noticed a strange target appearing on the detection device. The intensity of the aura detected was that of a king. The alien was taken aback. Who is it? Which faction do they belong to? The alien Marquis held his breath, anxiety coursing through him. Simultaneously, he observed the images transmitted back from the detection device. Is this the Hunter God King? Approximately 100 million kilometers away, the Void Insect Clan's avatar, having disabled its detection apparatus while retaining the scanning function, stood atop a high peak and glanced in the direction of the alien spaceship. A Marquis level brat, consider yourself fortunate. Within the spaceship, the alien Marquis was exhilarated. During this period, news of War Goddess bounty of 20 million Yuan units on the Hunter God King had spread throughout the entire faction. I can't believe I've stumbled upon the Hunter God King right here. My luck is extraordinary. The alien Marquis found it hard to believe, but promptly contacted War God. Hurry, hurry. I hope this Hunter God King does not depart too swiftly. TSK, this communication is rather slow. In the vastness of the universe, communication is a profound challenge. Even among the pinnacle factions, only humanity and the mechanical race can exchange messages from any location in the cosmos. While the mechanical race's virtual world typically covers only the span of a star region, across the entire mechanical domain, they possess hundreds of star regions, each being a separate virtual world. Once outside the mechanical domain, while communication remains possible in other parts of the universe, it is merely a rudimentary form of long-distance conversation. Only humanity possesses the virtual universe, a wondrous existence that can simulate any cosmic law and even merge them. The virtual universe can extend to any location, encompassing even another universe's primordial realm within its control. With the aid of the virtual universe, humanity's strength can effectively unite, dominating a segment of the universe and establishing itself as a pinnacle faction, which is hardly surprising. At the same time, on the boundless Yinji continent, atop a towering mountain that jutted out like a sword, stood a silver pyramid palace radiating endless light, clad in black battle armor and exuding a dense aura of darkness. War God walked alone within the grand palace. It has been so many days, yet the Hunter God King has not provided any news. War God clenched his fists. Could it be that the Hunter God King suffered grievous injuries? Has he left the outer battlefield or departed from the Yinji continent altogether? War God could not help but entertain such thoughts. He had arranged to meet with several super strong allies from his faction, ready to strike as soon as they discovered the Hunter God King's whereabouts. Yet now, the Hunter God King seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving him increasingly anxious as even his allies had not made any discoveries. At that moment, War God suddenly sensed a change. Ding, ding, Master. There's a call invitation and an email arriving simultaneously, both from the same source within the military system, the intelligence system notified. Accept it. War God replied immediately. Clap. A shimmering beam of light descended upon War God, transforming into a virtual projection. On the screen appeared a gaunt figure, slightly hunched, adorned with beetle-like wings and possessing eyes resembling those of a dragonfly. My lord, I have discovered the human faction's king-level powerhouse, the Hunter God King. The coordinates are included in the accompanying email. Discovered? War God's eyes sparkled with intensity. Excellent. I shall set off immediately. Once confirmed, I will reward you with the bounty. Chapter 337, The Hunter and the Prey. After terminating the communication, Zhan Wang proceeded to contact another formidable ally from his faction, the Giant Spirit King. Zhan Wang, what brings you to seek my assistance? Boomed a voice as deep and resonant as thunder within the palace. Giant Spirit King, you are the only one in our faction capable of teleportation across the Yinji continent. Zhan Wang addressed him with a degree of politeness. I would like to request your aid shortly. If that is all, then I have no objections, the Giant Spirit King replied with a generous demeanor. Thank you immensely. Giant Spirit King, Zhan Wang expressed. Once the task is accomplished, I assure you that your promised reward will be fulfilled. Although Zhan Wang had reached the pinnacle of the kingly realm, his mastery lay primarily in the laws of time, leaving him devoid of spatial teleportation abilities. Subsequently, Zhan Wang began to reach out to his accomplices. It is crucial to understand the immense difficulty in eliminating a kingly immortal. While it might be feasible to severely wound one, achieving a kill is exceedingly challenging. Thus, Zhanshan Wang needed to prepare meticulously in advance. After establishing contact with all his aides, Zhanshan Wang concluded the communications and stepped outside the palace, gazing up at the sky with a cold smirk. Hunter God King, this time you shall surely meet your demise. My lord, are you not coming yet? The anxious immortal of another race, stationed 1,000,000 kilometers away in the void, felt restless. I shall arrive shortly. Has the Hunter God King remained in position? He is still there, but my lord, it would be prudent for you to hasten your arrival. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the Hunter God King will not depart. Zhanshan Wang narrowed his eyes and reached out to his aides. Barbaric Spear King, have you not yet arrived? Zhanshan Wang. Both Chen Su Wang and Dragon Breath King and I have just departed from the Star Tower and are en route to the designated location. Please send someone to receive us. Traveling from the Star Tower to the Yinji continent would take at least half a year by spacecraft. Thus, these formidable beings gathered at a single location via divine kingdom teleportation, necessitating the assistance of the giant spirit king to retrieve them. The allies Zhanshan Wang had summoned to confront the Hunter God King, while powerful, lacked proficiency in spatial laws and teleportation, which is why he sought the giant spirit king's help. Soon, several figures materialized outside the palace. Zhanshan Wang, we have arrived, announced Barbaric Spear King, Chen Su Wang, and Dragon Breath King. Zhanshan Wang swiftly advanced outside the palace to greet his familiar allies before turning to the towering Giant Spirit King. Thank you, Giant Spirit King. I would appreciate it if you could teleport us to this location. Not a problem, the Giant Spirit King responded in his deep, resonant voice. In the Yinji continent, it is a significant feat for a kingly being to have slain over 100 marquises in a millennium. The remuneration Zhanshan Wang offered was quite generous. Since this task involved mere transportation rather than combat, the Giant Spirit King was more than willing to assist. However, had Zhanshan Wang requested allies to engage in life and death struggles, the cost would have escalated significantly, and he could not guarantee their willingness. Zhanshan Wang felt a twinge of regret. It was a pity that the Giant Spirit King was too timid to join in the confrontation against the Hunter God King, a testament to his reputation for caution. Zhanshan Wang, you have summoned us here. You must have located the Hunter God King's whereabouts. Spoke a robust man with disheveled hair, resembling a wild creature. Standing over 5 meters tall, his arms were so muscular they nearly reached his knees, and he carried a crimson spear adorned with blood-red divine inscriptions that shimmered intermittently. The spear's tip was shrouded in a halo of starlight, its aura distorting the very fabric of space. His voice was exceedingly coarse. Even in casual conversation, he resonated with a thunderous quality that instilled awe. This was Barbaric Spear King, a fellow Pinnacle King like Zhanshan Wang from the Mechanical Race faction. Alongside Barbaric Spear King were 2 other formidable beings. One was a rotund, blue-skinned giant with 2 heads and an unsightly visage, and the other, a half-transparent figure cloaked in mist, exuded an eerie malevolence. These were the other 2 peak king-level allies, Chen Su Wang and Dragon Breath King, whom Zhanshan Wang had specifically invited. In truth, the Yinji continent housed very few Pinnacle Kings. It was only within the perilous regions of the outer battlefield, particularly the Star Tower, that such powerful beings congregated. Zhanshan Wang had originally intended to head to the Star Tower, but the death of his disciple had compelled him to remain behind. Indeed, I must trouble you all this time, Zhanshan Wang remarked with a smile. Zhanshan Wang expended a substantial sum of 20 billion yuan units per individual in commission, as well as wealth from the Hunter God King's demise, to secure the aid of Barbaric Spear King and the others. The intricate strategies and spoils of war had already been discussed in detail. Thus, there was no need to waste time reiterating them. Friends, delay could lead to unforeseen changes. We must set out immediately, Zhanshan Wang urged. Agreed. The other 3 invited allies concurred without objection. They exchanged glances, yet communicated telepathically. Barbaric Spear King, what are your thoughts? If the Hunter God King is indeed as weakened as Zhanshan Wang claims, we should be more than capable of dispatching him easily. Should Zhanshan Wang be mistaken, we could decline to engage while still pocketing the 20 billion yuan units. That would not be a loss, he replied. Precisely, they agreed. Zhanshan Wang's willingness to invest such a significant amount against the Hunter God King indicated a deep-seated enmity between them. Kings are not fools. They assess circumstances and make informed judgments accordingly. Thereafter, the Giant Spirit King activated his teleportation, whisking the 4 powerful beings to a mountainous region millions of kilometers away on the Yinji continent. Whoosh! The Giant Spirit King and Zhanshan Wang's party materialized in an instant, startling the foreign marquis positioned several million kilometers away. However, upon confirming their identities through the military system, The Marquis sighed in relief. My lord, the Hunter God King is just ahead, the Marquis cautioned. Understood. Zhan Chun Wang utilized a detection device and soon spotted the Hunter God King standing alone atop a mountain peak, seemingly enjoying the scenery. He squinted his eyes. Indeed, it is the Hunter God King. Through his device, he could distinctly perceive the Hunter God King's image and aura. While the Hunter God King was rumored to possess pinnacle king strength, his current aura was akin to that of a high-ranking king. Zhan Chun Wang surmised that he had indeed sustained significant injuries during the explosion of the Fire God Source Crystal. A pinnacle king like the Hunter God King would be formidable. However, with their current assembly, they stood a substantial chance of annihilation if adequately prepared. Yet, Zhan Chun Wang remained oblivious to the fact that the void insect race's avatar could mimic and disguise its aura. Nevertheless, he harbored a slight suspicion. Why was the Hunter God King so easily detected? Was his detection device too rudimentary? Or was he intentionally luring others into a trap? Regardless, their formidable lineup would prevail, even if the Hunter God King had some hidden strategies. Your reward of 20 million Yuan units will be credited shortly. Zhan Chun Wang informed the foreign marquis before ending the communication and turning to the Giant Spirit King. Giant Spirit King, proceed as we previously agreed. Understood. As Zhan Chun Wang and his entourage appeared millions of kilometers away in an instant, the super-large detection device on the void insect race's avatar immediately registered their presence. 5. The silver-white eyes of the void insect race's avatar ignited with intensity. One was Zhan Chun Wang, another the Giant Spirit King, with 3 others unfamiliar yet evidently powerful, at least pinnacle kings. Wang Yi had previously researched the information on the kings of the Yinji continent. However, Barbaric Spear King and the others were from the Star Tower, making them unfamiliar to him. He could not recognize them. He observed as the Giant Spirit King led Zhan Chun Wang, swiftly teleporting in 8 directions, leaving behind a base ship at each of the 8 designated locations within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius. Mechanical race tactics, is it? Wang Yi musit internali, amusit. Unfortunately, you are unaware that I possess an avatar. While the void insect race's avatar remained in place, both his human and flame star giant beast forms were stationed at a distance. The methods employed by the mechanical clan primarily target internal adversaries. Yet they exhibit diminished efficacy against external threats, rendering them susceptible to interference. Nevertheless, King Zhanshan firmly believes that there are few capable of disrupting his arrangements from the outside. Especially at this very moment, I have established the 8 directions of annihilation within a diameter of 100 million kilometers, he asserts with unwavering confidence. The God Hunter King cannot escape now. Soon he shall comprehend our formidable prowess. In an instant, countless ethereal beams envelop a vast expanse of over 1 billion kilometers, cascading over the surrounding mountains and penetrating the unfathomable depths of the earth for tens of millions of kilometers, encompassing the boundless lakes, all firmly within his grasp. Even the avatar of the void insect clan atop the peaks finds itself ensnared within this domain. Within the 8 directions of annihilation, even a peak monarch would find it exceedingly difficult to evade capture. King Zhanshan stands confidently outside the luminous barrier, an immense prison, exuding an air of assurance. Truly impressive. The Barbarian Gun King and others exclaim in astonishment. Every member of the mechanical clan is regarded as a master of machinery, capable of effortlessly constructing a vast mechanical empire. Naturally, as their strength and comprehension deepen, the machines they create grow increasingly fearsome. The 8 directions of annihilation is a creation forged by a master of the mechanical clan at the cosmic sovereign level, perfectly aligned with King Zhanshan's characteristics and combat style, capable of unleashing unparalleled devastation. However, its activation incurs staggering costs, thus King Zhanshan seldom employs it. Yet, for the sake of avenging his junior brother and vanquishing the God Hunter King, he is willing to pay any price. Although my 8 directions of annihilation is formidable, to prevent the God Hunter King from desperately igniting his immortal body or employing other means, I will require your assistance, King Zhanshan declares. No problem, respond the Barbarian Gun King. The King of Qinshu and the Dragon Breath King in unison. They have detected that the God Hunter King's aura does not reach the pinnacle of monarch strength, and thus they have no intention of retreating. I shall initiate a spatial blockade, proclaims the King of Qinshu. With a flourish, his immortal divine power spreads out, suddenly vibrating, as if countless threads of immortal divine force weave a spider's web, entirely sealing off the spatial fluctuations within a 1 billion-kilometer radius. Indeed, the mechanical weaponry of the mechanical clan is remarkably ingenious. Within this space, I can sense that the spatial fluctuations are being affected, The avatar of the Void Insect Clan observes, gazing at the ever-rotating barrier above with a hint of surprise. However, maintaining such potent energy within a radius of over 100 million kilometers is no simple feat in the spatial blockade, Wang Yi remarks with a sardonic smile. It seems King Zhanshan is quite concerned about my escape. Yet, who knows it will flee in the end. Wang Yi remains unhurried to deploy the arm of spatial locking, reserving it for a critical moment. God Hunter King, I wonder where you shall flee now. A thunderous shout reverberates through the immortal divine power from afar. Today, this shall be your place of demise. The avatar of the Void Insect Clan looks up to see 3 streaks of light rapidly approaching from the distance, taking flight and flapping their wings, producing a resonant sound. King Zhanshan, you speak too soon. It may very well be you who falls today. God Hunter King, you are far too arrogant and ignorant. The haughty fool, on the brink of demise, remains so boastful. How pitiable. The 3 formidable monarchs charging forward are naturally the Barbarian Gun King, the King of Qinshu, and the Dragon Breath King, while the Giant Spirit King remains outside, merely observing the spectacle, leaving King Zhanshan to manipulate the 8 directions of annihilation. 3 formidable adversaries. Wang Yi's eyes glint with cold light, judging by their auras. One is at the peak of monarch strength, accompanied by 2 others at the pinnacle, at the speed of a monarch. Traversing a distance of 1 billion kilometers is but a fleeting moment. 8 directions of annihilation. Maximum energy output. Activate. King Zhanshan's voice resonates coldly from the pyramid-shaped spacecraft suspended in the heavens, radiating brilliance. Ultimate attack protocol of the 8 directions of annihilation. Activate. Target. Annihilate the God Hunter King. With a hum, the luminous barrier enveloping the billion-kilometer radius trembles, visibly shrinking, while the energy fluctuations continue to surge. Simultaneously, the spacecraft bases distributed across 8 directions commence their maximum energy output, emitting a heart-stopping energy reaction. As the energy barrier contracts to a range of 10 million kilometers, the colossal light spheres launch simultaneously from the spacecraft bases, hurtling toward Wang Yi. Wherever the light spheres traverse, the cosmic space shatters and explodes, carving a lengthy ravine. Wang Yi senses the astonishing energy fluctuations. Each light sphere likely rivals the collective force of 1 million insect legions. Such power is sufficient to gravely wound or even slay a peak monarch. Together, they are even more terrifying. Of course, within a 10 million kilometer range, Wang Yi still holds the possibility of evasion. God Hunter King, perish! Yet at this moment, the already prepared Barbarian Gun King and the other 2 formidable beings spring into action. The Dragon Breath King, specializing in soul attacks, unleashes a vast torrent of soul energy directed at Wang Yi. Meanwhile, the King of Qinshu, adept in spatial blockade techniques, manipulates chain-like telekinetic weapons, extending hundreds or even thousands of chains toward Wang Yi, sealing off all space. The most powerful, the Barbarian Gun King, acts decisively, raising the blood-red divine spear from his back, roaring fiercely as he hurls it toward Wang Yi. The blood-red spear instantly transforms into a streak of crimson lightning, tearing through space, racing toward Wang Yi with astonishing speed, ominously locking onto his form. The terrifying aura it emanates momentarily eclipses the other attacks. The 4 mighty beings launch their coordinated assault. As they initiate their attacks, Wang Yi, suspended in the heavens, also moves simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, it appears as though a purple lightning bolt has manifested in the sky. The 8 colossal light spheres, originally honed in on the avatar of the Void Insect Clan, suddenly lose their target, hesitating momentarily. Then, with a thunderous roar, they erupt in unison within the void. It is as if millions of stars are simultaneously meeting their doom. A brilliant golden radiance enveloping millions of kilometers, the core area melting into a torrent of particles due to unimaginable heat, radiating outward like a tidal wave. As the very fabric of space collapses, annihilating all in its path. Yet, the avatar of the Void Insect Clan remains utterly unaffected, confronting the Barbarian Gun King and the other 2 monarchs head-on. With a resounding roar, the Dragon Breath King, whose form twists and distorts like smoke, suddenly contorts inward, transforming into a gaping maw that emits an invisible soul-capturing sound, like the roar of a dragon or the growl of a tiger. The resounding sound waves strike the avatar of the Void Insect Clan in the form of a soul assault. The royal armor enveloping the avatar of the Void Insect Clan completely obstructs any material attack below 1 million times the power of a realm master, as well as soul attacks beneath the peak of monarch strength. Even if the threshold is exceeded, it still blocks over 90%. Such is the terrifying might of the royal armor. Although the Dragon Breath King is powerful, his soul attack cannot breach the royal armor's defenses without igniting his divine body. As the avatar of the Void Insect clan faces the wave of soul energy, it appears unaffected, moving with an eerie grace and speed, seemingly unfazed. How can this be possible? Even a peak monarch should feel some impact from my soul demon chant. The Dragon Breath King, unable to believe his eyes, struggles to comprehend why his prize technique has failed. As a peak monarch specializing in soul attacks, the Dragon Breath King's prowess is comparable to that of a peak monarch, primarily because most formidable beings lack expertise in soul magic, rendering them vulnerable in soul defense. Hence, this has contributed to his fearsome reputation. If his opponent remains unscathed by soul attacks, then the strength of a peak monarch specializing in the soul is inferior to that of an ordinary peak monarch. The avatar of the Void Insect clan dashes forward like lightning, wielding its battle blade with immense force, igniting a brilliant flash of light that cleaves through space, creating a massive rift in the cosmic fabric. The Crimson Divine Spear, with an awe-inspiring momentum, collided head-on with a force that seemed to shatter the very fabric of reality. How dare he withstand my divine spear? The Barbarian Spear King was initially taken aback, but soon a cold smirk graced his lips. As his intellect dulled along with his strength, now reduced to the higher echelon of the sovereign rank, this strike harnessed all his might, reaching the pinnacle of sovereign power. Even without igniting divine energy, he could effortlessly obliterate those of the higher sovereign tier. Boom! The clash of the battle blade and the divine spear sent shockwaves throughout the surrounding cosmos, obliterating space itself. Yet, the Barbarian Spear King, along with the likes of the Battle Monarch, stood in astonishment. What? That towering figure of purple and gold withstood the tremendous force of the Crimson Divine Spear without faltering. Blade light flickered, tearing through the ether. The fragments of space trembled and twisted as a powerful shockwave rippled outwards for thousands of kilometers. The blood-colored divine spear was sent flying, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing over hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He has ignited his divine body. No, I sense no signs of a divine body ignited. The Barbarian Spear King reached out, and the distant blood-colored spear materialized in his grasp, yet he paid it no mind. Instead, he focused on the God Hunter, who was swiftly approaching, unrestrained by the chains that bound him, his expression darkening. Battle Monarch, you have deceived us. He is not injured at all. The Barbarian Spear King transmitted his furious thoughts. Moreover, I suspect his strength may not even be at the pinnacle of the sovereign rank. Your intelligence is fundamentally flawed. The distinction between a fully capable sovereign at the pinnacle and one who is wounded and diminished is monumental. The Barbarian Spear King felt himself duped, igniting his ire. Outside the extinction light barrier, the Battle Monarch witnessed the unfolding scene and gritted his teeth. Three of you, I admit my oversight. But now that we have trapped the God Hunter here, you wouldn't want your effort to be in vain, would you? Therefore, let us continue our siege. To express my contrition, I shall forego this round of spoils. You may take your share. The Battle Monarch was resolute. Very well. If that is the case, let us proceed. The Barbarian Spear King and the other two sovereigns eagerly awaited this affirmation from the Battle Monarch. If their retaliation proved insufficient, they would not necessarily remain to engage the formidable God Hunter. The Battle Monarch regarded the God Hunter on the screen with cold eyes. Today, you must perish here. He continued to manipulate powerful mechanical weaponry to confront the God Hunter. Boom! From each ship's base, a 15-meter-tall, jet-black mechanical puppet burst forth, armed with an array of weapons such as blades, spears, and axes, exuding a formidable aura with intricate runic patterns. Each bore strength comparable to that of a sovereign at the pinnacle, a true ace in the Battle Monarch's hand. And the wealth expended to activate them was a source of great distress for him, were it not for his determination to eliminate the God Hunter. The Battle Monarch would not have deployed these 8 divine puppets. 8 divine puppets advance and eliminate the target. Meanwhile, on another front, the Void Insect clan's avatar flickered and vanished amidst the myriad intertwining chains, suddenly materializing before the Stellar King. The battle blade transformed into a dazzling spectrum of colors, enchanting in its beauty as it struck toward the Stellar King. What speed is this? The Stellar King's expression turned grave. He had always excelled in spatial confinement and entrapment, yet he had not anticipated the God Hunter's movement to be so formidable, utterly unimpeded, surpassing even the limits of the sovereign rank. Swish! A golden whip manifested in the Stellar King's hand, agilely snaking toward the God Hunter. The Barbarian Spear King was also rapidly closing in from another direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of phantoms appeared in succession, suddenly twisting and flashing as the Void Insect Clan's avatar repositioned itself to the opposite side of the Stellar King. So swift, the Stellar King felt a twinge of panic. The opponents he faced had never possessed such bizarre and rapid movements. The Stellar King was akin to a psychic master, while the Dragon Breath King resembled an illusionist, and the Barbarian Spear King embodied a martial artist's essence. This trio, when combined, amplified their strength exponentially. The Battle Monarch's choice of these three as allies was a well-considered strategy, and with the Extinction Light barrier encasing them, they had a genuine chance to encircle and eliminate their foe. Unfortunately, they had no inkling that they were up against the anomaly that was Wang Yi, whose surface appearance belied a strength far exceeding the sovereign limits. As the Void Insect Clan's avatar maneuvered to exploit an opening in the Stellar King's defenses, its silver eyes gleamed with lethal intent. "You wish to slay me?" The Stellar King barked defiantly, and with a flourish, countless vines erupted from his body, expanding rapidly, their surfaces resembling rugged gray rock, surging forth like an ocean in all directions. Rock thorn vines. These are the fruits of my tireless efforts and considerable wealth. A plant life form of the initial sovereign rank. Its hallmark is unparalleled defense, rivaling that of sovereigns at their pinnacle. Even those at the limits of sovereign power would find it challenging to breach its defenses. The Stellar King mused. Auxiliary plant life is quite rare among the ordinary immortals, and only a fraction of sovereign lords possess such capabilities. Yet the Stellar King had cultivated rock thorn vines of the initial sovereign rank, coupled with his spatial confinement abilities and weapon entanglement. Even if he could not defeat an opponent, he could still safeguard his own life. In the face of such a sudden and rapid explosion of a plant life form at the initial sovereign rank, should the God Hunter wish to evade entrapment, he would have to retreat, lest he find himself ensnared by the multitude of vines. Meanwhile, the other three formidable beings, along with the 8 puppets, surged forward. "Ha! Stellar King, splendid work. We shall join you." The others were invigorated. However, the Void Insect Clan's avatar paid no heed to the overwhelming gray vines that encircled it. The blood-colored battle blade transformed into a blurring streak of light, a radiant crimson arc cleaving through the oncoming tide of vines, shattering them and causing the very space around to splinter. The blade's momentum remained unabated, its terrifying force crashing through the defenses of the vines, unrelenting as it struck the Stellar King directly. The fierce blade light was indomitable, shattering the Stellar King's divine body. In an instant, the venomous Femo liquid, coated on the blade, began to wreak havoc, aggressively eroding the Stellar King's divine cells. Femo liquid, worth 300 million mixed yuan per gram, possesses a potent corrosive capacity, specifically concocted to erode divine bodies. Typically, just 10 grams can annihilate a sovereign at the peak limits. For one at the pinnacle of sovereign power, merely a gram suffices, and if their divine body is smaller, even less is required. As the battle blade's brilliance shredded the Stellar King's divine form, over a gram of the Femo liquid surged uncontrollably into the Stellar King's body. "My divine body, so easily shattered by his blade, what power is this?" The Stellar King remained in shock. He was at the pinnacle of sovereign power, with a divine body of immense resilience. Even a sovereign at their limits would find it challenging to leave a mark on him, let alone obliterate his divine form. Then, an expression of terror crossed his face. No. In the next instant, the Stellar King's divine body collapsed into nothingness. The Stellar King, a pinnacle sovereign who had roamed the battlefield of the mechanical faction for years, had fallen. What? Dead? The Stellar King is dead? How could a pinnacle sovereign be dispatched so swiftly? The Barbarian Spear King, the Dragon Breath King at a distance, and the watching Battle Monarch were all rendered speechless in shock. Under normal circumstances, only a sovereign at the limits could effortlessly annihilate one of the initial sovereign rank, while a sovereign at the high tier would find it exceedingly arduous to slay such an opponent, unless they were well-versed in soul attacks. A pinnacle sovereign, even at the limits, would require the burning of divine energy to achieve such a feat. Yet just moments ago, they had witnessed that terrifyingly beautiful blade light sweep across the Stellar King's form, resulting in his complete obliteration. This was a fully intact pinnacle sovereign. Even the Barbarian Spear King would not have imagined that he could so easily eradicate the Stellar King with a single strike. To vanquish the King of Qinshu, one would likely need to expend over 5 of their immortal divine power, a feat that places the Barbaric Spear King at the pinnacle of kingship. and recovery from such an exertion would be considerably more arduous than reaching the apex of kingship itself. Thus, it comes as no surprise that he has never succeeded in single-handedly slaying a peak king even on the battlefield of the Outer Realms. Let alone with but a single strike, the king of Chunxiu has fallen. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence. Both the barbaric Spear King and the Dragon Breath King, taken aback, halted their movements as the 8 divine puppets, under the control of the Battlestar King, also ceased their actions. Yet, the Void Insect Clan's doppelgangers would not be deterred by their pause. With a swift motion, the Void Insect Clan's doppelganger traced a ghostly trajectory towards the Dragon Breath King, who was startled with the death of the King of Chunxiu. The spatial barrier that relied on immortal divine power as a medium was lifted, bereft of spatial constraints. The lethality of the Void Insect Clan's doppelganger surged. Time seemed to freeze. Realizing there was no evading this fate, the Dragon Breath King was compelled to unleash his ultimate survival technique, simultaneously calling for aid from his ally. Barbaric Spear King, save me. The Barbaric Spear King hesitated for a moment before taking action, hurling forth his blood-red divine spear, intent on preserving his comrade. Swish, swish, swish. The form of the Void Insect Clan's doppelganger glided through the void, executing elegant and dreamlike arcs, evading the Dragon Breath King's time-stopping technique, and materializing beside him like a specter. With a single strike, the terrifying blade light re-emerged, breathtakingly beautiful yet replete with the aura of death. The Dragon Breath King was consumed with terror, but that figure was still cleaved apart by the blade light, his divine body extinguished in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the Barbaric Spear King felt a shiver run down his spine and turned to flee without hesitation. If he could withstand the Hunter King's swordsmanship and movement techniques, perhaps he would not be so fearful. However, he had just confirmed how fearsome the Hunter King's techniques were, both horrifyingly formidable and unfathomably elusive, leaving him devoid of confidence in his ability to withstand them. How could the Hunter King possess such terrifying strength, slaying both the Dragon Breath King and the King of Chunxiu with a single stroke? Surely, he must have employed some trickery. That blade is suspect. Although the Barbaric Spear King harbored these suspicions, he dared not linger any longer. Meanwhile, outside the vast protective barrier spanning millions of kilometers, within the Pyramid spaceship, the Battlestar King's expression was equally grim. The Hunter King is indeed formidable. Even the King of Chunxiu and the Dragon Breath King have perished. What monstrous entity have I provoked? The Battlestar King was also struck with fear. He speculated that the Hunter King must have revealed some hidden means to so effortlessly dispatch the King of Chunxiu and the Dragon Breath King. Yet, the Hunter King's own might was dreadfully imposing. Judging by his strength and speed, he had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of kingship. Even worse, according to the records, the Hunter King was adept at teleportation. To provoke a superpower capable of teleportation on the battlefield of the Outer Realms, one never knowing when they might suddenly strike, sent chills down the Battlestar King's spine. He did not possess the means of spatial teleportation himself. Should the Hunter King catch him, his demise would be highly probable. Flee. The Battlestar King no longer considered avenging his junior. There would always be another chance for that. But dying here would mean waiting indeterminately for some great being of his race to resurrect him. Great Spirit King, assist me. The Battlestar King sought help from the Great Spirit King of the same faction to escape this perilous situation. The Great Spirit King, also shaken by the Hunter King's terrifying prowess, had always been prudent and was already contemplating a retreat. Upon hearing the Battlestar King's plea, his eyes twinkled, and an affable smile appeared on his rugged face. Very well, 5 billion Yuan units. The Battlestar King was incensed. However, since Wang Yi had already resolved to take action, he was unlikely to grant them an opportunity to escape. Chapter 339, A Net to Capture All. The Battlestar King was taken aback that the Great Spirit King of his faction would seize the moment to exploit their misfortune. Gazing upon that genial visage, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. Great Spirit King, do not be excessive. I merely requested your assistance for a single teleportation, and you dare demand 5 billion Yuan units? The Battlestar King seethed with indignation. 5 billion Yuan units equated to 5 billion primordial units for humanity. A typical peak king would scarcely earn such a sum in a millennium on the battlefield of the Outer Realms. The Great Spirit King chuckled. Battlestar King, friendship is one matter, but business is another. You may choose to forego my assistance. Fine. Upon witnessing the dread Hunter King closing in on the fleeing Barbaric Spear King, the Battlestar King felt an ominous premonition. Despite the sting of parting with 5 billion Yuan units, He clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Transfer first. The Great Spirit King beamed. The Battlestar King had never perceived this giant as so detestable. The Great Spirit King, unfazed by offending the Battlestar King, hailed from a powerful clan, inherently independent from the mechanical clan, and was not afraid of repercussions. In the Outer Realms, they could not engage in conflict within their own faction, and he was unconcerned about the Battlestar King's retribution. Once they returned to their own territory, he would be even less apprehensive. Ding! 5 billion Yulon units confirmed. The Battlestar King glanced towards the protective barrier. At this moment, death befalls the friend. But not the seeker. The mechanisms capable of impeding even the most potent of kings were invaluable, and he was reluctant to forsake them. All units, initiate the escape plan. With a swish, the white protective barrier enveloping millions of kilometers dissipated, while the 8 black mechanical puppets swiftly rushed towards the spaceship's base, preparing to scatter and flee. The Hunter King, adept at teleportation, lacked the time to retrieve these mechanical facilities and could only allow them to escape autonomously. Battlestar King, the Barbaric Spear King, realizing his speed was inferior to that of the Hunter King, roared in frustration upon witnessing the Battlestar King's intent to retreat. His fury stemmed from the fact that the deaths of the Dragon Breath King and the King of Chinshu had occurred during this excursion. Though they were not close allies, they were still companions, and it was natural to feel sorrow for their demise. Yet the Battlestar King, that scoundrel, intended to flee alone. The Battlestar King cast a cold glance at him. Barbaric Spear King, may you find your own fortune. With the Hunter King proving to be so formidable, the Battlestar King dared not linger further. His intent was to vacate this place, even to leave the battlefield of the Outer Realms and find a place to hide. That was the Battlestar King's plan. At that moment, the Void Insect Clan's doppelganger coldly observed their direction, equipped with a large-scale detection instrument of venerable caliber. To him, the two were devoid of any secrets. Locking down the Void. Activation. The intangible secret runes of the Void Sacrifice began to ripple across billions of kilometers of space, akin to invisible ripples on a water surface. However, under the influence of these runes, the entirety of space fluctuated to a complete standstill, sealing it off entirely. It was a spatial lockdown. The fleeing Barbaric Spear King and the Great Spirit King, who was just preparing to teleport away alongside the Battlestar King. We're all taken aback. Battlestar King, I can no longer utilize teleportation. The Great Spirit King's voice carried a hint of panic. The doppelganger of the Void Insect Clan's silver-white eyes flickered with madness, declaring, "None shall escape." With a flash, the Void Insect Clan's doppelganger appeared behind the Barbaric Spear King. What explosive speed is this? The Barbaric Spear King hastily turned to retaliate with a thrust of his spear. Clang! In the instant of their clash, they both recoiled. The Barbaric Spear King bellowed, "Hunter King, I do not wish to continue this fight. Do not force my hand. I am at the pinnacle of kingship. And should you compel me, do not blame me for being ruthless." A hint of madness flickered in the Barbaric Spear King's gaze. Powerful beings beyond the peak of kingship nearly all possess their own trump cards, and the Barbaric Spear King was no exception. If truly pushed to the brink, the outcome of their duel remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Battlestar King and the Great Spirit King transformed into 2 streaks of light, fleeing in opposite directions. However, the Barbaric Spear King, in a curious twist, veered towards their direction, inadvertently closing the distance between them. Naturally, the Battlestar King found himself closest to the Barbaric Spear King. He silently cursed, while simultaneously hoping that the Barbaric Spear King and the Hunter King might annihilate each other. The Hunter King was his mortal enemy, and the Barbaric Spear King had also incurred his wrath. Should both perish, it would be to his greatest advantage, and perhaps he could benefit from the aftermath. As if sensing the Battlestar King's inner thoughts, the Hunter King remained undeterred by the Barbaric Spear King's threats, his figure flickering as he lunged forward once more. Hunter King, the Barbaric Spear King, now enraged, unleashed an overwhelming aura that shook the very fabric of space. Faced with such a formidable adversary, at the precipice of life and death, the Mad Gun King dared not hold back any longer. He ignited his divine body. "Hunter God King, you have forced my hand. Prepare to perish." A wild frenzy surged in the eyes of the Mad Gun King. An oval crystal, the size of a chicken egg, manifested at the center of his chest, within which crimson flickers of fire coursed, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. This revelation startled both the distant War Star King and the Giant Spirit King, who were observing the unfolding situation while retreating. What a terrifying presence, what could that be? Bang! The crystal shattered, and, as the Mad Gun King opened his mouth, the blood-red flickers were entirely consumed, their incredible, heart-stopping energy absorbed in an instant. Subsequently, his skin transformed to a deep crimson, as if his muscles were inflated, mysterious blood red, runes emerging on the surface of his body. The aura of the Mad Gun King suddenly became as ominous and profound as an abyss. The blood light surrounding him surged dramatically. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted into the sky, the powerful energy causing the surrounding space to tremble. I endured countless perils to obtain this treasure in the Blood Demon ancient land, and now you have forced me to unleash it. The Mad Gun King's eyes flickered with crimson lightning, descending into madness. Hunter God King, you must die today. Blood God Annihilation. In an instant, the Mad Gun King charged forward with astonishing speed, thrusting forth a spear that far surpassed the limits of a king. Enough with the chatter. The Void Insect Clan's doppelganger transformed into a twisting stream of light, hurtling toward the Mad Gun King. Boom! The two forces collided. Prior to the impact, neither the blood-red divine spear nor Wang Yi's battle blade created any discernible disturbance, clearly a testament to their immense energy concentration. However, at the moment of contact, the collision point erupted like the birth of a radiant sun, generating a terrifying heat that warped the surrounding space. The shockwave from their clash obliterating tens of thousands of kilometers of territory in an instant. The Void Insect Clan's doppelganger had now reached the pinnacle of the Realm Master with a staggering power of 7 million times. Meanwhile, the Mad Gun King himself was at the limit of the King Realm, his strength reaching 1 million times that of a Realm Master. With the addition of his ignited divine body and the mysterious crystal's energy, his power had soared well beyond tenfold. The collision of their forces had exceeded the level of 10 million times that of a Realm Master. Both combatants in the center of the battlefield bore the brunt of this terrifying shockwave. With a resounding crash, amidst the swirling debris of shattered space, the blood-red divine spear emerged, deflecting the battle blade, and struck against the Void Insect Clan doppelganger's hellish divine armor. Swish! The doppelganger executed an unbelievable twist, evading the blow, flickering in and out of existence before appearing behind him. Then, to the astonishment of the Mad Gun King, a blade slashed toward his back. How could you possibly withstand this? The Mad Gun King exclaimed in shock. The strike he had just unleashed utilized 3 of his divine body and the invaluable blood-red magic crystal, an explosion of power that could obliterate even the pinnacle of a king. Yet, the doppelganger had effortlessly blocked it, seemingly only slightly at a disadvantage in their direct confrontation. The Mad Gun King felt an icy chill. He sensed no signs of the Hunter God King having burnt his divine body or exhibiting any signs of injury. What manner of monstrous opponent is this? Unbeknownst to him, the royal armor worn by the Void Insect Clan doppelganger could mitigate over 90% of the impact, and with its strength at the pinnacle of 7 million times, it was unyieldingly formidable. The reduced force was easily borne, and even if injured, recovery was instantaneous. As the Mad Gun King grappled with his dread, the doppelganger surged forth like a ghostly specter. The breathtakingly beautiful blade light reappeared. Clang! The Mad Gun King strained to defend himself. At that moment, his strength exceeded that of the doppelganger, yet he found himself in disarray. Bewildered by the doppelganger's bizarre and overwhelming speed, the erratic movement trajectory and the rapid appearance of phantoms bewildered him to the brink of madness. Swish! 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 The doppelganger flickered repeatedly, appearing in various locations, unleashing cold, blood-red blade strikes against the Mad Gun King, who was at the apex of his power. Meanwhile, in his mind, the doppelganger immersed himself in the sublime essence of swordsmanship. After creating the pinnacle secret technique of mental weaponry, Wang Yi had continually sought to develop a melee sword technique of the highest caliber, yet he had been stymied by a bottleneck. Bottlenecks are enigmatic. Sometimes, years of painstaking research yield no insight, while at other moments, a sudden flash of inspiration leads to progress. Now, Wang Yi was merging his years of insight and experience, preparing to unveil a higher level of sword art. Suddenly, the doppelganger's eyes gleamed. Swish! He flickered into existence behind the Mad Gun King and slashed downward. Temporal blade. The Mad Gun King attempted to block, only to find that the strike seemed to originate from a different temporal dimension, visible yet intangible. Time had been disrupted. This blade was ghostly and ephemeral, appearing one moment and vanishing the next. The Mad Gun King's previously impenetrable defense faltered, leaving an opening. The dazzling blade sliced into the Mad Gun King's divine body, tearing through his armor and penetrating his flesh, the toxin on the blade commencing its corrosive assault. The Mad Gun King swiftly expelled the eroded portion of his divine body. Yet a second and a third strike followed. A dawning realization washed over the Mad Gun King's eyes. He understood he could not withstand the Hunter God King's blades. Death was inevitable. Hunter God King. This enemy is more terrifying than I imagined. Ha! Who would have thought that after achieving the pinnacle of king for countless years, I would meet my demise here today? My friends, my teachers, my disciples, I hope for a day of resurrection, to see you all once more. The Mad Gun King gazed upon the mesmerizingly beautiful blade, light descending upon him, feeling utterly powerless in that moment. Puffed. The Mad Gun King fell in the outer battlefield. It had taken years for kings to fall, yet today, 2 pinnacle kings and 1 king at the limit had perished in quick succession. The distant War Star King and Giant Spirit King felt a chill run through them. The mechanical race felt no cold. Yet the heart of the War Star King was frozen. Had the Mad Gun King truly fallen? He was at the apex of king, dominating the outer battlefield, nearly invincible. How could he be slain by the Hunter God King? Did the Hunter God King possess unrivaled strength? The War Star King was genuinely terrified. Flee! Flee madly. In a radius of 1 billion kilometers, the elusive void sacrificial patterns were scattered everywhere, halting all spatial fluctuations. This rendered the Giant Spirit King incapable of teleporting to escape with the War Star King, forcing them to separate in their flight. Wang Yi's Void Insect Clan doppelganger glanced towards the Giant Spirit King and then pursued the direction of the War Star King. The War Star King, being at the limit of a king, was more manageable for the doppelganger to handle. The Giant Spirit King, witnessing the Hunter God King pursuing the War Star King, sighed in relief. 2 pinnacle kings, 1 king at the limit, all perished in a single battle, and the architect of this devastation was the Hunter God King, who had only recently arrived on the outer battlefield. The depths of the Hunter God King's concealment were astounding. Everyone believed him to be merely a pinnacle king. Yet he possessed the capability to eliminate a king at the limit. How terrifying! Such a formidable being is a rarity even in the outer battlefield. I, Karoo, am privileged to witness the rise of this superlative powerhouse. The Giant Spirit King felt his blood boiling. In the outer battlefield, countless strong entities exist, yet a few stand at the pinnacle, seemingly invincible. Like the Insect Clan South Punishment, the Seven-Sword King of humanity, and the Xuanmu King of the demon race. Wait, these are all characters on the brink of becoming invincible kings. The War King is in deep trouble, having provoked such a fearsome opponent. His fortunate days on the battlefield are at an end. The Giant Spirit King lamented, pondering whether this Hunter King was a hidden king among humans or from another race. Before he could finish his lament, he suddenly noticed streaks of light rushing towards him from both directions. In front, a colossal dark red beast sword, its golden, divine wings casting shadows over the land, its eyes like burning lakes filled with a desire to annihilate all. Behind, it was a magnificent avian monstrosity, and within its illusory form, a figure with black hair clad in dark red armor swiftly approached, standing on a stone disc, his black eyes gleaming like cold stars beneath his crimson faceplate. The murderous intent that permeated the atmosphere intensified as the 2 formidable beings closed in on the Giant Spirit King. His imposing figure stiffened slightly. The Lord of the Flame Star? The Insect King? Chapter 340. Enslaving the War King. The true form of Wang Yi and his Flame Star Beast avatar had long been lurking near the battlefield, intent on capturing the War King and his comrades. Insect King, Lord of the Flame Star, what are your intentions? The Giant Spirit King felt a surge of foreboding as he saw the 2 human champions emerge, clearly with premeditated designs. Could this all be the Hunter King's scheme? It seemed so unjust that the likes of the Barbarian Gun King had fallen. Giant Spirit King, since you have come today, you shall not leave, roared the Flame Star Beast. You, a mere Lord-level Flame Star Beast, dare to speak so boldly. The Giant Spirit King seethed with rage. Yet, in truth, he dared not engage with the Flame Star Beast or the human champions. If the dreadful Hunter King returned, this place would indeed become his grave. He wished to flee swiftly, but Wang Yi had no intention of allowing him to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of light, gold, yellow, and red, darted across the horizon. The Giant Spirit King realized with dismay that both the Flame Star Beast and the human were moving faster than he was. He was at the pinnacle of kinghood. Yet the rumored powers of the Lord of the Flame Star and the Insect King seemed to be at a higher level. Could the tales have been misleading? Or had they, like the Hunter King, concealed their true strength? Little did the Giant Spirit King know that the Hunter King, the Lord of the Flame Star, and the Insect King were all one and the same. Meanwhile, on another front, the Void Insect Clan's avatar pursued the War King and was significantly faster than Wang Yi or the Flame Star Beast. With each flap of its wings, it vanished into thin air, covering distances of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. With such explosive speed, the War King was soon caught up. There's no choice now, he gritted his teeth. Hunter King. His furious roar echoed across the sky. In his hand, he held 2 silver crystals, faintly swirling with a purple aura. At first glance, they appeared spherical, yet were comprised of an astonishing 81 facets, each inscribed with the secret patterns of the laws of time, containing an unfathomable energy that sent chills down one's spine. Do you see what this is? Are you so intent on perishing together with me? The War King shouted angrily. He had no choice but to reveal his trump card. These are the strongest thunder god source crystals. Wang Yi's eyes narrowed in recognition. These crystals were manufactured by the mechanical clan, common yet powerful, even without purchase. He could identify their worth at a glance. One of the strongest thunder god source crystals was valued at 100 billion yuan units. 2 amounted to 200 billion yuan units. As a king of the mechanical clan, the War King would naturally not need to pay such a hefty price. Yet it had cost him a substantial portion of his accumulated wealth over countless years. This strongest source crystal equated to 10 times the explosive power of a Pinnacle King's self-detonation. There was even a significant probability that it could obliterate a king at their limits. 2. That could very well spell the end for kings at their limits. Wang Yi, another source crystal to threaten me? Is that all the mechanical clan has left? His gaze was frigid. I can assure you, regardless of the circumstances, today you shall meet your demise. Hunter King, you are far too arrogant. The War King retorted, his voice filled with wrath. You may have slain the barbarian Gun King, but under the explosion of the strongest thunder god source crystals, that does not guarantee your safety. Even if you do survive, you will be gravely injured. Do you truly find that worthwhile? The more powerful the immortal being, the more arduous it became to recover from bodily loss. For instance, burning just one of a Pinnacle King's immortal body would far exceed the equivalent of 10 from an ordinary king. The fundamental disparity was vast. The loss of one's body also meant a loss of soul, a wound that could only be mended through the passage of time or with the aid of exceedingly rare treasures from the cosmos, which they would hesitate to expend. Thus, it was rare for a Pinnacle King to risk their immortal body in a desperate struggle. It simply was not worth it. You may certainly try. Wang Yi advanced swiftly. The War King's metallic visage darkened. Anxiety swelled within him. Was the Hunter King truly oblivious to the terrifying power of his 2 thunder god source crystals? These were the strongest thunder god source crystals. Even a Pinnacle King at the epicenter of the explosion would have over a 50 chance of perishing. The War King hoped to intimidate the Hunter King into retreating with the threat of his 2 strongest thunder god source crystals. But alas, the Hunter King did not yield. No matter how frantic or fearful the War King felt, Wang Yi remained indifferent, aside from his royal armor shielding him. The explosion might not even suffice to kill him. Even if the Void Insect Clan avatar perished, it was merely a Lord-level avatar, easily replaceable. With that in mind, Wang Yi felt no apprehension. The War King, on the other hand, was nearing the brink of madness. He understood the strength of the barbarian Gun King. In close combat, he was no match for him. Often relying on the mechanical empire and various weapons of the mechanical clan, thus he dared not engage the Hunter King in close quarters. What to do? What to do? The Hunter King was relentlessly pursuing him. Must he detonate the 2 strongest thunder god source crystals? The War King was torn. Calling for allies? There was simply no time. And with the Hunter King's strength, who could possibly contend with him? With the Hunter King's speed, he would soon be overtaken. Though he possessed the divine artifact given by his master, the outer battlefield strictly forbade the intervention of beings at the cosmic sovereign level. Even his master would not dare to transport to his aid from the divine realm at this moment. The War King realized that today, he was indeed in grave peril. Regret began to wash over him for insisting on avenging his junior brother. As a Pinnacle King, there was a theoretical chance of resurrection in the distant future, but it would come at a tremendous cost. More importantly, if he were to die, all the treasures he possessed would be lost, resulting in the loss of countless years of accumulated wealth, a burden too great for him to bear. Hunter King. The War King's tone dripped with sorrow and indignation. How had he, a Pinnacle King, been driven to such a desperate state? But turning back now to confront the Hunter King was a risk he could not take. He had already witnessed the fate of the barbarian Gun King and knew it was akin to courting death. Suddenly, a figure clad in purple gold appeared at his side, followed by a dazzling flash of light slicing down like lightning. Hunter King, I will not let you escape. Remember this. The War King could no longer contain himself. Boom! The 2 strongest thunder god source crystals detonated. The space around them shattered into chaos as the overwhelming energy explosion transformed everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers into irretrievable particles. An apocalyptic brilliance so blinding that it rendered the eyes unable to open, enveloping the two close combatants in its incandescent embrace. In the face of the explosive fury unleashed by two of the mightiest thunder god source crystals, the valiant Zhan Chun Wang found himself in a dire predicament. Utterly shattered in an instant within the epicenter of devastation. A staggering portion of his immortal body was obliterated, with losses exceeding 50%. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, reacting with remarkable speed, attempted to retreat as the cataclysm erupted. However, despite his swiftness, he could not match the explosive force. And even after the overwhelming impact was mitigated by his royal armor, diminishing the blow by over 90%, what remained was still more than sufficient to surpass the might of an ordinary peak king expert. Yet, the avatar of the Void Insect clan, boasting a physique 7 million times that of a pinnacle realm master, far surpassed the limits of king. Though it sustained some injuries, it did not perish. Instead, the damaged areas quickly began to mend under the influence of energy restoration. In a sense, the avatar of the Void Insect clan could be deemed an immortal entity for as long as a single cellular molecule or life core remained. It could instantaneously revive to its former glory. Upon recovery, the avatar surged towards the blinding light of the explosion. At this moment, Zhan Chun Wang, who had narrowly escaped the maelstrom, was consumed by wrath and resentment. His body had suffered a catastrophic loss of over 65%, rendering his power less than a mere tenth of its former glory, a woeful state indeed. All of this calamity stemmed from the Hunter King. As Zhan Chun Wang cursed his nemesis, a flash of purple-gold light pierced through the pallid world, materializing before him in an instant. A colossal, razor-sharp war blade gleaming ominously, driving deep into his form. In his significantly weakened state, Zhan Chun Wang had no time to resist. His body had yet to coalesce when the Hunter King's blade found its mark. Staring incredulously at the imposing figure before him, he could scarcely comprehend how the being seemed entirely unscathed. The specially crafted blade, coated in femo venom, began to voraciously corrode Zhan Chun Wang's already fragmented body. While the venom might pose a considerable challenge to the immortal forms of typical peak kings, Zhan Chun Wang's form, shattered and weakened, could not withstand the onslaught, leading to a rapid degradation of 86% in mere moments. Wang Yi, relentless in his pursuit, denied Zhan Chun Wang any opportunity for self-detonation. Resolute in his desire to subdue him into eternal slumber, the allure of Zhan Chun Wang's mechanical empire and the encroaching extermination formations piqued his interest. A peak king of the mechanical race was indeed worthy of servitude. The vast reservoir of soul power assailed the feeble consciousness of Zhan Chun Wang, overwhelming him completely. With a swift, careful thrust, Wang Yi struck once more, inflicting a further loss of 91% upon Zhan Chun Wang's body. Having lost over 90%, he was plunged into a deep slumber, his consciousness extinguished. In this prolonged state of unconsciousness, he might either gradually recover or continue to diminish until his eventual demise. Regardless, he was utterly devoid of resistance. Wang Yi, cautious in his approach, delivered 2 swift strikes. Wary of the excessive femo venom that could potentially extinguish Zhan Chun Wang's life. With only 10% of his body remaining, Zhan Chun Wang was destined for slumber. However, depending on the willpower of the individual, even a mere 15 or 16% could lead to similar outcomes. Thus, with his body reduced to 9%, Zhan Chun Wang was assuredly ensnared in slumber. His gaze dimmed, consciousness fading into oblivion, his body instinctively attempting to regain its original form, yet failing to maintain it. Before descending from the heavens, Wang Yi secured him within his world ring. Success was his. He had acquired a slumbering peak king, signifying the impending addition of a new servant to his ranks. Although considerable wealth would be required to procure treasures for restoring Zhan Chun Wang's soul, it would be a worthy investment. Meanwhile, on another front, the avatar of the Flame Star Beast and his human form successfully vanquished the Titan King. Thus, 5 peak kings of the mechanical faction had fallen, 2 being at the peak limit and 3 at the pinnacle level. The military system promptly detected this development, relaying the situation to alert the formidable presences of the mechanical race in the outer battlefield. The loss of 2 peak limit kings, Zhan Chun Wang and the Barbarian Gun King, was not a trivial matter, and the last recorded battle location was on the Yinji continent. Naturally, the superiors of the mechanical faction were keenly interested in this turn of events. The demise of a peak king was no commonplace occurrence. Such beings represented millennia of their clan's legacy, and the loss of 5 peak kings, each exceeding the pinnacle level, warranted significant attention. In truth, Zhan Chan Wang was merely gravely wounded and in a state of slumber. However, having fallen into enemy hands, it bore a striking resemblance to true demise. Wang Yi began to clear the battlefield, gathering spoils before departing. Within his world ring, amidst an endless expanse of prairie, lay the formidable form of Zhan Chan Wang, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Though now enshrouded in slumber, the intangible pressure emanating from him resembled that of a slumbering dragon, still terrifying. With a whoosh, the avatar of the Void Insect clan, clad in purple-gold armor, materialized upon the prairie, standing before Zhan Chan Wang with an enigmatic smile. It was a rare occurrence to be brought to slumber in such a manner, and Zhan Chan Wang's misfortune was profound. Having been reduced to a mere 9% of his body by the femovenom, he was unable to even contemplate self-detonation. His consciousness had been subdued under Wang Yi's soul assault. Had he retained even the slightest awareness, the prospect of self-destruction would have been an option. From this day forth, you shall be my servant, Wang Yi proclaimed, gazing at the mechanical king before him, and invoked the slave god's codex. Having cultivated the codex to the 7th tier, Wang Yi was more than capable of executing the enslavement ritual, despite lacking a deeper understanding of the soul's secret arts. With Zhan Chan Wang's consciousness ensnared in slumber, he could not resist, and soon he was bound in servitude. It is done, Wang Yi remarked with a smile, eyeing the mechanical king, instinctively stroking his chin. The next step would be to procure artifacts capable of awakening his consciousness and restoring his soul's power, with hopes that the prices would not be exorbitant. Typically, the immortal forms of peak kings could reach a maximum of 100,000 times that of a pinnacle realm master, unless genetic alterations were made. Otherwise, breaking this limit required amplification techniques and other unique means. The unconscious Zhan Chan Wang would naturally relinquish those amplifications, allowing his body to revert to a state akin to that of a peak king, even if slightly stronger than an ordinary peak king. Restoration would be significantly easier than that of a peak limit king. The essence of the body is foundational. All methods of amplification ultimately derive from the strength of the body. A peak king can theoretically ascend to become a cosmic exalted being, contingent upon the understanding of the complete laws of time or space. Upon breaking through to the status of a cosmic exalted being, the body would enhance by 100-fold, reaching the power of 10 million times that of a realm master. However, this represents the most basic and weakest level of a cosmic exalted being, which is nearly non-existent, as most would procure artifacts to elevate their genetic standing. Ordinarily, exalted beings can achieve a 10-fold genetic level, implying that an average cosmic exalted being possesses a power level of 100 million times that of a realm master. According to the fundamental operational principles of the original universe, prior to the cosmic sovereign, ordinary life forms reach their genetic limit at 100 times. Thus, the maximum power of a cosmic exalted being would be 1 billion times that of a realm master. This explains why many extraordinary life forms can match or even defeat numerous cosmic exalted beings while still in their immortal state. Wang Yi's wealth, however, was not limitless. Even after the defeat of 5 peak kings, the total wealth amounted to a little over 14 billion, with the majority derived from Zhan Chan Wang and the barbarian Gun King. The restoration of Zhan Chan Wang's body, having suffered a loss of 91%, would likely demand an astronomical sum to achieve. If Wang Yi were adept at soul enslavement, the situation would not be so complicated. Regrettably, his progress in the arcane arts of soul manipulation has always been rather sluggish, far inferior to his comprehension of principles and the cultivation of secret arts. After defeating his opponent into a state of slumber, he is left with 2 options, either to relinquish the endeavor and patiently await their recovery, or to expend considerable resources to hasten their revival. In Chapter 341, titled Southern Punishment, the outer battlefield reveals no new developments. A month after the Hunter King vanquished the likes of the barbarian Spear King and several other kings, tales of his exploits began to circulate wildly across the expanse of the outer battlefield. Most formidable beings recognized that the human faction had gained a potential superpower, rumored to be nearing the level of an invincible king. However, the Hunter King is elusive, lacking companions, rendering him impossible to locate. In the twin spiral domain, within a vast palace of land, the Bug Queen, South Punishment, remains perplexed by the Hunter King. What is this Hunter King? Is he truly approaching the strength of an invincible king? When did such a powerful entity emerge on the outer battlefield? Wang had only been in the outer battlefield for a little over a year. while he had garnered some fame on the Yin Jiji continent. Such notoriety pales in comparison amidst the multitude of kings on the outer battlefield. Yet this time is different, having caused the demise of several kings, including two at their absolute limits. His prowess has captured the attention of the top-tier powers in the outer battlefield. Many believe that the Hunter King achieved such feats through special means and hidden cards, thinking that his true strength is not particularly formidable, thus unworthy of the title nearing Invincible King. True invincibility, as exemplified by the likes of the true Evolution King, manifests in the utmost pinnacle within the realm of kings, rivaling ordinary cosmic sovereigns. In contrast, figures like Wang Yi, South Punishment, and the Seven-Sword King fall short, merely approximating the status of invincible kings. However, their perceptions are of no concern to Wang Yi. Wang Yi has returned once more to the number 026 military base in the void, expending the entire fortune he acquired to procure various precious materials to restore the body of the War King to 90% capacity. Within a world contained in his spatial ring, a nutrition chamber, meticulously tailored to the War King's physique, rests upon the grassy plain. The slumbering War King lies within, and as Wang Yi presses the activation button, the transparent lid of the chamber automatically descends, while the interior begins to dispense copious amounts of peculiar substances in liquid form. These substances possess extraordinary properties conducive to soul recovery, each exceedingly valuable and rare. The liquid envelopes the entirety of the War King's body, and a mysterious force begins to merge within him, causing the liquid to bubble and froth. This collection of treasures has cost over 15 billion mixed yuan units, effectively consuming the entirety of this recent fortune. Wang Yi crosses his arms, gazing down at the mechanical being nestled within the nutrition chamber, silently hoping that the War King will not disappoint him. Approximately 4 days later, Wang Yi suddenly perceives a faint wave of consciousness emanating from his soul servant. He is awakening. A smile graces Wang Yi's face. Once consciousness begins to stir, recovery is imminent. Roughly an hour later, the War King's awareness is fully restored. With a click, the transparent lid opens, and the War King rises from the chamber, gazing at the crimson-armored human before him, bowing deeply in respect. Master. A soul servant is one who wholeheartedly obeys their master's commands, harboring no inclination to betray. The War King now stands as Wang Yi's complete soul slave. Even if Wang Yi commanded him to self-destruct at this moment, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Observing the War King, once a figure of immense power, now reduced to a state of subservience, Wang Yi reflects on the irony. A being of such stature, now so humble before him. It is no wonder that the immortal would rather face death than endure enslavement. The torment of a soul enslavement is a fate more dreadful than death itself. The War King has just regained consciousness and has only restored about 20% of his divine body, leaving him severely weakened. However, his mechanical weaponry and spacecraft base have been confiscated by Wang Yi. Even so, he can still wield approximately 70 to 80% of his original strength, unlike ordinary kings, whose power diminishes drastically upon injury to their divine bodies. The mechanical race and the Bug Queen excel in large-scale tactical warfare, employing overwhelming numbers. Yet, to unleash the full might of their mechanical weaponry, they require a vast amount of energy, necessitating considerable wealth. Now that the War King is Wang Yi's servant, the responsibility falls upon him. Wang Yi places great importance on the War King's ability to annihilate foes from all directions. With this arrangement, combined with the spatial lockdown of the locking arm, the kings will find no escape. Subsequently, Wang Yi provides the War King with treasures to aid in the restoration of his divine body, though it will take an additional 3 months to fully recover to 90%. Wang Yi does not intend to squander this time. With the War King addressed, his next focus shifts to the Bug Queen, South Punishment. Seated aboard his vessel, wine glass in hand, Wang Yi reflects. However, South Punishment poses a challenge far greater than the combined might of 100 War Kings. Due to Wang Yi's enslavement of her disciple, Naisha, South Punishment has been actively seeking information on him. If his human form were to be exposed, it is likely that South Punishment would ambush him, making it prudent for him to take the initiative and confront her directly. Once she realizes that she cannot subdue him, this farcical bounty will come to an end. Yet, an immortal-level Bug Queen is not to be underestimated. She approaches the realm of invincible kings, a terrifying presence. Theoretically, as long as one exercises caution in the outer battlefield, it should not face demise. South Punishment commands thousands of immortal-level bug warriors, forming a formidable legion capable of overwhelming even the most powerful kings. Moreover, she specializes in soul attacks, commanding numerous powerful king slaves, some even stronger than the barbarian spear king and the war king. As a bug queen, she is a core existence within her race, valued by the bug tribe, ensuring she is adorned with treasures for protection. Even cosmic sovereigns would find it challenging to eliminate her, let alone Wang Yi, who does not yet possess such stature. Though his void bug race avatar is formidable, it, too, is merely approaching the realm of invincible kings with limited capabilities. After arriving in the outer battlefield, Wang Yi has come to truly comprehend the vast chasm between his own strength and that of those who have cultivated for millions of years to achieve invincibility. His earlier confidence in rivaling invincible kings was misguided. Entities like the true Evolution King are exceedingly rare among the countless races of the cosmos. How many cosmic sovereigns exist within the human race, and how few among them are truly invincible? Achieving the status of an invincible king is not merely a matter of cultivating for millions of years within the realm of kings. Many immortal beings have trained longer than the cosmic sovereigns and still remain ordinary immortal beings. I still have much ground to cover, Wang Yi muses. The time realm merely accelerates his training. Yet those who have solidified their power over countless eons are not easily matched. Compared to these ancient beings, Wang Yi finds little advantage. His previous remarkable performance was largely a result of external perceptions. Others believe that his attainment of the 20th layer of the Celestial Bridge's principles in just over 2 centuries was indicative of extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, Wang Yi possesses unique advantages that others cannot rival, such as the 9 Calamities Secret Tome, the resonance of his soul, the amplification of his body reaching its zenith, and the unparalleled advantage of his sign-in panel. He is aware of the true intricacies of this world. What he truly requires is continued growth and further accumulation. Wang Yi reflects deeply. As for comprehending principles, I am on the verge of transcending to immortality, yet my third avatar has yet to be conceived. Furthermore, among the 10 fundamental principles, I have only gained recognition for the fire, time, and space principles. The other 7 remain unacknowledged. To pursue the path of merging principles and the chaotic principles, gaining acknowledgement of the fundamental principles is indispensable. Moreover, the speed and efficiency of comprehending principles during the Realm Lord stage far surpass that of immortality. Once one attains immortality, their immortal body becomes an integral part of the ocean of principles, making it arduous to grasp other principles unless they receive recognition of the fundamental principles. Even then, it is significantly slower than during the Realm Lord stage. This is why the cosmos predominantly features time paired with wind, thunder, and light, while space aligns with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth for cultivation. I have not heard of cultivation methods, such as Jinmu or Leitu. Even if someone possesses multiple elemental affinities, they will inevitably tread the path of a singular system, intertwining with the dimensions of time and space. This is dictated by the laws of this universe. The laws dictate that immortals must fully comprehend a singular elemental law. The laws dictate that those of exalted status must master either the entirety of time or space. The laws dictate that to become a master of the universe, one must either command time and space or seamlessly integrate the laws. The laws dictate that the strongest beings in the universe must forge their own paths, which cannot be replicated by others. Of course, these are the rules of the universe, but that does not mean they cannot be broken. However, doing so requires an astonishing price or unfathomable power. The known paths to ascendancy among the strongest beings in the universe bifurcate into 2 primary routes, the law path and the divine power path. The law path involves reaching the utmost limit of comprehension regarding the laws, thereby establishing one's own unique school of thought, which cannot replicate the routes already traversed by others. This renders the birth of true gods in the primordial universe as inherently non-replicable. The second path, the divine power route, is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier grants a 30,000-fold increase, causing the divine body to swell 10-fold from its original stature. The second tier grants a 60,000-fold increase, enabling a 1,000-fold increase in divine body size. The third tier grants a 90,000-fold increase, resulting in an infinite divine body size at will. The highest tier is an astonishing 100,000-fold increase, formless and formless. However, this highest tier is often regarded as legend in ancient civilizations and is typically not classified within the 3 tiers. The divine power path is exceedingly arduous. Even in the origin continent of ancient civilizations, only a minuscule number embark on it, and even fewer succeed, particularly under conditions of inherited knowledge and resources. In the primordial universe, there has yet to be anyone who has achieved the status of the universe's strongest through the divine power route. Given that Wang Yi is aware of this, he must certainly strategize in advance. He aspires to traverse both the divine body path of 100,000-fold and the path of law integration to achieve the chaos law. In simpler terms, he desires both. The divine body path and the law integration do not inherently conflict. Achieving a certain level in either path can lead to the attainment of true godhood. For instance, within the divine power path, the divine body's 3 tiers necessitate reaching 30,000-fold to qualify as the first tier, allowing the divine body to swell 10-fold. However, this merely constitutes the most commonplace condition for achieving true godhood. In this world, the comprehension of laws is paramount. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Wang Yi to choose to comprehend the 10 foundational laws. He possesses treasures that enhance his comprehension of other elemental laws, but ultimately, it hinges on personal talent and insight. Wang Yi feels he merely requires a modicum of time. There is no urgency regarding the comprehension of laws. For now, he must first address matters concerning the outer battlefield. What? Have we located the Insect King? In the resplendent golden palace. The soft voice of the Insect Queen was suddenly suffused with murderous intent. Have we finally found him? Where is he? The Insect Queen, Nancheng, inquired of her kneeling subordinates. One subordinate, bowing his head respectfully, reported, he is on the Yinji continent. The Yinji continent? Excellent. Nancheng's tone was as frigid as winter. We shall proceed to the Yinji continent at once. This time, the Insect King must fall. Nancheng set forth with her subordinates, utilizing divine kingdom teleportation to instantly arrive at the Yinji continent, where they were guided by a teleporting king-level powerhouse to their intended location. There stood the Insect King. The detection instruments transmitted images, and Nancheng immediately recognized the figure clad in dark red battle armor, the very human she had longed to eliminate, the Insect King. How dare you enslave my disciple? Today, no one can save you. Teleport. A subjugated alien king, accompanied by a formidable powerhouse hiding the Insect Queen, instantaneously transported to a location hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Wang Yi. Space was sealed. An immortal divine power instantly spread forth, completely locking down spatial fluctuations within millions of kilometers. The Queen Mother Nancheng, Wang Yi, who had been waiting here, immediately recognized one of the alien powerhouses upon their emergence. His aura was exceptionally formidable, rivaling that of the War King. He was grotesque in appearance, towering approximately 3 meters tall, his body covered in a thick black exoskeleton. 8 soft black tendrils dangled from the edges of his face, and his small eyes, squeezed beneath the exoskeleton, emitted a chilling light. He was Ba-E Clan's king of the Skull Needle. Among the Queen Mother's subordinates were several peak king-level powerhouses, with the King of the Skull Needle being her most formidable defensive asset. Thus, he typically executed operations while the Queen Mother Nancheng and her immortal insect army resided within the World Ring. In the 7th battlefield of the Outer Realms, Nancheng was already considered one of the most elite beings. Nancheng, Wang Yi spoke. Insect King, do you still dare to show yourself? The voice of Nancheng resonated through her soul servant. You dare to assume the title of Insect King and enslave my insect kin, as well as my disciple? I must commend your audacity. Today, you will perish here or be enslaved by me. Nancheng's tone exuded an air of superiority. An exalted king, at most a peak king, compared to the Insect Queen Nancheng, the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. She need not lift a finger. Her soul slaves could obliterate Wang Yi effortlessly. Is that so? I fear some may disagree. Wang Yi it. Oh, who? A cold, indifferent voice resonated, and a purple-gold figure appeared beside Wang Yi, simultaneously releasing an overwhelmingly powerful aura that instilled trepidation. The Hunter King. A wave of tension swept through the group of alien kings. The name of a person is akin to the shadow of a tree. The Hunter King could single-handedly eliminate multiple peak king-level powerhouses, including the likes of the Barbarian Gun King and the War King, seemingly unscathed, his dominance already acknowledged. Nancheng's tone shifted, becoming grave. Hunter King, you are here. Could it be that this human is your friend? No wonder he dares to emerge. It turns out he has your backing. Nancheng, if you wish to kill my friend, you must first contend with me. The Void Insect Race Avatar spoke coldly. Chapter 342, The Great Battle with Nancheng. The atmosphere of the world became tense due to the words of the Hunter King. Nancheng hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, kill. Regardless of whether the Hunter King was invincible among kings, he belonged to an opposing faction. Nancheng herself was a nearly invincible figure in the outer battlefield, and how could she retreat in the face of an enemy who enslaved her disciple? Moreover, Nancheng held immense confidence in her immortal insect army. As Nancheng issued her battle command, The surrounding space rippled, and a multitude of monstrous figures began to manifest. A swarm of colossal golden insect warriors appeared, densely packed, and at the center of these golden warriors loomed an enormous spherical nest, over 10 kilometers in height, riddled with various openings and suffused with toxic substances. The immortal-level insect mother nest emerged. Accompanying it were thousands of immortal insect warriors. These golden insect warriors primarily fell into two categories, one resembling a half-human, half-scorpion form, standing approximately 38 meters tall, clad in thick armor, with a scythe-like tail and a massive, fearsome head featuring a single golden eye radiating a terrifying light. The other type resembled an exaggerated mosquito, elongated and slender, covered in scales with long, thin legs and a mouth revealing sharp, elongated mandibles. Their heads bore compound eyes and antennae, complemented by 2 pairs of wings, also scaled. Thousands of immortal golden insect warriors simultaneously flapped their wings, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. From the towering spherical insect mother nest, an ear-splitting sound suddenly erupted. Howl! The piercing sound waves prompted the densely packed golden insect warriors to roar in unison. Upon receiving the command from the insect queen, all the golden insect warriors instinctively opened their mouths, revealing their syringe-like, menacing mandibles, which suddenly emitted a blinding white light. Regardless of whether they were scorpion-shaped or mosquito-shaped, the golden insectoid warriors unitedly opened their mandibles, revealing their mouthparts, and emitted a dazzling white light. The swarm launched a coordinated assault. Wang Yi was all too familiar with this scene. His countenance shifted dramatically as his void insectoid avatar and human form soared into the sky, dispersing in 2 directions at lightning speed, far from their original position. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At once, thousands of golden insectoid warriors unleashed blinding beams of white light from their mandibles, converging upon the very spot where Wang Yi had just stood. The synchronized attack of countless formidable insectoid warriors resembled that of a singular entity. As the multitude of white beams converge upon that point, boom, 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 boom. The cosmic space at that point trembled violently, erupting to reveal a terrifying maelstrom of spatial chaos, with shattered fragments of space swirling in chaotic layers. Simultaneously, centered around that point, the vibrating cosmos spread outward in a domino effect, radiating in all directions above and below. In an instant, it resembled a supernova explosion. Bang! A brilliant luminous sphere with a diameter of several million kilometers emerged, enveloping the earth, rivers, and mountains, completely vanishing from sight. This colossal sphere of light, far more immense than an ordinary star, suddenly transformed into countless shockwaves, radiating outward. In that moment, a deafening sound erupted. Boom! The very fabric of the earth and sky seemed to crumble. It felt as if the world were coming to an end. Although Wang Yi's void insectoid avatar and human form moved swiftly, they were still engulfed by that overwhelming radiance. The united strike of the thousands of golden immortal insectoid warriors was comparable to the full might of a typical cosmic sovereign. Even the pinnacle of the king level would falter if struck. The invincible king would still sustain severe injuries. While Wang Yi was not directly hit, being amidst such fierce luminosity, he could also feel the cataclysmic force, as if he were but a fragile boat tossed amidst tumultuous waves. The infernal divine armor mitigated 90% of the impact, yet the remaining 10% struck Mo Yunting, whose defenses at the peak of the king level rivaled that of an ordinary human king. Bang! Bang! The battle attire formed by Mo Yunting continuously fragmented and reconstituted, weakening much of the force. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's human form, at the initial level of the king stage, was ultimately affected by the tremendous shockwave, resulting in a violent explosion of his body. However, the core pearl of his human body remained intact, rapidly regenerating thereafter. In contrast, the void insectoid avatar, encased in the superior royal armor, exhibited far greater resilience than the infernal divine armor. Its physical strength surpassed that of the king limit, allowing it to withstand the explosive shock with some tremors, fractures, and repairs. Wang Yi was astonished. The combined assault of the immortal insectoid army was indeed terrifying. Despite the formidable defense and strength of the void insectoid avatar, it had not been directly struck by the beams, yet the explosive force was nearly unbearable. A typical king at their peak would likely suffer some loss of their divine body. Meanwhile, the densely packed thousands of golden insectoid warriors had their sights set on Wang Yi and his companion, dividing into 2 teams and swiftly approaching. These golden insectoid warriors flew with unparalleled speed. The terrifying soldiers meticulously cultivated over countless eons by the insectoid queen, designed solely for slaughter. Among them, approximately 7,000 golden insectoid warriors followed the void insectoid avatar, while Wang Yi's human form was accompanied by 3,000 golden insectoid warriors. Clearly, the insectoid queen perceived the Hunter King as the true threat. Nevertheless, her primary target was still Wang Yi, the nemesis who enslaved her disciple. Thus, she opted to restrain the Hunter King, dispatching a portion of the golden insectoid warriors to eliminate the Insect King, to quell her inner wrath. The insectoid mother nest remained stationary, closely guarded by a cadre of king-level servants, including the renowned defensive Ba Yi clan's Bone Needle King, unwavering in their vigilance. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared at the periphery of the battlefield. One was a colossal beast, towering like a mountain, cloaked in dark red flames, with golden wings that obscured the sun. The other was a mechanical entity. The spatial blockade established by the insectoid queen's king-level subordinates extended over a radius of 30 million kilometers, allowing the Flame Star giant beast's avatar to instantaneously transport the non-teleporting battle monarch to the edge of the battlefield. Subsequently, it teleported to 8 different positions, deploying 8 spaceship bases. The Flame Star Sovereign, the battle monarch, the insectoid queen in her lair, was taken aback. The Flame Star Sovereign from the human camp had unexpectedly appeared here. Moreover, it was rumored that the battle monarch had been slain into a slumber. It seemed the rumors held true, as he had indeed been enslaved. This was dire. The insectoid queen's heart tightened as she realized the implications. With the assistance of the Flame Star Giant's teleportation, the battle monarch swiftly deployed the spaceship bases and activated them. Annihilation from all directions, above the vast and desolate lands. 8 pyramid-shaped ships hovered at distant points, radiating countless nebulous beams of light, which intertwined to form an ethereal, white-hued space, a prison-like white enclosure of annihilation. Spanning over 1 billion kilometers, it completely severed any connection to the outside world. The insectoid queen, along with her army and servants, found themselves enveloped within this white light barrier. This annihilation from all directions was a formidable weapon crafted by a cosmic sovereign-level master of the mechanical race, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Under Wang Yi's directive, the battle monarch unhesitatingly initiated the strongest mode, maximizing energy output. Buzz. Within the annihilation space, the white light layer suddenly erupted, unleashing visible white threads that densely covered the expansive area of over 1 billion kilometers. Each thread's energy concentration rivaled that of an ordinary immortal divine being. The scene was now overwhelmed by a labyrinth of energy threads. The astounding energy expenditure expended in merely a second was staggering, certainly not less than the maximum energy consumption utilized by the locking arm. Each golden immortal insectoid warrior became ensnared in these threads, their movements involuntarily slowing. It resembled insects caught in a spider's web, struggling against their entrapment. Threads were continually snapped, only to be retangled. However, some of the more powerful golden insectoid warriors remained largely unaffected. The golden insectoid warriors under the insectoid queen were primarily categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary, elite, and royal. Ordinary golden insectoid warriors possessed strength equivalent to that of an ordinary immortal divine being. Elite golden insectoid warriors matched the strength of a king-tier immortal. Royal golden insectoid warriors embodied the power of a king. However, even the insectoid queen found it exceedingly challenging and costly to create a single royal golden insectoid warrior. Furthermore, they would not actively manufacture one. Instead, these warriors evolved gradually over eons. It was unlikely that 100 ordinary golden insectoid warriors would yield even a single royal golden insectoid warrior. Even among the ranks of Nan Chung, royal golden insectoid warriors were exceedingly rare. Typically, they were not dispatched for battle, but remained as sentinels within the insect nest. Thus, the primary assault directed at Wang Yi consisted mainly of elite golden insectoid warriors equivalent to the king tier. As the annihilation from all directions materialized and the white beams enveloped the world, Wang Yi's 3 avatars simultaneously surged forward. Wang Yi's innate core remained within the time realm, rendering him entirely unconcerned about perishing. Should he fall, a new body would emerge anew within the time realm. At this moment, the insectoid queen also regained her composure and issued new commands. The 1,000 golden insectoid warriors that had initially surged forward abruptly retreated. simultaneously opening their mandibles to reveal their syringe-like mouthparts, generating blinding white beams. However, energy consolidation required a moment, and at that juncture, the void insectoid avatar in human form, alongside the flame star giant's avatar, had already charged in. At the edge of the battlefield, the War King unleashed 8 pinnacle god puppets, each embodying the essence of sovereign power, hurtling towards this direction with a fearsome momentum. Swish, 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 like 3 bolts of lightning cleaving through the heavens. The astonishing speed and otherworldly agility of these 3 figures propelled them straight into the ranks of the golden insectoid warriors. The insectoid matriarch, intending to command the golden warriors to engage one of them, quickly realized the futility of her efforts. Their velocity was simply too swift. Their movements were so elusive that she could not even lock onto their trajectories. The void insectoid avatar, its gaze frigid as ice, flapped its wings and instantly caught up with a swarm of golden warriors, a crimson rainbow of light slicing through the sky. With unbridled force, the pinnacle sword technique, Years of the Blade, was unleashed. A dazzling and resplendent blood-red arc streaked across the expanse, as if the very fabric of cosmic space were fragile tofu, effortlessly cleaved asunder. Over a dozen golden insectoid warriors failed to evade in time, becoming mere victims to that sanguine beam. The long arc, as sharp as a knife, was utterly indomitable, unmatched in its lethality. Those golden warriors, merely at the peak of the marquee rank, were swiftly pierced by the blood-red light, their forms disintegrating under the overwhelming destructive force contained within the blade's radiance, their immortal bodies reduced to naught but emptiness. Meanwhile, on another front, Wang Yi, in his human form alongside the flame star beast avatar, engaged fiercely with the golden insectoid warriors. Stab! 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 The black and white swordfish darted through the fray, impaling one golden warrior after another. Wang Yi, now in a fervor, held nothing back. Under the pinnacle's secret technique, the lethality of the black and white swordfish reached the zenith of marquee power. The corporeal forms of these ordinary golden insectoid warriors were obliterated almost instantaneously, annihilated. Roar the Flame Star Beast avatar unleashed its innate secret technique, Flame Star, augmenting its size tenfold, achieving the second layer of its special technique in full mastery. It expanded 100-fold, engulfed in an inferno of flame, its form swelling 1,000 times. From 2,000 kilometers to 2 million kilometers. The innate secret technique absorbed energy, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of the Flame Star Beast while allowing it to absorb a substantial portion of damage. A 2 million kilometer flame star beast loomed colossal, akin to a true sun, crashing into the ranks of the golden insectoid warriors. With a resounding crash, thousands of golden insectoid warriors scattered like a shattered beehive. While maintaining their formations, they were disoriented. With the interference of the Flame Star Beast, they could not reorganize their ranks or muster their strength against the encroaching enemy. Boom! Boom! The War King continued to manipulate mechanical weapons, unleashing energy beams rivaling the pinnacle of marquee might upon the golden warriors, resulting in significant casualties. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with the fallen. The insectoid matriarch, witnessing this scene, was nearly driven to a frenzy. Attack! Launch a full-scale assault. At this moment, a forced retreat would only exacerbate their losses. It was better to confront the enemy head-on. Cautiously, she commanded her subordinates to carry her towards the boundaries of annihilation. She could not remain ensnared in the enemy's trap. That would be perilously foolish. All golden insectoid warriors fought while retreating, some actively tangled with the enemy, while others rallied together. Thousands of unaffected golden warriors concentrated their energies to create a heart-stopping beam that struck a critical point on the white energy shield. This point was the base of one of the pyramid-shaped ships, under the combined force of thousands of insectoid warriors. The white shield barely held for an instant before being pierced. Its power remained largely intact, and with a resounding crash, the pyramid ship's base was obliterated. The annihilation array was breached, yet it did not vanish. It merely lost one energy support point, significantly weakened. Although the annihilation array comprised 8 ship bases, only 4 could sustain the spatial integrity. However, their power paled in comparison to all 8 being activated simultaneously, as expanding too much would similarly compromise the shield's strength. The insectoid matriarch, escorted by her alien sovereigns, burst forth from the edge of the shield, breaking free. In that moment, the golden insectoid warriors, driven to desperation, detonated themselves as Wang Yi's 3 forms closed in. Boom! Boom! The violent explosions reverberated, fracturing the very fabric of space. No matter how formidable the void insectoid avatar, it could not traverse such cataclysmic blasts. The god puppets were flung away, their metallic bodies marred with cracks. The flame-star beast bore the brunt of the explosive force. Scales flying, dark crimson, magma-like blood gushing forth. Yet, thanks to its immense size and astounding defensive capabilities, it absorbed the damage, remaining unscathed. The golden insectoid warriors sustained heavy losses, but ultimately managed to retreat safely to the insectoid matriarch's side. Observing the dwindling numbers of her insectoid legion, the matriarch's heart ached. Over 1,000 golden warriors had perished in that brief, intense battle. These were over 1,000 warriors on par with immortal deities. Years of painstaking effort for the South punishment. Hunter King, Insect King, I shall remember you. The matriarch, suppressing her fury, recalled the golden insectoid forces and instructed her alien sovereign slaves to teleport them away without hesitation. The matriarch still held many hidden cards and strategies, yet she was certain her adversary did as well. Was this desperate struggle truly worth it? Ultimately, the matriarch chose to withdraw. The breathtaking clash between two nearly invincible super powerhouses came to a close. Chapter 343, Star Tower. Wang Yi watched as the insectoid matriarch departed, making no attempt to intervene. It was over. Wang Yi sheathed his weapon, surveying the ravaged battlefield. Now, the insectoid matriarch would likely refrain from seeking trouble with my human form again. However, it was clear that she would not concede easily. I must remain vigilant. Glancing in a certain direction, he then departed alongside his two avatars and the sole slave, the War King. This time, Wang Yi had claimed the lives of over 1,000 of the matriarch's insectoid legion, significantly boosting his military achievements and task progress. His losses were minimal, consisting primarily of some mechanical weapons belonging to the War King and expended energy, compared to the devastating losses endured by the matriarch. This was a resounding victory for him. 300 million kilometers away from the battlefield, atop a mountain, an alien ship lay in concealment, trembling with trepidation. They had just witnessed the clash between two superpowerhouses and were left in awe. That figure was none other than the Hunter King from the human faction. And the matriarch of the insectoid faction, South Punishment, was engaged in battle. How had they come to blows here? The Insect King was also present. The Hunter King must have come to aid him. As the conflict subsided, South Punishment emerged looking somewhat disheveled. The insectoid legion appeared to have suffered considerable losses. Good heavens! Could it be that they were defeated? The alien immortals were left astounded. In the entire outer domain battlefield, particularly the 7th battlefield, the name of South Punishment was known to all. The immortal insectoid legion roamed the outer domain, nearly invincible. Yet now, it seemed they had faltered against the Hunter King. How could this not shake their spirits? The Hunter King was so formidable that even South Punishment could not contend with him. It was utterly outrageous. Was he truly invincible among the sovereigns? As this news spread rapidly across the outer domain battlefield, it left countless individuals astonished. Through this battle, the Hunter King had etched his illustrious reputation. Now, who did not know that a new top-tier powerhouse had emerged within the human faction of the 7th outer domain battlefield? One who had even managed to inflict significant losses upon the immortal insectoid matriarch. Furthermore, the Insect King, who appeared to have a friendly rapport with the Hunter King, now attracted much attention. The Insect King was indeed fortunate to have such a friend in the Hunter King. Even after offending the insectoid matriarch, South Punishment, he managed to survive. Many felt envious. The Hunter King was an enigmatic and aloof figure, often solitary, elusive as a dragon. Even among his own faction's powerhouses, few had ever laid eyes upon him, much less engaged in conversation. The Insect King is the sole human known to have a relationship with him. As the formidable power of the Hunter King spread, numerous powerful beings began to compile extensive information about him. Currently, the Hunter King resides in the Yinji continent, yet it is uncertain when he may appear in our vicinity. Thus, it would be prudent to familiarize oneself with him beforehand. Encountering the Hunter King without prior knowledge would be akin to courting death. Those individuals even sent me messages inquiring if I was acquainted with the Hunter King. Wang Yi shook his head. In the outer battlefield, Wang Yi, under the guise of the Insect King, had made acquaintance with several friends, all of whom were titled kings. Upon learning of his connection to the legendary and highly enigmatic Hunter King, these titled kings flocked to him with inquiries. Some even sought to leverage his acquaintance to invite the Hunter King on various adventures. Wang Yi deftly deflected their advances. The spaceship soared rapidly above the vast expanse of land, with Wang Yi reclining on the sofa, dismissing the alien teams detected by the scanning instruments, lost in contemplation. The recent encounter with a legion of over 10,000 immortal insect warriors unleashed a cataclysmic force that still sent shivers down his spine. Even a void insect clone clad in royal armor would likely falter under such a combined onslaught. The devastation reached a level commensurate with that of a sovereign. Of course, figures like Empress Nan Sheng, who were heralded as invincible beneath the cosmic sovereigns, found themselves dumbfounded when faced with a sovereign, utterly powerless to resist. After all, a sovereign's might is not solely derived from brute strength. Engaging in combat with countless insect warriors had ignited a fervent passion within Wang Yi, leading to an inexplicable epiphany. Life is elevated through battle. Gazing at the simulated starry sky outside, he murmured, "It seems my plans require some adjustment." Initially, Wang Yi intended to hunt more immortals in the Yinji continent or elsewhere to accumulate task quotas before venturing into the more perilous Star Tower region. However, after battling Empress Nan Sheng, he reassessed his strategy. Hunting 1,000 titled kings would take him over 10,000 years, even if he managed to slay one every decade. Wang Yi shook his head. Losing so many titled kings over the course of 10,000 years would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful beings from various races. He had previously underestimated the situation. It was akin to the Yinji continent, where prior to his arrival, it was likely that not a single titled king had fallen in a century. Yet, within just over a year of his presence, the number of fallen titled kings was staggering. Consequently, the Hunter King's reputation soared, establishing him as the preeminent powerhouse in the 7th outer battlefield, drawing the attention of countless strong entities. If this relentless slaughter continues, it is probable that the various alien sovereigns will soon take notice of him. Perhaps they already have. However, in the outer battlefield, sovereigns are categorically forbidden from intervening, limiting their actions to mere observation. Killing a few titled kings may be tolerated, but what of 100 or 1,000? A continuous slaughter would certainly provoke a response. The wrath of the masses is not to be trifled with. Just because sovereigns cannot enter does not imply that the other powerful beings cannot band together to besiege him. No matter how strong he is still only a titled king. Even a sovereign could fall when besieged by thousands of them. Losing one or two clones does not concern Wang Yi, as his core resides in the time realm, allowing for swift regeneration of fallen clones. However, losing treasures like the royal armor or the hellish divine armor would present a significant dilemma. I shall first head to the Star Tower to sign in, Wang Yi contemplated, stroking his chin. His void insect clone and flame star beast clone would continue hunting in the Yinji continent or venture elsewhere. A glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. He could not afford to halt his hunting endeavors entirely, though he might slow his pace and adopt a more discreet approach. The void insect clone possesses the ability to alter its appearance and disguise its aura. The flame star beast, albeit more cumbersome, primarily hunts teams below the titled king level in the Yinji continent, which poses no great issue. However, the distinct characteristic of the locking arm is too conspicuous to conceal. Its usage immediately alerts others to his identity, and a single message would render secrecy futile. He could only reduce the frequency of utilizing the locking arm. Yet, Wang Yi soon found renewed vigor, for he had discovered another revelation. The enemies slain by his sole slave, King Zhanshan, also contributed to his tally. The military system automatically synchronizes with the virtual universe and makes determinations accordingly. The sign-in panel recognizes this as well. During his recent battle with Nan Sheng, King Zhanshan had also dispatched numerous golden insect warriors, all of which were counted toward Wang Yi's progress. His current task status reads: kill ordinary immortal deities. 2, 877, 100, 000. Kill titled immortal deities. 64, 810, 000. Kill titled kings. 191, 000. This count includes those under soul enslavement. In less than 2 years since arriving in the outer battlefield, he had completed 1/50th of the task quota for hunting titled kings, a progress he found satisfactory. Naturally, luck played a role, as many titled kings had willingly presented themselves to become part of his accomplishments. In truth, it was common to go years or even decades in the outer battlefield without encountering a single titled king. The battles of titled kings are also conducted with utmost caution. Few dare to hunt as recklessly as Wang Yi, who possesses immense strength and numerous trump cards. Through his sole servant, King Zhanshan, Wang Yi uncovered a new expedient method for completing tasks: forming a team. A single mechanical race titled King Zhanshan, could independently hunt prey at or below the titled king level. If you're to enslave several more, dividing them into groups of 3 or 4. Wouldn't the efficiency skyrocket? Should he take action himself? Excessive killings would elevate risk, thus it would be prudent to enslave strong beings, allowing them to act on his behalf and stir the waters without drawing attention to his involvement. A smile crept upon Wang Yi's face as he felt akin to a shadowy puppeteer, orchestrating the tumult of the outer battlefield. There was a certain insidious thrill to it. However, enslaving the pinnacle or even the ultimate strong among titled kings proves exceedingly challenging. His previous successes were largely due to serendipity. Such fortunate occurrences are not guaranteed. Wang Yi now had to seek opportunities carefully. The news of a new super powerhouse, the Hunter King, approaching invincibility among the titled kings within the human faction of the outer battlefield, swiftly spread through various channels across the universe. The Lord of Chaos City, through the military system and the virtual universe, was naturally among the first to be informed. This Wang Yi truly knows how to surprise people at every turn. The Lord of Chaos stood alone at the precipice of Thunder Island, gazing down at the diminutive Rain Shadow Mountain. In comparison to Thunder Island, Rain Shadow Mountain appeared rather insignificant. Thunder Island is a sanctuary reserved for those of immortal rank and above, a true gathering place for formidable beings. Rain Shadow Mountain, however, serves as a training ground for talent. Many of the prodigies who entered alongside Wang Yi years ago, save for one Luo Feng, remain at the cosmic level. The Lord of Chaos felt a twinge of nostalgia. Yet, Wang Yi had already carved a path through the outer battlefield, standing toe-to-toe with the immortal Insect Empress. In the real world, Wang Yi's strength should now be nearing that of the true Transformation King and the Longyan King, ancient titled kings who have cultivated for billions of years. The Lord of Chaos felt a sense of satisfaction. The addition of another invincible titled king to the human race may seem inconsequential. However, given Wang Yi's demonstrated potential, he is destined to become a cosmic overlord, and perhaps even among the most elite. With his clones, the human race effectively gains 3 top-tier cosmic overlords capable of resurrection, a feat that likely surpasses that of a single genuine cosmic sovereign. Should Wang Yi ascend to the status of a cosmic sovereign, the implications would be utterly terrifying. The strength of humanity would undoubtedly receive a significant boost. The cosmic sovereign represents the true pillar of a race, while the strongest among them serves as the guardian of the lineage. A race with a single cosmic champion will never face decline. Regrettably, the human race has only produced a singular champion of the universe thus far. Although the Lord of Chaos is heralded as the most likely candidate to become the supreme ruler of the universe, he has been ensnared at this juncture for countless years. More critically, the human race has yet to acquire a single artifact of unparalleled strength, a fact that weighs heavily upon the Lord of Chaos's mind. The notion of the universe's mightiest being and the supreme treasure ignited a thought in the Lord of Chaos. Could it be that the Star Tower exists in the outer battlefield of the 7th domain? Alas, since the inception of the outer battlefield and the discovery of the Star Tower, innumerable powerful beings from various races, including cosmic lords and the mightiest of the universe, have attempted to claim it, yet none have succeeded in seizing this extraordinary treasure. Even to shake it would be an impossibility. What a pity. The Lord of Chaos sighed wistfully. Unbeknownst to him, as he pondered the whereabouts of the Star Tower, a certain individual was hastening towards it. The Star Tower. Wang Yi utilized the divine realm of his subordinate, the War Star King, to transport himself to the vicinity of the Star Tower. Rather than employing instant teleportation, he opted to journey aboard a spacecraft, taking several days to reach the location of the Star Tower. In truth, the Star Tower is colossal, soaring 9 light-years high, transcending the heavens and the earth, visible from vast distances as it looms in the void, consuming the energy of the galaxies. It appears to dominate half the universe. A magnificent edifice suspended in the cosmos. The resplendent nebula whirlpool, centered around the Star Tower, voraciously devours boundless energy. This 9-spiral nebula, while seemingly exquisite and radiant, is a nightmare for the powerful, as even cosmic sovereigns are torn asunder within its depths. This was the first time Wang Yi had witnessed such a terrifying sight, and he was profoundly awestruck by the cosmic marvel wrought by this artifact of immeasurable power. Incredible! This is the supreme treasure, the Star Tower, Wang Yi murmured, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. His Void Insect Clan avatar and Flame Star Beast avatar remained engaged in hunting upon the Enji continent, while his human form had come here alongside the War Star King. Together, the combined might of the War Star King and Wang Yi's human form, both at the pinnacle of kingly power, would be more than sufficient to contend with ordinary kings. Should they encounter formidable adversaries, he could always summon his Void Insect Clan avatar. The moment the spacecraft successfully traversed the cosmos, Wang Yi felt an unimaginable and terrifying summoning descend upon him. A call that transcended armors and even surpassed the black metal plates of the Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, sending tremors through every cell of his being and even instilling fear within his very soul. What an ominous summons! Yet alas, the Star Tower cannot be claimed by me, Wang Yi whispered, aware that his spiritual path rendered him unable to bond with the Star Tower. Nevertheless, as he gazed upon the incomprehensibly vast Star Tower occupying half the universe, a smile graced his face. Who said one must undergo a trial of inheritance to obtain the Star Tower? There are other possibilities. My dear son, check in, Wang Yi declared with vigor. Initially, he had spoken merely in jest, for although he could see the Star Tower, it was still quite distant. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Reward: Fourth Tribulation of the Nine Tribulations Secret Tome. The Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, conceived by the reincarnated God King, the mountain seat guest, is an extraordinary technique constrained by the operational rules of the primordial universe. Cultivating it is immensely arduous, without the art of splitting one's essence. Pursuing this path is tantamount to self-destruction. Essentially, successful cultivation allows one to perpetually elevate the genetic level of their life. Wang Yi had previously checked in on Earth to receive the first tribulation. He had also acquired the second and third tribulations in one of the 9 desolate star domains, the Wulong's star domain, significantly enhancing his strength. Now he had checked in here to claim the fourth tribulation. A delightful surprise. A mysterious force enveloped Wang Yi, completely isolating him from the space-time of the universe, accomplishing everything in the blink of an eye. The genetic levels of Wang Yi and all his avatars were elevated to the fourth tribulation level. That is a 24-fold increase. The ultimate limit of the Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, the Ninth Tribulation, offers a staggering increase of 768 times. In truth, Wang Yi harbored doubts about the existence of ancient civilizations possessing cultivation methods that far surpassed the Nine Tribulations Secret Tome. For the mountain seat guest was not particularly powerful among the God Kings. He merely excelled in crafting artifacts. Perhaps there are secret methods capable of elevating one's genetic level to 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold. However, such advancements are not easily attained, and merely being able to cultivate the Nine Tribulations is a privilege envied by countless powerful beings within the primordial universe. With his genetic level foundationally raised to 24 times, how much would his beast god power increase? Wang Yi could not resist the urge to experiment. He discovered that, driven by the beast god power, the strength of his genetic level could reach a staggering 240 times. This outcome was not beyond his expectations. If augmented by amplification techniques, that figure could soar to 24,000 times. The power of a high-ranking king is equivalent to 30,000 times that of a peak realm lord. Meanwhile, the pinnacle of kingship equates to 100,000 times the strength of a peak realm lord. The enhancement of his foundation signifies that Wang Yi's human form could unleash even greater power. Additionally, the genetic level of his flame star beast avatar surged to 240 times. Coupled with the beast god power, it achieved a staggering 400 times genetic level. With amplification techniques, the flame star beast could attain 240,000 times strength, surpassing even the pinnacle of kingship. If the flame star beast is so formidable, what the Void Insect Clan avatar? The genetic level of the Void Insect Clan avatar was already at 280 times, and with the fourth tribulation's transformation, it directly surged by 24 times, reaching a genetic level of 720 times. However, the effect of the beast god power also diminished once more, even when invoked. The genetic level of the Void Insect Clan avatar could only elevate to 9,000 times. Historically, the individual known as Luo Feng had cultivated to a genetic level of 48 times through the fifth tribulation of a human form and merged with 100 blood Luo crystals, which should have ideally resulted in a 100-fold increase. Yet he ultimately achieved just over 3,000 times, a mere 60-fold enhancement. Wang Yi Musit. It is not the Starry Sky Beast that cannot perfectly merge with the Beast God power, as the Starry Sky Beast does not encounter such difficulties. As his own genetic level ascended, the enhancement effects of the beast god power on other life forms significantly diminished. The perfect life genetic level is 10,081 times that of ordinary life. The Void Insect Clan avatar still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching this universe's perfect genetic level. Should it attain the perfect genetic level, it would receive the bestowal of the primordial universe, acquiring the most powerful innate secret techniques. The granting of the most potent innate secret techniques is a rare opportunity for every being that achieves the perfect life genetic level. Their consciousness will be drawn to the core of the universe's origin, receiving the inheritance. However, once a being's consciousness has received this inheritance, it cannot pursue a second, as each life is granted only one opportunity. The first tribulation requires the genetic level to reach 3 times the previous level, the second tribulation 6 times, the third 12 times, the fourth 24 times, and the fifth 48 times. It's reasonable to assume that upon attaining the fifth tribulation, a breakthrough to 10,000 times should be possible. However, Wang Yi was in no rush. This was merely a matter of time. With the genetic level of the Void Insect Clan avatar reaching 9,000 times, the amplification technique would result in a staggering 900,000 times, nearly perfecting the powers of the royal armor, achieving a peak realm lord strength of 9 million times. At this juncture, whether he increased or decreased by 100,000 would have little impact on the Void Insect Clan avatar. Upon arriving at the Star Tower, Wang Yi experienced a fortuitous start, and he was immensely satisfied with the outcome. As expected of the Star Tower, an artifact infused with a mysterious golden light at the God King level. Its potency is undeniable. Subsequently, Wang Yi prepared to linger here, ready to take full advantage of the Star Tower's offerings. This young man, how did he arrive at the Star Tower? Does he intend to enter? In the void, a shadow seamlessly melded with the surrounding space-time in an incomprehensible manner, frowning as it observed Wang Yi's spacecraft heading towards the Star Tower, seemingly recalling something. In its dark eyes, reminiscent of a passage to a black hole, deepened in their profundity. The Star Tower, upon its emergence, attracted countless formidable beings, igniting a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Many superlative warriors, driven mad by the allure of this omnipotent treasure, engaged in fierce competition, resulting in the fall of even the lords of the cosmos. Ultimately, it was revealed that no one could claim the Star Tower as their own. Numerous factions expended every effort and cunning, yet they were utterly incapable of moving the Star Tower even a single step, let alone transporting it away. Thus, the Star Tower has remained a silent sentinel, standing resolutely for countless millennia, transforming into an ancient battleground beyond the realm. Should Wang Yi venture into the Star Tower, I would find it quite challenging to follow, the shadow remarked, furrowing its brow. Nearby, in the starry expanse, approximately several 100 billion kilometers from Wang Yi's spacecraft, an elliptical vessel of blue and white, adorned with flowing ripples akin to water, advanced steadily. Inside the vessel, 3 kings were engaged in conversation. The Star Tower. After so many years in this outer battlefield, I finally behold the illustrious Star Tower, exclaimed a formidable alien king, clad in blue-scaled armor, adorned with over 100 menacing spikes upon his forehead. Haha, Silverwheel King, of course, you will be thrilled on your first visit. The Star Tower is the most renowned and populous location in the 7th outer battlefield, with tens of thousands of kings gathered here, responded another king, resembling a humanoid insect, his voice echoing with an abyssal resonance, an eerie laughter that sent shivers down the spine. Speaking of the Star Tower, every individual who arrives here has attempted to claim it as their own, though none have succeeded to date. While acquiring the Star Tower is utterly impractical, there are other treasures that draw countless powerful beings to this place for combat and conquest, stated the third king, a woman with a semi-transparent, ethereal form, smiling gently. The Star Tower nurtures sealing treasures known as the sealing stars, each as large as an ordinary planet. Once refined, they can be used to seal formidable enemies within, rendering them eternally incapable of escape. Such treasures are coveted even by the cosmic sovereigns. Within the Star Tower, there are innumerable sealing stars, akin to droplets in the ocean. While they are indeed precious, they are exceedingly commonplace within the Star Tower. Regrettably, unless the sealing stars emerge of their own accord, even the most powerful entities in the cosmos cannot forcibly extract them from the Star Tower. Silverwheel King nodded in agreement. Yes, I am aware. The Star Tower occasionally witnesses the sudden emergence of sealing stars. Each sealing star is a treasure capable of sealing powerful beings, driving kings into a frenzy. Additionally, the Star Tower is impervious to destruction even by the lords of the cosmos, making it the ultimate battleground. The 3 kings brimmed with anticipation for their forthcoming adventures. Ever since signing in at the 4th Tribulation, Wang Yi had grown more relaxed, leisurely aboard his spacecraft. Finally arriving at the entrance of the Star Tower, after over 10 days. The tower's body was surrounded by resplendent, swirling nebulae, yet the base lacked such adornments. The structure comprised 9 levels, with the first level featuring 9 entrances, through which numerous alien kings and hopeful challengers entered at will. The Star Tower emanated a call that sent chills through the very essence of the soul. With a stroke of luck, perhaps I might secure a few more tribulations. Wang Yi mused, gazing up at the towering edifice that obscured the starry sky. 9 light years is an unfathomable distance compared to it. The sun seemed but a speck of dust against a towering mountain. His heart swelled with anticipation, mingled with a tinge of apprehension. Would I be discovered by the mountain dweller? Whatever will be, will be. If it is fate, I cannot escape it. Even if the mountain dweller becomes aware of my 9th tribulation, he cannot possibly know of the existence of the panel. Surely, he wouldn't resort to dissecting me. Wang Yi reflected as he gazed at the colossal black tower door, towering millions of kilometers high, silently reciting, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward, 1 sealing star. A smile crept upon Wang Yi's face. Upon reaching the entrance, he had already received a precious treasure. His heart surged with excitement. The Star Tower was indeed a fabled sight. Of course, one ought to consider the caliber of the Star Tower as a treasure. Throughout the primordial universe, even the mountain dweller with a reincarnated divine weapon, the Ascendant Hall, cannot compare in mystery and might to the Star Tower. The origins of the Star Tower itself are shrouded in enigma, subtly revealing higher dimensions behind the origin continent. The sealing stars serve as sealing treasures. With a slight advantage in strength over an opponent, one could forcibly seal them within, trapping them indefinitely. The unique material of the sealing stars renders escape an impossibility, even for cosmic sovereigns. Naturally, sealing a cosmic sovereign presents far more challenges. Yet, the sealing stars remain a coveted treasure, driving countless powerful beings into a frenzy. Whenever a sealing star emerges, it draws warriors from far and wide, leading to unimaginable bloodshed. Each sealing star signifies a massacre of epic proportions. Wang Yi, merely strolling to the entrance to sign in, had acquired a sealing star. He glanced at the sign-in panel, noting that since its upgrade, the ostentatious golden image had transformed to emanate a hint of purple, enhancing its nobility. Wang Yi smirked at the upgraded panel. Beneath the enhanced image, a black star, orb pulsating with an ancient aura, had appeared. The true form of the sealing star was vast, comparable to an ordinary planet, and exceedingly heavy. Without proper refinement, its mere utilization would prove cumbersome. A stream of information flowed into Wang Yi's consciousness, elucidating the nature of the sealing star. The sealing star is a treasured artifact, particularly suited for mentalist practitioners. Ordinary warriors, following a different combat trajectory, find it challenging to fully harness the sealing star's potential. With this sealing star in hand, its ability to seal powerful beings is of such value that it likely surpasses even the hellish divine armor. Wang Yi pondered it. Among treasures of similar caliber, weapons are typically the most common and least valuable, while armors hold higher value. Palace-type and domain-type treasures, along with soul-related artifacts, are even rarer. The sealing star, being a sealing-type treasure, hold a value greater than that of armors, but slightly less than palatial or domain treasures. Wang Yi suddenly felt a shift in his consciousness, turning to observe 3 streaks of light approaching, revealing the figures of 3 alien kings. The 3 alien kings also recognized Wang Yi. A human in dark red battle armor? Is that not the Insect King? Tension gripped the 3 alien kings. The Insect King himself was not particularly fearsome. What was truly terrifying was the presence of the nearly invincible God Hunter King behind him. This formidable being had once caused 2 Peak Kings to reach their limits and resulted in the fall of 3 Pinnacle Kings, reportedly even putting the Insect Queen at a disadvantage. His reputation for violence was such that even kings trembled at the mention of him. Having heard of the Insect King's close ties with the God Hunter King, the 3 alien kings exchanged glances and promptly altered their course, hastening towards a different entrance. Am I really that intimidating? Wang Yi exclaimed, rolling his eyes. Come back and explain yourselves. With a smirk, Wang Yi followed their trajectory, heading to another entrance to sign in. The 3 alien kings noticed Wang Yi trailing behind them, anxiety mounting. What should we do now that the Insect King is following? What can we do? The God Hunter King might be right beside him. Do we dare provoke him? The 3 alien kings fell silent, recognizing they could not afford to confront him. Let us just hide. They simultaneously accelerated, swiftly entering the entrance without a backward glance, as if pursued by a relentless foe. Wang Yi, moving leisurely behind them, continued on his way. The 3 foreign sovereigns possess commendable strength, and given the bustling activity at the entrance, engaging in battle would be imprudent. Thus, Wang Yi harbored no intention of making a move. Alas, the crowd is overwhelming. Signing in. Approaching the second grand gate. Wang Yi Musit. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. 1 ceiling star. Another one. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. If the other sovereigns were to learn of how effortlessly Wang Yi acquired 2 ceiling stars, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. What followed were days of sign-ins at the Star Tower. I soar. I teleport. I sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. 1 ceiling star. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. 1 ceiling star. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. 1 piece of armor. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. 1 royal soul. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. 1 emperor soul. Wang Yi flitted about the towering Star Tower, which soared to 90,000 light-years, like a diligent bee. He hummed a merry tune, reveling in the joy of signing in, a pleasure that they could never comprehend. Chapter 345, The Diligent Ant. The Star Tower, rising 9 light-years high, where 1 light-year equates to approximately 90 trillion kilometers. Wang Yi harbored concerns of missing certain sign-in zones, thus he predominantly maintained flight, even at speeds approaching that of light. It would take over 9 years to traverse from the base to the apex. Not to mention, fully exploring the entire Star Tower region would likely require tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. Furthermore, this was merely the exterior. The interior of the Star Tower contained unfathomable forbidden spaces. However, Wang Yi hesitated to venture inside, dutifully signing in from the exterior. Days turned into weeks. In the shadows, the super beings of humanity observed Wang Yi's flight around the Star Tower, somewhat perplexed. What is this lad up to? While Wang Yi signed in at the Star Tower, his void insect clone and flame star beast clone were engaged in hunting on the Yinji continent. The insect empress, Nan Cheng, had been monitoring the activities of Wang Yi's 2 clones, and, upon receiving news of the insect king at the Star Tower and the god of hunting on the Yinji continent, found herself contemplating. Nevertheless, she quickly suppressed her thoughts. The Star Tower was too desolate, an unsuitable place for an ambush. She chose to patiently await the right opportunity. The heavy losses sustained by the god of hunting left Nan Cheng seething. She would not let this matter rest with humanity. Before long, half a year had passed. Wang Yi's spirits were high. Over this period, he had been ceaselessly traversing the Star Tower, signing in over 100 times. Besides the 4th tribulation of the 9 tribulations, he had acquired nearly 100 ceiling stars, 2 emperor souls, 1 piece of emperor armor, 6 royal souls, and 8 original souls. The original souls were exceptionally unique treasures of the soul realm, capable of enhancing the host's soul when integrated. The original souls and tribulation armor created by the mountain guest did not fully manifest their intended powers, being somewhat weaker. This was primarily because both treasures held the capability to nurture progeny, and more than half of the materials used in their forging were devoted to this ability. The tribulation armor could yield soldier armor, king armor, and emperor armor. The original souls could produce soldier souls, king souls, and emperor souls. The Star Tower itself could nurture ceiling stars. Naturally, the interior of the Star Tower contained more than just ceiling stars, but only ceiling stars could be taken outside. The progeny of original souls, soldier souls, king souls, and emperor souls could only be wielded by earthlings. Soldier souls could be fully harnessed by peak human realm masters, while king souls required 100-fold strength, and emperor souls demanded 1,000,000-fold to unleash their full potential of 1,000,000 times the power of a peak realm master. Wang Yi had obtained 2 emperor souls, one of which could be utilized by the void insect clone and the other by the flame star beast. Even with the integration of an emperor soul, the flame star beast could only manifest 24,000 times the power of a peak realm master, equating to 240 million times the soul's strength. Conversely, the void insect clone could unleash 9 million times the emperor soul's potential. Furthermore, the emperor soul possessed formidable protective capabilities, mitigating soul attacks, thus compensating for Wang Yi's deficiencies in that regard. Yet, Wang Yi was not content with merely this. Compared to the Star Tower, these rewards were trivial. Oh, Star Tower, I sign in. I am unhurried. Wang Yi maintained an impressive speed of nearly 250,000 kilometers per second as he flew around the Star Tower. From the perspective of the tower, he resembled an infinitesimal ant traversing the surface of a star, moving at a painfully slow pace. Nevertheless, Wang Yi felt no urgency whatsoever. The delightful notifications that occasionally graced his ears brought him immense joy. Ah, I'm merely playing. In the void surrounding the star tower, the super beings of humanity observed one another in silent curiosity. What is he doing? Pang Bo outside. You should refer to it as the star prison, a great being clad in ancient golden armor remarked, questioning what his disciple was up to. Feeling as though he was merely circling the star tower, did he truly aspire to claim it as his own? A towering figure, shrouded in darkness and exuding an aura of evil and destruction, remained silent. How should I know? I'm not him. The Lord of Star Prison glanced at his disciple, who was still leisurely scaling the star tower, pondering whether he genuinely wished to claim the tower as his own. All who first visit the star tower often attempt to establish ownership, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet, countless years have seen multitudes of powerful beings from various races fail in this endeavor. Generally, they would give up after a few attempts, rarely exhibiting the persistence that Wang Yi displayed. Is it not a hallmark of genius that their thoughts differ so greatly? At his current pace, should he seek to completely traverse the outer region of the star tower, it would take no less than 18 million years. Another super being suggested, should we not remind him? The human race sent Wang Yi to the outer battlefield for training, not for a leisurely excursion. They had misjudged Wang Yi's true capabilities, unaware that even the immortal insect empress could not contend with him. This training had become somewhat absurd. However, they could not simply stand by and witness him squander time on the outer battlefield. Most importantly, they had little time to accompany Wang Yi in this frivolous endeavor. The Lord of Star Prison, with his malevolent blood-red eyes fixed upon the distant star tower, stroked his scaled chin. Let's wait a while longer. Perhaps he is merely indulging a fleeting whim, and will soon cease this pointless activity. Thus, the super beings of humanity fell silent once more, watching as Wang Yi traversed the majestic and vast star tower with the slow determination of an ant on a journey. Another decade slipped by. For some ancient and mighty existences, 10 years is but a fleeting moment. A brief retreat for cultivation could easily stretch into a millennium or more. Yet, Wang Yi continued his flight around the star tower. The human warriors ceased their discussions, content to observe Wang Yi's endeavors. I refuse to believe he intends to fly around the star tower for 18 million years. Is there truly someone with such peculiar thoughts? At this moment, Wang Yi had completed a linear traverse of the star tower from end to end. Of course, he could not approach the swirling nebulae surrounding him. Even so, this endeavor consumed 10 years of his time. However, this was merely a minuscule fraction of the star tower's vast expanse. After a decade of flight, Wang Yi had grown somewhat numb to the passage of time. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. 1-star map. Wang Yi's spirit lifted slightly. Over these years, he had signed in for numerous treasures, yet the star map was a first for him. The celestial map, an exquisite scroll crafted by the recluse, known as Washan Ku, is designed for the integration of sealing stars. This scroll is a treasure of remarkable significance, capable of merging countless sealing stars into its essence, thus creating a unique artifact known as the celestial map, which barely crosses the threshold into the realm of supreme treasures. A surge of information flooded Wang Yi's mind, revealing the intricacies of the celestial map. In its own right, the celestial map is considered a significant treasure, as are the sealing stars. However, the scroll possesses the astonishing ability to accommodate an immense number of sealing stars, according to the knowledge that surged within him. It can hold up to a staggering 100,000 sealing stars. Each sealing star is a treasure in its own right, and should 100,000 of them amalgamate with the scroll to form the celestial map, it would undoubtedly ascend to the echelon of supreme treasures. The method of employing the celestial map involves inscribing the principles and secret patterns of certain attack techniques into it, which will then naturally imprint upon the sealing stars. Once an attack is unleashed, the stars align with the principles, unleashing boundless power. One can manipulate the stars and inscribe the secret patterns onto them, with the option to erase and re-engrave at will. Thus, the higher Wang Yi's mastery of secret techniques, the more formidable the patterns he inscribes, consequently amplifying the celestial map's potency. For instance, Wang Yi can currently inscribe his temporal attack technique, the black and white swordfish array, onto the stars, integrating them into the celestial map. The more stars he engraves, the more powerful the celestial map becomes. Should he later devise more potent attack techniques, he can simply erase the previous patterns and inscribe the new ones. The combination of the celestial map with the sealing stars far surpasses the power of the temporal shuttle gifted by his teacher. Wang Yi mused inwardly. The temporal shuttle is regarded as a top-tier offensive treasure, while the fusion of the sealing stars and the celestial map undoubtedly eclipses it. Over the past decade, the spoils of his sign-ins have been plentiful, yet none compare to the celestial map. A significant gain, Wang Yi felt quite pleased. In the outer battlefield, on the flame sacrifice continent, a colossal creature resembling a blue-hued gorilla, known as the Celestial Beast, flapped its wings, circling a fellow giant known as the Flame Star Beast. This creature is an immortal grade destruction beast, belonging to one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of celestial beasts, yet it is not a devouring type. It is associated with lightning and time, inherently cunning and ferocious, possessing a singular talent of time stasis. Although this time stasis ability is unique, its power is immense. However, it belongs to the Demon Clan, possibly due to their ongoing attempts to recruit the celestial beasts, which often enter the outer battlefield under the banner of the Demon Clan. Nevertheless, sightings of celestial beasts throughout the universe are exceedingly rare, rendering their presence in the outer battlefield exceptionally valuable. Two celestial beasts encountering one another in the outer battlefield is an extraordinary rarity. Hence, this celestial beast, known as Thunder King, who possesses strength rivaling that of a peak monarch, has taken an interest in the Flame Star Beast's avatar. Apart from familial kinship, curiosity plays a significant role, as the Flame Star Beast is merely a realm lord, yet possesses the power of a peak monarch. Frightening. Indeed, after a decade of relentless hunting, the Flame Star Beast has single-handedly slain a monarch, and in the eyes of outsiders, it now embodies the strength of a peak monarch. The Destruction Beast, Thunder King, is also a proud being. Celestial beasts are inherently proud. However, after engaging with the Flame Star Lord, it found itself thoroughly impressed. Learning of the Flame Star Beast's solitary wanderings, Thunder King persistently engaged with the Flame Star Lord, even inviting it to return to the Celestial Beast Alliance. The Flame Star Beast, while entertaining the enthusiastic Destruction Beast, pondered the invitation. Return to the Celestial Beast Alliance? It is a realm lord, not an immortal. The ancient Celestial Beast would instantly discern its human essence. The Celestial Beast Sanctuary harbors a true divine-level progenitor, even if it attains immortality. Its human identity would be impossible to conceal in their presence. Going there would be akin to courting disaster. Wang Yi's two avatars. The Void Insect Clan avatar has now departed the Flame Sacrifice continent for the Twin Spiral Domain, while the Flame Star Beast avatar remains to continue its hunts. After a decade of slaughter, both avatars have earned notorious reputations. Particularly, the Void Insect Clan avatar, known as the God-Hunting King, has left many monarchs pale with fear at the mere mention of its name. All of these accomplishments are the result of their own efforts. Yet, despite the 10 years of frenzied killing, the time spent seeking prey means the completion of their tasks is still far from realization. Time flows, and in the blink of an eye, another 20 years have passed. Wang Yi has now spent a full 32 years in the outer battlefield. However, for a powerful being, this span of time is trivial. Sometimes traversing the outer battlefield, centuries can slip by unnoticed. For Wang Yi, these 30 years have been fulfilling. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward. 1 piece of falling sky gold stone. Wang Yi numbly fluttered his eyelids, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Glancing at the item information, he discovered it to be a precious material for crafting weaponry, and he discarded it without a second thought. Boring. Although this falling sky gold stone may be a material even revered by sovereigns, Wang Yi has encountered countless such materials over the past 30 years. The Celestial Tower offers not just finished products, but also innumerable materials and other items whose names elude him. For instance, Nightmare Stones, which can hone 1's ability to withstand illusions, or Qing Tong Water, which can enhance soul strength. However, for Wang Yi at present, they hold little utility. Yet, any one of these items, if cast into the outside world, would have monarchs vying for them, resulting in rivers of blood. How tedious! Wang Yi glanced down at the entrance of the Celestial Tower, where various powerful beings from different races were intermittently entering and exiting. Yet, due to his preoccupation with signing in and the overwhelming presence of others at the entrance, he had refrained from taking action. Within the Celestial Tower, there are hundreds of thousands of monarchs, and with the addition of the marquises, their numbers multiply. In Wang Yi's eyes, they are nothing but tantalizing targets. Unfortunately, he cannot enter. Otherwise, he would easily be detected by Zhuoshan, Ku's chief disciple, Putty. Putty is the sovereign of the universe, having accompanied Zhuoshan Ku for a long time, and possesses an avatar that conceals its prowess under the guise of the human universe overlord, Tipu. The tome, 10,000 Hearts Controlling Soul's Secret Art, was indeed authored by Tipu. If he were to claim ignorance of Wang Yi's origins from Earth, Wang Yi would not believe it for a moment. Of course, Wang Yi could refuse to acknowledge the master. But the crux of the matter lies in how he acquired a second copy of the Nine Calamities secret tome. Luo Feng is currently practicing with the black metal plate. If he were truly caught, it would spell trouble. Wang Yi sikit inyarthi. Sign in. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward. Calamity Armor.